Chapter 1. The Supreme Law God System. On Blue Star, in the Dragon Country, within the male dormitory of Jinghai University of Technology. What on earth? You signed me up for the welcome party? With a startled exclamation, a boy who had been lying on the upper bunk, engrossed in his phone, sprang up. His name was Lin Yi, a freshman majoring in civil engineering at Jinghai University. At this moment, he was in a state of panic, for his roommates had secretly enrolled him in the welcome party for the class of 2025. Yes, the counselor mentioned that our class must present a program. Remember how you showcased a few magic tricks during orientation? We were all impressed and unanimously recommended you, replied Li Chuyang, Lin Ye's roommate and the class monitor. What? You bunch of rascals, why didn't you ask me first? I only know a few simple tricks I picked up on Douyin. If I go up there to perform, wouldn't I be risking my chances of finding a partner throughout my college years? Lin Yi lamented with a wry smile. Don't worry, it's just a welcome party. What do you think others will perform? It will mostly be singing or dancing, chimed in another roommate, Ma Dongxi. Just as he finished speaking, a melodious song drifted in from outside the dormitory window, accompanied by the sweet strains of a guitar. Upon hearing the music, the four of them immediately crowded by the window to look outside. In an instant, they spotted a handsome, stylishly dressed boy sitting less than 20 meters from their dorm, strumming his guitar and singing. His vocal prowess, combined with his exceptional singing ability, quickly captivated a large number of students strolling on the playground. Listening to his song, Lin Yi cast a mournful glance at his three roommates. He recognized this boy like them. He was a freshman who had performed during military training, attracting a throng of first-year female students. What was even more significant was that this boy had also signed up for the welcome party. Look at him, what a level of talent. If I have to share the stage with him, he'll be the subject of ridicule, Lin Yi sighed. Hey, not everyone possesses Zhou Yuxuan's caliber. He has participated in the Dragon Country's The Voice, so you need not feel pressured. The other performers of the welcome party are quite average, Li Qiaoyang reassured him once more. Just as Lin Yi was about to voice his thoughts, another wave of astonished gasps erupted from the other side of the playground. They turned to see a robust young man wielding a broadsword, executing moves that flowed like water, drawing cheers from the onlookers. I believe he is also participating in the welcome party, Lin Yi remarked with a hint of despair. It's not a big deal, Li Chuyang comforted him again. Look over there. Quick, look over there. Suddenly, another roommate, Wang Zimo, exclaimed with great excitement. What did you see that has you so thrilled? Over there, a girl is dancing. Wang Zimo exclaimed, pointing towards a corner of the playground, his eyes sparkling with excitement. A girl is dancing. Where? Let me see, replied one of the three in the dormitory, following Wang Zimo's gesture. Sure enough, about 50 meters away, a group of young girls clad in JK uniforms, showcasing their long legs, were rehearsing a dance, radiating youthful exuberance and vitality. However, Lin Yi, upon witnessing this scene, wore a contemplative expression. They must be from the arts department. They appear to be preparing for the welcome party, he mused. Indeed, it seems this welcome party is a must-see, Li Qiaoyang remarked thoughtfully, stroking his chin. You guys are truly putting me in a bind this time. They are all so professional, and here I am. An amateur, I'll surely embarrass myself on stage, Lin Yi lamented. Don't worry, there's still 2 days left. Just practice well during this time. Who knows, if you perform well at the welcome party, perhaps some charming senior sisters or gentle junior sisters might even reach out for your contact information, one of them encouraged. Moreover, I heard there will be many beautiful girls performing this time, and the host is none other than our school's arts department's belle, Xia Shiyu. If you muster up some courage, sweet romance may just blossom. All right, focus on practicing in the dormitory. We won't delay you any further. We'll bring you some braised pork rice when we return, they said with laughter as they left, leaving Lin Yi with a bemused expression. Sighing softly, he walked to his desk, opened the drawer, and revealed several magic props he had purchased earlier. Indeed, he was a magic enthusiast, albeit merely an amateur who had picked it up initially to impress girls. His skills were limited to tricks that might dazzle momentarily, while he had no grasp of grand illusions. His roommates had enrolled him for the welcome party after he had shown off his magic tricks at the beginning of the semester. Am I really left with no choice but to go up there and wing it? Forget it. Let me see if there are any simple yet impressive tricks, he decided, opening Douyin to search for related magic. After browsing for a while, he found nothing he could easily master. Performing magic effectively depended on two key elements, dexterity and props. Dexterity required years of practice, while props necessitated investment. In the magician's ingenuity, many remarkable props were not available for public purchase. Just as Lin Yi was on the verge of despair, a crisp notification sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Host detected to have crossed into another world. The Supreme Mage system has been activated. This system is dedicated to assisting the host in becoming the most powerful mage. Additionally, to facilitate the host's rapid enhancement of strength, there is no need for cultivation. The host's maximum magic capacity will automatically increase by 10 points each natural day. Why completing the check-in tasks each natural day, one can receive a plethora of bountiful rewards. Continuous check-ins also yield additional bonuses. This allows you to effortlessly become the mightiest mage. The system's inventory has been unlocked. The personal information panel has been activated. The skill tree has been initiated. The daily task module is now accessible. As a series of notifications echoed in his mind, Lin Ye's face was instantly adorned with an expression of astonishment. This is the legendary system. Has my system finally arrived? If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten that I'm a transmigrator. It has been 18 years since I crossed over, and only now does it come. Delightful. Yet, is there something amiss with this system? Supreme Mage? Mightiest Wizard? I have not transmigrated into a Western fantasy realm. But never mind, having a golden finger is certainly better than having none. With that, he eagerly began his search, soon uncovering this so-called system deep within his mind. Chapter 2. The System Backpack. Mage's Hand. The system interface was not overly complex, comprising merely a few modules. The first was the Personal Information module. Lin Yi gently tapped it, and the information materialized before him. Name: Lin Yi. Profession: Mage. Profession level: Apprentice Mage. Magic abilities: none. Magical items: none. Magical pets: none. Magical coins: 0. Basic attributes: Strength 7, Constitution 8, Spirit 10, Agility 8, Magic 10. The personal information was succinct, devoid of any superfluous details, easily comprehensible at a glance. It seemed I have truly become a mage. Yet, from where did this magic power originate? No sooner had he uttered these words than he felt an inexplicable surge of energy coursing through his body. This force flowed like a gentle stream, pervading every corner of his being. Clearly, this was what one referred to as magical energy. Awestruck by the sensation of magic within him, Lin Yi dismissed the personal information panel and proceeded to open the second module, the System Backpack. This module was akin to a backpack in a game, featuring a total of 81 slots. He wondered if the System Backpack could also encompass items from the real world. With this thought in mind, he directed his gaze towards a cup resting on the table ahead. In the blink of an eye, the cup vanished, and simultaneously, one of the slots in his System Backpack was filled with the cup. Witnessing this, Lin Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. Incredible! This is truly remarkable. If I can store it, I should also be able to retrieve it. No sooner had he thought this than the cup reappeared in its original position. Let me test the distance for retrieval. He stepped back a few paces and attempted once more to store the cup in his System Backpack. Whoosh! The cup disappeared again. After releasing it, he continued to step back. After several consecutive attempts, he ultimately confirmed that as long as an object was within a 1-meter radius, he could store it in his System Backpack. Having tested the cup, he began to experiment with other items, table, stool, even the bed, trying each one in turn. In the end, he reached the following conclusions. Firstly, as long as an object lay within a 1-meter radius, regardless of size, he could store it in the System Backpack. Secondly, all items, irrespective of their dimensions, occupied only a single slot. Thirdly, if he could perceive the presence of an item with his spirit, he could retrieve it, even if a wall stood between them, akin to retrieving objects from afar. Likewise, he could place items across the distance, although the range remained at 1 meter. Perhaps this distance would increase with an enhancement of his mental prowess in the future. Fourthly, items physically connected to others could not be stored. For instance, a lock affixed to a cabinet door could not be taken without unlocking it first. Similarly, he could not remove a ladder welded to the bed. The fifth point to note is that the acquisition of items is not entirely unconditional. When he collected the bed, he distinctly felt a slight mental fatigue. Thus, he boldly speculated that utilizing the System Backpack to retrieve items required the expenditure of his mental energy, with larger objects consuming more. Nevertheless, he remained immensely exhilarated. With this system backpack alone, he could ascend to the ranks of an exceptional magician. After thoroughly exploring the functions of the system backpack, he shifted his attention to several other functional modules: the sign-in module, the task module, and the mysterious shop. Within the sign-in module, there exists a sign-in calendar, where each date corresponds to a gift package. To the right of the calendar are 4 more advanced gift packages, namely the 7-day sign-in package, the 14-day sign-in package, the 21-day sign-in package, and the 28-day sign-in package. Gazing at the dazzling array of gift packages on the sign-in calendar, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Lin Ye's eyes. He wondered what kind of rewards awaited him, undoubtedly all related to magic. With that thought, he focused his consciousness on the foremost gift package. In the next moment, the package dimmed, and a beam of white light soared from the sign-in calendar into the system backpack. Ding! Sign-in successful. Today, a sign-in prize has been dispatched to the system backpack. Please retrieve it at your convenience. Hearing the prompt, Lin Yu eagerly opened the system backpack and was astonished to find a beautifully packaged gift that had suddenly appeared amidst its previously empty confines. Without a moment's hesitation, he transferred the gift into the real world. As soon as he grasped the package, it transformed into a beam of white light, ultimately coalescing into an object in his hand. It was a book, an ancient tome imbued with an aura of mystery. The cover inscribed with 4 characters, "The Hand of the Mage." Upon seeing this book, relevant information immediately flooded into his mind. The Hand of the Mage, 0th tier, attributeless magic. Each use consumes 1 point of mana, conjuring a pair of invisible mage's hands to assist you in various tasks, capable of advancement. Feeling the influx of knowledge in his mind, Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with fervor as he gazed at the tome in his hand. It was indeed a spell. Although merely a 0th tier spell, a true magician is defined by the possession of spells. However, he pondered whether this meant he would have to learn it himself. Such a process could take an eternity. While contemplating, he prepared to open the book. The moment he unveiled the cover, the entire volume instantly transformed into a luminous orb, surging into his mind. In an instant, an abundance of memories concerning the Hand of the Mage flooded his consciousness. Within those memories, he became a seasoned magician who had practiced magic since childhood, adeptly wielding the mage's hands to accomplish various intricate tasks, assisting in spellcasting, alchemy, potion-making, and even combat. By the time Lin Yu fully absorbed the memories, he had transformed into a veteran mage who had devoted decades to mastering the magic of the Hand of the Mage. Upon slowly opening his eyes, he turned his gaze to the side and, without any forewarning, conjured the mage hand. In the blink of an eye, an invisible hand reached out towards a stool several meters away. With no sign of anticipation, the stool began to levitate gently, swaying in tandem with the mage hand. After placing the stool down, he experimented further with the mage hand, employing it to wash his clothes and even to type on a keyboard. No matter the task, he could remotely manipulate the mage hand to accomplish it. Through his practice, he discovered that with his current mental acuity, the mage hand could operate effectively at a distance of up to 10 meters and could lift approximately 50 kilograms. Most notably, the mage hand did not require him to divert his attention to control it. It possessed a rudimentary intelligence that enabled it to execute simple commands autonomously. This meant he could brush his teeth with the mage hand while simultaneously shaving with his own hands, making it incredibly convenient and efficient. After experiencing the myriad applications of the mage hand, Lin Yu was full of praise for this 0-level spell. The inventor of this spell was truly a genius. Furthermore, it appeared that this spell would serve exceptionally well for performing magic tricks. With this in mind, Lin Yu could not help but wear a confident smile. Realizing that using magic to perform illusions would indeed be a remarkable feat. Chapter 3. In truth, I am a magician. The emergence of the mage's hand undoubtedly brought a grand surprise to Lin Yu. However, after the initial astonishment faded, his gaze shifted to the final 2 modules. One of these was the Daily Tasks module. Upon opening it, he was astonished to discover a task within. Daily task: as an apprentice mage, you require a suitable mage robe. Please custom make a mage robe with no grade requirements. Task completion reward: 100 magical coins. Upon reading this task, a flicker of doubt crossed Lin Ye's eyes. A mage robe? Where on earth am I supposed to acquire such an item? Yet, it mentioned that there were no grade requirements. Could it be that merely possessing the appearance of a mage robe suffices? If that is the case, it might not be too difficult to procure one. As he pondered, his gaze drifted to his roommate's wardrobe, where an array of peculiar costumes hung. All of these were his roommate's cosplay outfits. Perhaps he could simply don a cosplay costume instead. Moreover, what purpose do these magical coins serve? Could it be? In the midst of his thoughts, Lin Yi clicked on the last module of the system panel, the mysterious shop. As the module opened, 3 uniquely styled items appeared before him, accompanied by their respective descriptions. Master level spell, Meteoric Descent. Price, 1,000,000 magical coins. Upon use, one can learn the master level spell Meteoric Descent, summoning a colossal meteor to deliver a devastating blow to enemies. Magical pet, Starlight Unicorn. Price, 5,000,000 magical coins. Upon use, one can obtain the high-tier magical beast, Starlight Unicorn. Daily special item, the flawed metamorphic gold watch of the Great Mage Roger. Price, 100 magical coins. A heartfelt creation of the Great Mage Roger, though damaged, it remains a rare high-tier magical artifact. Upon use, it can alter one's appearance, but due to its damage, it can store a maximum of 3 forms. As he absorbed the information about the items, a look of astonishment spread across Lin Yi's face. A spell capable of summoning meteors. How extraordinary. Wouldn't such a spell be able to obliterate an entire city? A human nuclear weapon, indeed. And the unicorn? Is it the legendary creature from Tales? How magnificent it would be to have it as a mount. As for the gold watch, what does transforming one's appearance entail? At that moment, his curiosity about the items in the mysterious shop surged, but alas, he currently possessed no magical coins. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly purchase something to examine. The only item within his reach was the gold watch priced at 100 coins, contingent upon his successful completion of the system's task. With this thought in mind, he promptly retrieved his phone and called his anime enthusiast roommate. "Mo, where do you buy your cosplay outfits? I want to get one." "No, I'm not into anime. It's just that I need to perform magic at the welcome party, and as a magician, I can't possibly appear without a fitting outfit. Online, I fear time is rather pressing. Is there an offline option available? I have no particular demands. Just a preference for someone somewhat handsome." Once Lin Yi ended the call, he rose from his dormitory and soon found his roommate, Wang Zimo, in the cafeteria. "I know a sister in the circle who runs a cosplay costume rental studio. She also takes custom orders. Rentals are quite affordable, while custom pieces are more expensive, depending on your desired style." As soon as Lin Yi sat down, Wang Zimo handed him a bottle of soda. "I would like a wizard's robe. Similar to those seen in sorcerer films, you know?" "Oh, that kind. I'm not sure. I'll send you the address of that sister's shop, and you can take a look yourself." "All right. I've sent the location to your green bubble. I have other matters to attend to this afternoon, so I won't accompany you. Just go check it out on your own." No sooner had he finished speaking than a girl from across the cafeteria called his name, and he promptly dashed over. Seeing his eagerness, Lin Yi understood what he meant by having plans for the afternoon. It turned out he was off to play the dog's role for a senior. Shaking his head in resignation, Lin Yi glanced at the location before leaving the cafeteria and making his way towards the school gate. The location Wang Zimo sent him was on the famous commercial street in Jinghai City, approximately 10 kilometers from their school, necessitating a bus ride. Of course, he could take a taxi, but he did not possess such funds, especially with his student loans hanging over him. After waiting at the bus stop for no more than 2 minutes, the bus arrived, and fortune smiled upon him, as the last row had an empty seat. Without a moment's hesitation, he took the vacant spot. Several other students from his school boarded the same bus, including a trendy girl sporting a large anime-themed backpack and oversized headphones. Upon entering, she glanced around before silently finding a spot to stand, then busied herself with a handheld gaming device. Initially, Lin Yi paid her no mind until he inadvertently caught sight of a hand emerging behind her. He initially assumed it was some pervert until he noticed that the hand reached towards the girl's pocket. A long lanyard dangled from her pocket, presumably connected to her phone. And it seemed that hand's target was indeed that very device. Perhaps the girl was too engrossed in her game, or the thief was exceedingly skilled. Her phone was swiftly pilfered without her noticing at all. Lin Yi furrowed his brow at this unfolding scene. He was taken aback to discover a thief aboard the bus. He held a deep disdain for thieves. Just over a month ago, upon starting school, he had himself been a victim. Coming from a modest background, his living expenses were earned through summer work, and even the phone he currently used was purchased after months of saving. On that occasion, he narrowly escaped having his phone stolen. In this modern era, it is not an exaggeration to say that life is nearly impossible without a mobile device. Although he had noticed the thief at the time, he lacked the courage to confront him, being merely a freshman who had just entered university. However, in the present moment, observing the girl who remained blissfully unaware, he stood up and made his way towards her. Upon reaching her side, he gently tapped her shoulder. feeling the touch. The girl paused her game, removed her headphones, and turned to Lin Yi with a look of confusion. Are you also a student at Jinghai University of Science and Technology? She inquired. Upon hearing Lin Yi's question and noticing his handsome yet youthful features, a flicker of recognition crossed her face, and she smiled slightly. Oh, are you seeking my contact information? You must be a freshman this year, while I am a senior. I doubt I would be interested in a younger brother like you. Ah, I see you are a senior. However, you may have misunderstood my intentions. I am not here to ask for your contact details. I wish to perform a magic trick for you. What an unusual method of flirtation. Very well, go ahead and perform. I shall watch. Actually, I have already begun. If you do not believe me, check your phone and see if it is still there. As soon as these words left Lin Yi's lips, the girl instinctively reached for her pocket. Upon realizing it was empty, her expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 4. Hand over your phone in truth. When Lin Yi uttered these words, not only did the girl's expression shift, but the demeanor of a nearby middle-aged man also transformed. Upon realizing her phone was missing, the girl immediately fixed her gaze upon Lin Yi. When did you take my phone? How did you manage to do it? Heh, I told you it's magic. It simply vanished, Lin Yi responded with a smile. Vanished? Where did you send it? The girl, seemingly oblivious to the oddity of the situation, appeared only curious. To a place you would never expect, perhaps right on to that uncle over there. As he spoke, Lin Yi pointed with a grin at the man who had just stolen the girl's phone. The moment he did, a flicker of panic crossed the man's face. Young man, you shouldn't make baseless accusations. Her phone could not possibly be with me. Meanwhile, the attention of other bus passengers had been drawn to the unfolding drama, their expressions mirroring that of the girl, filled with intrigue. Why is her phone with you? Because I magically transferred it there. If you don't believe me, I can call her phone right now. With that, Lin Yi retrieved his own phone and turned to the girl. Senior, may I have your phone number? The girl nodded eagerly. Sure, but is this your way of getting my contact information? Oh well, never mind. My number is 138. Once she relayed her number, Lin Yi casually dialed it. At that moment, the middle-aged man began to sweat profusely. He had just stolen the phone and had no time to turn it off. The next instant, a quirky ringtone emanated from the man's pocket. There's a little bee, buzzing away beep 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 beep. Upon hearing that familiar tune, the girl's expression shifted dramatically, while the man's face blanched with anxiety. Just as he thought Lin Yi would expose him, Lin Yi unexpectedly remarked, See, I told you I transferred your phone to him. The girl, still unaware of the truth, wore a look of astonishment and delight. Incredible. How did you do that? Impressive, right? Allow me to demonstrate once more. With that, he extended his hand toward the middle-aged man. Uncle, would you kindly hand me her phone? Hastily, the man nodded, retrieving the phone while feigning a look of astonishment. Young man, your magic is truly remarkable. I had no idea when this phone appeared on me. One might think it was stolen. Soon, he handed the girl's phone to Lin Yi, who, after taking it, did not return it directly to her but instead waved it playfully. Senior, make sure not to blink. The excitement is about to commence. 3, 2, 1, abracadabra. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the girl and the other passengers in the vehicle, the phone vanished from Lin Yi's grasp as if it had never existed. Witnessing the spectacle, the crowd erupted in exclamations, and the girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. Wow, you are amazing. I didn't even see it happen, and my phone just disappeared. Where did you make my phone go? Do you wish to know? Lin Yi replied with an enigmatic smile. The girl nodded eagerly. Then I shall call your phone. Wherever it rings, that is where it lies. With that, he dialed her number on his own phone. At this moment, the entire bus fell silent. The familiar ringtone soon echoed through the air. There's a little bee, buzzing bee 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 bee. Following the sound, all gazes turned toward the bewildered middle-aged man who had been sitting nearby. Shock and confusion painted the faces of the onlookers, while the man appeared utterly flabbergasted. Instantly, he began rummaging through his pockets, and soon he retrieved the girl's phone from the left pocket of his jacket. The moment he produced the device, the bus erupted into jubilant applause and praises from the passengers. Incredible. This young man's magic is astounding. Indeed, I couldn't even fathom how he made the phone disappear. I can comprehend the disappearance, but how did he manage to place it on that man? The principles of magic are not so easily deciphered. How marvelous. Who would have thought one could witness a magic performance on a bus? As the passengers lavished compliments, the girl's expression of admiration deepened. Oh my goodness, that was so cool. You truly are a magician. What else could I be? Lin Yi chuckled. I am indeed a professional. Now then, sir, may I have my phone back? The dazed man instinctively nodded, and Lin Yi swiftly reclaimed the phone. returning it to the girl. The performance has concluded. Henceforth, be more cautious, lest your phone be stolen without your knowledge. Oh, right. Thank you, Junior. After receiving her phone, the girl opened her messaging app. Let us exchange contact information, Junior, so I can show off to my friends later. However, Linyu declined. No need. I have another matter to attend to. What is it? The girl queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. Naturally, the first course of action was to alert the authorities. For a thief resided within the vehicle. I urge everyone to inspect their belongings and ascertain if any items, particularly mobile phones, are missing. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the passengers' faces turned ashen, and they promptly began to check their possessions. Soon, cries of alarm erupted. My phone is gone. Mine too. Where is my wallet? It was definitely here when I boarded. What on earth is happening? Observing the passengers' reactions, Lin Yi felt no surprise. In the next moment, he directed his gaze towards the middle-aged man who had just pilfered a phone. Will you return the stolen items willingly? Or shall I call the police to retrieve what you have taken? His words jolted the passengers into awareness, and after a brief struggle, the thief's true nature was unveiled. All right, I concede defeat today. With that, he began to pull a multitude of items from his person, further confirming his identity as a thief. Instantly, the bus erupted in chaos, with passengers clamoring to turn him over to the police. Meanwhile, a red light suddenly illuminated ahead, causing the bus to halt abruptly in the middle of the road. Seizing the moment when the passengers were distracted, the thief hastily pressed the emergency door release button at the rear. As the door swung open, he made a dash for freedom, casting a menacing glance back at Lin Yi. Just you wait, kid. This isn't over. With that, he bolted, and although the passengers intended to stop him, they were momentarily caught off guard. Just as he was about to leap into the greenery beside the road, Lin Yi discreetly summoned his magical hand to grasp one of the thief's legs, causing him to tumble unceremoniously. Witnessing this, a burly man on the bus charged forward and pinned the thief to the ground, with the other passengers quickly following suit. Before long, the thief found himself battered and bruised until the police arrived to take him into custody. For his role in exposing the theft, Lin Yi received heartfelt gratitude from the passengers. It was at this moment that a girl from his school realized her phone had been stolen. Junior, you have truly come to my rescue today. Losing my phone would have been a considerable hassle. Henceforth, if you ever find yourself in a predicament in Jinghai, just mention my name, Lu Kiki, and it will certainly be of assistance. I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. But if we cross paths at school, I shall treat you to a meal. After the bus reached its destination, the girl with the heavy backpack swiftly disembarked, playfully mimicking a phone call gesture to Lin Yi as she left. Once she was gone, Lin Yi continued his journey, riding 2 more stops until he finally arrived at the address left for him by Wang Zimo. Chapter 5. The Attire, Dapper Makeup Mickey Meow Meow House. Human Maintenance Center? Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle slightly at the 2 signs hanging on the grand entrance. Peering through the doorway, he noticed a collection of garments neatly arranged on the walls. The styles were diverse, ranging from cosplay outfits to casual wear, and even performance costumes. It all appeared quite reliable. Surely, there must be wizard robes here. After murmuring this thought, he lifted his leg and stepped inside the shop. As he entered, he glanced around. Is there no one in the store? No sooner had he spoken than a figure emerged from a pile of clothing nearby. Someone is here. Who said there was no one? Following the direction of the voice, Lin Yi immediately spotted a petite girl in a maid outfit, standing at just over 5 feet tall, with her hands on her hips, scrutinizing him curiously. What brings you here? She inquired. I'm here to rent clothes. Oh no, to buy clothes. Lin Yi replied, momentarily taken aback. Buy clothes? You don't seem like someone from the 2-dimensional world, she remarked as she sauntered over to the counter, picked up a cigarette from the table, and lit it for herself. After taking a deep puff, she seemed to recall something and casually pulled out another cigarette from the pack, offering it to Lin Yi. Care for a smoke, little brother? No. I don't smoke. Lin Yi quickly waved his hands. By your appearance, you probably don't smoke either. How about some water? With that, the girl strolled to a water dispenser. Upon discovering it was empty, she immediately entered a small room and emerged moments later, effortlessly carrying a large jug of water, placing it atop the water cooler, which was nearly half her height. Drink up. After filling a cup to the brim, she forcefully handed it to Lin Yi while flicking the ash from her cigarette into a nearby flower pot. What kind of clothing are you looking for? And for what purpose? Well, I would like a wizard robe, the kind you see in movies, to perform magic at the school's welcome party, Lin Yi stated, not bothering to conceal his needs. Upon hearing his intention to perform magic, the girl's eyes sparkled with interest. Oh, you can perform magic, little brother? How about this? Show me a trick, and if it's good, I'll give you a discount. While she spoke, she made herself comfortable on the sofa, resting her arms on the sides and crossing her legs, bouncing her foot casually. Hearing her proposition, Lin Yi pondered for a moment before nodding. All right then, but you must give me a substantial discount. I'm a bit thirsty. Is it all right if I drink some water first? Of course, drink as much as you like. She nodded in agreement. The very next moment, Lin Yi tilted his head back and drained the entire cup of water. After finishing his drink, he turned the cup upside down on the table, indicating that it was empty. The moment of witnessing a miracle was about to unfold. Huh? What? Before the girl could react, Lin Yi flipped the cup back over and placed his palm over the now empty vessel. At the moment he slowly removed his hand, the cup, which had just been devoid of any liquid, was suddenly filled to the brim with water. The girl, witnessing this spectacle, was left in utter disbelief, her eyes nearly popping out as she sprang to her feet. She glanced at the cup before turning to Lin Yi, her eyes wide with incredulity. Amazing, brother. Your magic is astounding. Goodness, if you used this to charm girls, you'd have no trouble at all. How did you do that? Lin Yi responded with a mysterious smile. Magic tricks must remain secret. It's an unwritten rule. Indeed, if revealed, they lose their enchantment. It seems you truly are a magician. The girl was evidently captivated by Lin Yi's recent display. By the way, you mentioned wanting a wizard's robe, right? Come here and see if this one suits you. With that, she rose and walked over to a row of cosplay costumes. After a brief search, she retrieved a black hooded cloak adorned with golden astrological designs, which indeed exuded a somewhat magical aura. Upon seeing the cloak, Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It does resemble something fitting. Here, try it on. As he donned the black cloak handed to him by the girl, she furrowed her brow and scrutinized him from head to toe, shaking her head disapprovingly. No, this simply won't do. You need a proper outfit underneath, or it would look utterly ridiculous. Hearing her words, Lin Yi hurriedly stood before the mirror to inspect himself. Standing at over 180 centimeters, with a reasonably proportionate physique and decent looks, the only issue was his attire, which lacked sophistication. Unfortunately, he was quite poor and had always prioritized price over style when it came to clothing. While he was examining himself in the mirror, the girl suddenly approached another rack of clothes. After a brief search, she returned with a complete outfit. Here, change into this. Since you want to look sharp, you'll need the full ensemble. At her words, Lin Yi's gaze fell upon the outfit she held, which was a striking black suit. The suit had an air of British gentleman elegance, complete with a white shirt, vest, bow tie, a top hat, and even a pair of leather shoes. Seeing the ensemble, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Shall I give it a try? Go ahead, the fitting room is right beside you. The girl replied with a nonchalant expression. After receiving the clothing from her hand, Lin Yi promptly entered the fitting room. When he emerged once more, he was adorned in a splendid black tuxedo. Although this attire was not tailored to his precise measurements, it fit him remarkably well. The moment he stepped out of the fitting room, the girl's eyes lit up with delight. Wow, I didn't expect you to have such a fine physique. This outfit suits you perfectly. Really? A hint of curiosity sparked within Lin Yi as he approached the dressing mirror once again. Gazing at his reflection, clad in the sleek black tuxedo, resembling an elegant gentleman, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was a fitting choice, and he looked quite dashing. However, the girl shook her head once more. No, you're still missing something. Missing? Come sit over here, she instructed, pointing to a nearby makeup table. Although slightly perplexed, Lin Yi complied. Once seated, the girl picked up an eyebrow razor from the table. Your face needs just a bit of refinement. Allow me to assist you. In the next moment, she leaned in closer to him. After 20 minutes, Lin Yi gazed into the mirror at his subtly enhanced visage, astonished by his own reflection. I can look this handsome? Of course, your foundation is already quite good. You just didn't know how to manage it. With a little eyebrow shaping and some light makeup, you've transformed significantly, she explained while extracting a blob of hair wax from the side. She then styled his hair, which had previously appeared a bit disheveled, into a hairstyle rivaling that of an anime protagonist. Coupled with the fresh makeup and tuxedo, he truly resembled a gentleman of noble lineage. How do you feel? Are you not bursting with confidence? She teased as Lin Yi remained momentarily dazed. He nodded repeatedly. Well, consider yourself lucky. I am quite renowned in the industry as a makeup artist. Now, take out your phone. What do you need my phone for? To make payment. Of course, You're not expecting me to do this for free, are you? Though you look quite handsome, I'm not interested in boys. The total for the outfit is 4,000 yuan, but I'll give you a discount of 20, so that's 3,200 for the suit. The makeup is 600, which brings it to 480. Altogether, that's 3,680. Do you prefer to pay via Zafoobo or WeChat? Upon hearing her words, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Yet, upon seeing his striking reflection, he gritted his teeth and declared, Zafoobo. All right then, but if you're a bit short on cash, just let me know. Although I'm not fond of boys, I know many wealthy ladies who might be interested in you. With your looks. Earning several thousand in a single night wouldn't be a problem, she added, scanning the payment while lightly touching Lin Yi's chest. That won't be necessary. Lin Yi promptly rejected her proposition with firm resolve. Hee, I was merely jesting. I do not possess any acquaintances among the affluent, nor do I have the means to introduce you to a modeling opportunity. However, I do have a friend who owns a bar, and it seems they are currently in need of a magician for performances. Here is her business card. Should you find yourself intrigued, feel free to reach out to her. As she spoke, the girl retrieved a card from the nearby counter. Black Rose Bar? Is this establishment reputable? Surely it cannot be a gay bar, Lin Yi pondered, furrowing his brow at the name inscribed on the card. No, that cannot be. If you wish to go, you may contact her later to arrange an interview. Chapter 6, The Enchanted Golden Watch Brother. Do come again next time. I shall continue to offer you a discount. After being ushered out of the store by the girl, Lin Yi could not help but reveal a faint smile tinged with bitterness. He had merely intended to purchase an ordinary wizard robe to suffice, yet upon entering, he ended up spending over 3,000 yuan. This only exacerbated his already precarious financial situation. Sighing, he realized he owed over 2,000 to Ma Baba. It seemed he would need to devise a means to earn some money. As he contemplated this, he recalled the business card the girl had given him. Performing magic at a bar? That could indeed be a splendid opportunity, allowing him to monetize the abilities bestowed upon him by the system. For now, he decided to return to school. Clutching the expensive garment he had just acquired, Lin Yi made his way to the bus station. To his surprise, he noticed that many passers-by, particularly those of the opposite sex, frequently glanced his way. He could faintly hear some girls discussing him. Wow, that guy is so handsome. Indeed. He is quite dashing, though his fashion sense seems lacking. It dawned on him that there were indeed handsome men in real life. Suddenly, he felt that matters of style were trivial. As long as one was handsome, even a rag would look appealing. If I were a few years younger, I would definitely seek his contact information. Hearing their remarks, Lin Yi could not help but smirk. It seemed the over 3,000 yuan he had spent was indeed worth it. Her makeup skills were quite impressive. Unfortunately, it was not permanent. A single night's sleep would ruin the hairstyle. If only it could be fixed. No sooner had he finished this thought than a notification from the system chimed in. Ding. Daily task completed. You have earned 100 magic coins. Upon hearing this notification, a glimmer of surprise lit up Lin Yi's eyes. Indeed. Even the cosplay props he purchased could be acknowledged by the system. With this 100 coins, he should be able to acquire that mysterious golden watch from the shop. Eagerly anticipating, he quickened his pace. 40 minutes later, he boarded a bus back to school. Upon opening the door to his dormitory, he realized that his 3 roommates had yet to return. Have they all gone to serve the senior girls? Perhaps it was for the best. Locking the door behind him, he promptly opened the system panel and accessed the mysterious shop. Glancing at the golden watch, priced at a mere 100 magic coins, he hesitated not a moment and made the purchase. In the blink of an eye, a radiant white light materialized in his hand, coalescing into a classic, ornate golden pocket watch. As he held the weighty golden watch, curiosity sparkled in Lin Yi's eyes. Was this truly a magical item? It could not possibly be crafted from pure gold, could it? If it were genuinely made of gold, it would surely be worth a significant sum. Certainly. He merely spoke casually. He would never part with such a precious item. Given his current abilities, the prospect of earning wealth in the future was not a concern. If he were a bit bolder and engaged in illicit activities, he could likely amass a fortune in no time. For the capabilities of the System-S backpack were extraordinarily formidable. After thoroughly examining the pocket watch, he discerned its function. Essentially, it was a transformative tool capable of storing various personas. When needed, he could summon them effortlessly by pressing a button at the top, instantly switching his appearance. For instance, if he were to accidentally damage his attire during battle, a single press would restore him to his complete state, including makeup and hairstyle, all seamlessly reverted. As a distinguished magician, Maintaining an air of elegance was paramount. Understanding the watch's usage, Lin Yi donned a sleek black suit once more. He adorned himself with a cloak, a black top hat, a black bow tie, and a monocle, placing the golden watch in his right pocket to showcase its shimmering chain. After this transformation, he seamlessly transitioned from an ordinary university student to a mysterious and elegant gentleman magician. Coupled with his subtly made-up handsome visage, he was taken aback by his own charm. He exuded elegance. Truly, it was an exquisite appearance that radiated professionalism. He promptly saved this look. After a moment of admiration, he retrieved the golden watch and gently pressed the button, storing his current appearance for future use. Whenever he desired this persona again, he would simply select it and press once more to revert instantly. Once saved, he swiftly removed his garments and accessories, along with wiping away the light makeup and tousling his hair. Confirming that he had assumed the guise of an ordinary person, he casually pressed the button on the watch. In the next instant, he transformed back into the elegant magician he had just been. Such a miraculous spectacle left Lin Yi in awe. Magical artifacts were indeed remarkable. With this wondrous creation, he would no longer need to seek someone for makeup or outfit changes, though it was regrettable that he could only store 3 appearances. After expressing his thoughts, he pressed the button once more and reverted to his ordinary form. He continued to experiment with this transformation multiple times until a knock at the dormitory door interrupted him, prompting him to revert to his ordinary guise to answer. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Li Chaoyang, who entered with a plethora of snacks and a mischievous grin plastered across his face. "What were you locking the door for in broad daylight? I hope I didn't disturb your flight preparations," he teased. "Am I that kind of person?" Lin Yi replied earnestly. "No worries, it's all good. We're young, and you don't have a girlfriend, so it's understandable. I have a few boarding passes for you to use." "I appreciate it," Lin Yi responded. "But speaking of which, have you gotten more handsome?" Li Chaoyang remarked, scrutinizing Lin Yi with a thoughtful expression. "What nonsense. I have always been this handsome, you know." "Well, that makes sense. By the way, here are some snacks I brought for you as a token of compensation. Hurry up and eat before they get cold." With that, Li Chaoyang placed the assortment of food he was carrying onto Lin Ye's table. Upon seeing the food, warmth filled Lin Ye's heart. His 3 roommates were aware of his challenging circumstances and often lent him support, both openly and subtly. Coincidentally, he was feeling a bit hungry. Just as he settled down to enjoy the meal, Li Chaoyang suddenly added, "Oh, the members of the literary arts department just messaged me, asking you to be at the school auditorium by 6 this evening. They want to discuss the performance you'll be giving at the gala and conduct a brief rehearsal. Don't forget to go." Hearing this, Lin Yi glanced at the time while chewing his food. "Damn it, you rascal. It's already 5 o'clock, and you're only telling me now," he exclaimed. "Haha, I must have forgotten because I was busy with my girlfriend. You didn't pack up these snacks because you couldn't finish them, did you?" "Well, not entirely. Some were ordered by my girlfriend, and she didn't like them." "Don't worry, they're all untouched and perfectly clean," Li Chaoyang replied with a grin. "Hurry up and eat, or you'll be late." Lin Yi swiftly devoured the food before wiping his mouth and racing out of the dormitory. Chapter 7. In fact, I am a magician. 20 minutes later, Lin Yi arrived at the entrance of the auditorium at Jinghai University of Technology. By the time he arrived, the hall was already filled with a considerable number of attendees, among whom he recognized the young man who had previously played the guitar, as well as a fellow who wielded a broadsword. It was evident that they, like him, had come to participate in the rehearsal. In addition, there was a group of club members adorned with identification badges. At that moment, a tall girl with a high ponytail and glasses was checking off names from a list. "Is Zhou Yuxuan from Class 3 Finance present?" As her voice faded, the young man who had sung with a guitar on the playground raised his hand and stepped forward. "Here, you are prepared to perform a song, correct?" the tall girl inquired while glancing at her form. "Yes. What is the title of your piece?" "The Rainy Season of My 17th Year." "Would it be convenient for you to play a snippet? Our rehearsal time is rather limited, and we need to ensure the quality of the performance." "Of course." As he spoke, Zhou Yuxuan took a seat on a nearby stool with his guitar. Soon, the auditorium resonated with his melodious and vibrant voice. Upon finishing, the tall girl's expression brightened immediately, and the audience erupted into applause. "Thank you, Zhou, with your vocal prowess. A single group rehearsal will suffice, and we will notify you when the time comes." "All right, may I leave now?" "Yes, you may." As Zhou Yuxuan departed with his guitar, several girls in the audience whispered among themselves, clearly captivated by his charm. The tall girl continued to call out names. "Sun Jiyuan from Class 1 Finance. Present." As she announced each name, students who had signed up for the welcome gala took turns stepping onto the stage, each reporting on their performance while offering a brief demonstration. Linyi watched these displays from the audience, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. This school was indeed a treasure trove of talent. Each individual possessed remarkable skills. If I were to perform at my previous level, I would likely become the source of amusement. Additionally, I must contemplate what magic trick I shall present on stage, at the very least ensuring I have a title. After some reflection, Linyi arrived at a conclusion. Just then, the tall girl from the Student Union's Arts Department called out his name. Linyi from Class 1 Civil Engineering. Upon hearing his name, Linyi responded loudly like the others and stepped onto the stage. Linyi, I see from the registration form that you have signed up for a magic act, correct? The girl glanced at her form before turning her gaze to Linyi. Indeed, it is magic, Linyi affirmed with a nod. Here rests the situation, as magic can be time-consuming, and we have another student who has also signed up for a magic act. We need to assess both of your performances to select the one that will deliver a more impactful stage effect. Surely, you can comprehend this. Have others also signed up for magic? Linyi inquired, astonished. Indeed, the tall girl responded, directing her voice toward the audience. Is Meng Qiqi from Business English Class 2 present? As soon as the girl finished speaking, a cold female voice echoed from the crowd. I am here. In the next moment, a coolly dressed short-haired girl stepped onto the stage. Classmate, this is her. She has also signed up for magic. And now we must choose between the two of you, the tall girl stated, somewhat bashfully. Linyi nodded in understanding. What more is there to say? It is undoubtedly a contest of skill between us, and I shall not concede. The girl named Meng Qiqi, with her hands nestled in her pockets, looked at Linyi with an air of arrogance. Hey, do you dare to compete with me? How shall we compete? Linyi asked, intrigued. One of us will perform a magic trick, and the audience will vote by raising their hands. Very well, Linyi nodded. So, do you have any magic props with you? I suppose I do. Linyi pondered for a moment, considering that his system backpack could be deemed a magic prop. Who shall go first? You may proceed. Then I shall not hold back. With that, Meng Qiqi approached the edge of the stage and began her performance before the entire audience. First, she produced a handkerchief and with a gentle shake, transformed it into a magic wand. Following this, she conjured a deck of cards seemingly out of thin air, executing a series of card tricks. Although these tricks were commonly seen on television, Meng Qiqi's execution was so adept that it left the university audience in awe, especially given that she was merely a college student. She concluded her performance with a card-to-money illusion, earning thunderous applause, and a proud expression illuminated her face. Clearly satisfied with her display, once she returned to Linyi's side, she whispered, "It's your turn." All right. After nodding, Linyi stepped to the edge of the stage, gazing at the sea of faces before him, and suddenly broke into a smile. Hello everyone, my name is Linyi. In truth, I do not perform magic. Nor am I a magician. The crowd fell silent, taken aback by his unexpected proclamation, until he followed with, "For I am a wizard, what I wield are spells." The audience, who had been momentarily bewildered, erupted into laughter upon hearing this. You may not believe me, so allow me to demonstrate my magic. As is well known, a wizard must carry many magical props, all contained within our magical pockets. Our magical pockets can hold an infinite number of items and are never truly full. As he spoke, he patted his pants pocket. By the way, I assume everyone has brought their mobile phones? The audience nodded in agreement. Could someone lend me a mobile phone for an experiment? As soon as the words left his lips, a boy from the front eagerly offered his device. Thank you, kind sir. I shall now place your phone into my magical pocket. With that, Linyi slipped the boy's phone into his pocket, where it was secretly stowed away in the system's backpack. My pocket feels a tad empty. Let us have another. Immediately, others in the crowd volunteered their phones as well. Linyi repeated the process, seamlessly depositing another phone into the system's space. Still not full. Let us try two this time. The curious crowd complied without hesitation, offering up two more devices. At this point, they had yet to grasp the true marvel of the trick. It wasn't until Linyi stuffed the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th phones into his pocket, over 20 in total, that the audience found themselves utterly bewildered. His pocket remained conspicuously flat. The sight left the spectators, including the stage performer Meng Qiqi, dumbfounded. Her own magic relied on specialized props. How could Linyi perform such feats with empty hands? She racked her brain, unable to fathom where he had concealed those phones. Just as her confusion peaked, Linyi spoke up again. Oh dear, It seems my magical pocket has encountered a slight issue. The exit appears to be connected elsewhere. Do not fret. I shall retrieve your phones. I sense that the exit of the magical pocket is within the bag that Ming Qiqi is carrying. At this revelation, Ming Qiqi's eyes widened in disbelief. How could those phones possibly have ended up in my bag? My senses do not deceive. They are indeed in your bag. If you permit me to take a look. I shall confirm it, Lin Yi replied with a smile. Very well, go ahead, she said, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as she handed her shoulder bag to Lin Yi. Without hesitation, he unzipped the bag and pretended to search through it. Found one, he exclaimed, pulling out a phone. Then came the second, third, fourth. In no time, all those phones he had placed in his pocket were retrieved from Ming Qiqi's bag. Witnessing the spectacle left Ming Qiqi feeling as though she had seen a ghost. However, once Lin Yi returned all the phones to their rightful owners. A girl spoke up anxiously, but my phone hasn't been returned yet. At this, Lin Yi promptly slapped his forehead. Oh no, it seems a temporal anomaly has occurred. Your phone may have been lost within the time stream. Upon hearing this, the girl panicked. What are we to do? It matters not. For I possess a form of magic that can assist you in retrieving your phone from the tumultuous currents of time and space. However, you must draw nearer to me and silently summon your phone in your heart. It shall naturally return to your side. The girl, momentarily taken aback by Lin Yi's words, approached the stage, closing the distance to less than half a meter. At that moment, all eyes in the audience were fixated on Lin Yi and the girl, their anticipation palpable as they wondered how this magic would unfold and in what manner her phone would reappear. Suddenly, Lin Yi exhaled deeply. Well, thanks to your invocation and my magic, your phone has successfully returned to your possession. Please check if it resides in your pocket. Upon hearing this, the girl immediately reached for her pocket. In the next instant, her expression transformed before the astonished eyes of the audience. She indeed pulled out her own phone from her pocket. My phone has truly returned. In that instant, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Chapter 8. The fake card of the card master Trist. The moment the girl retrieved her phone from her pocket, astonishment enveloped everyone present, including Ming Qiqi. They had witnessed the entire sequence, and given the considerable distance between the girl and Lin Yi, they were utterly perplexed as to how her phone had returned to her possession. Incredible! Absolutely astounding. It was as if a young calf had taken flight, soaring high into the heavens. But wait, I didn't even blink. How did her phone manage to traverse that distance? It simply appeared, glistening and vibrant. What scientific principle could elucidate this phenomenon? Could someone enlighten me? He couldn't possibly be a magician, could he? What a fanciful notion. There are no magicians in this world. Everything that defies understanding is merely a matter of unraveling its underlying principles. I must concede, his display of magic truly captivated me. Is this fellow a professional magician? While the girl's preceding performance may have seemed flamboyant, the depth of this gentleman's act was undeniably superior. I couldn't even fathom where he had concealed those 20-odd phones. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. In that moment, the audience erupted in admiration, and Lin Yi concluded his magic performance. Turning to face the awestruck Ming Qiqi. What did you think of my magic performance? He inquired. Upon hearing this, Ming Qiqi snapped out of his stupor, wearing a wry smile as he replied, Your magic is indeed impressive. You've reached a professional level. Had I known you would be here, I wouldn't have come. I feel somewhat embarrassed. Not at all. Your magic was splendid as well, Lin Yi reassured him. Please, don't comfort me. Our levels of magic are simply not comparable. But rest assured, I won't be disheartened. I shall practice diligently upon my return. And I firmly believe I will become an outstanding magician in the future. With that declaration, Ming Qiqi regained his confidence and gracefully exited the stage. Once she had departed, a tall girl from the arts department approached Lin Yi. Lin Yi, your magic performance was truly remarkable. I believe it will shine brilliantly at the upcoming welcome party. Are you planning to perform that trick there as well? Hearing this, Lin Yi shook his head. No, that trick was merely a spontaneous idea. I will present a different performance at the welcome party. A different performance? A hint of curiosity danced across the tall girl's face. Could you share the name of this new trick? Certainly. I call this trick the Mage's Hand. The Mage's Hand? What an intriguing name. I shall note it down. I look forward to your performance. As she spoke, the tall girl inscribed the Mage's Hand onto the program list. At this point, Lin Yi had little to do with the evening's events. He turned and left the auditorium, returning to his dormitory. After exchanging pleasantries with his 3 roommates, he joined their gaming session, and before he realized it, the clock struck midnight. As the hour arrived, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! A new day has dawned. The sign-in calendar and the mysterious shop have refreshed. Please remember to sign in, dear host. Startled by the chime, Lin Yi glanced at his phone and realized it was indeed midnight. Time flies when one is engrossed in gaming. He hastily wrapped up this round, eager to see what rewards awaited him for today's sign-in. Just as he finished his thought, he felt a sudden warmth coursing through him. Clearly, the daily increment of 10 magic points had been credited. Once the game concluded, he rushed to freshen up, and after completing his routine, he nestled into his bed curtain. His anticipation peaked as he promptly opened the system panel to the sign-in interface. Gazing at the shimmering gift package above, he clicked on it without hesitation. Ding! Sign-in successful. Today's reward has been dispatched to your system backpack. Please retrieve it at your convenience. In the next moment, the package transformed into a white dot that entered his system backpack. Without a moment's pause, he summoned the package into the real world. The instant he touched it, the package morphed into a new tome. This book resembled the previous one, The Mage's Hand, save for the different title on the cover. Illumination spell? What sort of magic is this? As Lin Yi pondered, information about the spell flooded into his mind. Illumination spell, level 0, attributeless spell. Each use consumes 1 magic point. Upon activation, it condenses a sphere of white light in the palm, illuminating the surrounding environment. The light can float around him, providing a continuous source of illumination. If detonated, it can emit a brilliant flash instantaneously. Upon absorbing this information, Lin Yi's expression shifted to one of incredulity. What a trivial spell! It merely produces light. It's nothing more than a flashlight. Truly a useless spell. Though somewhat bemused, he had no choice but to accept what the system provided. He casually flipped open the book, and the memories related to the illumination spell inundated his mind. In these memories, he transformed into a seasoned mage who had mastered the illumination spell for decades. As he fully assimilated the knowledge, his expression began to change subtly. This illumination spell does not seem as worthless as I initially thought. It can adjust the intensity of light, change the shape of the source, and even attach the light to other objects. Furthermore, it can alter the color of the light. Now that is intriguing. Indeed, there are no worthless spells, only inadequate mages. With that, he set the illumination spell aside and turned his attention to the mysterious shop. Evidently, the shop refreshed daily. And this time it offered 3 new items as well. Magical equipment, Phoenix Feather Staff, an exquisite high-tier staff meticulously crafted from phoenix feathers, significantly amplifying fire-based magic, priced at 2.5 million magical coins. Magical item, Cloak of Flight, an enchanting artifact forged by a master alchemist, imbued with a 3rd-tier spell, Flight, allowing the wearer to soar briefly through the skies. Priced at 1,000 magical coins. Daily special, Destiny card set of the Card Master Trist, a renowned magician's personal magical artifact, possessing formidable magical effects. Though incomplete with some missing cards, it remains a rare magical treasure, priced at 300 magical coins. Gazing at the 3 items and their descriptions within the mysterious shop, Lin Yi found himself utterly captivated. Particularly, the 2nd item caught his attention, a magical artifact granting the power of flight, an irresistible allure that no one could deny. Regrettably, the price was exceedingly steep. Therefore, despite his fondness for it, he could only admire the 3rd special item, which, fortunately, also appeared quite appealing, until he caught sight of its price. Chapter 9. Magical Pets and Destiny Cards. Why is there no explanation of their purpose? Nevertheless, even if they hold little significance, what else can I choose at the price of 100 magical coins? Wait a moment, isn't it supposed to be 100 coins? Why has it suddenly escalated to 300 coins? Where am I to procure 300 coins? The instant Lin Yi discerned the price, a buzzing sensation enveloped his mind. Returning to the matter at hand, do I truly rely solely on daily tasks as the only means to earn magical coins? If that is the case, I would be condemned to a lifetime of purchasing only discounted items, and even then, not every time would I be able to afford them. Contemplating this predicament, Lin Yi could not resist inquiring of the system. System, is there truly no other avenue for acquiring magical coins besides daily tasks? Are there no alternative methods? As soon as he posed this query, the system promptly responded. In addition to daily tasks, magical coins can also be earned through daily sign-ins and cumulative sign-ins with a certain probability. Furthermore, the host may exchange real currency for magical coins. Please refer to the system for specific exchange rates. Upon hearing this latter statement, Lin Yi's expression shifted dramatically. Why didn't you mention this earlier, system? The host had not previously inquired about this matter. Well, I indeed did not ask. The fault lies with me. With that, Lin Yi hastily explored the system interface and soon discovered the section for exchanging magical coins with real currency. According to the information provided, he merely needed to present currency from this world, and the system would automatically assess the exchange rate. Normally, he had 100 yuan tucked behind his phone case. As he retrieved this amount, the system presented the exchange ratio. The moment he comprehended the exchange rate, he nearly erupted in expletives. What a ripoff. A mere 100 yuan can only be exchanged for a single magical coin. This is outrageous. If I wish to acquire that flying cloak, wouldn't I need to spend 100,000 yuan? This is utterly unscrupulous. Ultimately, he decided against exchanging cash for magical coins. After all, I can barely afford a meal. Survival remains paramount. It seems that the destiny cards will also be beyond my reach today. Speaking of which, the daily tasks should have refreshed by now. Let me see what today's tasks entail. Perhaps today's offerings provide a more generous reward. With a flicker of curiosity and anticipation, he promptly accessed the task interface. And in the next moment, a new daily task materialized before him. As a noble sorcerer, it is imperative to possess a magical pet of one's own. You are tasked with capturing and taming a magical creature within the span of a single day, irrespective of its classification. The reward for the successful completion of this endeavor includes 100 magical coins and a potion for pet advancement, which, once consumed, allows your magical pet to evolve. Upon glancing at the task's reward, Lin Yi felt a chill run down his spine upon realizing it amounted to only 100 magical coins. Disappointment washed over him. It seemed he would have to forego the day's special offers. A mere 200 magical coins fell short of the 20,000 he would need. Even if he ventured out to sell something, it was unlikely he could earn that much in a single day. Moreover, the nature of the task appeared somewhat peculiar. Magical pets? Where was he to procure such a creature? Would a common pet suffice? Lin Yi found himself in a state of uncertainty. Having reached this impasse, he decided to retire for the night, contemplating potential solutions for the task upon awakening. He recalled the business card given to him by a girl who operated a clothing store earlier that day. Perhaps performing magic at a bar would prove to be a viable option. With these thoughts lingering, he succumbed to slumber. When Lin Yi awoke the following morning, it was already past 9 o'clock. Having just concluded military training, there were no classes scheduled. Their daily activities consisted of attending meetings, undergoing psychological evaluations, and listening to lectures. By afternoon, there was little to occupy his time, so while his roommates indulged in games, Lin Yi ventured out of the dormitory alone. Upon exiting, he commenced his search and soon focused his attention on a stray dog that roamed the campus. Unsure of its origins, he decided that this dog would be his target for taming as a magical pet. He purchased a sausage from a nearby shop and called the dog over. However, even after feeding the entire sausage, he was met with silence from the system, indicating the failure of his task. The stray dog could not be tamed as a magical pet. If the dog was not suitable, perhaps a cat would be. After some contemplation, he procured another sausage and set out to search for stray cats. It wasn't long before he discovered a tabby cat lounging in the shade. He initially believed this feline would be easily swayed by the sausage. However, to his utter dismay, when he tore the sausage and placed it before the cat, it showed no interest whatsoever, flicking its tail in annoyance instead. Lin Yi was left bewildered. What was the matter? Why would the cat refuse even a sausage? As soon as he finished speaking, a girl's voice emerged from beside him. This cat has become quite spoiled. It only accepts cat food and treats, nothing else. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately turned his head to the side and soon spotted a gentle-looking girl cradling 2 books in her arms. This cat had resided at the school for 3 years, and with so many people feeding it daily, it was never short of food. Its swollen belly was a testament to that. Curious, Lin Yi glanced at the tabby cat's abdomen, and indeed, layers of fat were evident. The girl spoke again. If you wish to feed a cat, there's a little black one over there. She pointed towards a corner of the wall nearby. Following her gaze, Lin Yi indeed saw a small, thin black cat huddled in the corner. In stark contrast to the plump cat lounging in the shade, this one was scarcely a third of its size. Noticing that the hefty cat was indifferent to him, Lin Yi promptly approached the little black cat with a piece of sausage. Before he could come close, the black cat assumed a defensive posture. Observing this, Lin Yi paused, broke off a small piece of sausage, and tossed it towards the black cat. The moment the piece landed before it, the cat perked up its ears and cautiously swatted at the sausage. Realizing it posed no threat, it soon relaxed, perhaps enticed by the aroma of the sausage. It verified that what lay before it was not an enemy, but rather a meal. Before long, the little black cat began to devour the sausage hungrily, emitting a series of satisfied purrs, clearly indicating its hunger. After it finished the first piece, Lin Yi tossed it a second and then a third. As he continued to feed it, he edged closer, and the little black cat no longer displayed its earlier apprehension. Lin Yi approached until he was right beside it, and it remained engrossed in its meal. Seizing the moment while it was preoccupied, Lin Yi carefully extended his hand to stroke its small head. The little creature showed no sign of alarm. With a sigh of relief, Lin Yi watched as, 2 minutes later, the little black cat finished the entire sausage. Licking its lips, it gazed up at Lin Yi with its emerald green eyes, which now held no trace of wariness but rather a hint of affection. Little one, are you still hungry? Let us make a deal. You can be my pet, and I'll ensure you are well fed and cared for. What do you say? If you agree, just meow. No sooner had he finished speaking than the little black cat let out a soft meow. At the same moment, a notification sound from the system chimed in. Ding. Current creature meets the conditions for a magical pet. Do you wish to capture it? Before he could revel in his excitement, the recently satiated little black cat suddenly seemed to sense something and pounced to the side. To Lin Yi's astonishment, it leaped onto a crow that had just landed nearby. Then the little black cat trotted over, proudly carrying the crow in its mouth. As it released its grip, the crow tumbled to the ground. At this moment, the crow was gravely injured, struggling a few times, yet failing to take flight. It was evident that the little black cat intended to present this crow as a token of appreciation. Just as Lin Yi was about to commend the little black cat, the system prompt chimed once more. Ding. The current creature meets the criteria for a magical pet. Would you like to capture it? Chapter 10. The Magical Pet's Advancement. The cat that foresees the future upon hearing 2 consecutive notification chimes. Lin Yi found his gaze irresistibly drawn to the petite black cat before him and the crow that had been captured by the cat. What did this signify? Could this crow also be tamed as a magical pet? What conditions must be met for an entity to be considered a magical pet? Wisdom, or perhaps some other concealed criteria? For a moment, he was puzzled and chose not to dwell on this question any further. However, he was faced with a new dilemma. Which creature should he select as his magical companion? The black cat or the crow? Although he was uncertain of the precise benefits of a magical pet, he sensed that it might significantly influence his future endeavors. After much contemplation, he ultimately opted for the black cat. He then softly recited the contract incantation bestowed upon him by the system. Once the incantation was complete, he felt a portion of his magical energy diminish, and a symbol composed of magic flew from his hand to the small black cat. As the symbol entered the cat's body, he immediately sensed a mysterious connection forming between himself and the feline. The cat's gaze towards him shifted to one of increased affection, signifying that it had officially become his magical pet. Having completed this action, Lin Yi's gaze inexplicably fell upon the injured crow on the ground. Without hesitation, he invoked the contract incantation once more. As his magical energy was drawn again, the same contract symbol soared towards the crow. The familiar sensation washed over him again. The crow on the ground established a mysterious bond with him, allowing him to perceive its current emotions and physical pain. Undoubtedly, this crow had also become his magical pet. Just as he was taken aback by this revelation, the notification for the completion of his daily tasks arrived as expected. Ding. Daily task completed. You have earned 100 magical coins and 1 bottle of pet advancement potion. Rewards have been issued to your system backpack. Please check them at your convenience. Upon hearing the notification, a smile spread across Lin Yi's face. Ever since he learned that 100 currency units could only be exchanged for a single magical coin, he equated 100 magical coins to a staggering 10,000 currency units. Receiving 10,000 currency units in one go was certainly cause for joy. However, more than the monetary reward, he was intrigued by the effects of the pet advancement potion. Its name suggested it could facilitate the evolution of his pets. Yet the specifics of this advancement and the changes that would ensue remained a mystery. With 2 magical pets now in his possession, he thought it would be prudent to experiment with them. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the small black cat and the unfortunate crow. Cradling the black cat in one arm and grasping the crow in the other, he made his way to a secluded grove adjacent to the school. Once he ensured that no one was around, he gently placed both the cat and the crow on the ground. As soon as he set it down, the little black cat prepared to pounce on the crow. Had Lin Yi not been quick-witted and swift, the crow would likely have met a grim fate at the claws of the feline. No need for quarrels. From now on, you two shall be colleagues. So let there be harmony and affection, understood? He commanded. Sit. No sooner had Lin Yi spoken than the little black cat obediently crouched before him. Excellent. With the assurance that the two would not clash again, he retrieved a pet advancement elixir from his system backpack. The potion, contained within a glass vial, radiated a deep emerald hue, faintly glowing with an ethereal light, exuding an air of mystery, and holding approximately 200 milliliters. Had he possessed but a single magical pet, he would have undoubtedly administered the entire vial to it. However, with two companions now, he resolved to split the potion in half. Removing the vial stopper, he gently crouched down and reached out to stroke the black cat's head. Open wide. At his command, the little black cat obediently parted its jaws, observing its gaping mouth. Lin Yi cautiously poured half of the elixir into it. Once done, he began to monitor the changes unfolding within the little creature. In the next moment, to his astonishment, a radiant green light began to emanate from the black cat. Under the influence of this luminescence, its previously frail form rapidly expanded, transforming from a mere half-grown kitten into a fully grown cat in the blink of an eye. The transformation extended beyond mere size. Its entire appearance underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. Once a scraggly little creature, malnourished and unkempt, it now boasted a lustrous coat of ebony fur, as if washed with the finest shampoo. Each muscle was perfectly defined, its streamlined body complemented by a face that was both elegant and commanding, adorned with strikingly clear green eyes reminiscent of emeralds, exuding an air of nobility akin to that of an aristocratic feline. However, the most astonishing feature was the emergence of a third eye at the center of its forehead. Initially, Lin Yi mistook it for a golden line, but as it parted, he was taken aback to realize it was indeed a vertical eye. Good heavens! It has transformed into a three-eyed cat. How extraordinary! Is this the distinction between magical pets and ordinary animals? Surely, the changes must extend beyond mere appearance. No sooner had he mused this than the little black cat, as if reading his thoughts, proudly showcased its abilities. Without any visible effort, it began to levitate gracefully before Lin Yi. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Yi could not suppress his astonishment and envy. Incredible! You can fly. What else can you do? In an instant, the black cat that had been soaring above vanished into thin air, yet Lin Yi could still sense its presence. Suddenly, he surmised its second ability, stealth. As the invisibility faded, the little black cat gracefully returned to the ground. With a subtle movement, it transformed before Lin Yi's astonished gaze into a sleek black top hat. Clearly, this was its third ability, shape-shifting. The display of three abilities in succession left Lin Yi feeling rather envious. As a magician, his powers paled in comparison to those of a mere feline. Curiously, he inquired about the purpose of the singular eye in the middle of its forehead. No sooner had he spoken than the newly transformed hat reverted back to its cat form, crouching down to emit a soft meow at Lin Yi. In that instant, Lin Yi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and a vivid image materialized before his eyes. In the fleeting vision, a couple strolled into the small grove where he stood. Though the image lasted mere seconds, it stirred a tempest within Lin Yi's mind. For he had deduced the source of the vision foresight. You possess the extraordinary ability to foresee the future. How remarkable you are. Chapter 11. The Demon Crow. The abilities of illusion, flight, invisibility, shape-shifting, and foresight. Each one of these powers, if bestowed upon a person, would surely enable them to thrive magnificently. Yet, at this moment, these extraordinary capabilities manifested themselves in a mere cat. Lin Yi had long grown weary of expressing his envy. This pet enhancement potion was truly remarkable. He couldn't help but wonder if he could partake in it himself, feeling an urge to indulge. After a moment of reflection, Lin Yi hurriedly scooped up the small black cat from the ground and carried the yet-to-be-fed crow to a nearby corner. No sooner had he taken a few steps than a couple, clearly enamored with each other, strolled by. Upon catching sight of the couple, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the image in his mind, Lin Yi couldn't resist glancing at the black cat cradled in his arms once more. Approximately a minute had passed. This meant that the cat could foresee events occurring a minute ahead and could relay these visions to him. In such a case, it would be tantamount to him possessing the ability to predict the future for that fleeting minute, which was rather impressive. I have yet to name you. Let me ponder a name that befits your grandeur. Little Black feels rather mundane. You deserve something more sophisticated. Henceforth, you shall be called Blake, a name with a touch of elegance. The black cat appeared to take a liking to the name Blake, nodding in approval. Excellent. You shall be known as Blake from now on. Whenever I have a meal, you shall have a treat as well. But do ensure that the singular eye amidst your visage remains concealed. Do not allow anyone to discover it. Meow now. Stay here for a moment while I administer the potion to the crow and observe its transformation, gently placing Blake on the ground. Lin Yi redirected his attention to the crow in his hand. Open your mouth. No sooner had he spoken than the crow obediently opened its beak. Crows are remarkably intelligent creatures, their intellect rivaling that of young children. Otherwise, the tale of the crow drinking water would not exist. After being tamed by Lin Yi, its responsiveness to commands surpassed even that of Blake. As soon as its beak opened, Lin Yi poured the remaining potion into its mouth. Before long, the entire content of the bottle was consumed by the crow. Rapidly, changes began to unfold. Much like the small black cat, the crow's body transformed first. Its previously injured wing, harmed by Blake, instantly healed, and its size grew significantly. Its feathers appeared as if they had undergone meticulous grooming, turning a deep, lustrous black. Its claws and beak gleamed with a metallic sheen, and Lin Yi had no doubt that a single strike could shatter a child's skull. Had it not retained its crow-like appearance, onlookers might have mistaken it for an eagle. Moreover, in addition to its altered appearance, the crow exhibited distinct anomalous features akin to Blake. However, instead of an additional eye, a pair of horns sprouted from its head, devilish, goat-like horns that added an air of formidable presence. In conjunction with its jet-black form, it evokes a sense of the bizarre. Is this the visage you assume after your advancement? You appear rather dashing. Meow, you are quite handsome as well. As soon as Lin Yi uttered this remark, a voice emanated from the raven perched upon his hand. Foolish cat. Utterly foolish cat. Upon hearing this cacophonous and hoarse voice, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. What on earth? You can speak. Indeed, but this is all thanks to you, my master, the raven replied once more. At this point, Lin Yi was finally convinced that the raven in his grasp possessed the ability to articulate human speech. It seems that your first ability is to converse. Do you possess any other talents? Yes, indeed, my master. Allow me to demonstrate. With that, the raven, which had been resting on his hand, took to the skies. In the blink of an eye, to Lin Yi's astonished gaze, it transformed from 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, and 8 into 16. In an instant, a vast multitude of ravens appeared before him. As he noticed the flock continuing to multiply, Lin Yi hastily interjected, Stop, stop, enough. Quickly revert to your original form. Shortly after issuing his command, the massive swarm of ravens vanished without a trace, leaving only one behind. It seems your second ability is to create duplicates. This talent appears rather impressive and would undoubtedly garner acclaim in a magical performance. Lin Yi immediately envisioned employing this capability for a magic act. He even concocted a vivid scene in his mind. Amidst a sky filled with ravens, he would gracefully emerge. A sight that would be nothing short of spectacular. He could even cosplay as the harbinger of ravens. Do you possess any other abilities? Certainly, my master. The raven continued in its raspy voice. Where did you acquire all this knowledge? I'm not certain, my master. It simply came to me. No matter. Please proceed. After Lin Yi uttered this statement, the raven began to unveil its third ability. With a powerful flap of its wings, a multitude of black feathers cascaded from the sky, which then transformed into a flurry of snowflakes, blanketing the entire school in a shimmering silver coat. However, this enchanting scene did not linger for long. Lin Yi blinked, and the black feathers along with the snowflakes vanished without a trace. What had just transpired was merely an illusion. It goes without saying that this was the raven's doing. So, your third ability is illusion? Yes, my master. The weaker the mental fortitude of an individual, the longer I can maintain control over them. However, for a powerful sorcerer such as yourself, my influence is fleeting. While elucidating this fact, the raven did not forget to bestow a compliment. Quite impressive. This ability also appears well suited for magical performances. Please continue. You must possess other abilities, such as the horns atop your head. Surely, they have a unique purpose of their own, do they not? Indeed, master, you are correct. This talisman does possess its own significance. It originates from the abyssal demons, which endows me with a faint lineage of demonic blood. As is well known, demons excel in the art of deception, thus my fourth ability is to deceive. As soon as the words left his lips, the raven transformed into an exact likeness of Lin Yi before his very eyes. Upon witnessing the figure before him, which bore his likeness, Lin Yi could not suppress his astonishment. You can take on a human form? Indeed, I can assume the appearance of any individual I have encountered. And I can also mimic their voices. Not only humans, but I can transform into other beings as well, unlike that foolish cat. As he spoke, the figure resembling Lin Yi emitted a voice identical to his own. Subsequently, It morphed into the likeness of the couple that had just rushed in, perfectly replicating their demeanor, actions, and speech. Lin Yi marveled at the spectacle. Truly, you are remarkable magical companions. Your abilities surpass my own. Upon hearing this, the raven immediately reverted to its original form, alighting on Lin Yi's shoulder with an ingratiating expression. Regardless of our prowess, it is you, master, who has bestowed it upon us. We shall forever remain your most loyal servants, and we will never betray you. Isn't that right, you foolish cat? Meow the black cat. Blake grinned, lamenting its inability to speak human language. Very well, starting today, you two shall be my right and left arms. As long as you stick with me, you will feast on endless delicacies. Ah, and let me bestow upon you a name. You shall be called Blake, and you shall be Brian. Master may call me anything. I am quite fond of this name, the raven eagerly expressed, showcasing its ability to converse once again. Moments later, Lin Yi emerged from the thicket once more. Upon entering, he was accompanied by a cat and a raven. Upon his exit, however, he sported two small charms at his waist, one cat and one bird. Chapter 12. The Black Rose Bar. Hoping to earn enough for a fateful card, Lin Yi successfully completed his daily tasks and acquired 100 magical coins. However, he still needed 200 more coins. The thought of not purchasing it left him restless, yet the prospect of buying it seemed unattainable unless he could amass 20,000 coins in a single day, a feat akin to a fantasy for a first-year university student. Even given a month, he might not manage it. After much contemplation, he resolved to take a risk. He retrieved the business card given to him by a girl from a clothing store and, after a brief hesitation, dialed the number. Almost immediately, a sultry and mature voice answered on the other end. Who is this? Upon hearing the alluring tone, Lin Yi hurriedly introduced himself. Good afternoon, Ms. Hu Dai. I am a friend of Tang Tang and an amateur magician. I heard from her that you are seeking a resident performer, and I would like to give it a try. Friend of Tang Tang? When did she make male friends? The woman's voice held a note of surprise. Nevertheless, you are correct. My bar is indeed in need of a resident performer. However, I have yet to experience a magic act, and it sounds quite intriguing. Since I have nothing scheduled for this afternoon, why don't you come by for an audition? If it goes well, I will consider you. Very well. Shall I come over now? Please do. Once you arrive, call this number, and I will come let you in. After she provided a phone number, the call ended. Hopefully, I can earn some money, he mused, taking a deep breath as he made his way outside the school. After a lengthy bus ride, he arrived at the so-called Black Rose Bar. The location was not difficult to find, and the sign was quite conspicuous. Due to it being afternoon, the bar was not yet open for business. Standing before the closed doors, Lin Yi dialed the number Hu Dai had given him. The call was answered shortly. Hello. Who is this? Came a sweet voice. Greetings, I am the magician here for the audition. I have an appointment with Ms. Hu Dai. She instructed me to call you. The boss sent you? Have you arrived at the entrance? If so, I will come open the door for you. I'm already here. Moments after the call ended, the bar's doors slowly opened, revealing a girl dressed as a bunny girl, complete with rabbit ears. Upon seeing Lin Yi, she waved him in eagerly. Come in, come in. Seeing her enthusiasm, Lin Yi stepped inside the bar. The interior was akin to any ordinary bar, equipped with all the essentials, and in the center, a small stage awaited. The lingering scent of disinfectant suggested that the venue had just been cleaned. The bunny-clad girl led him to a cozy booth after ushering him in. As Lin Yi settled into his seat, a girl casually plopped down beside him, her curious gaze sweeping over him as she inquired, Are you a magician? Lin Yi, however, dared not meet her eyes, for her attire struck him as utterly inappropriate. Well, my primary occupation is a university student, and my side gig is being a magician. Oh, a university student. No wonder you look so innocent. I've heard that magicians have very nimble hands. As she spoke, the girl pretended to nonchalantly grasp Lin Yi's hand. Wow, your hands are indeed soft, but I wonder if they're agile. At that moment, Lin Yi's face flushed crimson, and his body felt as if it had turned to steel. The girl couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing his reaction. Hee, boys are so amusing. You must be a freshman, right? All right, I won't tease you any longer. You might just short-circuit. With that, she released Lin Yi's hand and headed towards the nearby bar. What would you like to drink, little brother? All right, you're still a student. You probably don't drink. I'll fetch you a bottle of milk. She then casually snatched a can of milk from the shelf and tossed it to Lin Yi while she herself grabbed a bottle of soda. The boss is likely still waking up, so just sit tight for a moment. Sipping her soda, the girl perched on a high stool across from Lin Yi, crossing her long, elegant legs. Unable to resist, Lin Yi turned his head away once more. The girl's laughter grew even more mirthful at his bashfulness. You can't keep doing this, little brother. If you wish to perform here, you must develop a thicker skin. By the way, you mentioned that Tang Tang introduced you. Did she tell you about the peculiarities of this place? Peculiarities? Is there something special about it? A hint of unease crept into Lin Ye's heart. Well, indeed. There are some peculiarities. After a moment's contemplation, the girl replied, Is there a South Tong here? No, there isn't. This bar doesn't even allow men. It's a women-only establishment. She continued, Moreover, it's a lesbian bar. All the patrons here are women. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye's expression shifted dramatically. What? Hee. Of course, I'm referring to the customers. As for me, I still prefer men. You need to be frightened, aside from a few who harbor disdain for men. Most are quite normal. Some are even bisexual. If you perform here, they want to make things difficult for you. Additionally, many of them are affluent women. If your performance is exceptional, they might lavish substantial tips upon you. With good fortune, you could earn tens of thousands in a single evening. Tens of thousands? Upon hearing this, Lin Ye's spirits soared. After all, he had come here with the intention of earning money. Indeed, previously, one of our vocalists earned upwards of hundreds of thousands a month. I occasionally receive tips as well, which is far more rewarding than working elsewhere. And what about your vocalist here? Are you truly willing to abandon a monthly income of several hundred thousand? Lin Yi inquired with a hint of curiosity. Ah, this is quite an intriguing tale, the girl responded. The former lead singer always claimed to be a steadfast tomboy, charming several wealthy women in the process. However, last month, she announced her pregnancy. We later discovered that she had been married all along, and her tomboy persona was merely a crafted facade. Really? Lin Yi replied, slightly taken aback. You find it difficult to judge, don't you? I must tell you, the gossip I've encountered here far surpasses what I've heard over the past decade outside. Are you aware of the domineering female CEO of the Yumi Group? She's also a lesbian, and, in fact, she is quite the girl began. But before she could finish her sentence, a chilling reprimand echoed through the bar. Yo-yo, cease discussing patrons' affairs within the establishment. If I catch you again, do not blame me for my lack of leniency. At the sound of that voice, the bunny girl seated across from Lin Yi sprang to her feet, startled like a frightened rabbit. Moments later, the rhythmic clacking of high heels resonated throughout the dimly lit bar, with Lin Yi's curious gaze fixed upon her. A mature woman clad in a burgundy silk gown, her figure gracefully accentuated and her chestnut waves cascading elegantly, approached. Perhaps having just awakened, a faint blush adorned her cheeks. And as she walked, she exuded an irresistible allure akin to a ripe peach. She was none other than Hu Dai, the proprietor of the Black Rose Bar. Chapter 13. The grand performance begins. Upon arriving before Lin Yi, the young girl promptly brought a stool for Hu Dai. After she gently settled down, she smiled at Lin Yi. You are the Lin Yi who called to apply for the magician position, aren't you? Indeed, Lin Yi responded, sitting upright, his hands resting awkwardly on his clasped legs. There's no need to be nervous. I assure you, I am not a monster. As she spoke, Hu Dai crossed her legs, inadvertently revealing her fair thigh through the side slit of her long dress. Noticing this, Lin Yi quickly turned his face away, though the redness in his ears betrayed his embarrassment. Seeing his reaction, a perfect curve formed at the corner of Hu Dai's mouth. She casually retrieved a pack of slender lady cigarettes from her bag, preparing to light one. Before igniting it, she inquired, You don't mind if I smoke, do you? Go ahead. What a charming young man you are. On second thought, I shall refrain. Too much smoking is detrimental to one's health. With that, she returned the cigarette and lighter to her bag. I believe Yo-Yo has already briefed you on our situation here. Generally, we do not welcome men, but you seem to be an exception, Lin Yi. Please do not misunderstand, Hu Dai clarified with a smile. What I mean is, you are still a boy at heart. Your gaze is pure, unlike those outside who are merely smooth talkers, seeking only to seduce women. This is both your advantage and your disadvantage. To work here, you must learn how to please people, particularly women. When they are happy, they are inclined to spend. Thus, you understand my perspective. As a business owner, my aim is to make a profit. If you cannot contribute to my earnings, even if I take a liking to you, I cannot keep you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nodded. I understand your point. While I may not be adept at charming women, I believe my magic can do the trick. Oh, are you that confident? Hu Dai replied softly. Certainly, I possess great confidence in my abilities. Very well. Then showcase your talent. If it meets my expectations, we shall sign a contract. I will pay you 1 0.000 yuan for each performance. And any tips from guests will be yours to keep. If the results are impressive, there will be bonuses. I, Hu Dai, never shortchange talent. By the way, do you need any magic props? Hu Dai asked, surveying Lin Yi from head to toe. None needed. I have everything I require, Lin Yi responded, rising to approach the small stage in the center of the dance floor. As the establishment had not yet officially opened, the stage was enveloped in darkness. When Lin Yi stepped onto it, Hu Dai immediately turned to the bunny girl, Yo-Yo, and instructed, please, turn on the lights for him. Just as Yo-Yo was about to comply, Lin Ye's voice unexpectedly resonated from the shadows. There's no need. Before Yo-Yo and Hu Dai could react, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated the center of the stage. At first, it was merely the size of a firefly, but it swiftly grew to the dimensions of an egg. Soon after, they witnessed a scene that left them utterly astounded. The egg-sized source of light suddenly ascended gracefully, resembling a small sun. As it soared higher, its size increased, and before long it had expanded to the size of a basketball. This basketball-sized orb of light floated serenely above the small stage, emanating a gentle white glow. Lin Yi stood beneath this luminous spectacle, his posture impeccably straight, one hand resting in front while the other was placed behind him, slightly bowing towards Hu Dai. A faint smile gracing his youthful visage. The performance was about to commence. One must not blink. Now, allow me to introduce my magical assistant, Black Cat Blake. No sooner had he spoken than a crisp meow echoed through the tranquil bar. Upon hearing the sound, Hu Dai's eyes widened in astonishment. In the next moment, a pair of ethereal green eyes materialized behind Lin Yi. Following this, an elegantly poised black cat emerged from behind him. As the black cat stepped forth, Lin Yi gradually crouched down, silently issuing a command in his mind. Blake, transform into a hat. The moment the words left his thoughts, Blake transformed with a pop into a black top hat. This feat elicited gasps of surprise from both Hu Dai and Yo-Yo. Lin Yi then gracefully donned the black top hat upon his head. This single act was already enough to leave Hu Dai and Yo-Yo in awe. Just then, Lin Yi pulled a puppet from his waist. Next, I shall introduce my other magical assistant, Crow Brian. As he spoke, he brought his hands together and blew gently. In the next instant, the sound of a crow's caw resonated within the bar. A glossy black crow emerged from Lin Yi's hands, revealing his other magical companion, Brian. At this moment, Brian had not assumed his full form but was disguised as an ordinary crow. Nevertheless, Lin Yi's ability to conjure a crow with his bare hands was indeed astonishing. My goodness, how did he accomplish that? Is that truly a crow? Exclaimed the bunny girl Yo-Yo, covering her mouth in sheer disbelief. I thought he was just an ordinary amateur magician, but he is on par with professional magicians. The owner must sign him. I have a feeling that if he performs at our bar, you will surely become a sensation. Hearing her remarks, Hu Dai shot her a disapproving glance. I have eyes, I can see, she retorted. Hee. Yo-Yo chuckled awkwardly. Meanwhile, Lin Yi silently directed Blake once more. Transform into a wand. As the command resonated in his mind, Blake transformed with a pop into a wand. The staff, approximately 1 meter in length, was entirely cloaked in black, crowned with a raven whose eyes were adorned with 2 gleaming rubies, exuding an air of profound mystique. With the addition of a black top hat perched atop his head and the raven staff in hand, Lin Yi, who initially bore the semblance of an inexperienced university student, instantaneously embodied the essence of a seasoned magician. Yet, this was merely the beginning. His gaze swept to the side, fixating on a bottle of liquor and a glass perched upon the bar. In the next moment, he effortlessly summoned the mage hand, retrieving both the bottle and the glass simultaneously. As the mage hand is intangible and formless to Hu Dai and Yo-Yo, it appeared as if the objects were levitating out of thin air. Once the bottle and glass floated before Lin Yi, the bottle gradually tilted, pouring its contents with precision into the glass. Just as the liquid approached the brim, the bottle righted itself once more. Lin Yi casually grasped the glass hovering in front of him and made his way toward Hu Dai. Upon reaching her, he extended the glass toward her. As Hu Dai gazed at the glass now presented before her, filled to the brim with liquid, she was momentarily taken aback, then smiled as she prepared to down the drink in one gulp. However, the instant she grasped the glass, she suddenly sensed something amiss with its weight. Looking down, she was astonished to discover that the once full glass had inexplicably emptied, leaving it entirely devoid of liquid. At that moment, Lin Yi's voice echoed once more, advising her that drinking upon just awakening was not beneficial for her health, thus suggesting it would be best to refrain from indulging. Chapter 14. The Astonished Butterfly. Shopping for clothes in the blink of an eye, What was once a brimming glass had become empty. This transformation unfolded in mere seconds. Butterfly, holding the vacant glass, found herself momentarily lost in thought until the sound of Lin Ye's voice brought her back to reality. Gazing at Lin Ye's beaming smile, she glanced down at her empty glass and suddenly erupted into laughter. The curve of her smile, accentuated by her delicate dimples, combined with her stunning visage, was enough to captivate any man. In the next moment, she placed the empty glass on a nearby table and gracefully rose, extending her fair right hand towards Lin Yu. Congratulations, you have been accepted. From this day forth, you shall be the resident magician at the Black Rose Bar. Aside from what I previously mentioned regarding your salary, I will additionally grant you a bonus of 5,000 yuan, which I will transfer to you shortly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi initially felt a surge of joy, followed by the instinctive grasp of Butterfly's outstretched hand. Why the extra 5,000? Of course, it's for you to purchase clothes and present yourself well. It would be inappropriate for you to wear what you currently have while working at the Black Rose Bar, Butterfly replied, withdrawing her hand and giving Lin Yi a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Your physique and appearance are quite commendable. A little grooming will undoubtedly make you striking. Who knows how many hearts you will ensnare? However, judging by your appearance, it seems you might not be adept at fashion. Here's what we'll do. With several hours remaining before the bar officially opens, I will personally accompany you to select a couple of outfits at the nearby mall. After all, you will be representing the Black Rose Bar. What do you think? Upon hearing Butterfly's words, Lin Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment. Isn't that a bit much? I don't want to take up your time. It's no trouble at all. I'm simply idle myself. It's settled then. Wait for me a moment while I change into something more suitable and apply a bit of makeup, Butterfly responded before turning towards the back of the bar. As she departed, the bunny girl, Yo-Yo, immediately approached Lin Yi, her body nearly pressing against him. Hey, mister, how did you perform that magic? How did the drink disappear? And how did the glass float? What about the cat and the raven? Where did they go? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she unleashed a barrage of questions. In response, Lin Yi adopted an air of mystery. That is a magician's secret, and it is against the rules to disclose it. If outsiders were to learn, the magic would lose its allure. Upon hearing this, Yo-Yo's face fell slightly. All right then. Since you'll be performing every day, I can enjoy your magic regularly. Now, you wait here for the boss for a moment. I must attend to some matters, she said before skipping away. Once she had left, Lin Yi sat idly on the sofa, entertaining himself with his phone. After approximately 20 minutes of waiting, Hu Dai emerged from the back of the bar. She had transformed into her everyday attire, donning a sleek black blazer paired with a pearl-collared white shirt. Her chestnut waves were elegantly gathered, and she had swapped her long skirt for tailored trousers, transitioning seamlessly from a nightlife enchantress to a formidable businesswoman. Let us go, she said, handing her handbag to Lin Yi while slipping her hands into her pockets as she strode out of the bar. Lin Yi, glancing at the handbag in his possession, could only smile wryly, realizing he was already working before receiving his paycheck. He hurried to catch up with Hu Dai, and together they exited the bar. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at an upscale shopping mall adjacent to the bar street. As someone of modest means, Lin Yi typically purchased clothes either from street vendors or through budget-friendly online platforms. He had seldom, if ever, frequented such an opulent establishment. In contrast, Hu Dai navigated the mall as if she were returning home, effortlessly familiar with her surroundings. She first stopped at a bubble tea shop, buying a cup for herself and Lin Yi, and then proceeded to a cake shop, where she purchased 2 small slices of cake. Lin Yi, regrettably, did not get to taste the cakes, as Hu Dai devoured both slices with delight. Wiping her mouth, she exclaimed, "Today, I finally indulged in the 2 flavors I had been craving. Normally, I wouldn't dare buy 2 for myself when alone." She then glanced at the bubble tea in front of Lin Yi. "Will you drink your bubble tea? If not, I'll take it." Before Lin Yi could respond, she seized the cup from him and took a few sips. "This flavor is quite delightful. I usually avoid bubble tea while exercising, but today, I shall indulge." Seeing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. "You primarily came here for bubble tea and cake. Helping me buy clothes was merely a secondary task, wasn't it? Ha ha ha. You caught me. However, shopping for clothes is also quite important. Let us go. I'll take you to buy some clothes now." With that, Hu Dai stood up, clutching her bubble tea, and without hesitation, made her way towards a nearby upscale clothing store. Lin Yi had no choice but to follow suit. A few minutes later, they entered the high-end clothing store. The sales staff appeared to recognize Hu Dai, greeting her warmly upon her arrival. "Welcome, Miss Hu. We just received a new collection of clothing and bags. Would you like to take a look?" Hu Dai shook her head. "No, Thank you. I'm not here for myself today. I'm here to buy for my younger brother. She glanced back at Lin Yi. It's him. He just arrived in Jinghai for his studies. Please help him select a couple of nice outfits. Actually, I think I'll handle this myself. I don't trust your taste, she added, directing her attention to the sales staff. Where is your men's section? This way, Miss Hu. The sales assistant promptly led the way, while Hu Dai beckoned Lin Yi to follow her. Soon, the female salesperson guided Hu Dai and Lin Yi to the men's section of the store. As Lin Yi pondered over his choices, Hu Dai had already pointed to a nearby garment, exclaiming, this one, and this one, please bring them for him to try on. And this piece over here. As well as these two, let them be brought to my dear brother. After a thorough selection, Hu Dai swiftly curated 2 outfits for Lin Yi. With the exception of his undergarments, he was provided with 2 complete sets of attire. Before long, Lin Yi emerged from the fitting room in the first ensemble, and Hu Dai couldn't help but nod in approval. Truly, these garments are a testament to my discerning eye. Adorned in this outfit, you instantly transform into a handsome gentleman. Upon hearing her praise, Lin Yi approached the mirror to admire his reflection. He donned a black, slightly structured blazer over a light gray shirt, complemented by deep gray, subtly flared suit trousers and a pair of derby shoes. Standing at 185 meters and weighing 150 pounds, his refined appearance exuded the essence of a polished young business elite. Let us try on the next outfit. Very well. After reveling in his new attire, Lin Yi retreated once more into the fitting room. Upon his second emergence, he showcased an alternative ensemble, a light gray, vertically striped casual blazer layered over a white Cuban-collared shirt. The neckline slightly unbuttoned to reveal his elegant neck, adorned with a slender metallic necklace. He wore deep blue, straight-cut 9-point trousers and finished the look with a pair of deep brown Chelsea boots. The overall effect was no less impressive than the first, combining professionalism with youthful exuberance. This outfit is splendid as well. It would be perfect for your magic performances on stage. In that case, I shall take both sets. Nodding in satisfaction, Hu Dai took out her phone, preparing to settle the payment at the front desk. However, at that moment, a rather sardonic voice interrupted from nearby. Oh. ISNT, this director who? What is this? Have you developed a taste for young men? ISNT, he's still a university student? Can you truly stoop to that? Hearing this voice, Lin Yi, who had been admiring himself in the mirror, turned to see a middle-aged, slick man standing not far away in the women's clothing section, arm in arm with a flamboyantly dressed woman. Chapter 15. Do not forget, I am a magician within the confines of the clothing store, as the voice of a middle-aged, greasy man echoed. Butterfly instinctively furrowed her brows while preparing to make her payment. However, her furrowed brows soon relaxed, and she continued scanning her payment. Once the transaction was completed, she approached Lin Yi's side. I have acquired the garments, let us depart, she stated. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. I shall go change back into my previous attire. No need for that. Discard your old clothes and don this new outfit directly. Very well. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi acquiesced. The cost of his entire ensemble paled in comparison to the price of his current socks. Indeed, there was no necessity to wear them any longer. Yet, just as Butterfly prepared to usher him out, the greasy man suddenly blocked their exit alongside his female companion. Ms. Hu, we are business partners, after all. It seems rather impolite not to greet me upon seeing me. By the way, this companion of yours, could it be that he is your recent young paramour? I knew it. A woman cannot do without a man, especially one in her 30s as you are, who is evidently in need of male companionship. However, this young man is perhaps a bit too inexperienced. With each word, the greasy man's audacity escalated, and the anger on Butterfly's face intensified. In the next moment, she fixed a fierce glare upon him. Mr. Li, I implore you to speak with respect. Do not behave as if you have consumed something foul. Are you seeking to have me expose your sordid affairs? If not, I suggest you remove yourself from my sight. Her words struck a nerve, causing the middle-aged man to lose his composure. Butterfly, do not be so brazen. Last time, I let your insolence slide, but your incessant interference in my affairs will not go unpunished. One day, when I have you at my mercy, you shall understand my true power. No sooner had he uttered this threat than Butterfly forcefully drove the heel of her high-heeled shoe into his foot, eliciting a cacophony of pain cries from him. In his agony, he momentarily lost his reason and raised his hand to strike Butterfly. However, before his hand could descend, a firm grip seized his wrist, none other than Lin Yi. Release my wrist, you young upstart. Otherwise, I shall strike you as well. He spat, attempting to wrench his hand free. Yet, he soon realized that no matter how he struggled, he could not escape Lin Ye's grasp. Lin Ye's grip was as unyielding as a hydraulic clamp, tightening with the passage of time. Gradually, a look of anguish etched itself upon the greasy man's face, as if his wrist were enduring tremendous pressure. In truth, it was not merely Lin Ye's hand that held him. Two invisible hands of a sorcerer also gripped him tightly. Both of these magical hands can exert a force of approximately 100 pounds each, combining to yield a total of 200 pounds. Coupled with Lin Ye's own grip strength, even an ordinary strongman would find it difficult to compete. Let go. Hurry, let go. My hand is about to break. A sudden rush of cold sweat broke out on the greasy man's forehead. Beside him, Hu Dai observed his expression with astonishment. It was evident that he was enduring immense pressure. At that moment, Lin Yi coldly commanded, "Apologize." Hearing these words, the already agonized greasy man immediately replied, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I misspoke. I was talking nonsense. I'm a worthless scoundrel." As soon as he uttered these words, Lin Yi gradually released his grip on the man's right wrist, simultaneously dispelling the magical hands. By now, 5 deep handprints had appeared on the greasy man's wrist. Terrified by Lin Yi, he gasped for air while hurriedly clearing a path for Hu Dai and his female companion. "Let us go," Lin Yi softly suggested to Hu Dai, who, coming back to her senses, nodded and prepared to exit the establishment. However, just as they were about to leave, the greasy man suddenly spoke again. "Hu Dai, don't be too pleased with yourself. As long as this thing remains in my possession, you will eventually have to obey me. Surely, you wouldn't want your sister's videos to circulate, would you?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic crossed Hu Dai's face. In the next moment, she glared fiercely at the greasy man. "Li Haichao, you scoundrel! Aren't you afraid of facing legal consequences?" "Legal consequences? I have committed no crime. They willingly came with me, and the videos were recorded with their consent. How could I be in violation of the law?" The greasy man chuckled lewdly, revealing a hard drive that had mysteriously appeared in his left hand. Observing this scene, Lin Yi, both curious and concerned, quietly inquired, "What is contained within that?" After a brief hesitation, Hu Dai responded, "It holds private videos of several girls." He lured a group of girls under the pretense of recruiting models, then coerced them into filming inappropriate photos and videos. He often uses these as leverage to intimidate them. "I never imagined someone could be so shameless." "I see," Lin Yi replied, his expression turning icy as he grasped the full extent of the man's depravity. At that moment, the greasy man, having finished boasting, casually tucked the hard drive into his pocket. "Hu Dai, I relish that look of disdain you give me, knowing you can't do anything about it. We may cross paths again." With that, he prepared to leave with his female companion. However, Lin Yi suddenly intercepted him, blocking his path. The greasy man appeared visibly startled at the sight of Lin Yi before him. "What do you intend to do? This is a public space. In a society governed by law, violence is a punishable offense. Rest assured, I shall not harm you. I merely wish to see your face clearly." Lin Yi remarked with a smile. "Very well, you have no further business here. You may leave." With these words, Lin Yi stepped aside, leaving the greasy man in a state of confusion. Upon realizing Lin Yi had made way for him, the greasy man quickly departed with his female companion from the clothing store. Once he had left, Lin Yi approached the puzzled Hu Dai. Without allowing her to speak, he preemptively said, "Extend your hand, and I shall perform a magic trick for you." "Huh? A magic trick at this moment? What kind of trick?" Hu Dai's confusion deepened. "You need not concern yourself with the details. Just extend your hand," Lin Yi instructed. Though she still did not fully grasp his intentions, Hu Dai complied and extended her right hand. In the next moment, to her astonishment, Lin Yi produced a hard drive from his pocket and placed it in her palm. How was that for a surprise? Gazing at the familiar hard drive, Hu Dai was momentarily stunned before her face lit up with joy. Without a doubt, she recognized it as the very hard drive the greasy man had just displayed. "When did you take it from him?" "Don't forget, I am a magician. There is nothing in this world that I cannot acquire," Lin Yi replied, his face brimming with confidence. "By the way, wait for me here. I need to use the restroom." Upon hearing this, Hu Dai, her face adorned with a smile, nodded eagerly. "All right, go ahead." The next moment, Lin Yi made his way towards a nearby restroom. Upon entering the men's restroom, he casually selected an unoccupied stall and, ensuring he was alone, retrieved a crow doll from his pocket. "Brian, transform into the appearance of that rotund man from earlier." No sooner had he spoken than the crow doll morphed into Brian, who then, in a swirl of transformation, took on the guise of the greasy man. Satisfied with the uncanny resemblance, Lin Yi nodded approvingly. Brian, assume the form of him without any clothes, then run naked around the mall 10 times before wandering through those stores. After your rounds, come find me. But be mindful not to be discovered. Understood, master. As soon as Brian responded, his clothes vanished without a trace. Thereafter, he strutted through the mall, completely naked, in the guise of the greasy man. Wherever he went, screams erupted, accompanied by the incessant clicking of phones capturing photos and videos. It would not be long before these images and recordings surfaced online. The man named Li would soon become a national sensation, and his friends, family, and colleagues would inevitably learn of his newfound notoriety. Of paramount importance is the fact that his act of public nudity in a shopping mall would infringe upon the public security management laws of the Dragon Kingdom, potentially leading to detention and administrative penalties, with a minimum of 15 days in custody being inevitable. This, in essence, constitutes Lin Yi's form of punishment for the scoundrel. After dispensing retribution upon this miscreant, Lin Yi returned to the Black Rose Bar with Hu Dai. Following the signing of the contract and discussions regarding the timing and number of performances, Lin Yi prepared to depart from the establishment. As per their agreement, he was set to unveil his personal magic debut at the Black Rose Bar at 11:30 that very night, necessitating his return for thorough preparations. Just before leaving, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Manager Hu, he began, yet was interrupted by Hu Dai. Please, do not call me Manager Hu any longer. Simply refer to me as Sister. Hu Dai spoke softly. Sister, could you possibly advance me 20,000 yuan? You may deduct it from my salary. Lin Yi inquired after a moment's hesitation. To his surprise, as soon as he uttered those words, Hu Dai produced her phone and revealed her payment code. Lin Yi had not expected her to acquiesce so readily. Observing his astonishment, Hu Dai broke into a smile. What is the matter? Have you changed your mind about the money? In the future, if you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to tell me directly. Think of me as your own sister. As she spoke, Hu Dai gently patted his shoulder. You just helped me immensely. Do not mention 20,000. If you were to ask for 200,000, I would gladly provide it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi also smiled. Within a minute, he found an additional 20,000 yuan deposited into his phone. After bidding farewell to Hu Dai, he turned to leave the Black Rose Bar. With the 20,000 yuan along with his 100 gold coins, he had ample funds to purchase the day's special items from the mysterious shop. Chapter 16. The enigmatic fake card. Uncertain whether the system exclusively allowed for cash redemption, Lin Yi made a detour to the bank after departing from the Black Rose Bar, withdrawing the 20,000 yuan gifted to him by Hu Dai. Upon acquiring the funds, he did not immediately return to his dormitory. Instead, he sought out a nearby chain hotel and secured a room for a brief stay. The first action upon entering the room was to lock the door securely. As soon as the door was locked, two figures leaped from his person, the black cat, Black, and the raven, Brian. Previously, when others were present, the two little creatures had to masquerade as mere toys, but now that they were alone, they swiftly reverted to their true forms. Be good and stay put. No running around or making noise. Here, take this to eat, Lin Yi instructed, producing the cat food and freeze-dried treats he had just purchased from a roadside shop. Upon seeing the food, the two little companions wasted no time and began to devour their meal enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Lin Yi seized the opportunity to access the system interface, navigating to the section for magical coins. Without hesitation, he opted to exchange the 20,000 yuan in cash for 200 magical coins. While 20,000 yuan was indeed a substantial sum for him at present, he was confident that, given his current abilities, earning that amount or even more would pose no challenge. Money could always be earned again, but the special magical items in the shop would refresh after midnight. As soon as he confirmed the exchange, the cash vanished from his possession, replaced by a surge of magical coins that increased from 100 to 300. A faint smile crept across Lin Yi's lips at the sight. Let us see what wonders this magical item holds, he mused, eagerly accessing the mysterious shop and focusing his attention on an item known as the fake card of the cardmaster, Trist. Upon clicking purchase, the item transformed into a beam of white light, emerging from the screen and materializing in his hand. As the light dissipated, a set of ancient-looking cards appeared in his palm. To be precise, it was not a complete set but rather half a set, consisting of a total of 27 cards. Each card was roughly the size of a palm, crafted from sturdy material that shimmered with a hint of metallic luster. The backs featured various celestial patterns, while the fronts bore different illustrations: knights, sorceresses, monsters, and demons, strange yet mysterious figures. However, the magical aura emanating from them was not particularly potent. Perhaps due to their incomplete nature. This deficiency was likely the reason they had been relegated to a discounted item. Gazing at the ancient cards that emanated an air of mystery, curiosity flickered in Lin Ye's eyes. What purpose do these hold? There is no description accompanying them. Just as he voiced his thoughts, a system prompt chimed in. Would you like to activate the illustration feature? In this feature, the host can view the attributes and descriptions of various acquired items, spells, and pets. Upon hearing the prompt sound, Lin Ye's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Why didn't you mention this wonderful item sooner? Activate it immediately. Certainly, host. As the system's voice faded, a new option appeared in the system backpack interface. Aptly named Illustrated Guide. This guide was further divided into various modules including magical items, magical pets, magic, and potions. Upon accessing the magical items section, 2 illuminated magical artifacts materialized before Lin Ye's eyes. One was Roger's golden watch, and the other was the fabled fate card of Tristan, which he currently held in his hand. Gently tapping on Tristan's fate card, relevant information unfolded before him. Card Master Tristan's fate card, item level, intermediate magical item, incomplete, information, a renowned magical artifact of the famous wizard Tristan, originally comprising 54 cards, half of which were lost in battle, resulting in a diminished level. Effect 1, card control. As the master of the cards, you can manipulate them at will, making them your most loyal servants. Effect 2, throwing cards. When necessary, these cards can serve as weapons, inflicting ranged damage upon foes. Effect 3, betting. Provided you propose a wager and the opponent agrees, your statements possess a certain probability of coming true. The first bet of the day guarantees a 100 victory. This effect has certain limitations. Overly unrealistic propositions cannot be realized. Effect 4, enchantment. You can seal any spell within a card, granting it a temporary magical effect. If you never lose, it's not gambling. Card Master Tristan. Gazing at the intricate details of the fate card, Lin Ye's face radiated with profound delight. The expenditure of 300 magical coins proved exceedingly worthwhile, especially with the presence of 4 distinct effects, far surpassing the utility of Roger's watch. Particularly, the third effect piqued his interest. Could this not be considered a conceptual level ability? Reflecting on this effect, known as betting, Lin Ye was reminded of a certain individual named Yin Shuangying. Could it be that if someone aimed a gun at me, I merely needed to assert that I bet the gun was unloaded, and indeed it would be? If so, this ability could be deemed monstrous. Moreover, could I wager on the Dragon Kingdom's football team against other nations? Utilizing the daily 100 victory ability wisely, I would become not just a gambling king, but a gambling deity. In a surge of exhilaration, Lin Yi immersed himself in studying the functionalities of the card. After a series of trials, he swiftly mastered the first 2 uses of the card. With a subtle snap of his fingers, a card appeared in his hand. As he pulled his hands apart, it transformed into 27 cards, only to revert to 1 upon closing them again. With a gentle flick, the solitary card vanished from sight. With a mere touch upon Blake, he retrieved a square card numbered 3, and upon a subsequent touch, he unearthed a heart card of the same number. The 2 cards, when pressed together, instantly transformed into a club card numbered 6. Whenever he desired, he could summon any card from any corner, wielding complete control over both suit and rank. Even if these cards were cast hundreds of meters away, a mere thought would bring them back to his hand in an instant. Furthermore, he possessed the ability to manipulate these cards to levitate and soar, akin to a cultivator commanding a flying sword. In his grasp, these cards seemed to possess a life of their own, embodying the art of card manipulation. After experiencing the intricacies of card control, he proceeded to experiment with the flying card technique. This technique was somewhat simpler. He deftly plucked a card and flicked it gently, causing it to launch forth like a flying dagger, moving at a speed beyond the perception of the average eye. With a swift whoosh, the razor-sharp card cleaved a bottle of cola sitting upon the coffee table in 2, before returning unscathed to Lin Yu's hand. Gazing at the severed bottle and then at the card in his palm, Lin Yu could not help but gasp in astonishment. If aimed at a person, it could surely sever a head, a truly terrifying prospect. As he spoke, he gathered all the cards, recognizing that even without considering their extraordinary abilities, the 2 aforementioned effects alone would suffice to establish him as a premier card magician. Tidying up the spilled cola on the table, he then patted Blake and Brian, who were playfully tussling on the bed. It's time to go. We must depart. Later this evening, I shall procure some delightful treats for you. We will feast upon fresh beef. With that, Lin Yi tucked the bisected cola bottle into his pocket and proceeded to exit the room, accompanied by Blake and Brian, who had reverted to their plush toy forms. Chapter 17. The marvelous uses of the mage's hand upon departing from the hotel. Lin Yi made his way directly back to the university. As he strolled along the campus path, he suddenly noticed numerous gazes upon him, particularly from several young women. He could faintly hear whispers of admiration, such as "so handsome." During this encounter, a few bold girls approached him, eager to exchange contact information. Faced with this unexpected attention, Lin Yi glanced down at his attire and couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, a person is judged by their clothing, much like a horse is assessed by its saddle. Once I earn a substantial income, I shall discard all my old garments." Even men must take care to present themselves well. Only by enhancing one's appearance can one cultivate confidence. Thus, he continued on his way back to the dormitory. As he pushed open the door to his room, his 3 roommates, who were engrossed in a video game, immediately turned their attention to him. Upon noticing the transformation in Lin Yi's appearance, they quickly gathered around him. "Who is this? Where did this handsome fellow come from?" one exclaimed. "Indeed, who are you, handsome?" Another chimed in. "Wow, you look so good." A third remarked, "Lin Yi, have you struck it rich? Oh no, have you been taken in by a wealthy woman? That outfit can't be cheap, it's quite stylish. And it doesn't seem like something you could have put together by yourself. Surely, someone else assisted you, most likely a woman," Li Chaoyong declared, scrutinizing Lin Yi's ensemble with a knowing expression. "Absolutely, I recognize that brand. While it may not be top-tier luxury, it certainly qualifies as high-end. This entire outfit must cost nearly 10,000. Ma Dongxi said, astonishment evident as he examined Lin Yi's collar. "Where did you acquire such funds? You haven't resorted to selling your body, have you? Be cautious. Those wealthy women can be exceedingly peculiar. I've heard they entertain both male and female clients." In response to the playful jests of his roommates, Lin Yi laughed and retorted, "What are you all thinking? Am I that sort of person? This outfit was a gift from an older sister." "An older sister? What kind of sister?" The mere mention ignited the flames of curiosity within his roommates, their eyes widening in intrigue. Seeing their reactions, Lin Yi recounted his recent interview at the Black Rose Bar, omitting certain details for brevity. As they learned about his upcoming performance at the all-female bar, envy flickered in their eyes. "You truly have struck gold. Being able to perform at a bar filled with women, and being noticed by a wealthy lady, I'm envious," one roommate exclaimed. "I know that bar well. Many affluent women and beautiful professionals frequent it." Lin Yi seized this opportunity. "If you catch the eye of a wealthy patron, you could save yourself decades of toil. Just remember us, your brothers, when you make it big. However, as a young man venturing out alone, do take care of yourself. Be wary of those women and their sweet talking, lest you be deceived." All right. I am merely going to perform magic. I am not here to entertain as a companion." "You all are quite enough," Lin Yi remarked, a bemused expression on his face. "Haha, just joking. By the way, if you happen to meet any wealthy ladies, do inquire if they have a penchant for the less aesthetically pleasing." After a brief exchange among the 4 dormitory mates, they embarked on their individual pursuits. Lin Yi began to strategize for his debut performance at the bar that evening. Possessing a system space and the mage's hand, he found that most magic tricks available on the market posed little challenge for him. However, since this was his first performance, he intended to showcase his exceptional skills and captivate the women in the bar entirely. Only then could he establish his presence at the Black Rose Bar. With this thought in mind, he casually retrieved a notebook and a pen, flipping open a blank page as he fell into contemplation. To swiftly attract the audience's attention, a striking entrance was undoubtedly essential. At that moment, Lin Yi envisioned the manner in which he would make his entrance. Soon, he penned a single word on the blank page: fly. What could be more astonishing than making an entrance by flying? Though he could not actually fly, the mage's hand could lift substantial weight, and with both hands, he could elevate himself. However, given the limited space within the bar, he would need to carefully design how to execute this flight. Having conceived his entrance, he proceeded to design the subsequent performance segments, writing extensively for several thousand words. In between, he found time to enjoy dinner. After his meal, he made a special trip to the commercial street adjacent to the school to procure various items that might be necessary during his magic performance. By the time he completed his preparations, it was already past 7 in the evening, and darkness had fully enveloped the sky. With over 3 hours remaining until the Black Rose Bar opened, Lin Yi had no intention of wasting this time. He aimed to practice how to utilize the mage's hand for short-distance flight. He sought a secluded spot in the small grove on campus. where he unleashed the mage's hand beneath his feet. In the next moment, a pair of invisible hands emerged, and his body began to ascend slowly. Before long, his feet lifted off the ground. 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, 5 centimeters, 10 centimeters, ultimately hovering about half a meter above the ground. To an outside observer, Lin Yi appeared to float effortlessly, and anyone inadvertently wandering into the grove might mistake him for a ghost. After experiencing this sensation, he suddenly realized that this method was not quite ideal. His feet had to remain firmly on the mage's hand, rendering his entire form somewhat rigid. Perhaps a different approach would suffice. With a shift in thought, the mage's hand released its hold on his feet and instead grasped his shoulders, lifting him like a harness. This newfound freedom allowed him to move his feet, even enabling him to perform steps in midair. This was much improved. I recall that the ceiling of the Black Rose Bar is quite lofty, allowing one to descend gracefully from above. However, it is imperative to consult with them in advance, so they can manipulate the lighting to create a captivating atmosphere. After articulating this thought, he resumed practicing the levitation technique of the mage's hand. Before long, he had mastered the art of low-altitude flight with the mage's hand. With his current reservoir of mental and magical energy, he could sustain flight for approximately 20 minutes, maintaining a precarious altitude of about 10 meters. The higher he ascended, the shorter the duration he could remain airborne. If he merely lifted his toes slightly off the ground, the duration could extend a little longer. Donning a flowing robe to conceal his feet would allow him to masquerade as a spectral presence. Once he felt he had completely grasped the requisite skills, he took out his phone to check the time. Was it already 9 o'clock? With 2 hours remaining, it was time to make his way there. Just as he prepared to depart, a firefly suddenly emerged from the nearby underbrush. The moment he spotted the firefly, a new spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Chapter 18. A stunning entrance. As 2 hours swiftly slipped by, the clock struck 11 in the evening. The night had deepened. Some had already succumbed to slumber, while others were just embarking on their nocturnal revelries. This was akin to diligent professionals concluding their day's work, as well as those seeking to indulge and unwind from their daily grind. Bars serve as sanctuaries for liberation and stress alleviation. At this moment, the illustrious Black Rose Bar, the most renowned LES establishment in the entire Jinghai city, illuminated its open sign. A throng of stylishly adorned women, exuding elegance in their attire, poured into the venue. Among them were office workers, university students, governmental employees, and even high-ranking executives and freelancers. The instant the bar doors swung open, pulsating music surged forth like a tidal wave, while the flickering lights ignited an exhilarating atmosphere. Occasionally, alluring bunny-clad hostesses sauntered through the bar, and at the heart of the establishment, a female DJ. Her hair styled in dreadlocks, deftly manipulated the turntables, while another woman clad in leather, adorned with lip piercings, wielded a microphone to elevate the ambience. New patrons, having just entered the bar, eagerly joined the dance floor, immersing themselves in the rhythm. Nearby, patrons and plush booths had already begun reveling in merriment. Within mere minutes of opening, the venue was abuzz with energy. Meanwhile, the proprietress, Butterfly, reclined languidly beside the bar, draped in a striking crimson silk gown, elegantly swirling a glass of red wine. At that moment, a group of fashionably attired girls approached her, their glasses in hand. "Sister Butterfly, what entertainment do we have in store tonight? I hope it's not another second-rate singer from outside." Indeed, the one from last night was hardly worth mentioning. Her singing lacked vigor, as if she were owed a debt, one remarked. To be fair, though Li Shui may be a fraud, her singing is genuinely captivating, and she knows how to charm. It's a shame she is off having a child, claiming to despise men, only to turn around and bear their offspring. A true betrayal of womanhood. Upon hearing their inquiries, Butterfly smiled faintly, then raised her glass to clink with those of the girls. "Fear not. Tonight's performance will undoubtedly be extraordinary, surpassing all previous shows." At her words, curiosity blossomed on the faces of the girls. "Sister Butterfly, could you perhaps give us a sneak peek into tonight's program?" "Yes, how spectacular could it be? Is it something risque? That would be inappropriate. We wouldn't want the place to be shut down. If that happens, we would have nowhere else to go. Have you perhaps secured a star performer for the evening? Someone of true caliber?" In response to their probing questions, Butterfly merely took a delicate sip of her red wine. After savoring the taste, she playfully winked at the girls. "A secret, which you shall soon uncover." Her words only served to heighten the curiosity of the young ladies present. At that moment, the lively music within the bar came to an abrupt halt, instantly capturing the attention of every patron. Before anyone could comprehend the reason for the sudden silence, the MC clutching a microphone on stage, spoke up. "Dear patrons and lovely ladies, welcome to the Black Rose Bar. I am your MC, Lele. In this long night, amidst lonely souls, our establishment offers not merely drinks, but also captivating performances for your delight. Tonight, we are honored to present a mysterious guest, a powerful sorcerer from another realm, who will dazzle us with a feast of magic. Without further ado, let us welcome the sorcerer of the night, Yi Lin." As the MC's fervent announcement echoed through the venue, the female audience members immediately became intrigued. However, as their eyes searched the surroundings, the lights in the bar suddenly extinguished, plunging the expansive space into profound darkness. This unforeseen turn of events left many feeling baffled. Moments later, an eerie chant began to resonate, while a faint light gradually illuminated the once dark stage. Initially, the glow resembled a fleeting firefly, but soon it expanded, shifting from white to a deep azure hue. Under the gaze of all present, this ethereal blue orb slowly transformed into a luminescent butterfly. The butterfly, the size of a kite, hovered above the stage, gently fluttering its wings. With each beat, specks of blue light cascaded down, transforming into numerous tiny blue glowing butterflies. In no time, the air surrounding the stage was filled with these flitting azure creatures, casting a beautiful glow over the previously dark bar, creating an enchanting spectacle. Witnessing this mesmerizing scene, the patrons found themselves utterly captivated. As they instinctively reached out to touch the delicate blue butterflies, they vanished like bubbles into the air. Soon, the bar was left with only one giant blue butterfly hovering above the stage. Yet, as the audience turned their gaze to this magnificent creature, they were astonished to discover a figure had appeared beside it, a person suspended in midair, draped in a dark cloak. As the crowd recognized this enigmatic individual, the blue butterfly gradually dissipated, coalescing behind the figure into a pair of glowing wings. With each flap of these wings, the figure descended gracefully toward the center of the stage. Upon the gentle touch of its toes to the ground, the butterfly wings vanished without a trace, and the bar was once again engulfed in darkness. However, the darkness lingered for only a fleeting second before a radiant light materialized in the center of the stage. The light grew ever more intense, illuminating the entire stage. As the brilliance reached its zenith, the astonished guests realized that this radiant glow emanated from a pair of hands. In that moment, the expressions of all present were etched with disbelief. Just then, those hands suddenly cast the light high into the air. With a swoosh, the bar's lights flickered back to life. In that instant, all eyes returned to the stage, where the previously floating figure, shrouded in black, stood with bowed head at the center. A vast cloak obscured his face entirely, igniting curiosity about the visage concealed beneath. At that precise moment, a voice imbued with magnetic charm resonated from beneath the cloak. "Ladies and gentlemen, the magician Nightfall greets you. Are you prepared to witness my magical performance? It's showtime." With the final syllable uttered, he dramatically flung aside his cloak, revealing his true self. Clad in a sleek black suit, adorned with a mysterious black cape, and a black bow tie at his neck, he sported a gentleman's round hat atop his head. As his right hand, gloved in white, gently lifted the brim, his handsome face and the slight gleam of a monocle over his right eye came into view. The night magician, Lin Yi, had officially made his entrance. Chapter 19. The flower-like beauty. Undoubtedly, Lin Yi's entrance was not only dazzling but also profoundly impactful. From the initial display of glowing butterflies to his dramatic descent from above, culminating in the moment he unveiled his true self by casting aside his cloak, every aspect left the audience in awe, rendering the venue silent for a full 10 seconds. After this brief pause, an eruption of fervent applause and exclamations filled the air. "Goodness, today's show features magic," one exclaimed. That magic was simply magnificent. Those butterflies were so ethereal and exquisite. "Alas, I forgot to take a photo," another lamented. "Wow, is this person a magician? It seemed like he was soaring through the air," remarked a third. "He is so charming, truly like a wizard. So cool and handsome. I suddenly feel that men aren't so bad after all. He has that adorable puppy-like charm. What an impressive entrance. He truly dazzles. I never expected such a delightful surprise today. Magic appears to be more captivating than singing. I find myself filled with anticipation." Despite his gender, he seemed far from unappealing. In an instant, the female patrons were abuzz with admiration and eager excitement. Meanwhile, the bar owner, Hu Dai, leaned against the bar, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Although Lin Yi had shared some details about his performance with her prior to the show, she had not anticipated such an explosive entrance. The initial display of glowing butterflies resonated deeply with her. Observing Lin Yi on stage, dressed impeccably in a gentlemanly attire, exuding an aura of confidence and mystery. A perfect smile graced her lips. It seemed she had stumbled upon a treasure. This young man was anything but ordinary. However, she pondered the origin of his attire and why he hadn't worn the two outfits she had purchased for him. As the audience marveled at Lin Yi's entrance, he commenced his stage debut. "Esteemed ladies," he announced, "I shall now present my first magic act. Titled The Flower-like Beauty. Legend has it that every woman is a flower deity descended from the heavens, blooming with flowers that embody their unique personalities at the peak of their allure. Yet, these blossoms are not visible to everyone. Only magicians like myself can perceive them. If any of you wish to discover which flower deity you are, please raise your hand and come forth. I shall pluck the blossom that represents you." Upon hearing these words, many female patrons were instantly intrigued, eagerly raising their hands. Lin Yi casually pointed to a glamorous lady adorned with striking Western makeup. "Madam, please step forward." As she heard Lin Yi call her, the glamorous lady promptly approached his side. After surveying the alluring young woman, Lin Yi nodded appreciatively. "I have discovered the flower that blossoms upon you. It resides atop your head. Shall I assist you in plucking it?" Upon hearing this, the young woman eagerly nodded in agreement. In the next instant, Lin Yi extended his right hand towards her crown, and at that moment, the gaze of the entire audience converged upon the girl's head. With a flourish, a vibrant red rose materialized in his previously empty hand. As the rose appeared, the crowd erupted in astonishment. "Wow, how did that rose come to be? Indeed, I didn't even blink, and yet it emerged so vividly. His speed is astonishing. He must have conjured it from his sleeve." As the audience buzzed with speculation, Lin Yi approached the young woman with the bouquet of roses. "Madam, it seems your character mirrors that of this rose, beautiful yet thorny." The young woman's eyes sparkled with delight as she received the rose. "I believe you are right. This encapsulates my essence. Furthermore, I have a fondness for roses." "Thank you. Now, please take a moment to rest off stage while we invite our next lady to the stage." After the cheerful young woman descended with her rose, Lin Yi randomly selected another adorable girl, petite at about 5 feet tall. "Young lady, are you ready?" The girl nodded in affirmation. "Let me unveil the flower that blooms upon you." "Ah, I see it. It has taken root on your back." With that, Lin Yi circled to her rear, and the audience's attention followed suit. In a moment, a delicate pink tulip appeared in his hand. Although they had witnessed magic once before, the crowd gasped in awe once more as Lin Yi retrieved the tulip from the girl's back. "Young lady, this is the flower that resides on your back, a tulip. It symbolizes eternal love and beauty, just like yourself." After delivering this compliment, Lin Yi presented the tulip to the charming girl. Upon receiving it, her face instantly radiated with joy. "Thank you. I adore tulips. You're most welcome. May you encounter your own eternal love. Now, let us welcome the next lady to the stage." Thus, Lin Yi continued to invite over 10 female guests to the stage, conjuring unique flowers from each of them: lavender, lilies, lisianthus, daisies, hydrangeas, hyacinths. Each lady who received a flower beamed with joy, and the audience was thoroughly enchanted by his magic. Upon sending the 13th guest off stage, Lin Yi bowed deeply to the crowd. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your cooperation. My first spell has reached its conclusion, and my magical energy is nearly spent. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me a moment to take a breather. You may continue to play and dance. Once my magic is sufficiently restored, I shall return to present you with a second enchantment. Thank you all." As soon as the words left his lips, the bar erupted into a fervent round of applause. Amidst the enthusiastic clapping, Lin Yi gracefully descended the stage and made his way to the adjacent resting area. No sooner had he seated himself than Hu Dai approached with 2 glasses in hand, one for herself and the other presented to Lin Yi. As Lin Yi prepared to decline, Hu Dai spoke first. "This is not alcohol, but juice. I am aware that you do not drink, so I specially prepared this for you." Upon hearing her words, Lin Yi quickly accepted the juice, expressing his gratitude. Hu Dai then took a seat directly opposite him. "Your performance just now was truly remarkable, especially your stage presence, which exceeded all my expectations. I had previously assumed you were a shy, introverted young man who would struggle to speak to girls, but it appears I underestimated you." "Thank you for the compliment. I may not possess many other virtues, but I do have a strong adaptability," Lin Yi replied with a slight smile. In truth, he felt a hint of confusion himself. While he had never been socially anxious, he had never imagined he could perform so calmly before a crowd. However, since acquiring the system and becoming a magician, his confidence had grown immensely. He attributed this transformation to a shift in mindset, perhaps subconsciously. He had begun to see himself as a noble magician, elevated above the ordinary. By the way, while I was down there, I found myself wondering what kind of flower would bloom from me. Could you perform the magic you just showed on me? I am quite curious. Hu Dai suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi paused briefly before nodding in agreement. Of course, that is not a problem. Let me take a look. With that, he scrutinized Hu Dai intently. Having had a sip of her drink, she appeared even more enchanting. Lin Yi dared not gaze for too long and gently placed his hand atop her head. If I were to liken you to a flower, I believe it would be this one. As he spoke, he plucked a flower from above Hu Dai's head, a striking dark red dahlia. Chapter 20. The disruptor arrives as Lin Yi plucked a resplendent dahlia from atop Hu Dai's head. A flicker of surprise danced in her eyes. Is this a dahlia? Indeed, a dahlia, symbolic of prosperity, imbued with fervor and tenacity, courageous and resolute. No matter its companions, it forever remains the centerpiece, with all other blooms merely complementing its brilliance. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Hu Dai beamed, her smile radiant. Are you complimenting the flower or me? Well, would you prefer the truth or a fib? Lin Yi pondered momentarily before responding. Let us hear the falsehood then. I'm praising you. Ah, it seems I have misinterpreted your intentions. Nonetheless, I am quite fond of this flower. With that, Hu Dai gracefully adorned her hair with the dahlia and elegantly departed with her glass in hand. After taking a few steps, she suddenly turned back, feigning mild annoyance as she regarded Lin Yi. For the next performance, were the two outfits I gifted you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nodded with a smile. All right, now that's more like it. If you find yourself hungry later, there will be staff meals available in the back. Feel free to help yourself. If it gets cold, there's a microwave. And if you lack transportation home, just take a cab. I shall reimburse you. Thank you, boss. Before long, Hu Dai, her hair adorned with the flower, made her way with poise to a booth on the other side, engaging enthusiastically with several patrons inside, erupting into laughter from time to time. Meanwhile, in the bar, following Lin Yi's magical performance, the atmosphere had reached an exhilarating crescendo. Half an hour later, Lin Yi once again graced the central stage. Most of the patrons, having been privy to his previous act, were already aware of his identity as a magician. Yet a handful remained oblivious. This included a group of girls who had just entered through the bar's entrance. Each girl was dressed in a trendy, hip-hop style, their clothing and accessories reflecting that aesthetic. The leader of the group, while adorably cute, was adorned with various piercings on her lips, nose, eyelids, and even her cheeks, her vibrant red hair wrapped in a patterned scarf, exuding an air of vitality. At that moment, Lin Yi ascended the stage, drawing the attention of the bar's patrons. The previously hushed atmosphere instantly captivated the girls. What is going on? Why is it so quiet here today? Right? Is there a fight happening? Surely not. Who would dare to cause trouble here? What are they all looking at? Let us just go see for ourselves. With that, the group of hip-hop girls squeezed into the center of the bar, and upon catching sight of Lin Yi standing on the small stage, one exclaimed, "Wow, boss lady." It's a man. Don't call me boss lady. That title is so lowbrow. How many times must I say it? The girl with the lip ring shot a fierce glare at the girl beside her. And do I really need you to tell me he's a man? Am I blind? How peculiar. What is a man doing here? Based on my judgment, he must be performing magic. Another girl, adorned with an abundance of jewelry, who could easily set up a $2 shop upon falling, glanced over and, stroking her chin, replied, "What you said is nonsense. If it's not magic, could it possibly be sorcery?" After uttering this, the girl with the lip ring clenched her small fist tightly. No, I absolutely refuse to allow a man to be here. When he performs his magic, we must find a way to expose him, embarrass him, and drive him away. Do you understand? Don't worry, boss. The Black Rose Bar is our stronghold, and we certainly won't allow any men to enter. We will devise a plan to thwart his act. Exactly. Let's get rid of him. But he is quite handsome, isn't he? Don't be deceived by his looks. The more handsome a man, the more unfaithful he is. A man this attractive will treat you like a mere plaything. Exactly. With such looks and splendid attire, he must harbor ill intentions. As someone who has been through this, let me advise you, do not date handsome men, nor be swayed by their sweet nothings. Their phones are filled with contacts labeled baby, all from a kindergarten. And do not engage with unattractive men either. They not only deceive but are also, well, unattractive. The girl with the lip ring spoke earnestly. Wow, your words are so profound, boss. You must have had many boyfriends, A slender girl looked at her with admiration. Upon hearing this, the corners of the lip ring girl's mouth lifted in a smile. That goes without saying. I've had more boyfriends than you've ever encountered men. I've experienced all types, and that's why I believe that sweet and soft girls are far better. Come, let the boss give you a kiss. As she spoke, the girl with the lip ring embraced another girl beside her, cradling her face as she leaned in for a kiss. At that moment, Lin Ye's voice rang out from the stage once again. This next magic trick is quite special. I need a beautiful lady to come on stage to serve as my assistant. To be my assistant, one must not only possess stunning beauty but also a pure heart. However, my magic is limited, and I cannot discern who among the many beautiful ladies present possesses the purest heart. Therefore, I will enlist my animal companion and magical assistant, Blake, to make the distinction. Please welcome Blake. As Lin Yi finished speaking, a sudden meow echoed from the stage. This unexpected sound instantly captured the attention of everyone present, and they turned their gazes toward the stage, attempting to locate the source of the meowing. Yet, despite their efforts, no trace could be found, until someone exclaimed, "The cat is there, right above his head." Upon hearing the exclamation, all present instinctively turned their gaze toward the top of Lin Ye's head. In the dim light of the bar, a strikingly beautiful black cat, its sleek fur as dark as night, and its demeanor exuding an aristocratic elegance, perched gracefully above him, its eyes shimmering with a captivating emerald glow. The moment the patrons became aware of this feline presence, the atmosphere in the bar erupted with excitement, as they had completely overlooked its sudden appearance. At that moment, the black cat leapt down from Lin Ye's head and settled obediently by his feet. "Blake, seek out the lady with the pure heart," it meowed, stretching languidly before swaggering off the stage. Amidst the curious gazes of the female patrons, it explored its surroundings with ease, sniffing and rubbing against various objects, displaying no signs of shyness. The crowd was utterly charmed by this adorable creature, many yearning to embrace it, yet it skillfully evaded their attempts. Eventually, Blake seemed to catch a whiff of something intriguing and sauntered over to the side of a girl with a lip piercing. After crouching beside her, it placed its left paw gently on her pant leg and turned its head to meow at Lin Yi on stage. Instantly, every pair of eyes in the bar was drawn to the lip-pierced girl. Faced with this unexpected attention, she panicked, completely unprepared for Blake's choice. Could it truly have sensed the purity of her heart? In her flustered state, she remained oblivious to Blake's intense gaze fixed on a bag she held, which bore the inscription, "Gigantic Chicken Steak." Chapter 21. Card Magic. My dear lady, it appears you possess the purest spirit in the entire Black Rose Bar. Might I have the honor of inviting you to be my magical assistant? As the girl with the lip piercing stood momentarily stunned, Lin Ye's voice resonated once more from the stage. She quickly regained her composure, and her friend beside her whispered urgently, "Boss, what an opportunity. Hurry up and expose his tricks, then kick him out of Black Rose." "Indeed, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance," echoed her companion. Upon hearing her friend's words, the previously hesitant girl with the lip piercing felt a surge of determination. "Very well, you have invited me up. Let us see how I shall unravel your illusions." With that, she confidently strode onto the stage, followed closely by the eager black cat Blake, whose eyes were fixated on the chicken fillet bag in her hand. Once on stage, she nonchalantly tucked her hands into her pockets and spoke with a casual air. "What do I need to do? If it's too difficult, I want to comply." Lin Yi smiled gently at her words. "It will not be too challenging. You simply need to follow my instructions." "All right then, speak." "And I shall do my best to cooperate," she replied, a glint of mischief flashing in her eyes. "Excellent. Let our magic commence," Lin Yi declared. As the words left his lips, he snapped his fingers, and from his previously empty right hand emerged a set of ancient-looking cards. "I possess a deck of magical cards imbued with my power, allowing me to establish a telepathic connection with them. Even should they be sent to the ends of the earth, I can still sense their presence. Now, I require your assistance in randomly distributing these cards to the 27 ladies present. Do not reveal to me whom you give them to, nor which cards they hold. Ultimately, I shall identify each card." Having spoken, Lin Yi placed the cards into the hands of the girl with the lip piercing. "This task poses no issue, does it?" The girl nodded vigorously. "No problem at all. I assure you, I will complete the task. However, to prevent you from peeking, I must cover your eyes." With that, she removed a patterned scarf from her head and handed it to Lin Yi. "That is perfectly acceptable." As he spoke, Lin Yi neatly folded the scarf and, before all present, tied it over his eyes. He could faintly detect the delicate fragrance emanating from the scarf. seeing Lin Yi so readily blindfolded. The girl felt a twinge of unease and waved her right hand before his face. Confirming he could not see, a sly smile crept across her face. Today, fate has dealt you a troublesome hand, my dear. After silently reciting those words in her heart, the girl with the lip piercing casually drew 2 cards from the stack in her hand and tucked them into her waist pouch. With the remaining cards in hand, she approached the crowd. Before long, she distributed the cards one by one to the female patrons present. However, when only 1 card remained, instead of handing it out, she made her way to the bar, opened a drawer, and placed the final card inside. After doing so, she playfully gestured a shoe to the bartender, who responded with an approving thumbs up. This act did not go unnoticed by the other customers in the bar, yet none spoke up. They were intrigued to see how Lin Yi would handle the situation, wondering if his magic was truly as remarkable as claimed. Only Hu Dai, seated in a booth at the back, furrowed her brow slightly. A tall, elegant woman beside her noticed and teased, "What's the matter? Are you starting to worry about your brother?" "Not quite. I just think this girl is pushing it a bit too far," Hu Dai replied with a faint smile. "Shouldn't you go remind him then?" "No, I trust that since he dared to say what he did, he must have a way to handle it. There is an enigmatic confidence about him." "Oh, I rarely hear you praise a man like this," the tall woman chuckled. "He's not a man, he's still a boy." Hu Dai shook her head. "A boy? Huh? Boys are even better. I have a preference for that type." The tall woman's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Don't get any ideas. He's just a freshman and has never even had a girlfriend," Hu Dai quickly interjected. "Ha ha ha, look at you getting anxious. Don't worry. I want to compete with you. I'm not interested in men right now. It's beauties like you that catch my eye." As she spoke, the tall woman playfully lifted Hu Dai's chin. Hu Dai swiftly dodged to the side. "All right, my international supermodel, I only see him as a brother. Let us continue watching the performance." With that, her gaze shifted back to the stage. At that moment, the girl with the lip piercing returned to the stage. Approaching Lin Yi, she playfully declared, "All right, I've distributed all the cards as you requested. You can take off the blindfold now." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yi tore off the scarf covering his eyes and returned it to the girl. "Are you sure you handed out all the cards?" Yes, all of them. Not a single one left." The girl nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. "Excellent. It seems you are a competent magical assistant. Thank you for your hard work. Here is your reward." In the next moment, to the girl's astonishment, Lin Yi produced a small stuffed bear from seemingly nowhere and placed it in her hands. The girl was clearly taken aback as she received the bear. "I shall now begin to locate the cards you have distributed, one by one, allowing me to sense their presence." While speaking, Lin Yi placed 2 fingers against his temples. "Found it." As soon as the words left his lips, he strode down the stage towards a female patron who appeared to be in her 30s. Upon reaching her side, he directly stated, "The card you possess should be the 8 of clubs, am I correct?" Hearing his declaration, the woman hastily retrieved a card from her belongings and revealed its face in front of all those present. It was indeed the 8 of clubs, precisely as Lin Yi had mentioned. In an instant, the bar erupted with applause, and the eyes of the onlookers brimmed with astonishment and disbelief. Over the next few minutes, Lin Yi continued to identify the cards possessed by the other patrons with uncanny precision, each time accurately naming the card's face. His remarkable ability once again captivated everyone in attendance. Soon, he had gathered 24 cards, leaving only 3 remaining to complete the entire deck. At that moment, the expressions of the spectators shifted to one of intrigue. They were eager to discover whether Lin Yi could locate the final 3 cards. Just then, Lin Yi suddenly furrowed his brow. Observing his expression, the girl with the lip piercing revealed a look of triumph. However, Lin Yi's next words sent a chill down her spine. Strangely, 2 of the last 3 cards were with the same individual, while 1 was unaccounted for. Is there a flaw in my sensing ability, or has my magical assistant failed to adhere to my instructions? Dear assistant, have you diligently fulfilled my requests? Chapter 22. So they were here all along. Upon Lin Yi's serious inquiry, a flicker of panic crossed the face of the girl with the lip piercing. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and, with unwavering calmness, replied, "Of course, I have followed your instructions to the letter. Every card has been dealt." "Is that so?" "It seems my intuition must be faulty." Lin Yi feigned confusion. Yes, it must be your intuition that is off. Do check again. I am certain you will find it." The girl nodded repeatedly. "Very well, I shall search once more." As she spoke, Lin Yi's gaze began to scan the bar. Ultimately, his attention settled upon Hu Dai. In the next moment, he strode towards Hu Dai in full view of everyone. A hint of perplexity appeared on Hu Dai's face as she saw Lin Yi approaching. Suddenly, standing before her, Lin Yi intoned, "My dear lady, I have sensed that one of my cards may be with you. Might you have seen it?" Upon hearing his words, the female patrons in the bar exchanged glances, and whispers began to circulate. He finally made a mistake. I thought he could accurately pinpoint the location of every card. Indeed, it's a pity. He was just 3 cards away from finding them all. Nevertheless, he has displayed remarkable skill. Certainly, had it not been for that girl's interference, he likely would have discovered them all. It was evident that those who had witnessed the girl with the lip-piercing conceal the cards unanimously believed that Lin Yi had faltered this time. Even Hu Dai herself cast furtive glances at Lin Yi. Yet, Lin Yi seemed oblivious. "Madam, if you are unwilling to reveal my card, I shall have to retrieve it myself. Let us see where it is hidden." "Oh, found it." With that, Lin Yi plucked the large dahlia from atop Hu Dai's head. "So, you concealed the card within this flower." When the crowd saw him merely lift a flower, their expressions transformed into confusion. What is he doing? How could such a large card possibly be hidden in such a small bloom? Indeed, that is utterly impossible, especially since the remaining 3 cards have been hidden away by that girl. As the crowd voiced their bewilderment, Lin Yi suddenly tore off a petal from the large dahlia. In full view of all present, he tossed the petal into the air. The audience's gaze instinctively followed the fluttering petal. In the next instant, Lin Yi reached out to grasp the petal, and as it landed in his palm, it transformed into a card. This astonishing display of sleight of hand elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience. My word, the petal actually turned into a card. How did that happen? I could scarcely follow it. In an instant, the cards erupted from his hand, leaving onlookers in awe. Is this the essence of a magician? Truly remarkable. However, skepticism lingered. Impossible, they murmured. That card was clearly tucked away in the drawer of the bar. How could he possibly have retrieved it? Could he, perhaps, possess the ability to summon objects from thin air? It seemed unlikely that he had merely produced one of the 3 cards that had just been concealed. He must have realized that he could not find the remaining 3, and thus opted to present a new card instead. Indeed, that must be the case. We had witnessed the hiding of the other 3 cards with our own eyes. As doubts arose among the crowd, the girl with the lip-piercing stepped forward. "The card you hold cannot possibly be from the 27 I just handled. It is a new card you have drawn." As her words lingered in the air, Lin Yi smiled at her mischievously. "Oh, are you so certain? Do you recall the faces of the remaining 3 cards?" "Of course, I remember. I took special note, fearing you might cheat." The girl with the lip-piercing declared proudly, "The remaining 3 cards are the King of Hearts, the 9 of Diamonds, and the Ace of Spades. It appears your memory serves you well. However, coincidentally, the card in my hand happens to be the King of Hearts." With that, Lin Yi flipped the card to reveal its face, and indeed, it was the King of Hearts. As he displayed the card, a throng of spectators gathered around him. Upon recognizing the card he held, their eyes widened in disbelief. It truly is the King of Hearts. Could it be that he has indeed discovered one of the final 3 cards? This is nothing short of miraculous. Extraordinary, truly extraordinary. This young man is the most impressive magician I have ever encountered. What could be the secret behind this? If the principles were so easily discernible, magicians would surely find themselves out of work. The art of magic thrives on the element of surprise. As the crowd was captivated by Lin Yi's prowess, a flicker of unease crossed the face of the girl with the lip piercing. In the next moment, she hastily made her way behind the bar and flung open the drawer. After a thorough search, her expression shifted dramatically. How could this be? How could the cards I placed here have vanished? In shock, she turned to the bartender beside her, who appeared equally bewildered. "Did you give him the cards?" The girl whispered. "How could I? I've been swamped, tending bar without leaving my post." The bartender replied innocently. "Has he come to the bar at all?" The girl pressed on. "No, you saw it yourself." "Then what on earth is happening? Am I seeing things?" Just as the girl with the lip piercing was left in a haze of confusion, Lin Yi's voice rang out once more. "It seems fortune is on my side. I have successfully deduced the location of the third-to-last card. In this case, only the final 2 cards remain undiscovered. I shall attempt to sense them once more." With that, he placed his fingers once again against his temples. Observing this scene, the girl with the lip piercing instinctively reached for her bag, confirming that the previous 2 cards were still within. A deep sigh of relief escaped her lips. "Humph, I shall see how you find the last 2. I refuse to believe you can simply make them vanish from my bag." Yet, scarcely had she finished this thought when Lin Yi abruptly withdrew his fingers. "Found them. So they were here all along." "Huh? Upon hearing Lin Ye's confidently triumphant declaration, the girl with the lip piercing stood momentarily stunned. In the next moment, she watched as Lin Yi approached her with a broad smile. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, he pinned her against the column beside the bar. Gazing at Lin Ye's handsome visage, the girl's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a startled little rabbit. Chapter 23. It lies within your stomach. The girl with the lip piercing never anticipated Lin Yi would be so audacious, pressing her against the pillar in a bold display. The surrounding female patrons were equally taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. In an instant, expressions of intrigue adorned their faces as they eagerly awaited the unfolding drama. Just as they were poised to witness the next act, Lin Yi suddenly yanked the headscarf from the girl's head and swiftly stepped back. So, you concealed the card here. This indeed is a clever hiding spot. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the girl with the lip piercing, now flushed with embarrassment, displayed a look of confusion. Are you suggesting that your card is hidden in my headscarf? Indeed, it is right here. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi deftly extracted a card from beneath the headscarf. He promptly showcased the card to the onlookers, revealing it to be the 9 of diamonds from the final 3 cards. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd instinctively covered their mouths, their eyes wide with astonishment. Well, another card found. I distinctly saw that girl place the card in her bag just moments ago. How could it possibly end up in her headscarf? Did she switch positions afterward? That seems implausible. The card is quite large, and the headscarf is merely a small piece. How could it possibly conceal such an object? What on earth is happening? In contrast to the astonished crowd, the girl with the lip piercing could only describe her feelings as sheer shock. She was acutely aware of where she had hidden her own cards. There was no way one could have ended up in her headscarf. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she hurriedly reached for her bag. Upon touching it, her heart sank. She had only 1 card remaining from the 2 she had previously possessed. When had he taken the other card? Amidst her shock, her gaze towards Lin Yi grew increasingly complex. No matter what, I cannot allow him to take the last card. Resolutely, she grasped the card tightly, unwilling to believe Lin Yi could manage to make it disappear under such circumstances. However, at that moment, Lin Yi suddenly wore a mysterious smile. Now, only the final card remains. It is well hidden, yet I can sense its presence. Looking directly at the girl with the lip piercing, he continued, I believe that last card is still on you, beautiful lady. Upon hearing this, the girl shook her head vigorously. It's not with me. It's not here. You're mistaken. Is that so? I am confident in my assertion, and I have already located that card. If you doubt me, simply unzip the back of the little bear I gifted you. It is concealed within its body. At this proclamation, the girl with the lip piercing exclaimed in disbelief, impossible. How could it possibly end up there? If you don't believe me, just open the bear and see for yourself, Lin Yi shrugged. Fine, let us see then. I assure you, if I say it is not inside, then it is certainly not inside. With that, the lip-stud girl promptly seized the small teddy bear that she had attached to her bag, and without hesitation, she unzipped the zipper on its back. However, as her hand delved into the bear's interior, she froze in place, for she distinctly felt something hard within. Observing her stunned expression, Lin Yi's lips began to curl into a subtle smile. So is the card not inside? The girl, still in a daze, heard his words and immediately gritted her teeth, shaking her head vigorously like a rattle. It's not. The card is definitely not inside. It was clear she had resolved to deny it, believing that as long as she steadfastly refused to acknowledge it, Lin Yi would be powerless against her. Just when she thought she could evade the situation with her obstinate defiance, Lin Yi unexpectedly made a move that took her by surprise. You are correct. The card is indeed not in the teddy bear's belly, for it has just found its way into yours. As soon as the words left his mouth, a card flew out from the girl's clothing, swirling around Lin Yi before being deftly caught between his middle and index fingers. His raised hand was perfectly illuminated by a spotlight, capturing the attention of everyone present. As they discerned the face of the card, astonishment rendered them speechless, for in his grasp was none other than the ace of spades. At that moment, the DJ, responsible for the music, played a background score fit for a gambling god, igniting the atmosphere of the entire bar. The audience, having witnessed this masterful card trick, erupted into fervent applause, and even Hudai, the bar owner, could not help but rise to join in the ovation. Incredible! Truly incredible! This is genuine magic, 100 times more thrilling than any performance on a spring festival stage. Indeed, it feels less like a magic show and more like an exhibition of true sorcery. They marveled at how he managed to gather all the cards despite the girl's relentless efforts to thwart him. How could he possibly retrieve the card? Did it truly emerge from that young lady's belly? Such a notion seemed implausible, yet they were intrigued by how the card had soared into the air. The evening's entertainment was unparalleled. Where had the bar owner discovered such a skilled magician? He appeared youthful, yet his performance was astonishingly adept, handsome and talented. They suddenly realized that men could indeed be captivating. In that moment, everyone was lavish in their praise for Lin Yi, save for the lip-stud girl, who remained in a state of bewilderment. She could hardly discern whether what had just transpired was merely a dream. As a first-hand witness, she possessed a clearer understanding of the recent events than anyone else. She remained oblivious to how the cards had found their way into the bear's belly, and even more so, how they eventually reappeared within her own clothing. The 3 cards she had concealed were effortlessly discovered by Lin Yi, who had yet to expose her. Could it be that he truly possessed magical abilities? Amidst her tumultuous thoughts, she realized that Lin Yi had been fixated on her face. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson. And in the next moment, she forcefully stomped her right foot. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? Keep looking, and I might just pluck your eyes out. No sooner had she uttered these words than Lin Yi unexpectedly reached out to touch her face. In a swift motion, her feigned anger dissipated. At that moment, Lin Yi slowly opened his hand, revealing several glimmering studs resting in his palm. You dropped your studs. I thought you had them inserted. Turns out they were glued on. Huh? I hope the others aren't glued as well. His words sent the girl with lip studs into a frenzy as she hastily retrieved a small mirror from her bag. Upon discovering that indeed, one of her facial studs had fallen off, her expression morphed into one of embarrassment. Her friends quickly gathered around her. Boss, so your studs are glued on? Didn't you tell us you got them inserted? Exactly. You claimed you didn't use anesthesia. Are you really out here mixing with the crowd? Well, you're so devious. You made us go through the pain while you used glue. I hope your tattoos aren't just stickers. Ugh, this is so annoying. People fear pain. So what's wrong with using glue? Is that a crime? The girl with lip studs retorted, hands on her hips. With that, she ripped off the remaining studs from her face, including those on her lips. Let us go, let us go. This place isn't fun anymore, she declared, her face a deep shade of red as she pulled her friends towards the bar's exit. Halfway out, she couldn't resist casting a fierce glance back at Lin Yi. Wait for me, you brat. This isn't over. You'll regret crossing me, Songbauer. You might know a bit of magic, but I'll find an even more formidable magician to challenge you. After uttering this, she contemplated hurling the bear at Lin Yi, but ultimately decided against it, opting instead to hang it back on her back. We're off to sing. Those of us who roam the night should come home late. Tonight, I'll cover all expenses. Thank you, boss. Thanks, boss. Amidst their lively chatter, the girl with lip studs led her friends out of the Black Rose bar. Their departure did not dampen the atmosphere within the bar, where patrons continued their revelries undisturbed. Lin Yi, having just completed a round of magic tricks, received his first tip. Chapter 24. The yellow Oriole egg glass of wine priced at $1,000 is akin to the virtual gifts exchanged in online live streams. Similarly, performances in a bar often receive monetary tokens of appreciation from the audience. After Lin Yi showcased his remarkably skilled card tricks, a long-haired beauty, who had just received flowers from him, approached him. Young man, your magic this evening has truly delighted me. Please accept this small token of my appreciation. As she spoke, she extracted several 100 yuan notes from her handbag and placed them into Lin Yi's hat. The suddenness of this gesture left Lin Yi momentarily bewildered. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, several other female patrons began to deposit cash into his hat. One even removed a gold ring and tossed it into his hat, blowing him a kiss as she departed. In a bold move, another patron seized the opportunity while Lin Yi was momentarily dazed and planted a passionate kiss on his cheek, leaving a vivid mark. Soon, his face bore an array of 7 or 8 varied kiss marks. Having never experienced such attention, Lin Yi stood frozen in place until the voice of Hu Dai broke the spell. Do not be taken aback. Such is human nature. Under the influence of alcohol, people often engage in behaviors they would typically shy away from. They come here to relieve stress and seek joy, and you have provided them with happiness. Thus, this is rightfully yours. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yi began to regain his composure. In the next moment, Hu Dai handed him a wet wipe. Here, wipe that off. These people truly lack a sense of boundaries. We wouldn't want them to frighten you away. If you were to be scared off, it would be a significant loss for me. Regaining his senses, Lin Yi hastily accepted the wet wipe and dabbed at his face, then lowered his gaze to his hat. What had once been empty was now overflowing. Alongside the cash and jewelry, there were notes with contact information and even a piece of alluring women's lingerie. Staring at the contents of the hat, He was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Hu Dai spoke again, advising him, keep the money, but as for these items, simply discard them in a trash bin later. It would be wise not to add any of those individuals. It's not that they're undesirable, but rather you have no idea of their true identities. Engaging with them could lead to unforeseen troubles. As she pointed to the long-haired beauty who had first approached him, she continued, do you see her? She is no ordinary woman. Her husband is the CEO of the Zheng Group. The last man who shared her bed has been missing for months. His body likely remains undiscovered. And that one over there, don't be deceived by her gentle demeanor. She is a notorious figure, leading a band of ruthless outlaws. Listening to Hu Dai's revelations, Lin Ye's expression shifted dramatically, reflecting a growing realization of the precariousness of his situation. He had never anticipated that the women here possessed such formidable backgrounds. Noticing the change in Lin Ye's expression, Hu Dai suddenly broke into laughter. All right, I won't tease you any longer. It's not as exaggerated as it seems. Just focus on your own responsibilities. In the Black Rose Bar, no one can touch you. After all, you are under my protection. With that, Hu Dai patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. You must be exhausted. Come over here and rest a bit. Spend some time with me. When Lin Yi hesitated, she took his hand and led him to a nearby booth. Upon arriving at the booth, Lin Yi discovered 4 exceptionally attractive young women, each exuding an air of sophistication. Let me introduce you. These are my friends, all of whom are elite professionals. This one is a renowned fashion model in the country. As she pressed Lin Yi onto the plush sofa of the booth, Hu Dai continued her introductions. Lin Yi quickly scanned the faces of the women. And one statuesque lady truly embodied the essence of a model, particularly with her long, slender neck resembling that of a swan. After introducing the 4 women, Hu Dai turned to the group and introduced Lin Yi. This is my younger brother, Lin Yi, currently a freshman and an amateur magician. Please be gentle in your conversation. We don't want to frighten him. Rest assured, we are not fearsome sirens. How could we scare him? The model chimed in with a smile. By the way, my name is Huang Ying. You can think of me as your older sister. Moreover, what Hu Dai said is incorrect. You cannot merely be an amateur magician. The 2 tricks you just performed are enough to surpass 90% of domestic magicians. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi quickly responded with humility, you flatter me. I just practice casually in my spare time. Practicing casually and being this impressive. Imagine if you received formal training, Huang Ying remarked. You must be tired from your performance. Have a drink to relax. As she spoke, Huang Ying poured a drink into a new glass for Lin Yi. Seeing the glass being offered, Lin Yi promptly declined. No, I don't drink. How can a man not drink, especially someone as charming as you? If you don't learn to drink, you might find yourself at a disadvantage in the future, Huang Ying replied. Just as she finished speaking, Hu Dai shot her a disapproving look. I already told you he is still in school. Why are you trying to pressure him into drinking? He has classes tomorrow. It's fine. 1 drink 1 tea hurt. This one isn't strong. It's more like a beverage. I just want to see his cheeks turn rosy. It would be adorable, Huang Ying teased. The other 3 women quickly joined in, encouraging, exactly, 1 drink 1 tea matter. Everyone has to have a first time. Perhaps he has a natural tolerance and simply doesn't know it yet. At that moment, Huang Ying suddenly produced her handbag and, before the assembled crowd, extracted a thick wad of cash. Fear not, dear sister, I shall not bully you. For every drink you consume, I shall reward you with 1,000 yuan. With that, she grasped a nearby bottle of liquor and several empty glasses, pouring half a glass of wine into each. After filling the glasses, she made sure to place 1,000 yuan note beneath each one. Before long, a circle of drinks adorned the table before her. Drink as much as you wish. There is no pressure. All the money here is yours, provided you possess the ability. In the next moment, Huang Ying retrieved another stack of approximately 10,000 yuan and placed it beneath the unopened bottle of wine. With a playful expression, she gazed at Lin Yi. Meanwhile, the spectacle unfolding at the booth garnered the attention of other patrons within the bar. Chapter 25, The 1,000 Cups of Intoxication. What is happening over there? Is that magician performing another trick? It seems not. It appears someone is encouraging him to drink. Encouraging him to drink? Isn't that rather unfair? That magician looks as if he is still in college. Exactly, he is just a child. Why put him in such a predicament? 1 cup costs 1,000. Well, that's no matter. Boys should learn to drink. It's not necessarily a bad thing. I feel I could take his place, although I cannot consume much. 2 or 3 cups would pose no issue for me. I cannot bear to see such an adorable boy suffer. Allow me to substitute for him. And I shall only take half of the money. I only require 300 per cup. This is quite a hustle. As the crowd gathered increasingly, Hu Dai tugged at Huang Ying's arm. That's enough. Why do you have to make it difficult for him? Huang Ying smiled gently at her words. I am not making it difficult for him. How can a student earn 1,000 in a day? He merely needs to drink half a cup to earn that amount. Furthermore, I am not forcing him. It is entirely his choice. Isn't it, little brother? With that, Huang Ying turned her gaze back to Lin Yi. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile wryly. This sister holds me in too high regard. However, you are correct. As a university student, it is indeed challenging to earn 1,000 in a day. I only make 80 per hour as a tutor. Since you think so highly of me, I suppose I should not disappoint you. If I drink all the alcohol here, does that mean all the money is mine? Of course, my word is my bond. And there are numerous witnesses present. If you have the ability, all this money shall be yours. However, I advise you to know your limits. After all, health is of utmost importance. If anything goes awry, your sister Hu Dai might have to deal with me. As she spoke, Huang Ying cast a teasing glance at Hu Dai. Lin Yi interjected, that one tea happened. Although I am not an experienced drinker, I can manage a little. May I begin? Certainly. Huang Ying pushed a cup of alcohol towards Lin Yi. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Yi promptly lifted the cup and, without hesitation, downed the contents in one swift motion. After finishing, he turned the cup upside down, ensuring not a single drop remained. Impressive. This money is yours. Huang Ying nodded approvingly. Thank you. Without delay, Lin Yi pocketed the 1,000 yuan from the table and unhesitatingly took the second cup. Just as with the first, he tilted his head back and consumed the entire contents in one go, maintaining his composure. He set the cup down, took the money. And after consuming 4 cups in quick succession, the crowd's expression shifted slightly. You have quite a tolerance, little brother, for cups in. And your complexion hasn't changed at all. Sitting opposite Lin Yi, the canary appeared slightly surprised. It's not bad. It seems this wine isn't as intoxicating as I thought, she remarked. Lin Yi responded with a gentle smile. Beside him, Hu Dai expressed her concern, saying, You don't have to force yourself if you can't drink. It's perfectly fine. Your health is paramount. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately offered her a reassuring glance. Rest assured, I feel nothing at all. I believe I can manage another 4 glasses. What a bold claim. I suspect you've drunk too quickly and haven't felt the effects yet. You'll soon understand the consequences. Huang Ying teased, sliding 4 glasses of liquor in front of Lin Yi. Without hesitation, he grasped one of the glasses and tilted his head back, draining it completely. As soon as he set the glass down, he picked up a 5th. Bang. The 6th glass followed suit. Bang. The 7th. Bang. The 8th. In the blink of an eye, another 4 glasses were consumed, and throughout the process, his expression remained unchanged, his complexion still as pale as before, devoid of any flush. After finishing the 4 glasses, he swiftly pocketed the 4,000 yuan beneath the glasses, his movements deft and showing no sign of inebriation. At this moment, the onlookers could barely contain their astonishment. Impressive. He has had 8 glasses and seems utterly unaffected. Indeed, these glasses hold 200 milliliters each. Half a glass equates to 100 milliliters. 8 half glasses amount to 400 milliliters, nearly a pound of alcohol. I could manage that much as well. But I certainly wouldn't handle it like him. Truly, his capacity for alcohol was remarkable. His mind was clear, his movements fluid. And he exhibited no signs of slurred speech. He was undeniably sober. I never would have guessed this young man could drink so well. He appears so delicate that I thought he couldn't handle it at all. It seemed he had been playing the part of a naive lamb all along. Amidst the astonishment, the spectators began to reassess their views of Lin Yi. Huang Ying, sitting across from him, was now even more astonished, her beautiful phoenix eyes scrutinizing him. Well, little brother. Just moments ago, you claimed you could only drink a little. I see now that you were merely pretending. This is hardly just a little bit. Truly, the more handsome the man, the more deceitful he can be. You must have had your fair share of drinking in the past. Upon hearing Huang Ying's words, Lin Yi merely smiled slightly. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. I have indeed never consumed alcohol before, and what constitutes a little bit in your eyes? He added, I have only had 4 glasses, and I feel nothing at all. Such bravado. Continue drinking. I am curious to see just how much you can handle. Huang Ying replied, retrieving a stack of crisp 100 yuan bills from her bag. Bring me 2 more bottles of wine, tonight. I intend to enjoy myself in the company of this young brother. Not long after her words, a server arrived with 2 bottles of wine. Hu Dai, sitting beside Lin Yi, quickly interjected, Isn't that enough? At this pace, I fear something might truly go awry. Let's try something different, he said casually. It's fine. If this lady wishes to play, I shall accompany her, and I feel quite capable at the moment, Lin Yi remarked with a calm demeanor. At that moment, he exhibited no signs of anxiety, not even 2 bottles of wine, nor 2 barrels, nor even 2 bathtubs full of wine could intoxicate him. For no matter how much he consumed, the liquor would never truly enter his stomach. He had cleverly configured the entrance to the system's inventory at his mouth. The instant the wine poured into him, it seamlessly transitioned into his system's storage. In that moment, he embodied the essence of a god of wine, capable of rendering the entire bar's patrons incapacitated from drink alone. At that juncture, Huang Ying filled an entire table before him with an abundant array of spirits, arranged in 3 rows. Each row concluded with a full bottle of wine. Beneath the bottles lay a total of 10,000 yuan. And should Lin Yi finish the drinks in the front cups and subsequently down the whole bottle, he would be entitled to claim the money concealed beneath. The total cash on the table amounted to several tens of thousands. However, acquiring this substantial sum was not as simple as it appeared. When Huang Ying presented this challenge, every patron in the bar was drawn to the spectacle. The music ceased, the dancing halted, and all eyes converged upon Lin Yi. Chapter 26. Is this scientific? Before Lin Yi began to indulge in alcohol, everyone perceived him merely as a naive young man, fresh from university and unfamiliar with the art of drinking. His delicate and handsome visage was indeed quite misleading. When he consumed 4 glasses, the crowd was only slightly taken aback. However, upon witnessing him down 8 glasses, an unsettling realization began to dawn upon them. Yet, even at this juncture, none believed Lin Yi could possibly finish the bottles of liquor laid out before him. To accomplish such a feat would require the prowess of a seasoned drinker, one who frequents the nightlife with great regularity. Even an adept drinker would likely succumb to oblivion after such an endeavor, necessitating a visit to the hospital for gastric lavage. It was in this moment that Lin Yi abruptly seized a glass, downing its contents without a second thought. To an unsuspecting observer, it appeared as though he were merely sipping water. After finishing the first glass, he inverted it beside him, fixing his gaze intently on Huang Ying across the table. He then proceeded to consume the second, third, fourth, and fifth glasses. In one fluid motion, he emptied all 8 glasses from the first row, standing upright without a hint of flush or breathlessness. He elegantly retrieved a handkerchief from his suit pocket to dab the corners of his mouth. Once finished, he meticulously folded the handkerchief and returned it to his pocket. In the next moment, his hand reached for the final bottle of the first row. At that instant, the once bustling bar fell into a profound silence, all eyes riveted upon Lin Yi. If they had harbored any doubts about his endurance, witnessing him consume 8 glasses in rapid succession caused their convictions to waver. Even Hu Dai ceased her attempts to dissuade him. Just then, as Lin Yi grasped the bottle, he spoke, suggesting that rather than blowing into the bottle, a rather undignified method, he would prefer to switch to a different approach. With that, he set the bottle aside and made his way to the bar. Upon arriving, his gaze swept over the array of spirits until it settled upon an enormous brandy glass, reminiscent of an aquarium perched upon a base, its capacity no less than 5 liters. As the onlookers pondered Lin Yi's intentions, he lifted the decorative glass with determination. At this sight, they instinctively sensed the direction of his actions. Lin Yi then placed the oversized glass on the table, simultaneously grasping 2 bottles of liquor. After uncorking them, he began to pour with fervor. Once the first 2 bottles were emptied into the glass, he proceeded to add a third, ensuring that the remaining spirits on the table were also included. The colossal glass was filled to nearly half its capacity, indicating that it now contained no less than 5 liters of liquid. At this point, the patrons of the bar could no longer contain their astonishment. What on earth was he planning to do? Could it be that he intends to down all that wine in one go? Good heavens! Has he lost his mind? That must amount to 5 or 6 pounds. Even consuming 5 or 6 pounds of water would surely make one feel nauseated. My word, he is audacious. If he manages to finish it all, I fear he may either succumb to intoxication or burst from excess. It's inconceivable. How could a person possibly ingest such a vast quantity of alcohol? Only an elephant could. I wager $100 that he cannot finish it. I raise that to 500. Today has certainly proven worthwhile. Not only have I witnessed a mesmerizing magic show, but I am also privy to this intriguing spectacle. Look, he is about to drink. As the onlookers buzzed with their speculations, Lin Yi, before the entire assembly, lifted the enormous goblet with both hands. At that moment, the previously composed Huang Ying, seated across from him, and Hu Dai, sitting beside him, instinctively rose to their feet. Young man, do not overexert yourself. I was merely jesting. If anything were to happen to you, I could not bear the responsibility. Perhaps we should conclude for the evening. You may take all the money from the table, Wang Ying exclaimed, her earlier calmness evaporating. Indeed, there is no need to gamble one's health out of spite. Moderation is key, Hu Dai quickly added. Yet, Lin Yi merely smiled serenely. Fear not, ladies, do not forget, I am a magician, capable of conjuring miracles. This glass of wine is a toast to all the beautiful women present, wishing you a splendid evening. With that, Lin Yi positioned his lips against the rim of the colossal goblet. The cup tilted slightly, and the dark brown liquid flowed continuously into his mouth, diminishing at a visibly rapid pace. In that moment, the crowd stood agape, their eyes filled with a myriad of emotions, astonishment, bewilderment, shock, disbelief. They could hardly fathom how Lin Yi, with his not particularly robust physique, could contain such an immense volume of liquid. 2 minutes later, as the last drop of wine was swallowed, he finally lowered the goblet from his face, flipping it upside down to display it to all present, including the stunned Wang Ying opposite him. However, the audience had collectively fallen into a state of stupor, as if ensnared by a spell. Their minds seemed to have crashed. The only image etched in their thoughts was that of Lin Yi consuming 5 or 6 pounds of wine in one breath. The impact of that moment was overwhelming, even surpassing the visual astonishment elicited by his earlier magic tricks. Just as the audience drifted into this trance, Lin Yi suddenly spoke. Esteemed ladies, I have finished my wine. I wonder if my performance has met your expectations? At his words, the patrons of the bar were instantly roused from their reverie. The once serene bar suddenly transformed into a bustling marketplace, with gasps of astonishment, exclamations of wonder, cheers, and applause cascading like waves in an unending rhythm. Among these sounds, the gasps of disbelief prevailed. A deity. He is a deity. He is akin to the ancient Greek god of wine. How can one consume so much? Is this merely a fraction? It must be an unfathomable multitude. Is this even within the realm of science? Is it reasonable? Where did all that alcohol vanish? How does he remain utterly unaffected? It defies logic and reason, much like his enchanting feats. I am now exceedingly curious about his physiology. Just how vast is his stomach? The notion of being impervious to inebriation is evidently not an exaggeration. At this moment, Wang Ying also came to her senses. Gazing at the empty goblet before her, and then at the unperturbed Lin Yi, she attempted to speak several times, but ultimately found herself rendered speechless. After a considerable pause, she raised her thumb in admiration. I am truly impressed. You have indeed surprised me, dear brother. In the future, should there be a gathering, I must bring you along. For you alone can outdrink an entire crowd. All this money is yours. With that, she pushed all the cash from the table towards Lin Yi without hesitation. Lin Yi graciously accepted the bounty. Thank you. However, at that moment, the nearby Hu Dai suddenly regarded Lin Yi with a look of suspicion. You surely did not consume that alcohol, did you? As her words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the bar, and all eyes once again converged upon Lin Yi. In response to Hu Dai and the collective gaze, Lin Yi broke into a smile. I have stated before that I am a magician. A magician is capable of anything. However, you are correct, I did not drink that alcohol. With that, he picked up an empty goblet from the table and, retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket, covered the cup's opening. Once the goblet was entirely concealed, he gently tugged at the handkerchief. In the next instant, a full goblet of wine materialized before the astonished onlookers. Chapter 27, The Conclusion. An unexpected encounter when Lin Yi openly confessed that he had not consumed any of the wine. The crowd was left in a state of astonishment. However, when he conjured a glass of wine out of thin air, gasps of surprise erupted once more. So you used magic to make that wine disappear? Hu Dai inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the wine Lin Yi had produced. Indeed, he replied with a nod, passing the glass to Hu Dai. He then picked up another glass, this time without even covering it with a handkerchief. A mere shake filled the glass with wine. He offered this second glass to Wang Ying. I did employ a touch of minor magical technique. After all, I had never truly tasted wine before this moment. Afterward, he took a third empty glass and, with a gentle shake, conjured yet another glass of wine. One by one, he swiftly poured a glass for each person surrounding him. The final glass he reserved for himself. Raising his glass high, he signaled to the beautiful ladies around him. I sincerely apologize, esteemed ladies, for my inability to drink. However, I did not wish to dampen your spirits, so I utilized magic to make the wine vanish. Yet, To express my gratitude for your support of my performance today, I must toast to each of you. Upon hearing Lin Ye's heartfelt words, the attendees graciously lifted their glasses in response. In the next moment, Lin Ye downed his drink in one swift motion. Immediately, his face flushed, and the crowd realized that he had genuinely consumed it this time. At that moment, Huang Ying's voice rang out across the bar. Ladies, let us raise a glass to this charming magician. Cheers! Cheers! With music playing and dancing resuming, the atmosphere in the bar reached a new height. Having finished his drink, Lin Yi returned to his seat beside Hu Dai, in front of Huang Ying. He promptly returned all the money he had just received, keeping only 1,000. Since I did not drink the wine, I cannot accept the money. I only had one glass, so I shall take just 1,000 from you. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Ying feigned anger. What? Do you look down on me? Or do you think I care so little for this trifling sum? I earned back this amount with a single performance. Though you did not consume the wine, you performed a truly spectacular magic trick for me. Consider this my tip. Take it. If you refuse, I shall be quite upset. She insisted. Just accept it. She is quite wealthy, and this amount is nothing to her. She could easily spend more than this on a handbag, Hu Dai chimed in, smiling as she encouraged him. Seeing this, Lin Yi ultimately accepted the cash from the table. Once he had collected the money, Hu Dai took out her phone to check the time. Unbeknownst to him, time had slipped away, and it was now 1:30 in the morning. Xiao Yi, it's quite late already, and you have school tomorrow. You should head back, said his sister. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a slight flush on his cheeks and nodded. Thank you, sister. I'll take my leave now. By the way, your school dormitory is likely closed for the night. Will you be able to return? If not, we have an empty staffed dormitory where you could stay for the night and head back in the morning. No need, sister. I have a way to get in. Lin Yi replied, shaking his head. All right then, once you step out, just take a cab. I'll reimburse you for the fare. Be careful on your way back. And text me once you're at the dormitory. Hearing this, Huang Ying couldn't help but tease. Why are you so concerned about your brother? Why don't you just drive him home? I would love to, but I've been drinking and can't drive. How can I take him back? Hu Dai rolled her eyes. It's fine, sister. I'm a guy. What danger could there be? Besides, I've only had one drink. You all enjoy yourselves. I'll head back first. With that, Lin Yi stood up, bid his farewells, and made a trip to the backstage. After changing into casual attire, he left the bar. By this hour, the streets were mostly deserted, save for a few thrill-seekers. The night breeze, gentle yet invigorating, quickly sobered Lin Yi from his slight inebriation. Reflecting on the events of the evening, a smile crept across his face. This feeling was rather pleasant. He summoned a cab, eager to return home. Tomorrow. It would be wise to rent a place near the school. Returning so late every night was not ideal. However, as he took out his phone to hail a cab, he discovered that it was impossible to get one nearby. It wasn't that there were no cars, but rather an overwhelming number of people waiting to be picked up, requiring at least a 10-minute wait. Clearly, many others, like him, had just concluded their night out and were heading home. Never mind. I'll walk a couple of streets over. It should be easier to catch a cab there. With his phone tucked away, Lin Yi set off on foot. After walking a few hundred meters, he arrived at the commercial street across from the bar. The street had long since closed for the night, with all the shops locked tight and dimly lit. As he stepped into the commercial area, a piercing scream echoed from a nearby alley. He immediately halted in his tracks. That voice sounds somewhat familiar. Before he could place where he had heard it before, another cry rang out from the alley. Help! Help! Don't come any closer. Go away. Go away. At last, Lin Yi remembered where he had heard that voice. How could it be her? Had she encountered some form of danger? The girl he referred to was the one who had disrupted him at the Black Rose Bar, the one with the lip stud. The desperate cries of the girl with the lip piercing alerted him to the possibility that she was in imminent danger. Reluctantly, he decided to investigate. Overcome by a sense of moral obligation, Lin Yi chose to move toward the source of the cries. After traversing a distance of over 10 meters, he arrived at the entrance of a shadowy alleyway. This alley appeared to be the nocturnal exit of a nearby KTV, devoid of any passers-by, with only a solitary streetlight illuminating the scene. Under the dim, yellow glow, the girl with the lip piercing was cornered against the wall by 4 men. Initially, Lin Yi believed she had merely encountered some petty thugs, but it soon became evident that the situation was far more dire than he had anticipated. Brother Chong, is this the girl? One of the men inquired. Indeed, it's her. I've been following her for several days, replied another. How could the daughter of Song Jianghe be such a fragile creature? Never mind that. Let's tie her up first, another interjected. Let us act quickly, Otherwise, we risk being discovered. As they spoke, the four men prepared to seize the girl, who was valiantly resisting, her limbs flailing in defiance. When one of the assailants received a kick to the groin, he instantly erupted in fury. "Damn it, I want to let you off easy," he bellowed, raising his arm to deliver a vicious slap to her face. However, just as his hand ascended, a glint of cold steel shot from the side, striking his arm with force. The fabric of his sleeve was torn, and a deep gash appeared on his forearm, crimson blood dripping onto the ground. "Ah!" he cried out in agony, his scream drawing the attention of his three companions. "What happened, Dawe?" one asked. "Something cut my arm," he gasped, clutching the wound. "Cut your arm? What could have done that?" "Ugh, it seems to be this thing." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the wall beside him. Embedded in the wall was an archaic card, its design strikingly unique. Upon noticing the card, the expressions of the four men turned to one of horror. "It's a playing card. This is what cut you?" one remarked, preparing to retrieve the card for examination. But just then, the card suddenly shot out from the wall, soaring through the air in a graceful arc before disappearing into the darkness at the alley's mouth. The men, startled by this unexpected turn of events, turned to follow the card's trajectory. In that fleeting moment, they beheld a peculiar figure standing beneath the dim streetlight, a man clad in a black gentleman's suit, adorned with a flowing cape, a black top hat perched atop his head, and a black butterfly mask concealing his face. Chapter 28. Cards can wound in the stillness of the night. Song Bauer traversed a narrow alley, clad in an elegant black suit, a cloak draped over his shoulders. A sight that would leave any ordinary person perplexed. The four men present were no exception. After a moment of stunned silence, one of them finally broke the ice, inquiring about the peculiar figure's purpose. "What is that person doing, dressed like that?" "I have no idea, but he resembles someone engaged in cosplay," another replied. "Wait. Look at his hands." At that moment, the man whose arm had just been grazed by a card turned his astonished gaze towards the masked stranger's right hand. Between his middle and index fingers, a card was conspicuously lodged, identical to the one that had just embedded itself in the wall before soaring away. As the four men recognized the card, realization dawned upon them. It was he who had inflicted harm upon their comrade. Although it seemed absurd, the truth was undeniable. "Damn it, it was him. He threw that card," the injured man exclaimed, clutching his wounded arm furiously. The expressions of his three companions shifted to grave concern. A burly man in a tight black tank top, with a tuft of chest hair visible, cracked his knuckles and threatened, "I don't care who you are, but I advise you not to meddle in our affairs, or you will be the one to suffer." He then added, "You have 3 seconds to scram." As he spoke, the other two men brandished folding knives, adopting menacing postures. Yet, the masked figure beneath the streetlight remained unfazed, casually flicking his fingers to make the card vanish into thin air. In the next moment, he began to advance towards them at a deliberate pace, making no sudden movements. Nevertheless, an inexplicable pressure enveloped the four men, intensifying their anxiety. Behind them, the girl with lip piercings, cornered against the wall, momentarily forgot her fear, her wide eyes fixed intently on the masked man. Her gaze was filled with astonishment and delight, tinged with a hint of confusion. "It's him. How did he end up here? Is he here to rescue me? Why would he save me? What if he cannot handle those thugs?" It was evident that the girl had recognized the masked figure, his attire unmistakably similar to what he wore during his performance at the Black Rose Bar. Save for the addition of a black butterfly mask, she vaguely recalled his name, Yi Lin. Just as she worried that Lin Yi may not be a match for the four men, they encircled him. "Kid, we already offered you a chance, but you chose to meddle. Don't blame us if you get hurt. We'll teach you a lesson so you know we aren't to be trifled with." With that, the leader, the burly man in the black tank top, swung a fist towards Lin Yi. Faced with the fierce onslaught, Lin Yi displayed no intention of retreating. Instead, he unexpectedly spread his arms wide. In the next instant, a blinding orb of white light erupted from his palms. The moment the brilliance ignited, it resembled the detonation of a flashbang. The four men, caught unawares, were instantly dazzled by the intense glare, as if 1,000 needles had pierced their eyes, eliciting anguished cries from their lips. "My eyes! I can't see. What is this? Damn it, what have you done?" Although their vision was temporarily compromised, the quartet persisted in their assault on Lin Yi, wildly brandishing their weapons. Alas, their efforts proved futile. With a mere flick of his wrist, Lin Yi summoned a spectral hand that sent them all sprawling to the ground. Seizing the opportunity while their eyesight remained impaired, he retrieved a length of rope from his system backpack and bound them together, back to back. Within mere minutes, the task was accomplished. As their vision slowly returned, Lin Ye's voice resonated above them. Look here. Instinctively, they lifted their gazes, only to be met once more with a blinding flash of light. Ah, my eyes. I'm blind again. They cried. You little brat, if I catch you, you're done for. Oh no, my sight can't be gone for good. Just as they had regained their vision, they were forcibly blinded anew. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Yi, concealed behind his mask, couldn't suppress a slight smirk. It seems the illumination spell is far more effective than I anticipated. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Yi turned his attention to the side. Have you taken enough pictures? Following his gaze, one could see the girl with lip piercings, snapping photos of Lin Yi with her phone. Upon hearing his question, she smiled sheepishly. Hee, I've got enough. Let us go, or we might find ourselves in a predicament. All right then. Nodding obediently, she picked up her fallen bag and prepared to follow Lin Yi. Yet, just as they were about to depart, she seemed to recall something and dashed back to the four men, delivering a swift kick to each of them with her little leather shoes. Humph. You rascals thought you could catch me. I spit on you. I have my bodyguard right here, and isn't he impressive? She exclaimed, before pointing at the injured man and declaring, and you, thinking you could strike this lady's face? I'll poke your eyes out. With that, she playfully jabbed her delicate fingers at the man's eyes before skipping back to Lin Yi's side. Before long, Lin Yi led her out of the alley and onto a more frequented main road. All right, here should be safe enough that no one would dare to kidnap you. You may return home now. Having uttered these words, Lin Yi took out his phone to summon a taxi back to his dormitory. At that moment, he suddenly felt a firm grip on his arm. Looking down, he discovered that the girl with the lip piercing was clutching him tightly, her large, sorrowful eyes gazing up at him. No, you can't leave. What if they have accomplices? If you walk away, what will happen when they come to catch me? I'm so small, they could whisk me away in an instant. Well, how about you call your family to come pick you up? Lin Yi suggested after a moment of contemplation. No, I can't. I'm running away from home. My dad found a mistress who was just like me. And they even had a baby brother. I've made up my mind not to return. I'll survive out here, even if it means I die on the streets. I refuse to go back. The girl shook her head vigorously, resembling a bobblehead. What then? You can't just follow me around. I need to return to school. Lin Yi frowned. How about I report this to the police and have them take you to the station? He proposed. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl shook her head once more. No. If I go to the police station, they'll definitely notify my dad, and I don't want to see him. This won't do. That won't do. What do you want then? Lin Yi's patience was waning. Let us get a hotel room, she suddenly exclaimed, presenting a suggestion that took Lin Yi by surprise. Huh? Isn't that inappropriate? Are you even of legal age? Of course I am. The girl puffed out her chest. I'm a college student, in my first year. And to alleviate any misconceptions, she added, don't think too much. When I say get a room, I mean we each get our own. Don't worry, I want to make you pay, even though I've run away from home. I have money. With that, she pulled out an adorable frog-shaped children's wallet from her bag, revealing a thick stack of cash and a bank card. At that sight, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on him that the girl before him was likely not just some troubled soul. In fact, she could very well be a wealthy heiress. Regardless of her identity, it was of no concern to him. All he wanted was to return to his slumber. All right. I can take you to a hotel. After that, I'll be on my way, he said. Sure. She nodded enthusiastically. Let us go. With that, Lin Yi led her to a nearby hotel that appeared to be quite upscale. After completing the check-in process, they arrived at the door of a suite. Well, I've brought you to the hotel. You should be safe now, and I should take my leave. Lin Yi began to turn away when the girl suddenly seized his arm again. Wait, there's one last thing. If you agree to this, I'll let you go. There's more? He inquired. Yes, just take out your phone and unlock it. Though uncertain of her intentions, Lin Yi complied, eager to extricate himself from the situation. Once he handed over his unlocked phone, she proceeded to unlock her own device as well. Soon, he heard a soft chime. The girl then deftly maneuvered on both her phone and his. Here you go, your phone back, she said, with a hint of curiosity. Lin Yi glanced at his phone screen. To his surprise, he discovered that the girl had accessed his messaging app and added a new contact. Not only had she pinned this new friend to the top, but she had also altered the contact name to read 17036D Long-Legged Beauty. Observing this moniker, and then glancing at the girl standing before him, who was rather indistinct in her features, Lin Yi found himself stifling a laugh. All right, you can head back now. Remember to message me when you get home. Good night, big brother, she chirped. With that, the girl swept open the door to her room and stepped inside. watching her enter. Lin Yi made his way out of the hotel, hailing a ride at the entrance to return to campus. Chapter 29. Mastering Languages and the Mischievous Fairy Coins. By the time Lin Yi returned to his dormitory, it was nearly 3 in the morning. He had anticipated that his 3 roommates would be fast asleep. However, as he cautiously pushed open the dormitory door, he realized he had underestimated the situation. The lights were indeed turned off, yet every face in the room was aglow. As Lin Yi entered, 3 pairs of eyes, wide as saucers, turned to him in unison. "Well, you finally returned," one exclaimed. "We thought you had spent the night with some beautiful lady." The mere thought of them having a night with a stunning woman kept them awake with anxiety. "Hurry, tell us how your night at the bar was. Did any women take advantage of you? Was your gorgeous boss pulling any strings? Did a wealthy woman offer to support you? Turn on the lights." With a snap, the previously dark dormitory illuminated, and his roommates, now wide awake, climbed out of bed and surrounded Lin Yi. He had already changed into his casual attire, yet traces of various fragrances still lingered on him. Acting like detectives, his roommates scrutinized him, quickly discovering the still visible lipstick marks on his face. "Wow, what is this? Lipstick marks? Goodness, not just one. How many kisses did you receive?" They clicked their tongues in envy. "How is it that such luck fell upon you? And you smell of alcohol. You actually drank. Come, sit down. We waited up just to hear about your adventures tonight. Do you have any snacks?" In that moment, his roommates were overflowing with enthusiasm. Lin Yi, unhurried, took a seat and began recounting his experiences at the Black Rose Bar. Despite omitting some crucial details, the excitement in the room was palpable. "Wow, the Black Rose Bar sounds fascinating. Too bad I'm a man. Otherwise, I would have loved to check it out myself." "So, you actually earned tens of thousands of dollars in one night? That's more than working at a gig. Why can't I perform magic like you? Is it too late for me to learn?" After some light banter, Lin Yi proceeded to freshen up and take a shower. After a busy day, he began to feel the weight of fatigue. He initially thought that once he lay down, sleep would come swiftly. However, as he settled under the covers, he realized he had surpassed the point of drowsiness and felt completely alert. "Oh, and I have an informed sister who died that I've returned to school." With that thought, he quickly grabbed his phone and opened the Green Bubble app. Upon opening it, he noticed there were over a dozen unread messages. A few were from Hu Dai, while the others were from the girl with the lip ring he had saved, Song Bauer. After notifying Hu Dai that he had returned to the dorm and was now lying down, curiosity compelled him to open the chat with Song Bauer. Upon opening the chat interface, a flurry of adorable emojis and 2 messages immediately appeared. "Have you arrived at the dorm, brother? I'm about to sleep. Good night, brother." Lin Yi couldn't help but smile wryly at these messages. He found it perplexing how, just a few hours prior, Song Bauer had deliberately undermined his performance during his magic act, yet now she was so warm towards him. Girls truly are an enigma. Casually, he replied to Song Bauer, informing her that he had returned to the dormitory. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, in a hotel room, Song Bauer had removed her makeup and donned a cute teddy bear pajamas. She lay on the bed, her legs raised high, and immediately clicked on the green bubble upon receiving Lin Yi's message. A smile inexplicably graced her delicate face. "He replied to me," she thought. "Wait, why am I happy? I wasn't even expecting a response." This strange sensation puzzled her. She felt she should dislike men. "Song Bauer, you must be rational. Just because he is handsome and saved you doesn't mean you should be enchanted by him. TikTok even says that getting involved with men brings misfortune. Yet, he seems somewhat different from other men. What am I even saying? Humph. Tomorrow morning, I'll delete him." After declaring this fiercely, her fingers, however, disobeyed her resolve and sent Lin Yi a cute nodding emoji. "Stupid fingers. What are you doing? Turn off the phone. I can't keep playing with it. Decisions made at midnight are never rational." With that, she forcefully shut off her phone and buried her head beneath her pillow. However, soon, muffled giggles escaped from under the pillow, as if she had recalled something delightful. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, who had also set aside his phone to sleep, remembered that after midnight, the system's daily tasks and sign-in rewards should have refreshed. He was eager to see what the system had in store for him today. Opening the system interface, just as he anticipated, not only had the daily sign-in rewards reset, but the daily tasks and the mysterious shop had also refreshed. His internal magical limit had increased from 20 points to 30 points, and his magic surged with vitality. With a sense of anticipation, Lin Yi clicked on the daily sign-in reward. In the next moment, a notification chimed. Ding. Sign-in successful. Today's sign-in prize has been deposited into the system backpack. Please check it at your convenience. Immediately, a white light flew from the sign-in interface into the system backpack. Seeing this, Lin Yi quickly glanced towards his 3 roommates to ensure they were all asleep before cautiously retrieving the package from the system backpack. As soon as the package was brought into the real world, it transformed into a book. Upon seeing the book, Lin Yi realized that today's sign-in reward was yet another spell. He illuminated the cover of the book with the glow of his mobile phone screen. Soon, 4 prominent characters emerged before him: Mastery of Languages. Upon seeing these words, a fleeting expression of disappointment crossed Lin Yi's face. He yearned for the more dazzling spells, such as Fireball, Windblade, or Thunderstrike. It was evident that Mastery of Languages was an auxiliary spell. While not entirely devoid of value, its utility seemed limited. He could scarcely envision how this spell could be integrated with the art of magic. Nevertheless, having it was better than not, he resolved to learn it first. With that thought, he opened the book, and in the next moment, a torrent of memories related to Mastery of Languages flooded into his mind, melding with his own memories. Within these recollections, he transformed into a linguistic maestro, fluent in the tongues of various races. No matter the language, he could instantaneously comprehend it with the casting of this spell, be it Elvish, Dwarvish, Draconic, Orcish, or even the language of beasts. As he absorbed all this information, a subtle change began to manifest on his face. It seemed this spell was more useful than he had anticipated. Not only could he converse with people, but he could also communicate with animals. Activating the spell would allow him to learn their languages immediately. With this in mind, foreign language classes would pose no challenge for him. Should he so desire, he could master every language on the blue planet. Contemplating these revelations, a smile unexpectedly graced his lips. Perhaps I should also check what new items have refreshed in the mysterious shop today. As he spoke, he opened the mysterious shop, which, as before, had unveiled new merchandise. However, today featured 4 items. Magical item, the Harbinger's Revolver, an alchemical weapon forged from a fusion of magic and goblin technology, capable of firing deadly magical bullets that inflict immense damage upon adversaries. I bloom in the midst of slaughter, akin to a flower at dawn. Price, 500. 000 magical coins. Potion, Dragon's Blood Elixir, a potent concoction crafted by renowned alchemists using the blood of dragons, granting the user the dragon's lineage and transforming them into a dragon blood sorcerer. Price, 1,000. 000 magical coins. Daily special item, Fairy Mischief Silver Coin, a unique magical artifact bestowed upon wizards by the fairy race, housing a mischievous and cunning fairy who knows all the world's secrets. Each day, one may pose 10 questions, receiving answers in the form of yes or no. Price, 300 magical coins. Skill point 1. Upon use, this grants 1 skill point, which can be utilized to enhance existing magical skills and amplify magical effects. Price, 100 magical coins. As Lin Yi beheld the 4 items before him, a spark of excitement ignited in his eyes. Chapter 30. The Enchanted Cottage. And renting before Lin Yi lay 4 undeniably powerful items. The first was clearly a weapon, but he found himself perplexed as to why a magician would wield a handgun. The second was a potion, from its name and brief description. It was evident that this elixir was extraordinary, especially considering that dragons are heralded as the most formidable magical creatures in legend. However, neither the first nor the second item was within Lin Yi's realm of consideration, for their prices were exorbitant. 500,000 magical gold coins, which, when converted to real currency, amounted to a staggering 50 million. The dragon's blood potion was even more staggering, priced at an astounding 100 million. Even if he received nightly tips of 10,000, it would take him a continuous 10,000 nights to accumulate such wealth. Thus, Lin Yi shifted his focus to the last 2 items, particularly the mischievous fairy silver coin. Although it could only be used 10 times a day, with each inquiry limited to a binary yes or no, if utilized wisely, it could serve as an oracle's tool. At 300 magical gold coins, it seemed within reach. After his performance at the Black Rose Tavern that evening, coupled with the cash earned while drinking with Huang Ying, he had approximately 40,000 at his disposal. If converted entirely into gold coins, he could easily purchase both the fairy silver coin and skill points. Yet, he hesitated, opting instead to first gauge the rewards from today's daily tasks before making any purchases. If the task rewards yielded a sufficient quantity of gold coins, he would refrain from unnecessary expenditures. With this thought, he promptly opened the task interface, revealing today's daily task before him. Daily task, as a noble magician. You must possess a magical cottage to serve as your dwelling and a place for magical cultivation. Task completion reward: 200 magical gold coins. Spell: cleansing technique. Upon reading the daily task, Lin Yi could not suppress a flicker of delight. The reward of 200 magical gold coins was an increase of 100, equivalent to an additional 10,000. With this, he would only need to spend 20,000 to acquire both of today's discounted items. The cleansing technique, judging by its name, likely pertained to tidying up and was probably of little practical use. As for the magical cottage, did it imply that he could possess his own residence? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After all, having purchased an entire outfit that was recognized as a magical robe, renting a place should suffice to fulfill the magical cottage requirement. Moreover, he had been contemplating renting a place of his own, both for the sake of privacy and to avoid disturbing his roommates with his late-night returns from work. Of course, all these considerations would have to wait until tomorrow, for his current task was simply to rest. Closing the system interface, he plugged his phone into the charger and closed his eyes, soon drifting off into slumber. In his dreams, he transformed into a formidable sorcerer, capable of commanding the winds and rain. When he awoke the following morning, it was already 9 o'clock. Still groggy, he was roused by his roommate. Much like the previous day, there were no classes scheduled today, only a mental health seminar and a campus safety lecture. Once the seminars concluded, they would be free to engage in their own activities. After a long wait until the afternoon, Lin Yi promptly exited the school and made his way to a nearby residential community. Not long after arriving at the entrance of the complex, a young man clad in a white shirt, adorned with a green name tag, awaited his arrival. Upon noticing Lin Yi, he approached him without hesitation. "Hello. Are you here to inquire about the apartments?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nodded. "I am the property manager for Wanhuan Apartments. Please share your requirements, and I will recommend suitable options based on your needs." "Well, I need an apartment with a private bathroom. Ideally, a one-bedroom or a loft will suffice." Lin Yi articulated his preferences after a moment of contemplation. However, the young man frowned upon hearing his request. "What you're looking for is quite scarce. As you know, there are several universities nearby, and the proximity to commercial areas attracts many young renters. Unfortunately, I currently do not have either of those options available." After this statement, he swiftly changed his tone. "However, I can fulfill your requirement for a private bathroom. I happen to have a shared main bedroom available with an ensuite bathroom. Approximately 20 square meters, and it includes a balcony. Would you like to consider it? This apartment just became available today, and if you don't act quickly, it may be gone soon." "All right," Lin Yi replied after pondering for a moment. He only needed a space with a bit more privacy and had modest expectations for the living environment, as he wouldn't be residing there during the day. "Good. Let me show you the apartment. This way, please." Guided by the property manager, Lin Yi entered the community. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the 33rd floor of Building 12. "This is it, room 3303. This apartment originally has an area of 128 square meters and has been converted into 4 rooms. Currently, the secondary bedrooms, study, and balcony room are occupied, with the main bedroom just vacated this morning." As he spoke, the property manager knocked on the door. After knocking, he inputted a code on the door. As the main door swung open, a small living room came into view. The living room was relatively tidy, with only a few pairs of women's shoes by the entrance and some unclean snacks on the dining table. After surveying the space, Lin Yi couldn't help but inquire, how many people are currently living here, and what do they do? Upon hearing this question, the manager promptly responded. "There are 3 in total. One appears to be a graduate student, another is a working professional, and the last seems to be a streamer. Yes, a streamer." "Are they male or female?" "They are all women, but it is highly probable that they won't be around during the day, so you are unlikely to meet them. If you have chosen the master bedroom, your interactions with them should be minimal. Indeed, there should be little overlap." Lin Yi nodded. "May I take a look at the room?" "Of course. This way," replied the apartment manager, leading Lin Yi to the innermost master bedroom. The master bedroom was relatively spacious, furnished with only a bed, a desk, and a chair, exuding an air of simplicity. The decor bore the hallmark of common rental renovations, affordable yet refined. However, from the signs of previous habitation, it was evident that the room had been occupied for quite some time, alleviating concerns about formaldehyde. Any lingering traces would have been nearly absorbed by previous tenants. To the right of the master bedroom was a private bathroom, equipped with a smart toilet and a shower. What delighted Lin Yi the most was that standing on the balcony of the master bedroom offered a view of the nearby Zhuyu Lake adjacent to their school. The lake's surface, akin to jade, rippled gently in the breeze, shimmering in the sunlight. He could faintly feel the caress of the lake's breeze. The scenery was quite splendid. After completing a thorough inspection of the room, Lin Yi approached the apartment manager directly. "I'll take this one. How much is it? How do I pay? How do I sign the contract?" The manager was taken aback by Lin Yi's forthrightness but quickly retrieved their phone. Half an hour later, after completing all the necessary procedures and paying 4 months' rent, Lin Yi officially became the tenant of the room. At 300 per month, it was not excessively priced. And the room met his expectations perfectly. He only needed to acquire a few daily necessities before moving in. Once the apartment manager left, he sat alone in the room for a while, just as he was about to rise and go downstairs to purchase some essentials. The door to the second bedroom unexpectedly swung open. As the door opened, a girl emerged, clad in a loose-fitting white men's t-shirt that revealed her long legs, her disheveled hair cascading about her. She sleepily made her way to the bathroom across from the second bedroom, entirely oblivious to Lin Yi standing at the master bedroom doorway. Upon entering the bathroom, she didn't even bother to close the door. Before long, Lin Yi heard the sound of running water from the bathroom, followed by the tearing of toilet paper and the whoosh of the toilet flushing. An awkward expression crossed Lin Yi's face. Just as he prepared to retreat into the master bedroom, the same girl wandered out of the bathroom, yawning as she headed toward her own room. As she was about to enter, she suddenly glanced in Lin Yi's direction. In that instant, her bleary eyes widened in surprise. With a startled gasp, she dashed back into her room, slamming the door shut and locking it behind her. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yi hurriedly fled the room, feeling a surge of panic. Although he had seen nothing and done nothing, the situation made him feel like a lecherous intruder. Didn't we agree that no one would be here? Why is there still someone inside? They won't think I'm a freak, will they? Just as he finished speaking, the system notification chime echoed through the air. Chapter 31. The Pet Shop, Cat Language, Dog Language Ding. The daily task has been completed, and you have received 200 magical coins and the spell, Cleaning Charm. Upon hearing the prompt echo in his mind, Lin Yi could not help but display a glimmer of delight. As anticipated, renting a room would fulfill the requirements for the magical cottage quest. As for the Cleaning Charm, he glanced around to ensure no one was present and that there were no surveillance devices. He then retrieved the Cleaning Charm bestowed upon him from the system's inventory. With a gentle clap, the charm transformed into a luminous orb that entered his consciousness. Instantly, a plethora of related memories began to surface. Through these recollections, he grasped the essence of the Cleaning Charm. As he had previously surmised, the Cleaning Charm was invented by magicians for the purpose of tidying up. A mere flick of his wrist would cause the dirt and dust within the room to be effortlessly cleansed. This spell could not only be employed for cleaning spaces, but also for laundering garments, rendering it both convenient and practical. With this newfound magic, the need for a robotic vacuum or even a washing machine would be rendered obsolete. Of course, if he were less particular, he could even use this spell to cleanse his own body. Truly, it was a remarkable utility spell. When would he acquire combat spells? Must he elevate his level to that of a first-tier magician? Speaking of which, how could he achieve such advancement? System, could you provide a clear answer? No sooner had he posed this question than the system's voice resonated in his mind. To elevate your rank as a magician, you must master the meditation technique. By engaging in continuous meditation, you will enhance your mental capacity, and upon surpassing a certain threshold, you will be able to progress. Meditation technique? Where might I procure such a thing? After 7 days of signing in, the host will automatically obtain it. Upon hearing this response, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. That is good. Today marks the 3rd day, and in 4 more days, he would acquire the meditation technique. With that matter set aside, he promptly descended the stairs and casually sought out a larger supermarket nearby to purchase some daily necessities, including a bedding set and toiletries. Having completed his shopping, he intended to return to his newly rented room, planning to procure the 2 items from the mysterious shop along the way. However, as he passed a pet store, a thought struck him. I nearly forgot to buy food for those 2 creatures. With that, he turned and entered the pet shop, eager to purchase some treats for Black and Brian. Although they had transformed into magical beings, it did not imply they could forego sustenance. Moreover, he had promised to procure delectable food for them the previous day. As he stepped inside, a young woman clad in an apron approached him. "Good sir, how may I assist you today?" I would like to buy some pet food. What kind of pets do you have? I can recommend some options for you." There was a cat and a crow. When Lin Yi mentioned the pets he kept, the female shop assistant appeared momentarily taken aback. "Are you saying you have a crow?" "Indeed, a crow, Lin Yi nodded. That's quite an unusual pet you have, the girl remarked with a smile. We have cat food, cat treats, cat cans, and freeze-dried options available, but unfortunately, we do not carry specific food for crows. However, you could try parrot food, as it should be somewhat similar. Then I'll purchase according to your recommendation. Let's get a little of everything, Lin Yi replied after some contemplation. All right, since this seems to be your first time, allow me to assist you in selecting the appropriate food. As she spoke, the girl began to gather a basket and choose suitable pet food for Lin Yi. While the girl was busy selecting the items, Lin Yi wandered into the pet sales and boarding section of the store. This area was filled with a myriad of pets, ranging from the common, cats, dogs, parrots, and rabbits, to the less common, such as geckos, snakes, and guinea pigs. Spotting a silver tabby meowing in a nearby cage, an idea struck Lin Yi, and he raised his hand, uttering a specific incantation. A beam of light, invisible to ordinary eyes, enveloped the silver tabby, and he immediately felt something shift in his mind. To his astonishment, he heard the silver tabby speak. Human, quickly let me out. Human, do you hear me? Stunned, Lin Yi thought, goodness, the cat is talking. However, he quickly realized that it was not the cat speaking, but rather that he could understand its words. Realizing this, he approached another chubby blue cat's enclosure. After tapping on the glass door, the blue cat lazily lifted its head and uttered, What is it? Nothing. Please continue to sleep. Lin Yi replied. Oh, the blue cat responded before burying its head back into slumber. After perusing the cat section, Lin Yi finally confirmed that he could communicate with the cats. He understood what they said, and they understood him in return. Yet, he noted that most cats possessed limited intelligence, allowing only brief exchanges, while more intelligent breeds, like Siamese cats, could engage in simple conversations. Having mastered the language of cats, he then ventured to the dog section, where he focused on a corgi and performed the same incantation to gain understanding. Instantly, the cacophony of barking transformed into comprehensible dialogue. The little corgi exclaimed, I want to play ball. I want to play ball. The little husky pleaded, Let me out. Let me out. The border collie complained, Can the two fools nearby stop barking? Why must I live with these two dimwits? The Shiba Inu urged, Quick, pet me, quick, pet me. The French bulldog whined, I'm so hungry, so hungry, so hungry. Time to eat, time to eat. The little poodle chimed in with an unintelligible string of sounds. Listening to the dogs, Lin Yi suddenly felt that perhaps it was better not to understand them after all. At that moment, a man cradling a small cat entered the pet shop. Upon entering, he quickly approached a staff member, his expression one of urgency, and said, Is Dr. Zhou here? This little cat is injured quite severely. I would like her to examine it. Hearing his words, the staff member promptly called out to the second floor of the shop, Sister Rue. There's an injured cat here. Please come down and take a look. Before long, footsteps echoed from the staircase, and a female veterinarian in clogs hurried down from the second floor. Clad in a white lab coat, with fair skin and a tall stature, she wore gold-rimmed glasses. Her long hair gathered in a high ponytail, exuding both intelligence and professionalism. Upon reaching the ground floor, she immediately approached the man holding the kitten, her eyes widening in surprise as she recognized him. It's you. How is the last cat doing? At her inquiry, the man nodded vigorously. Mau Mau is much better now. He has been eating and drinking normally. He continued, By the way, I found this little stray cat on my way home from work. It seems to have a broken leg. As soon as I saw it, I brought it to you. Dr. Zhou, please help it. His gaze was filled with concern and worry. Observing this scene, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of appreciation, remarking, There are still many good people in the world. However, before he could finish his thought, a sudden voice interjected, He.S. lying. Excuse me? Startled by the unexpected voice, Lin Yi turned to follow the sound. To his astonishment, he discovered that it was a one-eyed tabby cat speaking from within a cage. Unlike the other adorably sweet cats, this one appeared fierce, its demeanor cold and imposing, reminiscent of a gang leader. As it paced within its confinement, it fixed its solitary eye intently on the young man cradling the small cat. Was that you speaking? Lin Yi cautiously approached the cage and inquired. Indeed. That would be me. You may call me Sangbiao. Who bestowed that name upon you? That's what everyone calls me. I'm not certain what it means. The tabby replied, licking its right paw. You mentioned someone was lying. Who are you referring to? That man, it stated. He.S. lying. I can smell the scent of deceit on him, and it seems that the kitten he holds is quite afraid of him. Upon hearing the tabby's assertion, Lin Yi glanced over at the small cow-patterned kitten undergoing examination. As anticipated, it trembled violently, its eyes reflecting a flicker of fear. Particularly, when the young man reached out to touch it, the kitten reacted even more intensely. Suddenly, it spoke. "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Upon hearing the words of the little kitten, Linya's gaze towards the young man underwent a transformation. It was evident that he was indeed lying. Just as this realization dawned upon him, the voice of the female shop assistant suddenly broke through the silence. "Sir, the items you requested are ready for you." Chapter 32. He truly can speak with animals. Upon hearing the voice of the female clerk nearby, Lin Yi snapped back to reality while feigning nonchalance. "You have a pet hospital here as well?" "Indeed, the second and third floors are dedicated to the pet hospital," the clerk replied with a nod. "Is that your veterinarian over there?" Lin Yi inquired, gesturing towards the bespectacled woman attending to an injured kitten. At his words, the clerk smiled knowingly before nodding once more. "Yes, do you find her quite beautiful?" "Well, she is indeed quite lovely," Lin Yi acknowledged after appraising the female doctor thoughtfully. "Hee. All the male customers who visit us share the same sentiment. I also think Dr. Zhou is stunning, like a celebrity, tall, fair-skinned, and possessing an impressive education. If I were a man, I would surely be enamored with Dr. Zhou," the clerk remarked with a look of envy. "Then, I presume Dr. Zhou must have numerous admirers?" Lin Yi queried. "How should I put it? Dr. Zhou has mentioned that she does not intend to marry or engage in a relationship, while she certainly has many suitors. She appears uninterested," the clerk explained. "I sense that man over there might be vying for Dr. Zhou's affection," she added, lowering her voice conspiratorially. Intrigued by her words, Lin Yi pressed, "What makes you say that? Does he exhibit clear signs?" "Dr. Zhou might not notice, but I can sense it. This man visits our clinic at least 7 or 8 times a week. And each time he either brings in his own pet or rescues a stray cat he finds outside. Just a couple of days ago, his cat was discharged from here. And today he has found yet another stray. One must admit, he is quite compassionate," the clerk elaborated. "Oh, I see. He is indeed very kind-hearted," Lin Yi mused, his mind already forming certain conjectures. If the man were indeed deceiving, and he frequently rescued injured stray cats, it could only imply one possibility. "Dr. Zhou, is this little kitten suffering from any serious issues?" the young man who had entered with the kitten in his arms asked, his gaze fixed intently on the side profile of the female doctor. As the doctor concluded her examination, she slowly lifted her head, prompting the young man to immediately avert his gaze. "I have examined it. Both of its front legs are fractured, but aside from that, there are no significant issues. However, its injuries are rather peculiar, not consistent with being run over by a vehicle," the doctor stated. At her words, a flicker of panic crossed the young man's eyes, quickly masked by a facade of calmness. "Really? I thought it might have been accidentally hit by a car. When I found it, it was already in this condition. What a poor little creature. Dr. Zhou, please ensure it receives proper treatment. I will cover all medical and hospitalization expenses," he insisted earnestly. "Actually, it doesn't require extensive treatment. It has only minor fractures. I have already realigned them. It merely needs to be stabilized and should avoid any undue activity for a short period, along with a nutritious diet, and it will heal in no time. Once I have stabilized its forelimbs and prescribed some anti-inflammatory medication, you may take it home for observation. After a few days, you can return for a follow-up." As she spoke, the female doctor retrieved a piece of paper and a pen from her pocket and began to write the prescription without noticing the flicker of disappointment on the young man's face upon hearing that the cat would not require further treatment or hospitalization. While the doctor remained oblivious, Lin Yi, however, was acutely aware of it. At that moment, an unsettling vision abruptly manifested in his mind. In this vision, the young man, with a beaming smile, emerged from the pet store cradling the cat. Yet, upon reaching a nearby trash bin approximately 100 meters away, he callously twisted the kitten's neck and discarded its lifeless body as one might dispose of refuse. After committing this heinous act, he strode away as if nothing had transpired. Lin Yi, initially taken aback by this vision, quickly glanced down at the black cat figurine nestled in his pocket. Seizing the opportunity while the female clerk attended to his purchases, he whispered, "Blake, is this the future you have shown me?" The figurine, embodying Blake, remained silent. Nearly quivering slightly, Lin Yi immediately grasped its implication. It appeared that this was indeed a glimpse of events yet to unfold. This individual was undoubtedly a sadistic monster, seeking to ingratiate himself with the veterinarian by inflicting harm upon stray cats, only to later slaughter them. If this were the case, the strays he had previously rescued were likely all victims of his cruelty. The very thought sent a chill through Lin Yi's gaze. While he did not consider himself an extreme animal lover, he could not condone such a wretched being exploiting the lives of innocent creatures for deceitful gain. Moreover, if he were to succeed in winning the affections of the female doctor by such despicable means, it would spell disaster for her. It is widely recognized that psychopathic killers often begin by torturing small animals. Just then, the young man, having received his medication and completed the transaction, prepared to leave with the kitten in his arms. Observing this, Lin Yi swiftly approached his side. "Excuse me, sir, may I have a moment of your time?" Upon hearing this, the young man halted in his tracks, his intention to exit thwarted. The other patrons in the pet store, including the female doctor, turned their attention towards him, curiosity etched on their faces. With the collective gaze upon him, Lin Yi continued, "Sir, I believe this kitten would prefer not to accompany you." "What do you mean?" The young man furrowed his brow. "I mean, it is likely that she would not wish to be with someone who has broken her legs." Lin Yi spoke plainly, delivering a shocking revelation that left everyone in the vicinity astounded. The young man, upon hearing this, immediately became flustered. "Don't say such nonsense. How could I ever break her legs? One must take responsibility for their words. It seems you are quite certain that these little creatures cannot speak, right? They will not divulge to anyone that you are the one who has harmed them," Lin Yi remarked with a cold smile, perhaps prompted by Lin Yi's words. The young man suddenly regained his composure. As he gently caressed the trembling kitten in his arms, he smiled and said, "You are quite peculiar, accusing me of injuring this kitten without any evidence. Without evidence, you are merely slandering me, tarnishing my personal reputation. By the way, I forgot to mention, I am a practicing lawyer. A lawyer, a perverse individual who delights in tormenting cats, is, ironically, a champion of justice. How terrifying." Lin Yi appeared exasperated. "How fortuitous," he continued. "You are a lawyer, and I am a magician. Coincidentally, I possess a smattering of animal training skills, and I shall make this little creature reveal the truth to everyone." "A magician? You?" The young man, who had just proclaimed himself a practicing lawyer, was momentarily taken aback, before bursting into hearty laughter. "You, a magician? Pray tell, can you make this cat speak?" At that moment, the shop staff, along with the veterinarian Zhou Rue and several customers engaged in purchasing pet supplies and washing dogs, gathered around, drawn by the commotion. Under their watchful gaze, Lin Yi, brimming with confidence, stated, "While I certainly cannot make them speak, I can understand what these little ones are saying. If you do not believe me, you may bring your cats and dogs over to test it." Upon hearing this, several pet owners present instantly expressed interest. In the next moment, an ant holding a dog approached Lin Yi. "Young man, my dog has recently lost its appetite. Could you inquire as to the reason?" Upon hearing her words, Lin Yi turned his gaze to the white Bichon Frise nestled in her arms. The little Bichon, plump and well-groomed, immediately barked several times upon seeing Lin Yi. Observing this, Lin Yi first petted the dog and then, amidst the curious stares of the onlookers, inquired, "Why haven't you been eating lately? Could you possibly tell me the reason?" As soon as he spoke, the young man holding the injured kitten scoffed, "Ha, what a lunatic. Talking to a dog. If it answers you, it would be a miracle." However, no sooner had he finished speaking than the white Bichon barked twice. To others, it sounded like mere barks, but to Lin Yi, it conveyed an entirely different message. After listening, a look of understanding crossed Lin Yi's face. In the next moment, he turned to the ant with utmost seriousness and asked, "Auntie, do you have another white Bichon that resembles this one?" How do you know, young man?" The ant's face was a picture of astonishment. "It belongs to my daughter. It has been staying at my house recently. That explains it. Is there a possibility that you feed the one you keep several times a day while your daughter's one has gone a few days without food?" "Naturally. If it has overeaten, it would lose its appetite. I advise you to return and closely observe the other one, to see if it is on the verge of fainting from hunger." Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the ant cradling the Bichon Frise was instantly taken aback. The others present were equally astonished. Chapter 33. I bet you will face retribution today, good heavens, is it truly possible? This dog's refusal to eat seems to stem from overindulgence and indigestion. It's utterly hilarious. The elderly lady likely has poor eyesight, unable to distinguish between the two dogs, feeding one while neglecting the other. Haha, it's akin to bathing one twin multiple times while forgetting to wash the other. Thankfully, the lady checked in. Otherwise, she would have scoured every pet hospital in the country without uncovering the cause. The other dog could only be left to consume the excrement of its counterpart. That said, I feel as though all Bichons and Poodles bear an uncanny resemblance. I too would struggle to tell them apart. Could it be that this person genuinely comprehends the speech of animals? Unlikely, is it not? Such a miraculous phenomenon seems improbable. As the onlookers engaged in their speculations, the elderly woman, clutching the bichon, hastily dialed her partner. "Dear, please check on Dodo and give it some food. I was wondering why this child has been so protective of its meal. I even scolded it, only to realize it hadn't been fed at all." "What?" It devoured an entire bowl of food in one go. Once the call concluded, the elderly lady gazed at Lin Yi with profound gratitude. "Young man, thank you. Had it not been for you, my other dog would likely still be starving. I must quickly provide it with some treats, otherwise. When my daughter returns and sees her dog in such a state, she might think I favor my own dog and neglect hers." Upon hearing her remark, Lin Yi merely smiled gently. "No need for thanks, Auntie. When you return, please get them different colored collars. Otherwise, there will be confusion again next time." Yes. You're absolutely right. I'll buy them immediately." The elderly woman's words undoubtedly validated Lin Yi's prior assertions, leaving the assembled crowd increasingly astonished. As the elderly woman went to select collars, another girl, holding a samoyed, squeezed her way to Lin Yi. "Handsome, could you help me understand why my dog has recently taken to biting people, especially women with long hair? Its temperament was stable before, and it rarely ventured out. But lately, it has nearly bitten several individuals, and it seems to only target women." "Oh, I see. Let me inquire," Lin Yi replied, crouching down to pet the samoyed's head before directly asking, "Why have you been biting people, especially women?" The samoyed responded with a series of barks. Listening intently, Lin Yi nodded occasionally. The onlookers, captivated by this intriguing scene, could not help but express their curiosity. It seemed he was genuinely conversing with the dog. How astonishing. A person can actually communicate with a dog. I had heard tales online of individuals claiming to understand canine speech, but I never imagined it could be true. What are they discussing? After approximately 2 minutes of conversation between a person and a dog, Lin Yi slowly rose to his feet. His expression peculiarly fixed on the girl holding the samoyed, a hint of sympathy glinting in his eyes. Noticing his gaze, the girl could not help but inquire, "What on earth is going on?" "Well, I suggest you brace yourself," Lin Yi gently sighed. "Brace myself for what?" The girl's curiosity deepened. "Are you cohabiting with your boyfriend?" Lin Yi refrained from answering her question directly and posed another. "Yes, but what does that have to do with it biting?" "Quite a lot, actually. It just told me that a wicked woman entered your home, not only stepping on its tail but also striking it. That's why it harbors such resentment towards women. By the way, that wicked woman was brought home by your boyfriend. Consider whether you share any mutual female friends. If not." Lin Yi trailed off, yet it was evident the girl comprehended the implication. Her face flushed instantly. "Oh, I see. I wondered why the smart scale uploaded an unusual weight reading the other day, and why he suddenly took the initiative to take out the trash. Turns out he brought a wild woman home and even dared to hit my dog. Is this an affront to my dog, or a slap in my face?" With that exclamation, the girl, without another word, stormed out of the pet shop, pulling her dog along with her. Following her departure, the onlookers, both pet owners and staff of the store, exchanged bewildered glances. No one had anticipated such a sensational revelation unfolding before them, especially one divulged by a dog. He truly understands canine speech. I had my doubts moments ago, but now it feels undeniably true. After all, he was unfamiliar with that girl and her circumstances, which means it must have been the dog that informed him. Remarkable. Who would have thought there are individuals capable of conversing with dogs? After their astonishment subsided, the crowd promptly approached Lin Yi with their pets. "Young man, could you ask my dog where it placed my gold ring?" "Well, I asked, and it said it ate it." "What?" "Young man, our cat hasn't been using the litter box much lately. Could you inquire why? It claims there is too much waste in the litter box, and it has no space to relieve itself. Remember to clean it more often when you return." "Young man, why does my newly acquired cat keep making noise at home?" "Ah, simply remove its batteries." "Just kidding. It says it's quite happy." "Hey, young man, my dog has been looking at me strangely lately. Can you find out why?" After inquiring, please refrain from casually touching other dogs outside. It has become jealous. Recently, my dog has been making peculiar sounds, akin to a human. What could be the reason? In the future, when you engage in intimate moments, do so discreetly away from the dog. At that moment, Lin Yi transformed into a pet healer, effortlessly communicating with the cats and dogs to discern their issues. Despite the skepticism surrounding the notion of a person conversing with animals, the undeniable truth was laid bare before everyone. As they comprehended Linya's genuine ability to communicate with creatures, their gazes towards the young man who had brought in the injured kitten shifted dramatically. Even the female doctor was affected. Linya's capability to converse with animals meant that his earlier assertions were indeed accurate. And this supposed animal rescuer was revealed to be a cat abuser. Instantly, the crowd began to point fingers at him, and the doctor, Zhou Rue, looked at him with palpable disdain. The young man, witnessing this, became visibly alarmed. "Dr. Zhou, please allow me to explain. I truly did not." Before he could finish, the kitten he had been cradling suddenly bit him. Feeling the pain in his hand, his expression morphed into one of fury. "You little beast, you seek death." As soon as the words left his lips, he hurled the kitten violently towards the ground. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd as they witnessed the impending fate of the injured kitten. Yet, at the last moment, an unseen force caught it, absorbing the impact and allowing it to land safely. In the blink of an eye, a long, elegant hand gently lifted the kitten into Linya's embrace. By the time the onlookers processed the scene, the kitten was nestled safely in his arms. And a chill of realization swept through them as they grasped the true nature of the young man. The female doctor was seething with rage. "So, you were the one responsible for the injured kittens, weren't you?" The young man, initially surprised that the kitten had not met its demise, broke into a sinister smile upon hearing her accusation. His previously gentle visage now bore an unsettling malice. "Indeed, you are correct. I was the one behind those injuries. Where else would I find so many injured stray cats? Blame yourself for caring so much about small animals. I had no choice but to resort to such methods to get close to you." "And what became of them?" The doctor ground out, her teeth clenched. "They died. I crushed them all. They are nothing but trash, and the dumpster is their final resting place." The young man continued to grin, instilling a sense of fear in the onlookers. "It matters not if I divulge this. They are merely unprotected creatures, and you have no means to hold me accountable. Well then, I have matters to attend to. I cannot linger here any longer." As the young man approached the front desk, he squeezed a generous amount of hand sanitizer onto his palms. With a look of disgust, he washed his hands repeatedly before striding towards the exit of the pet store. Just as he reached the doorway, he abruptly turned to face Lin Yi, his expression icy as he declared, "It matters not that I have not disposed of this little beast today. After all, the park nearby is teeming with stray cats. If I fail to eliminate this one, I shall simply find 10 others to replace it. They are all so foolish and gullible that a mere handful of cat food will suffice to lure them in." Just as he was about to turn away once more, Lin Yu spoke up. "Mr. Lawyer, I realize I cannot deter you. How about we make a wager?" "A wager? How intriguing. What do you propose we bet on?" The young man paused, intrigued. "Let us wager on whether or not you will face retribution today. Having inflicted suffering upon so many animals, it is only fitting that you would." "Oh, then I wager that I shall not face retribution. For I believe my fortune has always favored me," he replied with unwavering confidence. "Very well, I shall take my leave now, lest those wretched cats hide away." The moment the words left his lips, he sauntered nonchalantly out of the pet store. However, just as he stepped out, a tire came hurtling down the main road, spinning at high velocity. It struck him squarely, sending him crashing to the ground. Within moments, crimson blood stained the area where he lay. The patrons of the pet store, who had moments ago been seething with anger, were rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events. Chapter 34, Recharge. Coins in hand from the moment the deranged youth exited the pet store to the instant he was unexpectedly struck down by a colossal tire. Barely a few seconds had elapsed. The patrons inside the pet store were yet to grasp the unfolding calamity, and by the time they comprehended the situation, the youth lay in a pool of his own blood. The moment the previously enraged crowd witnessed this, they rushed out of the pet store. Upon emerging, their eyes were immediately drawn to the grotesque figure of the youth sprawled within the sanguine pool, and nearby, the massive truck tire resting inertly by the roadside. Although the youth had been knocked to the ground, he had not entirely succumbed to unconsciousness. Blood oozed from his mouth as he struggled to rise. Yet, despite his fervent attempts, he was unable to move an inch. His limbs had contorted into an unnatural position, evidently shattered by the recent impact, rendering him incapable of standing, let alone moving. The only recourse left to him was to tilt his head back and call out to the surrounding onlookers. "Help! Help! Save me! Quickly, call 120. I do not wish to die." After laboriously uttering these 3 phrases, it seemed as though he had expended all his strength. His eyes fluttered shut, and his head drooped, leaving his fate uncertain. Witnessing this, the throng that had rushed out from the pet store along with the curious bystanders, erupted in exclamations of shock. Good heavens, he can't be dead, can he? Where did that tire come from? How could it possibly land squarely upon him in such a vast area? Indeed, there was no one else around. He was utterly alone. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man emerging from the pet store, cradling a cat in his arms, hastily interjected, "I tell you, this is divine retribution. This individual is a cruel tormentor of cats. He has harmed countless felines before. Just moments ago, a young man warned that he would face consequences today. And lo and behold, he stepped outside only to be struck by this tire." "I concur," chimed in another bystander, an ant clutching a string of prayer beads. Her expression one of solemnity. He had boasted of killing 10 cats today. Such cruelty. The heavens could not stand idly by, and thus punishment was meted out. He merely reaped what he sowed. The cats did nothing to deserve his wrath. This is karmic retribution. He recently shattered the legs of a kitten, and now his own limbs lie broken. The heavens observe all. One must be cautious with their words. This young man was too arrogant, and now the heavens have intervened. As they gazed upon the wretched form of the youth, none among the gathered felt pity. Rather, there was a sense of vindication. However, someone ultimately dialed 120. While the majority of onlookers were fixated on the half-conscious perverse man, a group emerging from the pet shop shifted their attention to Lin Yi. He first exposed the truth of the twisted young man's cruelty towards the cat, and then proceeded to demonstrate his ability to converse with pets. He had just foreseen the twisted young man's impending retribution for the day. Such occurrences inevitably sparked a flicker of curiosity among the crowd regarding Lin Yi, particularly in the keen eyes of the pet doctor, Zhou Rui. As the crowd continued to assess Lin Yi, she approached him directly, her eyes brimming with excitement. "Greetings, sir. I am Zhou Rui, the veterinarian here. May I inquire how you managed to communicate with those pets?" As she spoke, she retrieved her phone and opened a document. "This is my doctoral thesis, and this is my master's thesis. I have been striving to discover a means for seamless communication between humans and pets. Of course, if this involves any personal privacy or proprietary techniques of yours, please disregard my question. I merely wish to engage in a discussion with you." Upon hearing Zhou Rui's words, Lin Yi casually fabricated a response. "This is indeed not something I can disclose, and I believe it cannot be replicated or studied. If I must say, I feel it is a kind of innate special talent, so I truly apologize." His words instantly cast a shadow of disappointment across Zhou Rui's face. "I see. That indeed cannot be replicated. However, I believe we can still explore the topic of pet communication further. May I have your contact information?" As she uttered this, a hint of trepidation graced Zhou Rui's features, as if fearing Lin Yi would decline her request. "Well, all right then, you may scan my code." After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yi opened the app and retrieved his personal QR code. "Thank you." Zhou Rui, with a look of delight, took out her phone, scanned Lin Yi's QR code, and sent a friend request. The onlookers in the pet shop exchanged glances, astonished. It had always been others seeking Zhou Rui's contact details. Yet this time, she had taken the initiative to request another man's information. Once the two became friends, Lin Yi departed the pet shop with the pet supplies he had purchased. As he left, an ambulance coincidentally arrived. 2 medical personnel rushed out and, after examining the perverse young man's injuries, shook their heads in dismay. Witnessing this, Lin Yi gained a newfound understanding of the formidable effects of magical artifacts. He had not anticipated that these magical tools could be potent enough to disrupt the fabric of reality itself. One could only hope that the truck driver had comprehensive insurance. Otherwise, an innocent individual might suffer unjustly. With that thought, Lin Yi made his way toward his rental housing complex. 10 minutes later, he returned once more to his humble rented abode. After arranging the items he had purchased with simplicity, the space instantly radiated a sense of home. "You too may emerge now." As Lin Yi's words echoed, the black cat, Black, and the raven, Brian, simultaneously emerged from the folds of his clothing. Upon their release, the 2 little creatures began to explore their surroundings as if surveying their territory, making a thorough round of the room. Once they had satisfied their curiosity, they commenced feasting on the provisions Lin Yi had acquired for them. To his surprise, Brian seemed disinclined towards the bird feed, instead favoring Black's cat food and canned delicacies. The 2 nearly squabbled over a single can of cat food until Lin Yi sternly reprimanded them, bringing their skirmish to a halt. As they settled down to enjoy their meal, Lin Yi reclined on his bed and casually activated the system panel. His daily tasks had been completed, and today, as magical coins were in hand, it was time to procure the 2 discounted items of the day. due to a shortfall of 200 coins. He topped up with an additional 20,000. Watching the magical coin count swell from 200 to 400, he unhesitatingly purchased the mischievous fairy coin and a skill point. With a flash of white light, a beautifully crafted silver coin, the size of a 1 yuan piece, materialized in his palm. One side bore a magical symbol, while the other showcased a cunning fairy. A faint yet potent magical energy coursed through it, simultaneously as he acquired the mischievous fairy coin. The system's inventory catalog was updated in tandem. Chapter 35, The Upgrade of the Mage's Hand. The Invisible Servant, Fairy Mischief Silver Coin. Item level, Intermediate Magical Artifact. Information, a unique magical artifact bestowed upon mages by the fairy clan. Housing a cunning and malevolent fairy that possesses knowledge of all worldly matters. Effect 1. You may pose 10 inquiries daily, to which it will respond. A positive answer signifies yes, while a negative one indicates no. Effect 2. By casting the silver coin high into the air and predicting its landing side. A correct guess grants a stroke of fortune, whereas an incorrect one will invoke the fairy's mischief, limited to once per day. Should you become overly reliant on this magical coin for decision-making, you will ultimately be ensnared by the fairy, transforming into an unsightly creature of its kind. Gazing at the description of the fairy silver coin within his compendium, Lin Ye's expression shifted ever so slightly. Despite possessing 2 effects, why did only one manifest in the shop? Moreover, what did the final sentence imply? This item incurs side effects with excessive use? Observing the somewhat crude depiction of the fairy on the coin's reverse, Lin Ye resolved that, unless absolutely necessary, he would abstain from utilizing this artifact for decision-making. As for the second effect of the coin, it too bore its own repercussions. Though the nature of the fairy's mischief remained unknown to him, it was undoubtedly not benign. He could not guarantee his guesses would always be accurate, lacking any foresight. Wait, foresight. If I enlist Blake's assistance to predict the coin's outcome prior to my toss, I would be assured of a correct guess. A moment of clarity brightened Lin Ye's gaze. He promptly lifted Blake, who was busily indulging in cat food. Blake, assist me in predicting what will transpire in the next minute. As Lin Ye's words fell, Blake activated its innate ability, and a vision unfolded in Lin Ye's mind. In the vision, he saw himself casting the silver coin high into the air, and upon withdrawing his hand, the coin revealed its positive face. Nice. Observing the image of the coin, Lin Ye gently set Blake down and positioned the coin atop his right thumb. With a delicate flick, the coin soared upward, spinning rapidly in the air. Lin Ye focused intently on the coin, resolutely declaring, I predict this time it shall be the positive side. With that, he extended his right hand toward the descending coin, gradually opening his palm. In the next moment, the side adorned with magical runes faced him. Yes, this strategy indeed proves effective. Just as exhilaration washed over him, a beam of white light emerged from the coin, enveloping his form. Beyond that, there was naught else. Is this it? Have I truly received a boon of fortune? Yet, I feel no distinct change. Perhaps it required time to manifest its effects. Diverting his focus from this matter, Lin Ye's gaze once again flitted to the system panel, this time directing his attention to his personal information interface. Name, Lin Ye. Occupation, Mage. Occupation level, Apprentice Mage. Magic abilities, Mage Hand Light Language Comprehension Cleanse. Magical artifacts, the versatile Golden Watch of Archmage Roger. Fate cards of Card Master Trist. Mischievous Fairy Silver Coin. Magical pets, Blake, Brian. Magical coins, 0. Base attributes, Strength 7, Constitution 8, Spirit 10, Agility 8. Magic Power 30. At this moment, his information had undergone significant changes since the inception of the system. He had acquired 4 spells, each adorned with a plus sign, indicating the potential for upgrades through skill points. In his mind, he had already resolved which spell to enhance, the undeniably practical Mage Hand. With unwavering determination, he directed his points toward the plus sign beside Mage Hand. In the next instant, the words Mage Hand twisted before his eyes, swiftly transforming into the phrase, Archmage Hand. Upon seeing these 5 words, Lin Ye nearly collapsed in disbelief. Was this a mere addition of the word arch to the front? How utterly dismissive. Just as he began to voice his frustration, a torrent of new memories flooded into his mind. Within these memories, he became a seasoned magical scholar who, through diligent research, had refined the traditional Mage Hand, elevating it to the Archmage Hand. Not only had its power been amplified, but it also acquired new effects. Archmage Hand, 0th level. Attribute less arcane spell. Each use consumes 2 points of magic power. conjuring an invisible pair of mage hands to assist in various tasks. The spell can be split, allowing for the additional control of another pair of mage hands. Special effect, Invisible Servant, transforming the mage hands into an invisible servant capable of performing simple tasks and casting basic spells. The invisible servant consumes 1 point of magic power for every minute it exists, possessing abilities equivalent to the caster. Magic consumption is deducted from the caster's reserves, and it can be upgraded. As Lin Yi absorbed the memories regarding the enhanced mage hand, a look of understanding graced his countenance. In summary, the upgraded mage hand had indeed fortified its capabilities in every aspect. Firstly, the casting range had doubled. The original mage hand could only manipulate within a 10-meter radius, while the new version extended this range to 20 meters. Its weight capacity had also escalated from 100 pounds to 200 pounds, totaling 400 pounds for both hands. Moreover, with the ability to split, he could now command 4 hands. This newfound capability allowed him to accomplish more tasks, for instance, within the confines of his room. Lin Yi waved gently toward the large bed before him, and it began to levitate. A subsequent gesture caused the nearby desk to rise as well. With another wave, the chair and wardrobe followed suit, all buoyed by the 4 invisible hands, appearing to float effortlessly to the ordinary observer. Thus, he could still masquerade as a telekinetic master in the future. When he grew weary of the charade, he gently returned the 4 items to their original places. In the next moment, he summoned the hand of the mage once more. The 4 ethereal hands of the mage converged, gradually coalescing into a transparent, humanoid entity under his gaze. This entity was none other than the Invisible Servant. It possessed all the characteristics of the mage's hand, along with a degree of intelligence, allowing him to assign it simple tasks for completion, such as laundry, cleaning, or feeding his pets. Out of curiosity, Lin Yu even dressed it in his own clothing. Although it was transparent, when adorned with a mask, hat, sunglasses, and gloves, it appeared indistinguishable from a real person at a distance. A non-corporeal figure with the functionalities of a living being sparked Lin Yi's imagination. If it were to act as an assassin, would it not leave any trace behind? Moreover, it could serve as a substitute for a grand illusion, performing a miraculous disappearance. The more he contemplated, the more he recognized the immense practicality of the Invisible Servant, especially for magical performances. Tonight's magic show would be a perfect opportunity to test it out. Just as Lin Yi prepared to direct the Invisible Servant to undertake another task, a sudden knock echoed through his door. Upon hearing the knocking, he promptly dismissed the Invisible Servant. In the next moment, the clothing worn by the servant fell to the ground. With a simple cleaning spell, the garments flew neatly onto the bed. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Blake and Brian, who instantly transformed into the likeness of dolls. Once he confirmed that the room was devoid of any unusual items, he finally opened the door. As the door swung open, a slender beauty adorned with exquisite makeup and fashionable attire appeared before him. Her opening remark left him momentarily bewildered. "Excuse me, handsome, could you do me a favor and pretend to be my boyfriend?" Upon hearing her words, Lin Yi was taken aback. Was the luck effect this pronounced? Chapter 36. Qin Yushua, what I can offer you. He cannot. After a moment of bewilderment, Lin Yi finally recognized the enchanting beauty before him. Although she had donned makeup and changed her attire, her general facial features bore a striking resemblance to the girl he had seen earlier leaving the restroom. Coupled with her routine, it was evident that she was indeed the female residing in the building. As he surmised, she spoke, "Indeed, handsome sir. I am a tenant of the secondary bedroom, and my profession is that of A. I recently dined with a local gentleman who now wishes to pursue me. However, I find him unappealing, and he has somehow discovered my address and is currently loitering outside the community." The slender beauty, sensing Lin Yi's potential misunderstanding, hastily clarified her situation. Upon hearing her explanation, a glimmer of understanding crossed Lin Yi's face. "So, you wish for me to masquerade as your boyfriend to dissuade him, correct?" Yes. The slender beauty nodded vigorously. "I don't fancy him, nor can I lead him on." "Then, what is it that you find unappealing about him? Is it his looks?" Lin Yi inquired with curiosity. "His appearance is of little consequence. I am not overly concerned with looks. The real issue is that he is married and has asked me to be his mistress. How could I possibly agree to such a thing?" The slender beauty replied with a bitter smile. "Though I am in dire need of money, I would never engage in such morally reprehensible behavior." "Really? Is it that outrageous?" Lin Yi exclaimed, his eyes widening. "Indeed, I acknowledge that many female streamers compromise their integrity for financial gain. but I am resolute in my stance. I merely wish to clarify matters with him, which is why I need you to pose as my boyfriend. Rest assured, this will not affect you in any way. All you need to do is make an appearance." As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with earnestness. Seeing her earnest demeanor, Lin Yi contemplated for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. "Very well, give me a moment to change my clothes." "Change your clothes?" The slender beauty's face reflected a hint of confusion. "I can't possibly go out in this attire, can I?" "I wouldn't want to embarrass you," Lin Yi chuckled, gesturing towards his oversized shorts and flip-flops. In the next instant, he turned and entered his room, closing the door behind him. When he emerged once more, he was clad in the casual outfit that Hu Dai had purchased for him, having also styled his hair with gel. As he stepped out, the slender beauty, who had been waiting at his door, was momentarily taken aback. "I hadn't realized you were so handsome. By the way, I am Qin Yuxue. What is your name? We should exchange names beforehand to avoid any slip-ups. I am Lin Yi, with Lin meaning forest and Yi meaning night." "Qin Yuxue, what a poetic name you have." "Your name is quite lovely as well," Qin Yuxue replied with a smile. "Enough of the commercial flattery. Let us proceed swiftly to resolve this matter." "Agreed," Qin Yuxue nodded. With that, the two of them stepped out simultaneously and took the elevator down together. As they were on the verge of exiting the community, Qin Yuxue suddenly came to a halt. "Wait a moment, don't you think we appear rather peculiar?" Lin Yi, who was walking ahead, paused in surprise. "Peculiar? In what way?" "Well, haven't you ever been in a romantic relationship?" Qin Yuxue countered. "No," Lin Yi replied succinctly, shaking his head. "That explains it. Do you think genuine couples would walk like we are, separated by a vast chasm?" Qin Yuxue chided gently, realizing he had left her far behind. Lin Yi hurried to her side. Yet, Qin Yuxue shook her head disapprovingly. No, you're still too far away. I'm not charged with electricity. Come a little closer." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi moved half a meter closer, yet a distance still lingered between them. Sighing softly, Qin Yuxue suddenly linked her arm with his, and Lin Yi felt a delicate hand slip into his palm, her fingers intertwining snugly with his. The softness of her touch sent him into a momentary daze. "Now this feels more appropriate. Why are your fingers so stiff? There's no need to grip so tightly. Just relax a bit. You seem quite tense. Have you never held a girl's hand before?" Under Qin Yuxue's curious gaze, Lin Yi, his cheeks aflame, stiffly nodded. Seeing his reaction, Qin Yuxue couldn't help but chuckle. "Well, I must say I feel rather fortunate. You're even shyer than I am, like a bashful bride. Take a deep breath and relax, or someone might notice." "Okay," Lin Yi responded mechanically, taking a couple of deep breaths to regain his composure. To ease the awkwardness, he asked while still holding Qin Yuxue's hand, "What do you usually stream?" "Calligraphy, painting, and occasionally playing the piano," Qin Yuxue replied, glancing curiously at Lin Yi. "What do you do? Are you a student?" "Yes, I'm a student at the nearby Jinghai University of Technology, a freshman this year." "Wow, Jinghai University of Technology has a high admission score. You must be quite the scholar," Qin Yuxue exclaimed enviously. "I just graduated from Jinghai Normal University." Their casual conversation continued, fostering a sense of familiarity while alleviating any lingering awkwardness. Soon, they strolled out of the community, arms linked and hands clasped. Lin Yi was about to inquire about the suitor pursuing Qin Yuxue when he spotted a luxury car parked across the street, beside which stood a man in a suit, appearing to be in his 30s, holding a bouquet of flowers. The man was engrossed in his phone, oblivious to Lin Yi and Qin Yuxue's presence. "Is that him?" Lin Yi pointed towards the suited man. "That's the one," Qin Yuxue nodded. "He appears quite serious, doesn't he? How does he dare to brazenly pursue an affair? One must not judge a book by its cover. In today's society, there are indeed many genteel rogues. He confided in me that his marriage is in shambles. Though they are not divorced, they are separated. Of course, this is merely his assertion. Typically, unfaithful men tend to say such things. Who knows what truly transpires in his household? I certainly do not wish for a day to come when his wife confronts me, leading to a confrontation where I earn nothing and suffer a beating instead." "Indeed," Lin Yi nodded. "Then let us make things clear today and ensure he no longer pursues you." "Right, I will go find him now and clarify everything," Qin Yuxue declared, continuing to link arms with Lin Yi as they crossed the street. As they approached the man in the suit, he finally noticed her presence. A smile initially graced his face, but it quickly faded upon seeing Lin Yi beside her. Before he could speak, Qin Yuxue took the initiative. "You didn't believe I had a boyfriend, did you? Well, here he is before you, so perhaps you will believe me now. I have already made it clear via text that there is no possibility between us. I love my boyfriend, and he loves me dearly. Furthermore, I will return all the gifts you previously sent me. Please do not harass me any longer, as I fear my boyfriend might become jealous." With that, Qin Yushue sweetly leaned against Lin Yi's shoulder, gently tugging at his arm as a signal for him to embrace her. It took Lin Yi a moment to comprehend her intent, but he soon wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Their affectionate display only served to infuriate the man in the suit, his face contorting in rage as his fists clenched tightly. However, he seemed to recollect something, and his anger dissipated. "Xia Xue, I know you're deceiving me. This person cannot possibly be your boyfriend. He is merely a pawn you've employed to dissuade me. And even if you truly have a boyfriend, so what? I can provide you with everything he can, and more. If you choose to be with me, you will never have to live in such a dilapidated place again. I will invest money and resources to elevate you to the status of a top-tier streamer. I can offer you the life of your dreams, which he cannot." Upon hearing the man's words, Qin Yushue prepared to retort, but Lin Yi gently patted her back and stepped forward. "Xia Xue's future is secure with me. She requires nothing from you. Her dream life consists of every day spent with me. Moreover, you made an error in your previous statement. There are certain things I can offer that you cannot. If I am not mistaken, you must be in your 30s, while I am barely 20. I've heard that men begin to lose their prowess after 25. I can manage 7 times in a single night. Can you?" At Lin Yu's declaration, Qin Yushue, sheltered behind him, was momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Upon hearing the words, the man in the suit blushed as well, but not out of shyness. Rather, he was incensed. Ironically, Lin Yi's subsequent remark only served to inflame his anger further. "Lies do not wound. It is the truth that cuts like a knife. Observe how flustered you are. Surely I have struck a chord. Perhaps you should attend to your health before pursuing a romantic interest, dear uncle. You." The man in the suit nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in his fury. In a fit of rage, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike. Yet, as he swung his fist, Lin Yi effortlessly seized it with one hand, empowered by the might of the Grand Mage. His grip was akin to that of several hundred pounds. With a mere exertion of strength, the man in the suit found himself drenched in cold sweat from the pain. "Uncle, it seems you are truly in poor condition," Lin Yi remarked with a slight smirk. "Additionally, it appears your vehicle has rolled away." Upon hearing this, the man instinctively glanced back. In that fleeting moment, he was horrified to see his car, parked by the roadside, had inexplicably started moving on its own, careening towards the main thoroughfare. Moments later, a resounding crash echoed as a passing garbage truck collided with it, the vehicle overturning and spilling its contents all over his luxurious car. This unexpected turn of events utterly shattered the composure of the man in the suit. "Uncle, you ought to check on your vehicle. By the way, I hope it isn't a rental. That would certainly complicate matters." As Lin Yi uttered this ominous line, the man began to sweat profusely, disregarding both Lin Yi and Qin Yushue as he stumbled hurriedly towards his beleaguered automobile. Chapter 37. A New Magic. Dinner in Mere Seconds. The man in the suit transitioned from an indignant state to witnessing his luxurious car collide with a garbage truck. Qin Yushue, who had been an eyewitness to this spectacle, could not help but gasp in astonishment, her cheeks still flushed from earlier shyness. It was not until the man approached his vehicle, hurling bags of trash out, that she regained her composure. At that moment, she felt Lin Yi release her hand. Amidst her confusion, Lin Yi bent down to retrieve a bouquet of flowers that had just been discarded by the man in the suit. He dusted off the petals, removed the accompanying card, and with a flick of his fingers, sent the card soaring accurately into a nearby trash bin. The next moment, he presented the bouquet to Qin Yushue. Observing the flowers in Lin Yi's hands, she expressed her distaste. "Just throw them away. Why pick them up? It would be a waste to discard them. The flowers are innocent. They cannot choose who buys them. Wouldn't you agree? However, the combination of these blooms is rather gaudy. The vibrant red and purple do not quite suit your elegance." As he spoke, Lin Yi plucked a few stems from the bouquet. Curious about his actions, Qin Yushue inquired, "What are you doing?" "Just making a change. Close your eyes." "Okay." Though unsure of Lin Yi's intentions, she complied and shut her eyes. In that fleeting moment, he replaced the overly bright flowers with those he had acquired the previous night from a market near the school. "All right, it's done. You may open your eyes now." Upon hearing his words, Qin Yushue opened her eyes and immediately displayed an expression of disbelief. The primary flower had transformed from a rose to a sunflower, complemented by several pure white daisies. Instantly, the bouquet appeared much more refreshing. "How does it look now? Is it much better?" Yes. She nodded vigorously. "Take it back with you. It will make a lovely decoration in your room, with a slightly dazed yet endearing look. Qin Yuxue accepted the bouquet from Lin Yi's hands. It took her a moment to process what had just happened, her eyes reflecting both surprise and bashfulness. Thank you. No need to thank me. By the way, disregard what I said earlier. I merely wanted to provoke that man, and it seems I succeeded. Men understand men better. Hee. I don't mind, and you make a valid point. My friends have told me that when choosing a partner, one should opt for someone younger, as older individuals often lack stamina. Qin Yuxue chuckled. I was just joking. I actually have no idea. You've helped me tremendously this time, so I must express my gratitude properly. With that, she glanced at her phone to check the time. It's almost dinner time. How about this? I'll cook for you shortly. You can cook? Lin Yi asked, astonished. Of course. Every day, I prepare my own meals. Though my culinary skills are limited to simple home-cooked dishes, Qin Yuxue declared with a proud expression. Home-cooked meals are perfectly fine. I happen to be uncertain about how to handle dinner tonight, Lin Yi replied. Then it's settled. Let us go grocery shopping at once. As they spoke, Qin Yuxue led Lin Yi to a small market adjacent to their community. Unlike their earlier outing, this time they intentionally maintained some distance, and the atmosphere felt somewhat awkward. After purchasing the ingredients, they returned to their residence. Qin Yuxue donned an apron and began cooking in the kitchen while Lin Yi contemplated the magic performance he was to present that evening at the Black Rose Bar. His debut the night prior had earned him a stellar reputation at the establishment, and early in the morning, Butterfly had messaged him, expressing that the guests had thoroughly enjoyed themselves the previous night. The second performance must not falter, even if it could not be as dazzling as the first. It should still captivate the audience. Fortuitously, his mage's hand had been upgraded, and he decided to craft a brand new magical feast centered around this enhancement. With a flash of inspiration, his gaze fell upon the bed linens and the garments strewn atop them. With a mere thought, the mage's hand was instantaneously summoned, causing the flat sheet to rise as if imbued with life. Once airborne, the sheet formed a circle. Moments later, it fell swiftly to the ground, revealing a figure that emerged from the center of the sheet. This figure wore Lin Yi's attire, complete with a top hat and white gloves, yet peculiarly. Its face was devoid of features. The same peculiarity extended to its wrists and pant legs, resembling an invisible person clad in his clothing. In truth, it was indeed the invisible servant who donned his garments. Observing the lifelike figure, Lin Yi scrutinized it from head to toe before retrieving a pure white mask from his system's inventory to conceal its face entirely. He then procured a pair of shoes and long socks, adjusting the sleeves of the outfit slightly. After attending to these details, he nodded in approval. Under dim lighting, it would be nearly impossible to discern that this was merely a facsimile. After uttering this thought, Lin Yi produced his Roger watch and pressed a button. In an instant, his attire transformed to match that of the invisible servant, and after donning a matching pure white mask, he approached the dressing mirror with the invisible servant by his side. Gazing into the mirror, Lin Yi found it nearly impossible to distinguish between himself and the servant. If he struggled to tell them apart, one could only imagine the confusion for others. Yet, it seemed that something was still lacking. An additional element was necessary. As he pondered, his eyes began to scan the room once more, ultimately fixing upon the dressing mirror before him. Upon catching a glimpse of himself in the mirror, he was instantly struck by a brilliant idea, a subtle smile curving at the corners of his mouth as he murmured to himself, "Let this serve as the opening. I hope you are not too startled." Just as he solidified the central theme for his magic performance that evening, a voice floated in from outside the door. "Dinner is ready." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi swiftly snapped his fingers to dismiss his invisible servant, simultaneously pressing his Roger Dubuis watch to revert to his original appearance. After neatly arranging the bed linens, he opened the door and stepped outside. As he opened the door, he beheld Qin Yuxue, clad in an apron and comfortable home attire. Her hair elegantly gathered at the back, emerging from the kitchen with a platter of dishes. The dining table was adorned with the fresh flowers Lin Yi had previously gifted her, for reasons he could not quite articulate. Lin Yi felt an inexplicable warmth at this sight. Perhaps this was the essence of home. With that thought, a gentle smile graced his face. "Let me assist you." Although the meal was modest, Lin Yi relished every bite, and during their dinner, they exchanged stories about their daily lives. Upon learning that Lin Yi's side profession was that of a magician, Qin Yuxue expressed genuine surprise. "So, you perform magic at bars every night?" "Currently, yes. I may return a bit late. I hope it won't disturb your rest." "Not at all. I usually finish my broadcasts around 2 or 3 in the morning." "That sounds exhausting." "Not at all. It's far better than working a mundane job. At least I'm not subjected to the empty promises of bosses or the subtle jabs from colleagues. I am quite content with my current life. As they conversed, they finished their meal. Once they were done, Qin Yushui intended to wash the dishes, but Lin Yu promptly interjected. You shouldn't have to wash the dishes after cooking. Just leave them. I'll take care of it. Don't worry, I am quite adept at washing dishes. Very well, I appreciate your kindness. I also need to prepare my items for tonight's live stream. Once Qin Yushui retreated to her room, Lin Yu cast a cleaning spell over the sink. In an instant, all the grease and grime vanished, slipping down the drain as if by magic. Observing this, he directed another cleaning spell towards the kitchen. The various messes and dirt coalesced into a dark mass, which then fell into the trash bin. In the blink of an eye, the kitchen appeared as if it had undergone a thorough cleaning. To avoid arousing Qin Yushui's suspicions, he deliberately turned on the faucet to create some noise. After placing the dishes and utensils back in their rightful places, he utilized the cleaning spell to tidy the communal areas as well. With a single incantation, the public space transformed into a pristine environment. The trash found its way into the bin, and dust gathered into a small clump, making the floor gleam. Once everything was in order, he returned to his room to gather the items needed for his performance that evening. Accompanied by Blake and Brian as they departed from the rental apartment. In order to enhance the evening's ambience, he needed to procure a few additional items. Barely had he departed when Qin Yushui emerged from her room. Upon witnessing the immaculate common area and kitchen, her eyes widened in astonishment. And she couldn't help but murmur to herself, "Goodness, has he transformed into the legendary girl from the snail story? It seemed that my wish from yesterday had indeed come true. Heaven has truly granted me a wonderful roommate. But, I wonder, can he really perform 7 times? Oh dear. What am I thinking?" Hours slipped away in the blink of an eye, and once again, night descended upon Jinghai, with the sign declaring the Black Rose Bar open hanging at its entrance. Chapter 38. The black cloth unveiled as the evening hour approached. The Black Rose Bar was already bustling with patrons. Women of various styles and attire entered the establishment, seeking their own brand of joy. "Let me tell you, a new magician has arrived, and he is truly remarkable," exclaimed a flamboyantly dressed woman, her makeup bold, as she ushered her companions into the bar while extolling the talents of Lin Yi. However, her friends appeared skeptical. "What is the point of magic? I came here to listen to music. The previous singer was quite impressive," one remarked. "Magic is merely a series of tricks. Just a way to amuse those who haven't seen much of the world. Well, we're here now, and we didn't come to watch a performance. We came to drink. I'm treating tonight, so no slacking off," the woman insisted. "Honestly, I'm not lying. This magician is truly skilled. His tricks are like real magic," the heavily made-up woman reiterated, sensing her friend's disbelief. "Come on, a great magician performing here? If you want to see real magic, I know a professional magician. I could take you to see him," one of the friends replied as they settled into a booth. At that moment, they were not the only ones discussing the magician. Patrons from the previous night were also sharing their thoughts on Lin Ye's performance. Huang Ying and her friends were among them, accompanied by the bar owner, Hu Dai. "Why is the international supermodel here again? Didn't you say you've been busy lately?" Hu Dai teased while pouring Huang Ying a drink. "Busy doesn't mean I can't come here. I wanted to unwind after a hectic day," Huang Ying replied, pulling out a cigarette. Before she could light it, Hu Dai had already handed her a lighter. Once the cigarette was lit, Hu Dai smiled and said, "How could we not welcome you? You're our lucky star." "Oh, how do you intend to repay me for being your lucky star?" Huang Ying said with a mischievous smile, pulling Hu Dai, who was clad in a floral cheapao, into her embrace and exhaling a smoke ring towards her charming face, preparing to kiss her. However, Hu Dai playfully blocked her. "You know I'm straight. And what of it? I like it straight," Huang Ying replied with a slight smile, releasing Hu Dai. After flicking off the ash, she casually inquired, "Is that young magician performing again tonight?" "Of course, he is. I've signed a long-term contract with him. He is backstage preparing right now," Hu Dai confirmed. "Oh, so you're here today for him?" Hu Dai realized. "I just want to see what magical wonders he will present tonight. It wouldn't be the same old tricks, would it?" "Not at all. He told me today's performance will feature entirely new illusions, and he assured me that it would dazzle the audience," Hu Dai responded, intrigued. "Oh, such confidence." Huang Ying gently lifted her wine glass and took a sip. Upon hearing this, Hu Dai glanced at her phone, realizing that the time was nearly upon them. Instantly, the attention of the individuals seated at the booth shifted towards the small stage at the center. Concurrently, a petite girl with fiery red hair, dressed in an eclectic style reminiscent of the nonconformist, entered the bar accompanied by a group of girls who exuded an air of youthful exuberance. Upon seeing the empty stage ahead, the red-haired girl breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it hasn't started yet. It's all your fault for insisting on having that spicy hot pot. I almost arrived late. This red-haired girl was none other than Song Bauer, who had taken the stage the previous night to disrupt Linya's performance. The group trailing behind her were her newly acquired followers. Upon hearing her words, the spirited girls responded with a hint of exasperation. Boss, you can't act as if you're innocent. You ate just as much as we did, if not more. You devoured 30 yuan worth of food all by yourself, while the rest of us combined only managed to consume 50 yuan, and you made us trek such a distance. Enough. I'm the boss here, and you all must heed my orders, or I shall no longer treat you to meals. Song Bauer exclaimed, her large eyes glaring at them. What of it? Isn't it our lot to wander about since we're out here hustling? The girls fell silent at her words. For the past 3 days, these girls had been fortunate to have 2 meals a day, but ever since Song Bauer had discovered them and offered to be their leader, they were now able to enjoy 3 hearty meals daily. Occasionally, they could even indulge in singing and visiting bars, making her an irreplaceable presence in their lives. Come, let us find a good spot over there. With that, Song Bauer, still holding her spicy hot pot, led her followers to a prime location near the small stage. Just as they settled in, a woman wearing a baseball cap and large sunglasses entered the bar, accompanied by a slightly plump girl sporting thick black-framed glasses. Upon entering, the woman immediately removed her sunglasses and scanned the patrons within the bar. Are you sure we want to be photographed here? She inquired. The plump girl quickly reassured her. Not at all. This is a renowned all-female bar in Jinghai. The owner is quite influential, and those paparazzi can't get in. You can rest easy. That's a relief. I've been feeling rather weary lately. Let us enjoy a drink together today. Do not overthink things. Those people online are merely gossiping, taking advantage of the situation to stir up trouble, especially that Jason, who was trying to hike up prices. I understand, but I still feel a bit unsettled. Let us find a place to sit. With that, the woman put her sunglasses back on and, accompanied by the plump girl, made her way to the booth area. Just as they settled down, the vibrant music in the bar abruptly came to a halt. The sudden turn of events instantly captivated the attention of patrons in the dance floor, lounge area, and VIP sections. Some familiar faces from the previous night immediately recognized that a performance was about to commence, while newcomers displayed expressions of curiosity. At that moment, the MC's slightly fervent voice resonated from the stage area. Dear patrons, lovely ladies, on this lengthy night, we have prepared an extraordinary show for you. Today's performer is none other than the sorcerer from another realm, Nightfall. Let us extend our warmest applause to welcome him. No sooner had the MC's words faded than the bar erupted in a chorus of cheers. Subsequently, the stage lights dimmed abruptly. Amidst a somewhat enchanting melody, a beam of light suddenly illuminated the far end of the stage. The audience's gaze instinctively shifted in that direction. To their astonishment, a round table had mysteriously appeared, adorned with a large square box. Just as the crowd was engulfed in bewilderment, the box spontaneously opened, as if an invisible hand had lifted the lid. Before anyone could fully comprehend the spectacle, a black cloth soared from the depths of the box, measuring approximately 5 meters in length and 3 meters in width. The cloth began to swirl in a circular motion at the center of the stage. This astonishing scene left the audience utterly speechless. Yet, what transpired next would completely redefine their understanding. Chapter 39. The Astonishing Art of Levitation. After MC concluded his remarks, the audience naturally anticipated the swift appearance of the magician. However, to their astonishment, it was not the magician who emerged, but rather a magnificent piece of black cloth. This cloth was broad and immense, opaque to the eye, leaving the spectators bewildered as to what force was orchestrating its flight. Just as they were grappling with their intrigue, the black cloth suddenly appeared to lose its support, cascading down to the ground. In that very moment, the lights above the stage illuminated, and amidst the gaze of countless eyes, a figure cloaked entirely in a black cape materialized at the center of the black cloth's domain. As the cloaked individual gradually lowered their garment, a gentleman clad in formal attire, topped with a gentleman's hat and adorned with a white mask, stood upright in the middle of the stage. In the next instant, he slowly extended his arms. At this juncture, Lin Ye's voice resonated from the speakers on either side of the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to see you again. Are you ready to witness the miracles of tonight? The atmosphere in the bar erupted with excitement. A multitude of patrons applauding and cheering, their faces awash with astonishment and delight. Goodness, he just appeared so effortlessly. How did he do that? I didn't see him at all. Was it merely the cloth floating? When did he step into it? And from where? Could he have emerged from beneath the stage? Truly, he is a magician. His entrance is indeed extraordinary. Is this the legendary transformation of a living being? It is simply marvelous. Could he have slipped into our blind spots? The stage is so small, surrounded by the audience. Where could such blind spots exist? See, I told you. The magicians here are truly remarkable. But why is he wearing a mask today? Perhaps to enhance the sense of mystery. As the crowd continued to be mesmerized by Lin Ye's entrance, his voice once again emanated from the speakers. Tonight, I shall present to you my first illusion. The art of levitation. Any object upon which I bestow this spell shall rise into the air, much like this. With that, Lin Yi approached the circular table where he had previously placed a box. He gently tapped the surface of the table, which was approximately half a meter in diameter, and it began to levitate gracefully. As he maneuvered the floating table to the center of the stage without any visible means of support, silence enveloped the bar, and all present instinctively gaped in awe. Throughout this spectacle, Lin Yi even touched the table from various angles, confirming its lack of any support. However, at that moment, a woman in her 30s from the audience voiced her skepticism. Do you dare to use an object provided by us? How do we know that your table is not a specially crafted prop for your magic? As the words escaped her lips, the patrons within the bar unanimously found merit in her statement. On stage, Lin Yi nodded in agreement. I have previously stated that anything is possible. If you deem this table to be my magical prop, then I shall forego its use. No sooner had he uttered these words than the round table gently descended onto the stage. Lin Yi then draped the black cloth over it. And when he lifted the cloth once more, the table had mysteriously vanished. This unintentional display left the audience momentarily astonished. In a nearby booth, a woman clad in sunglasses could not help but reveal a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. She had not anticipated encountering such a remarkable magician in such a quaint bar. It was a pity that he lacked renown. If only he had a touch of fame. She mused, she could persuade him to take Jason's place in the performance. Excuse me, what did you just say? You intend to have him replace Jason in the performance? That seems utterly implausible. Jason has been nominated for a Merlin Award. How could an amateur magician performing in a bar possibly fill his shoes? Exclaimed a slightly plump girl seated beside her, her face awash with astonishment. I was merely jesting. Jason possesses not only skill but also popularity. Never mind that ungrateful scoundrel, let's drink. With that, the woman in sunglasses raised her glass and took a hearty swig. At that moment, Lin Yi, who had just stowed away the round table, turned his attention to the audience beside the stage and addressed them. Might there be a patron willing to provide me with some props? Anything at all will suffice. As long as I apply the levitation spell, it shall soar. No sooner had he finished speaking than a female patron offered a necklace. Lin Yi gently tapped it, and the necklace began to levitate without any physical contact. After returning the necklace, more items such as bottles, glasses, bags, and phones were presented one after another. Without exception, everything that Lin Yi handled began to float. In fact, he could levitate multiple items simultaneously, prompting gasps of amazement from the audience. Yet, some spectators remained unsatisfied. The items you have levitated are far too light. Can heavier objects float? Let us see if this works. Upon hearing this declaration from the side of the stage, all eyes turned to see a tall, robust woman struggling to maneuver a stainless steel beer keg from the bar. Judging by her effort, the keg was likely full. A 40-liter keg of beer, along with the weight of the container, would weigh no less than 100 pounds. Witnessing this spectacle, the audience's expression shifted significantly. Now, that's a bold sister. She's really bringing that out. Does it weigh nearly 100 pounds? Most people would find it arduous to lift. Can it truly float? Despite their skepticism, many were eager to see this magician falter, as he had yet to encounter a setback. As the patrons whispered among themselves, the woman had already positioned the beer keg in front of the stage. Now, levitate this for me. If you can make it float, this 1,000 yuan will be yours. As she set down the beer barrel, she also pulled out a stack of cash. Oh, are you certain, dear guest? Lin Ye's voice resonated from the sides of the stage. Absolutely, as long as you can accomplish it. If not, you are merely boasting. Her gaze was filled with provocation as she spoke. Very well. It is a promise, then I shall give it a try. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Yi approached the beer barrel. In the next moment, before the assembled crowd, he effortlessly lifted the beer barrel with one hand. Witnessing this scene, many female patrons immediately lit up with admiration. Who would have thought that he, appearing so slender, possessed such strength? Strength signifies good health, and good health implies. After lifting the beer barrel with one hand, Lin Yu raised it above his head. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, he abruptly released the beer barrel. At the instant he let go, several nearby female patrons gasped in surprise, instinctively fearing the barrel would crash to the ground. Yet, just as the barrel seemed poised to plummet, it suddenly halted, inexplicably suspended 20 centimeters above the floor. Gradually, it floated towards Lin Yu's chest, as if the gravitational pull of Blue Star had vanished entirely. This astonishing spectacle left everyone present utterly bewildered. Chapter 40. He is an imposter. A massive beer barrel, weighing hundreds of pounds, quietly hovered before Lin Yu, making a slow descent after revolving around him. When it touched the ground, it emitted not a single sound, however. The bar erupted with astonishment. All eyes were fixed incredulously on Lin Yu. The beer barrel had genuinely floated. It was utterly incredible. Had I not witnessed that young woman carry the barrel over moments ago, I would have believed it to be a balloon. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? Was it that gravity had ceased to exist in Blue Star? Or was the barrel devoid of weight? Such occurrences defied all scientific understanding. Could he truly possess magical abilities? I found myself increasingly perplexed, yet regardless of the mystery, this spectacle was utterly mesmerizing, astonishing to the point of disbelief. For a moment, the air was thick with exclamations of surprise and admiration. The young woman who had placed the barrel before Lin Yu wore an expression of sheer amazement. Shortly after the barrel landed, she rushed to it, exerting considerable effort to lift it once more. Her actions served to confirm to everyone that the barrel was entirely unremarkable. After setting it back down, she gazed at Lin Yu with a wry smile. I am thoroughly impressed. This 1,000 yuan is yours. As she spoke, she produced a stack of cash. The moment the money was revealed, an invisible force caused it to levitate, gently landing in Lin Yu's hand. This remarkable display left the audience in awe, and thunderous applause erupted in response. Amidst the clapping, Lin Yu bowed slightly towards the audience. Once the applause subsided, his voice emanated once again from the speakers beside him. In truth, my levitation technique is not limited to inanimate objects. It can also elevate individuals. I wonder if any audience members wish to experience the sensation of floating. Upon hearing this, the female patrons brightened with excitement, eagerly raising their hands and even pushing towards the stage. At that moment, Song Bauer, who had been seated nearby, suddenly called out to her companions. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and find a way for me to squeeze in. If I can get on stage, I'll give each of you 100 yuan tonight. Quickly, or it will be too late. Motivated by her generous offer, her entourage immediately rolled up their sleeves. Charging ahead like young calves clearing a path, one among them shouted, make way, watch out for the hot water. Her loud voice caused chaos among the crowd. And seizing the opportunity, the petite Song Bauer swiftly maneuvered to the front. While other women were still raising their hands, she dashed up to the stage. Upon reaching the stage, she declared with authority, let me take the stage. No one dares to compete with this lady. Step back. You lot keep a watch here. Anyone who dares approach will face my wrath. With an air of defiance, she resembled a little tiger, her fierce demeanor prompting the other female patrons to retreat in alarm. As they stepped back, murmurs of disdain escaped their lips. Where did this little ruffian come from, so uncouth? Indeed, does the Black Rose Bar allow just anyone to enter? Just as one woman voiced this complaint, her companion tugged at her sleeve. Shoo, keep your voice down. This girl is no ordinary troublemaker. She is the esteemed young lady of the Song family, the daughter of Song the Tiger. The mention of the Song family's daughter transformed the astonished expressions of the previously mocking women. Of course, do you think just any unruly girl could gain entry here? We cannot afford to offend her. Let her be. I suspect she will soon be causing mischief for that magician. Before long, the crowd around the stage dispersed entirely. Witnessing this, Song Bauer wore a triumphant expression. Humph. It seems those who mingle outside carry more weight. They must be quite intimidated by me now. After uttering this, she turned to Lin Yu, placing her hands on her hips. Why didn't you reply to my messages today? Is your phone broken? If it is, I'll get you one that can receive my messages. I'm quite upset, and unless you can make me float, I won't forgive you. Come on. I'm eager to see how you intend to make me levitate. As Song Bauer prepared herself, curiosity spread among the bar's patrons, all eager to witness how Lin Yu would achieve the feat of making a living person float. At that moment, Lin Yu unexpectedly extended his hands towards her. Take my hands, hold tight. The suddenness of his command caught Song Bauer off guard, and a flicker of panic crossed her gaze. Humph, not a chance. Before she could finish her protest, Lin Yu's gloved hand seized hers, fingers intertwining firmly. In an instant, Song Bauer's cheeks flushed crimson, her ears burning with embarrassment. As she appeared momentarily flustered, Lin Yu's voice cut through the tension once more. Are you ready to take flight? No sooner had he spoken than Song Bauer sensed an invisible force lifting her legs. In the next moment, her toes gently left the ground, and before long, she stood at the same height as Lin Yi, who was approximately 1.8 meters tall. The onlookers, witnessing this miraculous event, widened their eyes in astonishment. At that moment, Lin Yi began to spin, and Song Bauer, suspended in midair, twirled gracefully alongside him. Round and round they went, as if performing an elegant duet on stage. The bar's background music transforming into a waltz. When the music finally ceased, Song Bauer gently descended to the floor, her expression still one of disbelief, as if struggling to grasp the reality of what had just transpired. When she finally regained her senses, her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. An unusual occurrence for someone as bold and vivacious as she. The enchanting performance has concluded, my dear lady. You may now depart the stage, Lin Yi remarked. At the sound of his words, Song Bauer awakened from her reverie, unable to meet his gaze, and hastily retreated off the stage. Upon returning to the resting area, she immediately seized a glass of ice water and gulped it down fervently. Just as she finished, one of her younger companions cautioned her, Boss, that was actually alcohol. Alcohol? Song Bauer exclaimed, glancing down at her cup, only to confirm it was indeed filled with liquor. Before she could comprehend the situation, a wave of dizziness washed over her, causing her to collapse onto the table, intoxicated. In the aftermath of her fainting, her entourage's immediate concern was, what will we do about today's stage fees? Simultaneously, the audience within the bar was once again captivated by Lin Yi's remarkable levitation act, erupting into thunderous applause and cheers that reverberated throughout the venue. Many patrons generously offered their tips in appreciation. Once the applause subsided, Lin Yi's voice resonated from the speakers on either side of the stage. Esteemed ladies, this concludes the first magic act of the evening. I hope you all had a delightful time. However, as soon as his words fell from his lips, an unexpected voice rang out from the entrance of the bar. He is a fraud. Do not be deceived. At this declaration, all eyes turned in unison towards the entrance. Just then, a spotlight illuminated the doorway, and in the next instant, a figure emerged, catching everyone off guard. Upon recognizing the silhouette, the female patrons within the bar instinctively covered their mouths in disbelief. Chapter 41. The Mirror Man under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, Lin Yi. Clad in a black gentleman's suit, adorned with a black top hat and draped in a black starry cloak, made a striking entrance at the bar's entrance. His stature and attire mirrored that of the Lin Yi on stage, even his face concealed behind a pure white mask. The astonished crowd shifted their attention from the stage to the bar entrance, their expressions a mix of disbelief and wonder. Goodness, how could there be two Lin Yis? What is happening? This is utterly outrageous. There is one on stage and another down here. Could it be a doppelganger? They truly appear identical. Well, I didn't anticipate this delightful surprise. It must be part of tonight's magic act. This magician is truly exceptional. His performance far surpasses that of the Spring Festival Gala. I can't wait to see how this unfolds. As the patrons expressed their astonishment, Huang Ying, seated at a booth, gazed eagerly towards the stage. This young man continues to astonish me. Not only does he perform magic, but there is also a narrative involved. Are you aware of the details? Upon hearing her question, Hu Dai shook her head. I am not privy to the specifics. He merely mentioned that tonight's magic would be somewhat different. I am not well versed in magic myself. Aside from a few tasks he requested my assistance with, I never pry into his performances. It seems you have indeed stumbled upon a treasure. With his level of skill, he is certainly no amateur. Even professional magicians could not compare. You must keep a close eye on him. Don't let anyone else lure him away. Otherwise, you might as well claim him for yourself. A pure-hearted young man like him, once he tastes the sweetness of success, will surely become attached to you. As she spoke, Huang Ying wore a teasing smile. Hu Dai, however, scoffed lightly. Pish-posh, what are you saying? If he were merely an ordinary amateur magician, I might consider keeping him. But with the talent he has displayed, he deserves a larger stage. If he can pursue greater opportunities, why should I hinder his prospects? His future is destined to shine brighter than here. Perhaps it won't be long before we find ourselves in entirely different worlds. After uttering these words, Hu Dai gazed at Lin Yi on stage with a complex expression. A genius. He is a true prodigy. It seems I underestimated him. Although his stage presence is somewhat immature, his magical techniques and artistry are nothing short of exquisite. If such talent receives proper nurturing, he is bound to astonish the world. In another booth, the woman in sunglasses removed her large shades, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. I dare say Jason's magic skills do not compare to his. Monica. After the performance, could you please obtain his contact information for me? If possible, I would like to invite him for a personal meeting. All right, sister. But what exactly is he planning to do next? Why has he brought someone who looks exactly like him? The slightly plump girl pondered aloud while nibbling on the snacks on the table. Her curiosity was echoed by the other patrons present, who were equally intrigued by the unfolding events. Yet, what transpired next would remain etched in their memories for a lifetime. Suddenly, Lin Yu stormed onto the stage with an imposing presence. When the two Lin Yes stood side by side, the latter pointed accusingly at the former. He is an impostor. He is not Lin Yi. Do not be deceived by him. Impostor? Why would he impersonate you? A nearby audience member teased. Because he wishes to replace me. Then who is he? He is my mirror duplicate. He inadvertently escaped from the mirror while I was gazing into it. At this revelation, the patrons exchanged bewildered glances. And several burst into laughter. Ha! This magician is quite the performer. One exclaimed. Indeed, he truly knows how to entertain. Another agreed. A mirror duplicate? What an intriguing concept. It seems I could never perform magic, as I would be unable to suppress my laughter. His words sound so genuine, exclaimed another, amused. Who would have thought that magic could include a narrative? It seems that innovation is essential in every endeavor. How fascinating. Clearly, the audience did not take Lin Ye's words seriously. They merely found the spectacle amusing. It appears you do not quite believe me. Allow me to demonstrate, he declared. No matter what magic I perform, my mirror duplicate will replicate it flawlessly. No sooner had he spoken than a playing card materialized in his hand out of thin air. Simultaneously, the other Lin Yi conjured a card of his own. Lin Yi waved his hand to produce a flower, and the other Lin Yi followed suit. Thus, the two engaged in a magical duel upon the stage, captivating the audience. After the segment of conjuring objects, they proceeded to perform the floating technique. In an impressive display, they simultaneously manipulated a rope before the audience, showcasing a tug-of-war without any physical contact. Witnessing a limp rope suddenly taut under their control, the crowd erupted in applause once more. How delightful. He must have enlisted another magician to collaborate with him. Otherwise, it could not possibly be a true duplicate. This is sheer double the joy. I shall return tomorrow. Following the floating act, they transitioned into a display of glowing butterflies created through illumination magic. As both raised their hands, dozens of luminous butterflies emerged from their palms, filling the bar with a breathtaking spectacle of fluttering lights. Those who have witnessed this magical spectacle could not help but exclaim in awe, let alone those who were experiencing it for the first time. As the luminous butterflies dissipated, Lin Yi, standing to the right, let out a deep sigh. You all must have seen it. My mirror doppelganger can perform every trick I can. Today, he even turned off my phone alarm, nearly lulling me into a deep slumber. Thankfully, I awoke just in time. Otherwise, the entire evening would have been left to this doppelganger to perform in my stead. Upon hearing this, a curious patron feigned confusion, remarking, Isn't that splendid? Let him take your place at work. You could earn a salary without even showing up. You are not mistaken, Lin Yi replied. I believe that if you had a doppelganger to substitute for you at work, you would be quite pleased. However, have you ever pondered that one day, when he becomes indistinguishable from you, he might replace you entirely or even harm you to take your place? Thus, I caution everyone here, do not gaze into mirrors casually, for you never know when the reflection of yourself may emerge from within. At this juncture, Lin Ye's tone darkened considerably. Yet, the audience remained convinced he was merely indulging in theatrics. Fortunately, I had long since discovered how to deal with the mirror entity by simply presenting a mirror. I could send him back to the realm of reflections. As soon as these words left his lips, Lin Yi produced an enormous dressing mirror from backstage. Although the doppelganger on the left could not be seen clearly, one could sense his growing trepidation. In the next instant, he turned and bolted towards the edge of the stage. However, he had scarcely covered any distance when Lin Yi extended his right hand, and an invisible force began to drag him backward relentlessly. Get in there, Lin Yi shouted, and with that command, the other Lin Yi was forcibly drawn to the dressing mirror. At that moment, the once bustling bar fell into an eerie silence, under the watchful gaze of countless eyes. The Lin Yi adhered to the mirror vanished in a flash, as if truly absorbed into its depths. All that remained was the white mask he wore, now lying abandoned on the ground before the mirror. Thus, from the two Lin Yes on stage, only one remained. In front of the spectators, the surviving Lin Yu slowly picked up the fallen mask. The previously silent bar was soon filled with his haunting voice. Remember, Do not look into a mirror at midnight, nor utter the desire for someone to take your place, lest the reflection of yourself one day escapes. Now, I pose a question. Am I the genuine Lin Yi or the mirror entity? As he spoke, Lin Yi approached the mirror and gradually removed the mask, revealing his striking profile. Simultaneously, an identical visage appeared in the mirror. In that instant, the patrons of the bar were suddenly enveloped by a chilling sensation. Chapter 42. The dice game. A few moments ago, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Yu's mention of mirror duplicates was merely perceived as a jest. They believed that these duplicates were simply other magicians he had brought in for a cameo. However, the recent extraordinary spectacle had utterly shattered their preconceived notions. A living person had been directly thrust into the mirror before their eyes, vanishing without a trace. Coupled with Lin Yu's final act before the mirror and his ominous words, many timid onlookers felt a chill run down their spines, pondering whether the Lin Yi on stage was indeed the genuine article or if he had been supplanted by a mirror duplicate, just as he had suggested. It was easy to foresee that, for a considerable time hence, they would be reluctant to gaze into mirrors at night. As the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie, Lin Yi bowed towards the audience. He reassured them that everything that had transpired was merely a magical illusion, urging them not to take his words to heart. There are simply no such things as mirror duplicates in this world. If my earlier remarks frightened anyone, I sincerely apologize. I have a small gift for everyone shortly. Thank you. Thank you for watching my magic. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, the bar was once again filled with lively music. Instantly, the previously ominous ambience dissipated, and the female patrons emerged from their stupor, breaking into applause. As they clapped, they eagerly engaged in animated discussions with their companions. Wow, that scared me to death. I thought mirror duplicates were real. Indeed, it was all just a magical effect. But don't you think that scene didn't seem like magic at all? How could that person just vanish? Perhaps he really is a mirror duplicate. Impossible. He said it was a magical effect, though I can't fathom how he accomplished it. If you could figure it out, you would be the one performing on stage today. I'm at a loss for words to express my current feelings. Today's magic has truly opened my eyes. Absolutely. Whether it was the levitation or the mirror illusion, both were utterly mind-boggling. I'm starting to doubt he isn't a true magician. This is the most spectacular magic performance I have ever witnessed in my life, bar none. Right? I told you the magic here is extraordinary. You were skeptical before coming. I'm already anticipating what mesmerizing magic he will present tomorrow. As the patrons generously lavished their praises upon Lin Yi, Huang Ying, seated in the booth, joined in the applause, exclaiming, "Brilliant! Truly exceptional." Although the final act was somewhat frightening, I feel today's magic performance is something I shall never forget. How did he manage to conjure such extraordinary magic? He is indeed a genius. As long as he is present, your business will flourish. At times, I truly feel as though he possesses real magic. Sitting beside the songbird, Hudai gazed at Lin Yi with admiration. Should we invite him to join us? She asked. It seems a bit late for that. Others are already inviting him. Hudai replied with a wry smile. Just as she remarked, a throng of female patrons surrounded Lin Yi, some wishing to buy him a drink, others offering him tips, and yet others inviting him to their private booths. Lin Yi graciously accepted all invitations, welcoming those who offered him drinks, expressing polite gratitude to those who tipped him, and even performing a small magic trick to delight his benefactors. For those who invited him to their booths, he readily obliged. In one booth, a group of college girls warmly urged him to sit down and join in their games. Lin, apart from those tricks you just performed, what other magic do you know? Please show us. One girl implored. Yes, yes. Let us witness more. Lin Yu surveyed the table before him and replied. I know many tricks. You were just playing with dice, right? Let us play a dice game. Dice? What does that have to do with magic? A curious girl in the booth asked. It is indeed related. The trick I am about to perform involves guessing the outcome of the dice. Do you believe that I can accurately predict the number, regardless of how you roll? Upon hearing this, the college girls exchanged skeptical glances. What if you guess incorrectly? A girl with short hair and a neutral appearance questioned directly. If I fail to guess correctly, you may impose any condition upon me. Lin Yi replied with a slight smile. Oh, any condition? The short-haired girl asked mischievously. Indeed. How about this? For every incorrect guess, I shall remove a piece of clothing. Chimed in another girl, adorned in a bold, glamorous style. As soon as she spoke, the other girls nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. One article for each wrong guess. Do you dare? Initially, they anticipated Lin Yi would retreat, but to their surprise, he nodded in agreement. No problem. But what if I guess correctly? He inquired. Um, then we shall remove our clothing too, the short-haired girl declared decisively, having pondered for less than half a second. The other girls nearby displayed slight concern at her words, clearly hesitant to escalate the stakes. Fortunately, Lin Ye's next statement eased their apprehension. That one tea be necessary. If I guess correctly, you'll merely have to drink a glass of wine. Agreed. It's settled then. Let us prepare to begin. The raucous commotion caused by a group of female university students drew the attention of nearby patrons. Particularly, when they heard Lin Yi would remove a piece of clothing upon losing, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in their eyes. At that moment, the short-haired girl began to shake the dice cup. After a few vigorous shakes, she placed the cup down on the table and raised her gaze towards Lin Yu. All right. It's your turn to guess. After staring at the cup for a mere 2 seconds, Lin Yi confidently declared, I guess it's 24. No sooner had he spoken than the short-haired girl unveiled the contents of the cup. The surrounding crowd leaned in eagerly. Upon revealing the dice, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted. Well, it really is 24. He actually guessed it right. Could he possess some sort of clairvoyance? Seeing that Lin Yi had indeed made the correct guess, the short-haired girl, without a moment's hesitation, lifted her glass of beer and downed it in one gulp. The next moment, with a defiant expression, she exclaimed, Let's do it again. With a decisive clap, she began to shake the 6 dice once more. Chapter 43. I cannot possibly be mistaken. Merely guessing correctly once led most to believe that Lin Yi relied solely on luck. However, as the second, third, fourth, and subsequent attempts unfolded, Lin Yi accurately predicted the total sum of all the dice 6 times in succession without a single error. Meanwhile, the short-haired girl had downed 6 glasses of beer consecutively. By the time she finished her 6th drink, she could no longer hold it in and rushed to the nearby trash bin to vomit. After regaining her composure, she returned to the booth and, in front of everyone, gave Lin Yi a thumbs up. I am truly impressed. You are indeed remarkable. Moreover, you knew from the outset that you would win without a doubt. And you even declined our wager of stripping as a stake. You are a true man, and I admire that. However, I am quite curious. How do you know the sum of the points each time? Upon hearing the short-haired girl's inquiry, the other witnesses to Lin Yi's stellar performance also exhibited expressions of curiosity. Lin Yi responded in their presence. Do you believe it was luck? Yet, his answer evidently failed to satisfy the audience. If you're unwilling to disclose, then just say so. Blaming luck? Who possesses luck that extraordinary? Once could be luck. But 6 times in a row, you must possess skills unknown to us. Faced with their disbelief, Lin Yi could only manage a wry smile. In truth, he had not employed any techniques or invoked magic. He solely relied on the passive effects of the fate card and the fairy silver coin. The fate card granted him a certain probability of compulsory victory during bets, while the fairy silver coin provided a boon of luck, elevating his chances of assured victory to 100%. Thus, he achieved an infallible winning streak. If he were to stroll through a casino now, he would likely leave the house bleeding, though if he did so, it would be he who would be branded as a cheat and beaten until he bled. For casinos do not believe in mere luck. After bidding farewell to the group of female university students, Lin Yi was invited to join a gathering of older women, averaging in age around 30 to 40. The one who beckoned him over was a middle-aged beauty in her 40s, still retaining her allure. Come, little magician, don't be shy. Sit beside the Andes. Madam, you jest. Where are the Andes? They are all sisters here, Lin Yi replied earnestly. His words immediately brought joy to the women present. The little magician is quite the charmer. I noticed you were having a splendid time with those young ladies over there. Would you mind playing a game with us as well? A woman in her 30s, clad in a black cheapao, poured a drink for Lin Yi as she spoke. Of course, I don't mind at all. What game do you ladies wish to play? Let us engage in a simple game of guessing ages. If you succeed, a generous red envelope awaits you. If you fail, you must extract the ice cubes from this cup using your tongue. With a sly grin, a middle-aged woman sporting a chic bob and dressed impeccably chimed in. Afterward, she retrieved a cocktail glass, pouring out the excess ice until only a single cube remained at the bottom. Her proposal sparked excitement among the other women present. Upon hearing her suggestion, Lin Yi pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. That sounds fine. However, merely guessing ages seems rather simplistic. How about this? I will also predict whose phone will receive a message first. Upon his utterance, laughter erupted among the women seated in the booth. I have never seen someone raise the stakes for themselves. Yet, this seems to enhance the fun. Ladies, place your phones on the table and ensure your notifications are activated. They agreed, stating that whoever's phone received a message first regardless of the sender, would cover the evening's expenses and gift a sum of 10,000 yuan to Lin Yi. No objections here. My phone has gone ages without a message. Same here, but you should be wary. Your lovers might message you in the dead of night. Amidst the playful banter, the women retrieved their phones and positioned them on the table before Lin Yi scrutinized their faces one by one. Guessing age appears deceptively simple, however. When it pertains to women, the challenge escalates considerably. A woman's age can be obscured by makeup, hairstyle, clothing, and various external factors, leading to significant discrepancies from her actual age. Estimating the age of middle-aged women is even more arduous. The group before him clearly consisted of affluent ladies, likely indulging in numerous beauty treatments, water light injections, and thread lifts, all renowned for their age-defying properties. Women in their 40s could easily appear in their 30s, while those in their 30s might resemble their 20s. Nevertheless, Lin Yi felt no trepidation. He had faith in his fortune. After casting a discerning glance at the woman on his far left, he confidently declared, "You must be 38 years old." At these words, the first woman on his left exhibited a look of astonishment. "You guessed correctly. I am indeed 38. Over the years, you are the first person to discern my age at a glance." She continued, "Given your appearance, it is indeed challenging to guess, as you appear no older than 30. But I suppose my luck was in your favor, enabling you to guess accurately." Lin Yi smiled in response, pleased with his success. "You have a way with words. I cannot possibly let you leave without gifting you a substantial red envelope." Upon finishing her words, she promptly instructed Lin Yi to open the payment code, and then gifted him a red envelope containing 1888. Following her, Lin Yi accurately deduced the ages of several other women present. Each individual, upon being accurately guessed, willingly offered Lin Yi a generous red envelope. However, when it came to the woman clad in a black qipao, she wore a confident smile. "Young lad, you absolutely cannot guess my age." "Not necessarily," Lin Yi replied, his gaze lingering on her for a moment. "If I am not mistaken, you must be 42 this year." Upon articulating this statement, the woman in black suddenly burst into laughter. "You have finally guessed incorrectly. Nevertheless, it is impressive that you could ascertain that I am over 40. Unfortunately, I am only 41 this year, as stated on my identification." Hearing Lin Yi's miscalculation, the other women present became immediately exhilarated. However, Lin Yi's subsequent remark left them somewhat perplexed. "I assure you, I am not mistaken. You are indeed 42 this year. Young lad, I understand your desire to win. But I must tell you the truth. I am really 41. If you doubt me, look at my identification. My birthday is on September 27th. And today is only September 26th. I will officially turn 42 tomorrow." While speaking, the woman in the black qipao produced her identification to substantiate her claim. At that moment, one of her companions suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, it's already 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock? Upon hearing this, the others seemed to grasp something and quickly checked their phones. Just as the previous speaker had indicated, the time had just passed midnight. However, their focus was not on the time, but rather on the date, which now clearly displayed September 27th. Observing this date, the group turned their gazes towards the woman in the qipao. "Ling Jie, if your birthday is on the 27th, then it seems you have indeed turned 42. So he was not mistaken. He was correct. Chapter 44. Wishes come true. The few individuals seated in the booth were under the impression that Lin Yi was destined to falter this time. After all, the woman in the qipao had already presented her identification to validate her claim. To their astonishment, Lin Yi managed to deduce the truth, even catching the involved party off guard. Upon glancing at the date displayed on her phone, a bittersweet smile crossed her face. It was already the 27th, by that reckoning. She had indeed turned 42, another year older. "Little brother, you've guessed correctly once again. I am genuinely impressed," she remarked. Following this declaration, the woman in the qipao attempted to transfer money to Lin Yi, who, however, shook his head in refusal. "Today is your birthday. I could not possibly accept your money. Let this be my gift to you," he insisted. "Business is business. We agreed upon this beforehand, and you must accept it," the qipao-clad woman asserted, her demeanor resolute. "If you refuse, it would imply that you look down upon me. Besides, do you think I would be troubled by such a trifling sum?" As she finished her statement, another woman nearby chimed in with a smile. "Indeed, this sister is the wealthiest among us. Her assets are in the billions, and she owns all the shops on this street." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's expression betrayed his surprise. While he was aware from Hu Dai that many affluent women frequented this establishment, he had not anticipated encountering one with such immense wealth. Ultimately, he accepted the transfer from the qipao woman, though the amount astonished him. While the previous transfers had been 1888, hers was a generous 8888. When he saw the transaction notification, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. It seems you've transferred a bit too much, he remarked. Not at all. Consider it a tip for your performance tonight. Your magic was splendid, and I thoroughly enjoyed it, the Qipao woman replied with a gentle smile. Thank you, sister. By the way, since today is your birthday, I ought to present you with a birthday gift, Lin Yi stated. Upon hearing this, the Qipao woman regarded him with playful curiosity. Oh, what kind of birthday gift do you intend to bestow upon me? On birthdays, one must enjoy a birthday cake. Lin Yi proclaimed. A cake? At this hour of the night, where would one find a cake? She questioned skeptically. That remains uncertain, but how about we make a wager? Within 5 minutes, a cake will appear before you, Lin Yi asserted, brimming with confidence. The others in the booth became intrigued by his declaration. Curious about the source of his assurance. It was already midnight, and only the bar and a few convenience stores remained open. Acquiring a cake seemed implausible. However, while they expressed doubt about Lin Yi's words, he was already surveying his surroundings. The stroke of midnight also signified the reset of the Fateful Card's daily winning game guarantee. Whatever he wagered would undoubtedly manifest in some form. Desiring a birthday cake is not an unreasonable wish, yet the manner in which it may manifest remains uncertain. As he contemplated this, Lin Yi's lips curled into a smile, and in the next moment, he strode towards a nearby booth. Upon his arrival, he discovered several young girls, seemingly in their early teens, engaged in playful antics. Their table was adorned not only with an array of beverages and snacks, but also featured an exquisitely wrapped large cake. Judging by the quantity of drinks, it appeared they had just met the minimum expenditure required for the booth, possibly pooling their resources together. As Lin Yi approached, the girls paused their activities and turned their attention to him. Seizing the moment, Lin Yi initiated the conversation. Ladies, may I inquire if any of you are celebrating a birthday today? At this, a girl seated at the edge eagerly pointed to a demure girl beside her, exclaiming, She is celebrating her birthday today. Understanding dawned on Lin Yi, and he nodded before directing his gaze towards the quiet girl. Happy birthday to you. The shy girl responded with an expression of bashfulness, saying, Thank you. No need for thanks. Now, may I have the pleasure of performing a small magic trick just for you? If you would allow me, Lin Yi said, a gentle smile gracing his face. The quiet girl appeared visibly flustered. Is that all right? Of course. Let me ponder what trick would be most fitting. Lin Yi feigned deep thought. Oh, do you have anything in particular that you have been wishing to purchase recently? Upon hearing this, the quiet girl hesitated before responding. Well, I would like to buy a GoPro 13. An action camera, I presume? Yes, I plan to go skiing next month and wish to document the experience, she nodded affirmatively. All right, please take out your phone and show me the camera you have in mind. Although uncertain of Lin Yi's intentions, she complied. Upon viewing the product page, Lin Yi nodded. I see. I shall employ my magic to help you fulfill this wish. At this declaration, the other girls in the booth exchanged skeptical glances. You don't mean to conjure a camera, do you? Do you doubt my capabilities? Lin Yi maintained his serene smile, exuding confidence. The girls shook their heads in disbelief. Very well, allow me to demonstrate. As his words fell, a large cloth appeared from thin air in Lin Yi's right hand. With it, he draped the cake upon the table, captivating the curiosity of the girls even further. Suddenly, Lin Yi pointed at the birthday girl, saying, Come forth and make a wish. If you utter your desire now, it shall surely come to fruition. Upon uttering these words, Lin Yi extended a finger towards the cake. And to the astonishment of the onlookers, a luminous orb akin to a flickering candle flame manifested at his fingertip. Blow it out, and a miracle shall occur. With a tinge of skepticism and a hint of trepidation, the girl cautiously leaned closer to the cake and then closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she gently exhaled towards Lin Yi's fingertip. In that very instant, the light extinguished. As the glow faded, Lin Yi swiftly removed the cloth covering the cake. The moment the cloth was lifted, expressions of disbelief washed over the faces of the young girls at the booth. For the cake that had been resting upon the table had vanished, replaced instead by a stack of pristine, crimson $100 bills, approximately totaling around 3,000 yuan. It was just enough to purchase the latest model of the GoPro 13. Amidst the girls' astonished gazes, Lin Yi's voice resounded once more. It seems my magical prowess is not quite sufficient to conjure a camera, but you may use this money to procure one for yourselves. Now, my magic performance has concluded, and I shall cover the expenses for your table as a small token of my appreciation. I wish you all a delightful time, and until we meet again. With that, Lin Yi took his leave, still holding the cloth. It was not until he departed that the group of young girls began to process what had just transpired. As for the cake that had vanished from the table, it no longer held any significance for them. After all, it was merely worth a little over 100 yuan, while they had gained 3,000 in return. Furthermore, Lin Yi had graciously taken care of their tab, leaving them with little concern for the cake at all. Chapter 45. Because I can tell fortunes. When Lin Yi returned to the booth occupied by the group of ladies, several curious gazes, including that of the woman in the cheongsam, were directed towards him. Little brother, where did you just go? I thought you might have found our age unappealing and sought out younger girls instead, one of the sisters teased. You've overthought it, sisters. I merely went to fetch a birthday cake, Lin Yi replied with a smile while standing beside the booth. Did you manage to find it? The woman in the cheongsam inquired, eyeing his hands with a hint of suspicion. It matters not if I didn't, Lin Yi responded, but instead of answering directly, he glanced at his phone to check the time. Just in time, he remarked. Just in time for what? She asked, perplexed. The timing is just right. I mentioned that within 5 minutes there would be a birthday cake, and it has only been a little over 4 minutes. So, dear lady, are you ready to welcome your birthday cake? Upon hearing this, the spirits of those in the booth lifted immediately, and their eyes began to dart around, seemingly searching for the cake Lin Yi had mentioned. At that moment, Lin Yi deftly cleared a space on the table before them, casually unfurling a cloth he had retrieved earlier and laying it on the surface. The attention of the ladies was instantly captured. In the next instant, Lin Yi swiftly pinched the center of the cloth and dramatically unveiled it. As the cloth was removed, a beautifully packaged cake materialized on the table as if conjured from thin air. At the sight of the cake, the ladies' eyes widened in disbelief, their expressions filled with astonishment. The birthday girl in the cheongsam exhibited a glimmer of surprise in her gaze. While the group remained captivated by Lin Yi's astonishing display of cake conjuring, his voice resonated once more. Dear lady, as the guest of honor today, it is your privilege to unveil this cake yourself. With this invitation, the ladies finally snapped back to reality, alternating their glances between the cake and Lin Yi. Wow, what a delightful surprise. I truly didn't expect you to conjure a cake. How extraordinary. I didn't even blink, and yet he managed to produce a cake out of nowhere. This must be the most enchanting magic performance of the evening. I find myself a tad envious of Ling Jia, YISNT at my birthday today. To have such a charming young man perform magic up close and even produce a cake, Ling Jia's birthday is undeniably one to remember. Birthday girl, don't just stand there. Hurry and unveil the cake. Yes, do open the cake quickly. You should have informed us you were celebrating your birthday. Had we known, we could have prepared the cake ourselves. Encouraged by their enthusiastic remarks, the birthday girl swiftly unwrapped the cake's exterior, revealing an exquisitely crafted dessert within. In addition to the cake, there were 2 numeral candles, which together represented the number 18. The moment the 18 candles were lit atop the cake, her smile was nearly impossible to conceal, and a hint of emotion flickered in her eyes. In the next instant, she earnestly turned to Lin Yi and expressed her gratitude. Thank you for giving me such an unforgettable birthday experience. It has been many years since I celebrated my birthday or indulged in a birthday cake. Today, I am truly delighted. After uttering these words, she retrieved an exquisitely crafted business card from her bag and handed it to Lin Yi. If you encounter any issues in Jinghai, do not hesitate to call me. I, Shen Kuling, possess some connections and resources in Jinghai. Upon receiving the card from the woman in the qipao, Lin Yi glanced at it briefly before accepting it. No need for formality. You are the guest here, and it is my duty to ensure your happiness. If there is nothing else, I will prepare for my next magic act. Just as Lin Yi was about to depart, Shen Kuling suddenly stopped him. Please hold on. Have you forgotten something? She gestured towards her phone. Seeing the phone reminded Lin Yi of the wager they had made earlier. My apologies. I nearly overlooked that. However, your phones must have already received notifications. He continued, let us resume from this moment. I wager that the next person to receive a message will be this sister. With that, Lin Yi pointed to the youngest among the group, a woman with curly hair who appeared to be in her early 30s. Her complexion fair and devoid of any wrinkles, exuding an air of elegance. When Lin Yi directed his finger at her, she shook her head. It cannot possibly be me. This is my personal number, which only my family uses. Generally, they would not contact me after 11:30, and it is already past midnight. They are likely asleep. However, no sooner had she finished speaking than her phone chimed with a message. At the sound of the notification, the gazes of the others in the booth turned toward her phone, and she herself appeared somewhat bewildered. What is happening? Someone really did send you a message. Who would message you at this hour? They remarked, and this little handsome guy has guessed correctly. It seems today you shall be the one to foot the bill. After a moment of astonishment, the curly-haired woman hurriedly unlocked her phone to check the content of the message. Upon reading it, a wry smile crossed her face. It is a message from 10086, reminding me that my mobile balance is insufficient. Hearing her response, the group exchanged glances, somewhat taken aback. Although the message was not from a person, it nonetheless qualified as Lin Ye's victory. The curly-haired woman did not dispute the outcome and promptly transferred 10,000 to Lin Ye. After completing the transaction, she suddenly inquired with curiosity, "Little brother, do you possess the ability to predict the future? How is it that your guesses are so remarkably accurate?" As this question arose, the others in the booth cast curious glances. Indeed, it seemed improbable that it was merely a stroke of luck. In the face of their inquisitiveness, Lin Ye pondered for a moment before nodding. "I do possess a modicum of such skills, though I am not particularly professional." "Really? I never imagined you were so versatile. Would you be so kind as to cast a fortune for me? Rest assured, I shall not ask for your assistance without recompense. I will offer you a fee for your services," the curly-haired woman exclaimed eagerly. "Please, do mine as well. If your predictions prove accurate, I shall gladly compensate you." Others chimed in, their interest piqued. Noticing their enthusiasm, Lin Ye glanced at the time before nodding in agreement. "Very well, in light of your generosity, I shall offer each of you a reading. However, I must stipulate that you refrain from posing overly specific queries. I can only affirm or deny the matter at hand." "All right, I shall go first." After contemplating for a moment, the curly-haired woman posed her question. "I have a project that promises substantial profits, yet the risks are equally significant. Should I proceed with it?" Upon hearing this inquiry, Lin Ye casually retrieved a fairy coin and tossed it high into the air. As he caught it with one hand, he examined both sides of the coin. Noting it had landed on the reverse side, he shook his head at the curly-haired woman. "I advise against pursuing this project. Should you proceed, you are likely to incur losses. Of course, you are free to disregard my counsel." "Very well, I shall heed your advice and forego this project." I must admit, I had my reservations as well. After considering Lin Ye's perspective, the curly-haired woman promptly abandoned her investment plans and transferred a fee to Lin Ye. Witnessing this, the others eagerly began to present their own queries. Each time, Lin Ye consulted the fairy coin, providing them with answers. Some inquired about business, others about health, and still others about relationships. For every question posed, Lin Ye offered resolute responses. Given his prior performance, all present chose to place their trust in him. Chapter 46. The reappearance of the mirror person. The other party received the answer they sought, while Lin Ye reaped the rewards of their generosity. His balance increased by over 10,000 after a round of interactions. After bidding farewell to the affluent ladies, he was invited to other tables. Time slipped away gradually, and before long, it approached 1 o'clock. He needed only to complete one final exit magic trick for the day's work to be deemed accomplished. As the MC announced his name, the patrons of the bar instinctively paused their activities, directing their attention towards the central stage. The previously vibrant music gradually faded into silence. The moment Lin Ye stepped onto the stage and merely removed his hat, an enthusiastic applause erupted throughout the bar. "I extend my gratitude to all the ladies for your applause, and I thank you for your appreciation of my magic. I shall now present to you my final small magic trick of the evening." Upon uttering these words, Lin Ye seemed to recall something, turning to glance at the mirror positioned behind him. The mirror was still there, to prevent the mirrored replica from surreptitiously emerging to ambush him. It would be prudent to cover it. With that thought, he took a black cloth from a nearby table and draped it over the full-length mirror. Once the mirror was completely concealed, he exhaled deeply, feigning relief. The audience found his exaggerated expression amusing. "Now, I can perform my magic without concern. The trick I am about to demonstrate is called the flying cards." As he spoke, a deck of cards materialized in his hands. "I can manipulate this deck at will, making them soar through the air." Upon hearing this, the audience displayed expressions of disappointment. Clearly, this trick did not meet their expectations, especially after the previous two astonishing performances, rendering this one somewhat lackluster. However, their expressions soon shifted, particularly among those facing Lin Ye, as a hint of terror emerged in their gazes. Initially, only a few were alarmed, but as Lin Ye continued his explanation, more and more spectators wore looks of fear, with some instinctively covering their mouths. Following their gaze, one could see the mirror, not far behind Lin Ye, which was covered by the black cloth, exhibiting an unsettling phenomenon. The cloth began moving on its own, without any physical contact. Gradually, a human face emerged, pushing against the black cloth from Y in the next moment. A harrowing scene unfolded as a figure abruptly emerged from the mirror. A dark cloth enveloped him, rendering him ghostly, and in his hand, he appeared to wield a dagger. The instant he burst forth from the mirror, he lunged towards Lin Yi. Witnessing this, the patrons of the bar instantly forgot that Lin Yi was performing a magic act. And they shouted in alarm, "Be careful! Watch your back! Quickly get away! Move!" At that moment, Lin Yi finally reacted. What is behind me?" As he turned to glance over his shoulder, the figure draped in black had already approached him with the dagger drawn. Without uttering a word, he plunged the dagger into Lin Yi's chest. The glistening blade sank deep into his body. Stunned, Lin Yi looked down at the dagger embedded in his chest. His face a mask of disbelief. His body swayed unsteadily before collapsing to the ground. Even as he fell, he struggled to raise his right hand, pointing at the figure cloaked in black. Shortly thereafter, his head tilted, and he lay motionless. As soon as he became still, the figure swiftly tore away the black cloth, revealing a person clad identically to Lin Yi, wearing a white mask. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the bar. What on earth is happening? Is this truly magic, or has the magician just been murdered? How terrifying. Can this still be considered magic? My mind feels overwhelmed. A person suddenly emerged from the mirror, and then this individual killed the magician. So, did the mirror duplicate kill the original? Is this a genuine homicide, or merely a part of the performance? I'm utterly perplexed. Should we call the police? It truly appears that he is dead. Could it be that a magic act could lead to such a fate? Yet not everyone was gripped by fear. Some believe they had deciphered the entire scenario. Let us hold off on calling the police. I sense a twist is imminent. If this is magic, I would declare it the finest illusion of the night. Undoubtedly, the figure that emerged is a decoy, as he wears a mask, perhaps a substitute of sorts. Yes, that must be it. The mirror surely conceals a mechanism, housing a stand-in actor. This is all merely a performance. Let us not take it too seriously. After all, what else could it be? It's not as if a duplicate could truly emerge from the mirror and assassinate the original. This is magic, not sorcery. I've seen through it all. However, the next event caused their expressions to shift dramatically. The masked figure that had emerged from the dark cloth suddenly ripped off his mask. The moment the mask was removed, the strikingly handsome visage of Lin Yi emerged beneath it. Upon witnessing this face, the audience fell into an astonished silence, particularly those who had previously dismissed the masked figure as merely a stand-in. Their minds struggled to comprehend the reality before them. Unconsciously, their gazes shifted to the lifeless body of Lin Yi sprawled on the ground. Both Lin Yi bore identical features, rendering it impossible to discern which was the authentic one and which was the imitation. Their attire was indistinguishable as well. This bewildering scene left the spectators both shocked and chilled to the bone. At that moment, the living Lin Yi spoke, casting a somber glance at the corpse on the floor, and said darkly, "Finally, the day has come. After serving as your reflection for so many years, it is now my turn to take the spotlight. You may rest easy, I shall live on in your stead." This declaration transformed the expressions of those present, as they began to accept that the figure standing on stage was indeed the so-called mirror duplicate. However, just then, the seemingly deceased Lin Yi suddenly rose, and without hesitation, he drew the dagger from his chest and lunged at the mirror image, viciously proclaiming, "The one who deserves to die is you." As his words echoed, the dagger plunged into the chest of the mirror figure. This unexpected turn of events left the patrons of the bar utterly bewildered, especially as they witnessed Chapter 47, a dazzling spectacle. Surely this is magic. At this moment, the patrons of the bar were utterly captivated, their gazes fixated upon the stage. A whirlwind of emotions, shock, confusion, and panic flashed across their eyes, for the scene unfolding before them was entirely unexpected. Just then, the two figures of Lin Yi continued their fierce struggle. The one who had been stabbed appeared to be unharmed. In the next instant, one Lin Yi brandished a western sword with a flourish, and the other, not to be outdone, summoned a sword of his own. Thus, the two Lin Yi engaged in a duel upon the stage. After a brief skirmish, one plunged his sword through the other's body. The pierced Lin Yi staggered backward, retreating until he reached the edge of the mirror. Seizing the opportunity, the uninjured Lin Yi swiftly grasped his opponent's throat, pressing him toward the mirror. "In you go." Witnessing this, the audience felt their hearts leap into their throats. However, at that very moment, the lights in the bar abruptly extinguished, plunging the entire establishment into darkness. The obscurity did not last long. Within 2 seconds, the lights flickered back on. As illumination returned, All eyes instinctively turned to the stage. Upon discerning the scene before them, expressions of astonishment once again graced their faces. The stage was now empty. The two Lin Yi who had been battling moments ago had vanished, leaving only a solitary, vacant dressing mirror standing in the center. Under the spotlight, the once unremarkable mirror now exuded an air of eerie peculiarity. Suddenly, the mirror shifted without any visible touch. Then came a series of cracking sounds emanating from its surface. Under the watchful gaze of the audience, fissures began to appear, spreading across the entirety of the mirror. With a resounding crack, the large dressing mirror shattered into countless fragments, glass scattering across the floor. As the shards tumbled down, a white mask fell from within the mirror. At that moment, silence enveloped the expansive bar once more, as if all present had been ensnared by a spell of paralysis. The next second, a chilling voice belonging to Lin Yi echoed from the speakers on either side of the stage. "I will return." This sudden proclamation sent shivers down the spines of the audience, and a palpable aura of terror began to permeate the bar, while the patrons exchanged bewildered glances. The atmosphere was abruptly interrupted by the resumption of lively music. Amidst the cheerful melody, a figure gradually emerged from the side of the stage, bending down to retrieve the pristine white mask from the ground. "Ladies and gentlemen," he declared, "my magic performance has reached its conclusion. I thank you all for your attention. If my earlier act startled you, I sincerely apologize. All that is presented on stage is merely an interpretation. Let us not take it to heart and trust in science. Thank you all." As he spoke, Lin Yi, clad in a black formal suit, slowly removed his top hat and bowed deeply before the audience. During this moment, he brandished the dagger and the Western sword he had just used in his performance. At the instant the dagger touched, it immediately retracted, and the Western sword behaved similarly. It was only at this juncture that the patrons of the bar seemed to awaken from their stupor. Suddenly, the bar erupted in a fervent applause, and those who had been immersed in the atmosphere of terror were now visibly exhilarated. "Haha, I knew it. How could such things truly occur? It must have all been an illusion," one exclaimed. "So the props were all fake? I was genuinely deceived. I was so frightened I almost called the police." "Me too. I was terrified. To be honest, this magician's performance was quite impressive. I've seen many magic shows, but this narrative-driven performance was truly a first for me. It was fascinating. Absolutely captivating. Had he not declared it all to be fake, I would have been too frightened to sleep tonight. I might have even covered my mirrors. But wait, even if the props were fake, how do we explain that mirrored figure? It looked exactly like the magician himself. There's something known as special effects makeup that you might not comprehend, and the lighting on stage was rather dim. Haven't you seen all those makeup artists online who look just like celebrities after a makeover? Could it be a possibility of twins? While the specifics elude me, that final trick truly astonished me. I feel I ought to spend a bit more to honor such a splendid performance. He is the most remarkable magician I have encountered, and I shall certainly return tomorrow." The magic performance was akin to genuine sorcery, impressive, truly impressive. At this moment, the crowd had entirely forgotten the earlier terrifying scene, their hearts brimming with admiration for Lin Yi. Simultaneously, the woman in sunglasses seated at the booth displayed an expression of uncontainable excitement. In that moment, she was no different from the other patrons, her heart overflowing with astonishment. "Marvelous. Truly marvelous. I can hardly discern whether what he performed was indeed magic. Compared to Jason's tricks, his were child's play, and it seemed these were all original creations. If they were all conceived by him, he is undoubtedly a top-tier magical genius, exactly the talent our magic mirror requires. If we carefully cultivate and package him, he will undoubtedly become a rising star." After expressing her thoughts with a sense of reflection, the woman in sunglasses turned to her applauding assistant and called out, "Monica, Monica. Sister, what is it?" The assistant, "Now where?" hurriedly inquired. "Acquire the contact information of that magician and hand him my business card while expressing my desire to have a private conversation with him, preferably at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon." With that, the woman in sunglasses produced a business card from her pocket. Upon receiving it, the female assistant suddenly inquired, "What if he is unwilling to meet with you?" The woman in sunglasses replied confidently, "Simply inform him of my identity. He will be inclined to meet with me." "Very well, I shall proceed," responded the assistant, rising and making her way towards Lin Yi. At that moment, Lin Yi was already surrounded by a throng of enthusiastic female patrons, some seeking his contact details, others presenting gifts, while a few were merely indulging in unwarranted advances. Lin Yi found himself quite helpless in the face of their fervor. After a considerable duration, he managed to disperse the eager customers, as he absent-mindedly touched his face. He discovered his palm smeared with lipstick. Just as he wore a wry smile at his predicament, a wet wipe was presented to him, accompanied by a teasing voice from Hu Dai. It seems you are becoming increasingly popular. After accepting the wet wipe, Lin Yi wiped his face while responding with a rueful smile. It appears that being too popular is not necessarily a blessing. You shall soon acclimate to this lifestyle. By the way, here is something for you, Hu Dai said as she handed him a box. Upon seeing the box, Lin Yi's expression momentarily froze, for it unmistakably contained an unopened mobile phone, seemingly the latest model from a renowned brand. This is, consider it an employee benefit from me. Your phone is rather outdated. I noticed you struggled for quite some time to access your messaging app yesterday, so I took the liberty of purchasing this for you while out shopping today. Upon hearing Hu Dai's words, Lin Yi glanced at the modest phone he had received when he enrolled. Thank you, sister. I will gladly accept this phone. Yes, once you return, procure a new SIM card. When they request your contact information, you can use that number to connect with them. Otherwise, you shall find it challenging to enjoy some peace in the future. As she spoke, Hu Dai nonchalantly retrieved a cigarette and lit it. Well, it is getting late. You should return home and be cautious on your way. Indeed, I am also preparing to leave, Lin Yi said, just as he suddenly recalled something and turned to Hu Dai with a serious expression. Sister, have you encountered any dilemmas recently, perhaps requiring a significant decision? A perplexing matter? Let me think. There is indeed one, but this decision rests solely upon me. No one can assist me. That may not be the case. Do share. Hearing this, Hu Dai initially smiled, but her expression quickly turned somber. I am about to undergo a minor surgical procedure, and I wish to know whether I will safely emerge from the operating table. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's expression stiffened. After a moment of hesitation, he retrieved a mystical silver coin, tossing it high into the air before catching it deftly. As he released his palm and gazed at the silver coin, a subtle shift flickered across his expression. However, in the next moment, a smile returned to his face. Rest assured, dear sister. This time you will undoubtedly succeed in your surgery. My predictions have always proven accurate. If you doubt me, you may inquire with the patrons over there. Upon hearing this, Hu Dai also wore a smile. Very well, I shall place my trust in you. After exchanging pleasantries with Hu Dai, Lin Yi turned towards the exit of the bar. Yet, as he turned, the smile vanished from his face, for the coin had landed showing its reverse side. Chapter 48. Remember to protect your face next time the fairy silver coin would not air. If the coin showed its reverse side, it indicated that Butterfly would not be able to leave the operating table. In other words, this surgery would cost her life. Although Lin Yi had only known Butterfly for 2 days, he could already sense the warmth of this older sister's affection towards him. The nature of her illness, which could lead to her demise on the operating table, was certainly no minor ailment. He hoped that the day of the surgery would not arrive too swiftly. With a heart laden with complex emotions, Lin Yi was on the verge of exiting the bar when a slightly plump girl wearing large black-framed glasses hurriedly approached him. Please wait a moment. Excuse me? Our boss wishes to meet you. Here is her business card. After blocking Lin Yi's path, the girl promptly produced a card. Your boss wants to see me? Yes, she hopes to have a private meeting with you tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi accepted the card with curiosity. As he glanced at the heading, his expression subtly shifted. Magic Mirror Timespace? Is that the renowned performance company? Indeed, indeed. Our Magic Mirror Timespace ranks among the top 3 performance companies in Long Kingdom, and my boss is Ms. Yao Shuiying, the general manager and chief planner of performances. You must have heard of her. I have. She is the female CEO often criticized on Douyin for allegedly manipulating her artists. Lin Yi pondered before responding. No. Those are mere rumors circulating online. The media knows nothing. Sister Shuiying is not at all like they portray her. Oh, I see. However, I have prior engagements tomorrow at 2 o'clock, so I may not be able to meet with her. Additionally, I have already finished work for the day, so I apologize. I will keep the card, and perhaps we can arrange another meeting in the future. Having said this, Lin Yi made his way directly out of the bar. Seeing this, the slightly plump girl hurried back to the sunglasses-clad woman. The woman, sipping her drink, calmly inquired, Did he agree? Where shall we meet tomorrow? He declined. What? The sunglasses woman instantly lost her composure. He dared to refuse me. Did you inform him of my identity? I did, but he said he had no time tomorrow. The girl replied sheepishly. Humph. This is the first time someone has rejected me. Find a way to investigate his background. It would be best if you could discover his address. If he does not wish to meet me, I shall ensure we meet regardless. Understood, sister. If she could win him over, the upcoming Haoyan miracle performance could allow her to replace Jason, making him understand that while she could elevate his status, she could equally promote others. As Lin Yi departed from the bar, he was about to hail a cab in the adjacent street when he suddenly spotted a few spirited girls carrying a girl who was swaying unsteadily as they walked nearby. The girl being carried had vibrant red hair and was adorned with a charming little backpack, from which dangled a small teddy bear. Upon seeing the bear, Lin Yi immediately recognized the girl's identity. Is it really her? How has she ended up like this? Has she been drinking? The girl in question was Song Bao, who had taken the initiative earlier that evening to request his floating spell. As he gazed at Song Bao's retreating figure, a group of men suddenly burst forth from a nearby alley. This crowd, menacing in demeanor and armed with clubs and knives, quickly surrounded Song Bao and the small gathering of spirited girls who were with her. The girls, taken aback by the sudden appearance of these imposing figures, wore expressions of sheer panic. At that moment, a burly man wielding a club barked at them, "Drop this woman, and you may leave unharmed. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." Upon hearing these words, the girls exchanged glances, fear evident in their eyes. Yet, they showed no intention of relinquishing Song Bao. Instead, they resolutely shielded her. "No way. She is our leader. You cannot touch her," exclaimed a fierce-looking girl with braided hair and tattoos adorning her arms. However, before she could finish her declaration, the leader of the men struck her sharply across the face, sending her crashing to the ground. "Who are these pathetic little girls? Get lost quickly. We are not here to play games. Watch out, or I'll carve your face with my knife." Witnessing their companion being struck, the other spirited girls instantly bristled with indignation. "I will fight you." Yet, how could they possibly contend with such formidable opponents? Soon, another girl doubled over in pain after being punched in the stomach, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, they resembled a flock of sheep confronted by ravenous wolves. Nevertheless, they remained steadfast in their resolve to protect Song Bao. Noticing this, the leader of the men sneered. "I didn't expect you little rascals to be so loyal. Since you refused to let her go, we will have to teach you a lesson." He signaled to his comrades to prepare for an assault on the girls defending Song Bao. However, just as the hulking men were about to strike, a somewhat familiar voice rang out from the side. "It's truly shameless to see a group of grown men bullying a bunch of young girls." Upon hearing this, the burly man turned towards the source of the voice. In an instant, he recognized the familiar figure, the masked man who had nearly blinded them the previous night. The sight of the masked individual made the burly man involuntarily shudder, memories of the previous night's events flooding back. Yet, recalling that he had brought along over a dozen companions today, he steeled his resolve. "Ah, it's you again. You spoiled our plans yesterday, and now you have the audacity to show up again. Today, we shall not succumb to your tricks." As he spoke, he retrieved a pair of sunglasses from his pocket and donned them upon his face. He also reminded his companions to wear theirs as well. "Let us see how you will dazzle my eyes today," the burly man growled. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, masked and observing their antics, couldn't help but chuckle. "Indeed. In this guise, I am unable to behold your eyes. However, today, you shall suffer elsewhere. Where shall I strike? Allow me a moment to ponder the most suitable place to hit you. Ah, your faces shall do." No sooner had Lin Yi uttered these words than he made a slapping motion towards the group. In the next instant, the nearest burly man felt an immense force strike his face, propelling him through the air. Upon landing, several bloodied teeth fell from his mouth. His companions, witnessing their comrade being inexplicably sent flying, were left in a state of bewilderment. At that moment, Lin Yi began to advance towards them, continuing to deliver invisible slaps. With each motion, another individual was sent sprawling. Smack, smack, smack. As he neared the group, they all lay on the ground, their faces swollen like that of a pig-ass, wailing as they crawled backward, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed at Lin Yi. Observing this scene, Lin Yi, still masked, couldn't help but smile slightly. "Remember to protect your faces next time. Be gone, lest I strike you again." With that, he raised his hand, causing the group to panic and scramble to their feet, hastily fleeing the scene. Once they had departed, Lin Yi turned his attention to the inebriated Song Bao and the group of spirited girls surrounding her. Noticing their struggle, he extended his right hand. "Just hand her over to me." A little over 10 minutes later, Lin Yi carried Song Bao to a nearby hotel. "Take good care of her. Do not leave the hotel for the time being, understood?" Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the girls nodded vigorously, their eyes gleaming with admiration. After giving these instructions, Lin Yi turned and exited the hotel. He hailed a taxi, directing it towards his rental apartment. seated in the back seat. He first took out his phone to message Hu Dai, informing her of his return home, and then he opened the system interface. It was past midnight, the daily check-in. Tasks and Mysterious Shop were due for a refresh. He eagerly anticipated discovering what new spell he might acquire today and what wondrous items the Mysterious Shop might unveil. Chapter 49. The enigmatic sorceress Lafleur's mystic staff today marks the 4th day since Lin Yi acquired the system. In accordance with the established routine, the system's reward of 10 magical points has been automatically credited, raising his magical capacity from 30 to 40 points. Furthermore, the sign-in treasure chest for the 4th day has illuminated, yet considering he is still in a taxi, he refrains from claiming the chest immediately and instead diverts his attention to the Mysterious Shop. Upon opening the Mysterious Shop, 3 items materialize before him. Today it has reverted to 3 items. It seems yesterday's skill point was merely a fortuitous occurrence. After musing this thought, he focuses on the 3 offerings within the shop. Master-level magic, Necromantic Canopy. Upon use, one may learn the master-level magic Necromantic Canopy, which summons a necromantic catastrophe. Price: 1 million magical coins. Eye of Agamotto, epic artifact. One of the supreme mage's treasures, possessing the power to observe the past and future. Price: 50 million magical coins. Special offer: the mystic staff of the enigmatic sorceress Lafleur, incomplete, a renowned magical tool belonging to the illustrious mage Lafleur, containing the powerful mirror magic within. Although incomplete, it still allows the wielder to utilize some of Lafleur's abilities. I do not require counsel, for I can provide an observer's perspective. Price: 500 magical coins. Upon seeing the 3 items in the shop, Lin Yi realizes that the first 2 offerings are merely for display. One priced at 1 million magical coins and the other at 50 million. Who could possibly afford such luxuries? What exactly is this Eye of Agamotto that warrants such a steep price? If it merely observes the past and future, it hardly justifies the cost. Surely it cannot reverse time. As for the Necromantic Canopy, even if I had the money, I would not purchase it. Eliminating the first 2 items from consideration, his gaze fixates on the final offering. Undoubtedly, this last item is what he must strive to acquire today. Although the price of 500 seems somewhat steep, he has received a considerable amount in tips tonight at the Black Rose Bar, and by completing today's daily tasks, securing it should pose no issue. He wonders what a day's daily task entails. As he ponders, he closes the Mysterious Shop and opens the task interface. In the next moment, a new daily task appears before him. Daily task: as an apprentice mage, in addition to possessing extensive magical knowledge, one must also possess a brave heart. Please defeat at least 15 evil faction monsters or bandits using your magical power. Task completion reward: 300 magical coins, noble swordsmanship. Task completion progress: 1315. Gazing at the task details, Lin Yi's brow furrows slightly. Monsters? Bandits? This is the real world. Where am I to find monsters and bandits? Is this not an undue challenge? As Lin Yi gazed at the progress of his task, a perplexed expression crossed his face upon noticing the 13 out of 15 status. It suddenly dawned on him that not long ago, a group of unidentified individuals had attempted to kidnap Song Bauer, and if his memory served him correctly, there were precisely 13 of them. Thus, the system had classified them as bandits. How unfortunate it was that if they had merely 2 more members, his task would have been complete. Perhaps he could return and confront them once more? However, this fleeting thought was quickly dismissed. Firstly, the system might not acknowledge his actions. And secondly, that group had likely fled to an unknown location, certainly not remaining in place to await his arrival. It was evident that these individuals, who had tried to abduct Song Bauer yesterday and returned today, deemed her of significant importance. If he could simply inquire of Song Bauer about who sought to capture her, he might uncover the whereabouts of this group and subsequently confront them, thus fulfilling his task. With this resolution, Lin Yi nodded slightly, the image of Song Bauer vividly appearing in his mind. What, indeed, was her true identity that warranted such persistent attempts at kidnapping? He resolved to question her thoroughly the following day. As he pondered these matters, the taxi he was riding in arrived at the entrance of his residential complex. After disembarking, he made his way home. The clock had struck past 3 in the morning, and considering his housemates might have retired for the night, he treaded carefully to avoid causing any disturbance. However, as he passed by Qin Yushue's door, he could hear voices within, indicating that she was still streaming. Upon reaching his own door, he was taken aback to discover a plastic bag hanging from the doorknob. Inside were a cup of iced milk tea and a portion of warm snacks. It was evident that these were left for him by Qin Yushue. A warmth spread through his heart at this gesture of kindness. After removing the plastic bag from the doorknob, he entered his room. As he stepped inside, Blake and Brian eagerly jumped down from his shoulders. He promptly locked the door behind him and turned on the lights, then discarded his clothes and headed straight for the bathroom. Although he could have employed a cleansing spell to rid himself of dirt, he preferred the traditional method of bathing. Not only did a shower cleanse the body, but it also alleviated fatigue. While bathing, he took the opportunity to cast a cleansing spell on his dirty clothes. In an instant, the once disheveled garments appeared immaculate, as if they had been sent to a professional laundry service. Afterward, he utilized the Mage Hand spell to hang the freshly cleaned clothes on a rack, executing the series of actions with fluid grace. He couldn't help but marvel at the efficacy of magic. Once he finished bathing and brushing his teeth, he comfortably reclined on his bed. Having found it inconvenient to check in while in the taxi, he was now determined to collect the rewards for today's check-in, now that he was home. Upon accessing the daily check-in interface within the system, he casually tapped on the reward for the 4th day. In the next moment, the previously pulsating gift package dimmed, while a beam of white light swiftly entered the system's inventory. Ding! Check-in successful. Today's reward has been dispatched to the system's inventory. The host is advised to retrieve it. Gazing at the white light that had entered the inventory, Lin Yi promptly opened it and extracted the gift package. As soon as the package was in his grasp, it transformed into a radiant beam of light, ultimately coalescing into a book. The cover of the book bore 3 characters: Fire Control Technique. Upon seeing these characters, Lin Yi felt a surge of joy. At last, an offensive spell had arrived. Chapter 50. Fire Manipulation. As of now, Lin Yi had mastered 4 spells: Mage Hand, Light, Cleaning, and Comprehend languages. Each of these spells was, without exception, of an auxiliary nature, aside from Mage Hand, which could be employed for a feeble form of attack. The others possessed no offensive capabilities whatsoever. However, he was not particularly concerned by this, as he had no need for combat. The primary issue was that these spells lacked the dazzling flair he had envisioned, which was starkly at odds with his conception of mages wielding elemental forces such as earth, fire, and wind in combat. Thus, when he encountered the spell of Fire Manipulation, its title alone suggested a departure from the previous 4 spells. Consequently, upon acquiring it, Lin Yi immediately set about learning this new incantation. In the next moment, a wealth of memories related to the mastery of fire manipulation flooded his mind. In these memories, he transformed into a seasoned mage who had devoted decades to the rigorous study of this spell, achieving an unparalleled level of expertise. Yet, as he absorbed these memories, a wave of disillusionment washed over him. The fire manipulation he had envisioned was somewhat divergent from reality. Fire Manipulation, Tier 0 Fire Attribute Spell. Upon learning, one can manipulate flames through magical energy, adjusting their size, shape, temperature, etc., widely applicable in alchemy, potion making, and other fields. Indeed, this spell merely allowed for the manipulation of existing flames. It did not grant the ability to conjure fire from nothing, akin to a particular mutant who must always carry a lighter to ignite flames. Moreover, this spell was not intended for combat, but rather served as an auxiliary tool for potion crafting and the creation of magical artifacts. Acquiring this spell was tantamount to possessing a portable gas stove. After a moment of incredulity, Lin Yi resolved to embrace the situation. Controlling flames was certainly feasible. It merely required carrying around a lighter. Lighter, he found it. After rummaging through his system pouch, he indeed unearthed a lighter. This lighter appeared to be a rather expensive item, likely left in his hat by an inebriated patron at the bar. Ding! With a crisp and melodious sound, a flickering orange flame ignited atop the lighter. Observing the flame, which was no larger than a candle's glow, Lin Yi promptly activated Fire Manipulation. Under his command, the flame detached itself from the lighter and hovered in the palm of his right hand. With a soft pop, the originally tiny flame surged to a height of half a meter, and as Lin Yi infused it with magical energy, its size continued to increase. Remarkably, though the flame resided in his palm, he felt no warmth emanating from it. A gentle motion of his fingers transformed the flame into a fireball. Another flick turned the fireball into a flaming sword. With yet another gesture, the sword morphed into a fiery bird. The firebird was lifelike, flapping its wings energetically in Lin Yi's palm. In the next moment, it took flight, circling the room and startling Blake and Brian, who were dining, causing them to scatter in fright. To prevent the firebird from igniting the house, he swiftly recalled it. Certainly, even if he accidentally ignited the house, it would not pose a significant concern, for he possessed the ability to extinguish the flames with ease. Upon the fiery bird returning to his grasp, its form diminished gradually, ultimately transforming into a mere flicker of flame. After placing this tiny ember back onto the lighter, he closed the lid with purpose. Through this endeavor, he gained a newfound comprehension of fire manipulation. Just as the skill description indicated, aside from the inability to conjure flames from thin air, he could command a flame at will. This spell appeared to be far more potent and captivating than he had anticipated. It would certainly prove to be a splendid spectacle if employed for magical performances. On occasion, he could even masquerade as a fire mage. Moreover, if utilized for culinary purposes, it would render him nearly invincible, who could rival his mastery over flame control. Cooking an egg or preparing a pancake would never lead to charred results again, and skewers would surely be grilled to perfection. The more he contemplated, the higher he regarded the practicality of fire manipulation. Now, only the daily task remained unfulfilled. Come tomorrow, he would reach out to Song Bao to inquire about the circumstances of those individuals and where they might be located. Resolute in his decision, he set his phone aside, admonished Blake and Brian not to disturb his rest, and succumbed to a deep slumber. Perhaps it was due to his newfound identity as a wizard, but he felt remarkably refreshed, even after a mere 5 or 6 hours of sleep. He awoke the following day without drowsiness. Rising early, he made his way to school. 2 days after the conclusion of military training, classes had finally commenced. Though the first day's schedule was not particularly demanding, with only an early morning lecture followed by a free period. Typically, Lin Yu would retreat to the dormitory to catch up on sleep like his 3 roommates. However, just after class, he received a message. "Good morning, brother." Without needing to glance at the Cinder's name, he instantly recognized who it was. Remembering the daily task that awaited him, Lin Yu promptly replied, "Are you awake? If so, may I come to see you now?" As soon as he sent the message, Song Bao, still lounging in bed at the hotel, sprang upright. Her petite face etched with anxiety. Why is he coming to find me? Is he concerned about me? Panic coursed through her mind. Should I meet him? I haven't washed my face, brushed my teeth, or applied any makeup, and I didn't shower last night. Will he think I look disheveled? Despair flooded her thoughts. Perhaps I should just decline. I don't want him to come see me. We have no connection. As she muttered to herself, Song Bao hastily opened the chat interface with Lin Yi. Although her mind urged her to refuse, her fingers typed out different words instead. All right then. Accompanied by an adorably cute emoji, she sent the message before tossing her phone aside and rushing to the bathroom. In the midst of the process, she inadvertently stepped on a spirit girl lying on the ground. "You all hurry and get out. No one is to remain in my room," she commanded. Furthermore, "Go buy me an eyeliner, an eyebrow pencil, a lipstick, and a more adorable hairpin." Upon hearing Song Bao's words, the spirit girls sprawled on the floor and sofa immediately displayed their reluctance. "Boss, we haven't even had enough sleep, and yet you expect us to run errands," one complained. "Yeah, our stomachs are still growling," another added. Just as they finished their grievances, Song Bao proclaimed with a generous spirit, "This afternoon and tonight, I shall treat you all the hot pot. Additionally, I will treat you to some internet time, and each of you shall have a cup of milk tea. That should suffice, right?" No sooner had she spoken than the spirit girls, previously languid, sprang to life. "Absolutely, boss. We'll go right away. What shade of lipstick do you desire? Which style of eyeliner should we choose?" "Whichever you like," Song Bao replied, tossing a few hundred-yuan notes from her small wallet to them. "Any extra money is yours. Oh, and please buy me a bottle of perfume, something delicate." "Okay. No problem, boss," they exclaimed. "Once you've completed your shopping, go wander about. I won't message you, so don't return, understood?" "Understood. What are you up to?" "Boss? A blind date?" One teased. "A date with a big-headed ghost." Another chimed in. "Oh, I know. Is that magician young man coming to see you?" They speculated excitedly. "Absolutely not," Song Bao responded in a fluster. "There is no way I'd let him come see me. Hurry and leave, or I might change my mind." "All right. We're going," they replied, and soon this group of spirit girls exited the room. Once Song Bao found herself alone, she hurriedly began to wash up and prepare herself. Meanwhile, across from the hotel, in a breakfast shop, 2 men were closely observing the entrance of the hotel. Upon spotting the group of spirit girls emerging from the hotel, they promptly took out their phones and sent a message. After sending the message, they made their way towards a nearby tea house. Chapter 51. Lu Hong. Hongsheng Group. Upon ascending to the 3rd floor of the tea house, the 2 men made their way directly to the innermost private room. Standing before the door, one of them cautiously knocked. Moments later, a deep voice resonated from within, inviting them to enter. Encouraged by the sound, they pushed open the door. As the door swung ajar, a middle-aged man seated on a solid wood sofa came into view. He appeared to be in his 50s, possessing a physique that was neither thin nor stout, and his expression was neutral, exuding an aura of quiet authority. Beside him knelt a young woman clad in a qipao, preparing tea for him. Once the tea was brewed, she respectfully placed the cup before the middle-aged man. "Master Hong, please," she said. You may leave now." He replied with a slight nod. "Understood, Master Hong. Should you require anything, please call for me," she said before rising and exiting the room, ensuring to close the door behind her. No sooner had the qipao-clad woman departed than one of the taller men, who had just ascended the stairs, quickly spoke up. "Master Hong, Song Laohu's daughter is residing in the hotel across the street. We just saw the small-time thugs who usually accompany her leave, so she should be alone in her room now." "Excellent. No matter what, we must capture his daughter today. Otherwise, we will have no leverage to compel Song Laohu, and the Weha New Village project may fall into his hands once again. Rest assured, Master Hong, we have made thorough preparations and will undoubtedly succeed in capturing Song Laohu's daughter," the tall man assured earnestly. Li Tai said the same yesterday, and what happened? He let her slip away multiple times. "Do not let me down," Master Hong remarked, lifting the teacup to take a gentle sip. At that moment, two individuals emerged from a small partition within the room, dragging along another person. The individual they were hauling was the hulking man who had lost several teeth from a single slap delivered by Lin Yi the previous night. He was in a pitiful state, his bare torso marred with bruises, and his face resembling that of a swollen pig. Once dragged into the main part of the room, he was unceremoniously tossed onto the floor, barely clinging to life. Witnessing this scene, the two men who had just entered the room exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a flicker of panic. In the next moment, they hastily assured, "Master Hong, please trust us. If we fail to bring Song Laohu's daughter today, we will not require your intervention to punish us. We will take care of that ourselves." "Very well. But I have heard that Song Laohu has stationed an exceptionally skilled bodyguard beside his daughter, so be cautious. He may be formidable, but he is only one man. We are not inept like Li Tai," they responded with unwavering confidence. Within a minute, the two men departed the private room. As soon as they departed, Master Hong turned to the adjacent booth and spoke. "Follow those two. I still have some reservations." No sooner had he finished speaking than a tall man with long hair, clad in a black tactical jacket and bearing a brooding expression, emerged from the booth. The man said nothing, merely nodded slightly before striding toward the exit of the private room. A taxi soon came to a halt at the hotel entrance, and Lin Yi alighted from the back seat. Having brought Song Bauer to this hotel the previous night, he was quite familiar with the route. Before long, he found himself standing at the door of Song Bauer's room. After knocking, he was greeted by a cacophony of sounds from within. 2 full minutes passed before the door finally swung open. In the next moment, Song Bauer appeared before Lin Yi, dressed in an adorable, pure-looking dress and wearing charming little leather shoes, her makeup sweetly done. Taken aback by her appearance, Lin Yi instinctively stepped back and glanced at the room number on the door. "Did I come to the wrong room? What are you looking at, brother?" Song Bauer tilted her head and inquired. "Oh, it's nothing. You just seem a bit unfamiliar, and I momentarily doubted whether I had the right room." Lin Yi replied with a smile. "Ah, how could that be?" Song Bauer exclaimed, feigning annoyance. "I usually look like this. I only dressed differently to vex my father." "Is that so? Yet, your outfit seems rather new," Lin Yi remarked. "Stop. No more of that. Quickly tell me, what do you want?" Song Bauer attempted to mask her embarrassment with indignation, placing her hands on her hips. "Well, it's nothing urgent. I merely wish to inquire why those people were trying to capture you the past couple of days. Do you owe them money?" Upon hearing this question, disappointment washed over Song Bauer. "Is that all?" "Well, not entirely. I also wish to know where they are now. I want to confront them." The moment these words left his lips, excitement illuminated Song Bauer's face. "Brother, do you intend to take revenge for me?" "It must be so. I heard what happened last night. If you hadn't driven them away, I would have surely been captured. You must want to resolve this all at once. Overpower them and ensure they never trouble me again, right?" With a slight hesitation, Lin Yi ultimately nodded in response to Song Bauer's vivid imagination. After all, he couldn't very well disclose that his interest in those individuals stemmed from a quest assigned by the system. "Then come in. I'll tell you everything I know about them." Once Lin Yi entered the room, Song Bauer warmly invited him to sit on the bed, with a meter of space between them. "Here's the thing. Although I don't know exactly who they are, their intention in capturing me is undoubtedly related to my father. From my analysis, They must be affiliated with Lu Hong, as this Lu Hong has always had a contentious relationship with my father. Lu Hong. The mention of this name stirred a vague sense of familiarity within Lin Yi. Indeed, Lu Hong is the chairman of the Hongxing Group. Are you familiar with the renowned Hongxing Village in Jinghai? Hongxing Village? The one where the average person owns 10 properties? Lin Yi inquired, astonished. Precisely. He was previously the most notorious ruffian in Hongxing Village, but later transitioned into the real estate sector. Leveraging certain insider information, he expanded his empire significantly. My father is also in real estate, and I've heard they are currently vying for a development project. He likely feels he cannot compete. Hence his intention to abduct me to coerce my father into submission, Song Bauer analyzed with utmost seriousness. How do you know all this? I surmise it. I am not foolish, and I have encountered such situations numerous times since childhood. I have faced abductions at least 8 times, so I have grown accustomed to it. She reflected, a hint of melancholy creeping into her voice. If only I did not have such a father. I could lead a life like an ordinary child, without changing schools 4 times a year, without a single friend throughout my life, and I would not have lost my mother. But alas, such is life, it cannot be altered. With that, Song Bao shook off her despondence and donned a smile once more. Yet, Lin Yi could still perceive the sorrow lurking in her eyes. Just as he was about to offer consolation, a sudden knock sounded from outside the room. Hello, room service. Called a voice. Upon hearing this, Song Bauer instinctively moved to open the door. However, at that moment, a vivid image flashed through Lin Ye's mind. 2 men disguised as hotel attendants were poised to incapacitate her with drug-laced towels as she opened the door. Without hesitation, Lin Yi grasped her hand firmly. Startled by the sudden grip, Song Bauer's cheeks flushed. Brother, you. Hush. They're not hotel staff. Lin Yi whispered urgently. Chapter 52. Noble Swordsmanship. Mysterious assassin. Why hasn't she opened the door yet? She should be inside. Surely she is occupied with something else at the moment. Wasn't there a man who just entered? Could they be engaged in that sort of activity? It seems unlikely. Once the door opens, I will see Song Bao while you restrain the man, using the tranquilizer to incapacitate both of them. Outside the room, 2 men dressed in hotel staff uniforms, pushing a cart, whispered among themselves. They were the same individuals Lu Hong had dispatched earlier to abduct Song Bauer. As they pondered why she had not yet come to the door, a sudden sound of the door opening echoed from within. Upon hearing this, they immediately braced themselves. However, when they rushed into the room with utmost speed, they found no one behind the door. Where are they? Before they could comprehend the situation, they felt a tightening grip around their necks, lifting them effortlessly. In the next instant, amidst their wide-eyed terror, they were violently slammed together. A dull thud resonated as their heads collided forcefully, leaving them dazed and disoriented. Almost immediately, the towels they had intended to use to sedate Song Bauer and Lin Yi were shoved against their mouths and noses. Within mere seconds, their heads tilted awkwardly, and they succumbed to unconsciousness. As soon as they fell heavily to the ground, their consciousness faded away. Simultaneously, a notification tone echoed in Lin Ye's mind. Ding. Daily task completed. Rewards have been issued, including the Noble Swordsmanship as a knowledge inheritance reward. Would the host like to accept it immediately? Upon hearing the notification, a faint smile graced Lin Ye's lips. It appeared that seeking out Song Bauer today was indeed a wise decision. Otherwise, this task would not have been so effortlessly accomplished. He sensed that similar tasks would arise in the future, hoping they would not abandon their efforts. Without hesitation, he chose to accept the reward. Initially, he expected the Noble Swordsmanship to manifest in the form of a book, akin to other magical texts. However, reality diverged from his expectations. As he made his selection, a torrent of memories surged into his consciousness. In these memories, he became a noble knight, dedicating his youth to the art of swordsmanship. Day after day, year after year, he transitioned from a boy to a man, honing his skills from cleaving wooden posts to vanquishing monsters. He swung an iron sword countless times. Influenced by these memories, he not only acquired exceptional sword-fighting techniques but also developed muscle memory. His physique underwent notable transformations. The muscles in his arms, torso, and legs were strengthened to varying degrees. His previously average build evolved into a balanced, robust form. His hands became powerful, his legs agile, and both his muscular endurance and explosive strength were significantly enhanced. In the brief span of just a few seconds, his suboptimal physical condition transformed to that of an elite athlete, even surpassing it slightly. As he sensed the changes within his body and recalled a multitude of swordsmanship techniques swirling in his mind, a smile of delight graced his face. Just as he clenched his fist, feeling the surge of vitality within him, Song Bearer's small head peeked out from the restroom. Upon seeing the two unconscious figures sprawled on the floor, her mouth formed a perfect ta shape, her eyes wide with astonishment. Heavens, did you kill these two? Don't worry. I want to speak of this. I could always ask my father to help you. He can certainly handle it. Hearing her words, Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Impossible. They are merely incapacitated by their own sedative. Is that so? These scoundrels chose the worst possible time to show up. With an indignant huff, Song Bear approached the two men and delivered a couple of forceful kicks. What shall we do now, brother? Leave them here? Let us tie them up and stow them in the restroom, Lin Yi suggested, retrieving a bed sheet to bind their hands and feet, securing them face to face before tossing them into the shower stall. Once this task was completed, he turned his attention back to Song Bear. You cannot remain here. My advice is for you to return home. As long as you are out in the open, they will not relent in their attempts to abduct you. I cannot stay by your side to protect you indefinitely. But I don't want to go home, Song Bear protested, shaking her head. And why can't you stay with me for protection? Because I have my own matters to attend to, Lin Yi replied with a wry smile. All right then. Could you at least have a meal with me? Afterward, I promise I will go home. It is but a small request. Very well. It just so happens to be mealtime. Let us grab a bite nearby. Song Bear nodded obediently. Let us go. As they departed the room, a long-haired man clad in a black windbreaker emerged from around the corner at the end of the corridor. He watched as Lin Yi and Song Bear entered the elevator. Once the doors closed, he approached Song Bear's room. Observing the firmly shut door, he casually produced a small device and tampered with the lock, which yielded to his effort. Upon entering and spotting the two bound individuals in the shower, he could not suppress a disdainful snort. Indeed, two worthless fools. Yet, the individual who subdued them possesses some skill. This situation has grown intriguing. With that, he exited the room, opting for the stairs rather than the elevator. By the time he reached the ground floor at a hurried pace, Lin Yi and Song Bear had just stepped out of the elevator. Spotting the two, he suddenly approached them with purposeful intent. In the midst of the two individuals' perplexed gazes, he reached into his pocket and produced a phone adorned with diamonds and embellished with charming stickers. If you wish for your friends to remain unharmed, refrain from making a scene and follow me, he instructed. The moment Song Bear laid her eyes upon the device, her expression shifted dramatically. For it belonged to one of her younger sisters. Panic surged through her, and she instinctively lunged at the long-haired man, only to have him deftly evade her grasp. What have you done to them, you scoundrel? She demanded. I have done nothing to them, but if you refuse to accompany me, I cannot guarantee their safety, he replied, scrutinizing Lin Yi with a discerning gaze. You two shall come with me. No sooner had he spoken than he turned and strode towards the exit of the hotel. Witnessing this scene, coupled with their earlier exchange, Lin Yi swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation. It appeared they had prepared more than one contingency. And this individual's aura felt markedly different from that of the previous group. Could he be the fabled professional assassin? As this thought crossed his mind, a system notification chimed in abruptly. Ding! A temporary mission has been triggered. You have received a provocation from the leader of the thieves. As a noble sorcerer, your authority is inviolable. Impart a lesson upon him and recruit him as your nightly retainer. Mission completion rewards. 500 magical coins, nightly breathing technique. Exclusive magical weapon, Mithril Longsword. Chapter 53. You are indeed too slow. The sudden alert sound left Lin Yi momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated that a task would be triggered under such circumstances. It appeared that there were not only daily tasks but also spontaneous ones. However, the content of this task, a peculiar glimmer crossed his gaze as he observed the task requirements. A nightly retainer. What on earth did that mean? Was it asking him to recruit that individual from earlier as a subordinate? Why would anyone want to be his subordinate? Was it due to his imposing presence? As for teaching him a lesson, that should pose no issue. While Lin Yi was lost in thought due to the unexpected system task, Song Bear was in a state of great agitation. What should I do? This is a dire situation. They must have been captured, and as their leader, I must rescue them, especially since they were apprehended because of me. If all else fails, I may have to call my father. With a conflicted expression, Song Bear took out her mobile phone. Upon seeing her phone, Lin Yi quickly interjected, No need. I will find a way to save them, so rest assured. Moreover, even if you contact your father now, he might not arrive in time. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Song Bear seemed to find some sense in his reasoning. Right. How could I forget about you, brother? You are so capable. You will undoubtedly rescue them. You can defeat so many villains. And that one just now should be no challenge for you. Of course, leave it to me. We must hasten and follow them, Lin Yi replied, grasping Song Bao's hand as they made their way out of the hotel. The man in the long coat, perhaps waiting for them, had not ventured far. Upon seeing Lin Yi and Song Bao exit the hotel, he leisurely donned the hood of his jacket and strode toward a nearby alley. Without hesitation, Lin Yi followed suit. After a little over 10 minutes, the long-haired man entered an area filled with unfinished buildings. He headed straight into a nearly completed structure. By the time Lin Yi and Song Bao arrived at the base of the building, the man was already standing at the edge of the rooftop, gazing quietly down below. Their eyes met across the distance. In that moment, Lin Yi was prepared to ascend the building alone, but upon glancing at the pitiable Song Bao beside him, he chose to take her along. As they reached the first floor, he casually picked up a wooden stick about a meter long from the ground. 5 minutes later, their figures appeared on the rooftop. The expansive terrace was devoid of any presence save for the long-haired man clad in black. Observing this scene, Lin Yi furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, Song Bao hurriedly inquired, "Where are they? What have you done with them?" Before the long-haired man could respond, Lin Yi had already anticipated his answer. "If I am not mistaken, your little sisters should not have fallen into his grasp. He likely only seized their phones. His sole intention appears to be luring us here." Upon finishing this statement, the long-haired man chuckled. He was indeed correct. Your friends are not in my possession. I merely took one of their phones. It is too late for you to grasp this now. After uttering these words, the long-haired man fixed his gaze upon Lin Yi. "You must be your bodyguard, right? The worthless lot from Li Tai have already succumbed to you, so your skills should be commendable. Let us engage in a duel. If I prevail, you shall surrender that woman to me. Should I lose, I will allow you to depart. Quite fair, wouldn't you agree?" Lin Yi nodded in assent. "You must be sent by Lu Hong. What is your role? A thug, a bodyguard, or perhaps an assassin?" The long-haired man shook his head in response. "None of those. He has done me a kindness, and in return, I have pledged 3 years of service to him. This is the final task I shall perform for him." "I see. So, you are quite skilled, then?" Lin Yi inquired with sudden curiosity. One can only ascertain skill through combat. No sooner had he spoken than the long-haired man removed his weather-inappropriate jacket, revealing an upper body that, while not overly muscular, exuded a formidable presence. His skin, exposed beneath a black tactical vest, was marred with scars, some from knives, others from gunfire, and extensive burn marks, suggesting he had endured unimaginable trials. Witnessing his appearance, Lin Yi immediately recognized that the true identity of this long-haired youth was likely extraordinary. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, for his own identity was equally remarkable. In the next moment, he boldly approached the long-haired man, raising the wooden stick in his hand under the latter's bemused gaze. "You do not mind if I employ a weapon, do you?" "A weapon? You mean that stick in your hand?" the long-haired man queried, perplexed. "Precisely," Lin Yi affirmed with a nod. "Feel free," the long-haired man replied nonchalantly. With that, he sprang into action like a cheetah, his movement swift as the wind, closing the distance of over 10 meters in an instant. His right fist lunged towards Lin Yi's chest, as if intent on piercing through it. In the face of this fierce assault, Lin Yi made no effort to evade. Instead, standing elegantly in place, one hand behind his back while the other held the wooden stick before his chest. Resembling a refined noble S, he had no doubt that if he were struck by that stick, his throat would undoubtedly suffer severe injury. Left with no choice, he attempted a sudden change of strategy, sidestepping to evade the wooden staff wielded by Lin Yi while trying to grasp the hand that held it. Unfortunately, he was quick. But Lin Yi was quicker. He swiftly transformed the direct thrust into a horizontal slash, and the stick landed squarely against his cheek. A resounding crack echoed, and the long-haired man felt a sharp, fiery pain on his face, his head buzzing with disorientation. Before he could regain his senses, Lin Yi seized the moment, delivering a flurry of strikes upon him. Thrusts, slashes, chops, and jabs. He longed to evade the blows. Yet as long as he remained within the reach of Lin Yi's wooden weapon, he was destined to be struck. No matter how he tried to attack from various angles, the outcome remained unchanged. After enduring more than a dozen relentless hits from Lin Yi, the long-haired man finally conceded defeat, retreating to the sidelines. Throughout the encounter, Lin Yi's feet remained firmly planted in place, his right hand alone executing the movements. In stark contrast, the long-haired man was now drenched in sweat, his body marked with the welts and bruises inflicted by the wooden staff. Had Lin Yi been wielding a real sword instead of a stick, the long-haired man would have already succumbed to the ground as a lifeless corpse. As the long-haired man regarded Lin Yi with a mixture of dread and respect, Lin Yi suddenly smiled. Do you know why you can never hit me and why I can strike you? At these words, the long-haired man momentarily faltered. Because you are simply too slow. The moment those words escaped Lin Yi's lips, the long-haired man seemed to have his pride pricked. Drawing a tactical dagger from his thigh and charging at Lin Yi, the dagger whirled in his hand with fierce intent, each thrust aimed at Lin Yi's vital points. Yet, the outcome was still a dismal defeat for the long-haired man. Lin Yi first struck his hand with the staff, then landed another blow on his fingers. In pain, the tactical dagger slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. In the next instant, one end of Lin Yi's wooden staff pressed firmly against the man's Adam's apple. Still too slow. Slowness incurs suffering. Slowness invites punishment. You may possess strength, but it is evident that you are not my match. Upon hearing these words, the long-haired man appeared as if struck by lightning, his expression morphing into one of utter bewilderment. Chapter 54. Subduing Zhou Qing. The long-haired man never anticipated that he would suffer such a devastating defeat. From beginning to end, he found himself at the mercy of Lin Yi, merely a punching bag, devoid of any advantage. He had always believed that his martial prowess was at an elite level, honed through trials of blood and fire. The number of lives he had claimed surely exceeded 80, yet before Lin Yi, he appeared as nothing more than an inexperienced rookie, utterly powerless to retaliate. Shock, confusion, and despair flooded the long-haired man's heart. In that moment, he perceived himself as utterly worthless. Lin Yi, with a wooden stick pressed against his throat, recognized that his earlier provocation had indeed struck a chord. To truly conquer someone, to earn their sincere submission, one must vanquish them decisively in their area of expertise, while simultaneously belittling them with words that sow seeds of doubt. He had achieved that, but it was evidently insufficient. Thus, as he withdrew the wooden stick, Lin Yi continued, Your combat skills are indeed quite refined, yet they fall short. Besides lacking speed, you are also deficient in two other critical aspects. Upon hearing this, the long-haired man lifted his gaze in confusion. What aspects? Unyielding courage and the resolve to deliver a fatal blow. Look into my eyes. Lin Yi's sudden outburst compelled the long-haired man to instinctively meet his gaze. In the next instant, Lin Yi raised the wooden stick once more, thrusting it fiercely towards the long-haired man, as if intent on delivering a fatal strike. Accompanying this motion was a fierce glint in his eyes, a reflection of the murderous intent inherited from a noble knight who had once vanquished countless monsters. His hatred for these creatures had rendered him merciless in battle. The long-haired man, caught off guard by Lin Yi's intensity, instinctively recoiled, losing his footing and crashing to the ground, his eyes wide with terror at the thought of death. However, upon regaining his composure, he realized that Lin Yi had not moved. He remained stationary, the wooden stick already discarded. Drenched in cold sweat, his feelings oscillated between fear and bewilderment. At that moment, Lin Yi's voice echoed once more. This illustrates the disparity between us. Return and train diligently. With that, he prepared to turn away, mentally counting 1, 2, 3. Just as he uttered 3, the long-haired man hurriedly called out, Please, wait. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi turned slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He had reeled him in. Slowly pivoting back, he feigned curiosity. Is there something else? Do you wish to challenge me again? No. I know I cannot defeat you, but I hope to seek your guidance. I wish to grow stronger. Oh, guidance? Yes, the long-haired man nodded earnestly. I am unafraid to reveal that I hail from one of the 3 major assassin organizations, Blood Eagle. Due to certain circumstances, I severed ties with Blood Eagle and now seek vengeance against them, necessitating the acquisition of greater strength. Through the narration of the long-haired man, Lin Yi swiftly gleaned some fundamental details about him. The man, named Zhou Qing, had once been an assassin and a mercenary, betrayed by his own organization. He sustained severe injuries and sought refuge in Jinghai, where he was rescued by Lu Hong. To think that I would encounter an individual of such a profession is quite remarkable. Contemplating this, Lin Yi turned his gaze toward Zhou Qing once more. I can teach you, but on one condition. You must become my subordinate and follow my directives. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Qing's eyes lit up at Lin Yi's proposition. No problem. As long as you are willing to teach me, I will comply with your arrangements. Excellent. It is settled then. I will dedicate 1 day each week to instruct you. I will determine the time and place. Please provide me with your contact information. Of course. As they spoke, the two exchanged their contact details, and Zhou Qing willingly became Lin Yi's subordinate. At that very moment, the system announced the completion of a task. Ding! You have successfully defeated the thief leader, delivering a severe lesson while also claiming him as your nightly retainer. The task is complete, and you have received the following rewards: 500 magical coins, the Knight's breathing technique, and a mithril longsword. Rewards have been deposited into your system backpack. Please check them at your convenience. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief, fearing that the previous endeavor might not count. Just then, another notification chimed in. A magical contract has been automatically established between you and your nightly retainer. Henceforth, your nightly retainer shall be eternally incapable of betraying you. In Lin Yi's astonished gaze, he suddenly noticed a small magical formation glowing at Zhou Qing's forehead. The formation flickered momentarily, but he observed it clearly as it vanished. Zhou Qing's expression toward him distinctly transformed, now filled with respect. How intriguing that the system possesses such functionality. This truly grants me a steadfast subordinate. I shall have him serve as my assistant and bodyguard, for it is impractical for me to attend to every matter personally. After stating this, he instructed Zhou Qing to return on his own. As he was about to leave, Zhou Qing unexpectedly remarked, "Shall I eliminate Lu Hong to prevent any further troubles for you, sir?" Hearing this, Lin Yi shook his head vigorously. On one hand, he genuinely did not wish to resort to casual killings. On the other, he relied on Lu Hong for future monster-slaying tasks. It was quite possible that tomorrow's daily task would involve monster hunting once more. After Zhou Qing departed, Song Bauer, who had been observing eagerly from the sidelines, approached with palpable excitement. "You were incredible just now. So impressive. Do you possess martial arts skills? Where did you learn such things? Are you a magician? What did you say to that person? Why did he suddenly become so courteous to you?" Faced with Song Bauer's barrage of questions, Lin Yi could only respond with vague remarks. Realizing that he could no longer deflect her inquiries, he shifted the conversation. "Shall we go dine? A delicious meal awaits. And then you must return home." Upon hearing this, Song Bauer fell silent. "All right then, I know a high-end restaurant that serves exquisite food. Allow me to treat you today." "Brother." "Very well." Ultimately, the two enjoyed a sumptuous meal at a 5-star hotel in Jinghai City. As soon as their lavish feast concluded, a group arrived to escort Song Bauer away, accompanied by a burly middle-aged man with a robust physique. In front of Song Bauer, the man displayed an eagerness that could only be described as obsequious. Just before she was about to enter a luxury vehicle, Song Bauer suddenly exchanged a few words with the middle-aged man and gestured toward Lin Yi's direction, to which he nodded repeatedly. Finally, she waved goodbye to Lin Yi. Once Song Bauer's vehicle disappeared from sight, Lin Yi prepared to head back to school for his afternoon classes. At that moment, a man in a black suit hurriedly approached him. "Good day, sir. This is a gift from our young lady for you." Confused, Lin Yi watched as the suited man presented him with 2 items, a watch and a letter. The envelope felt rigid, suggesting there was something else inside. As soon as Lin Yi accepted the items, the man swiftly departed. "Why would she give me these?" he pondered. The watch appeared to be from an international brand. And regarding the letter, curiosity compelled him to open the envelope. Inside, he found a handwritten note along with a bank card. "Brother, thank you for rescuing me so many times and for joining me for dinner today. I'm heading home now. This watch belonged to my father. Consider it a gift. This card contains 5 million. The password is 071008. Although it may not be much, it represents my savings over many years. We shall meet again soon, brother." The note concluded with a drawing of an adorable bear in the lower right corner. Staring at the contents of the letter, Lin Yi was rendered speechless. 5 million? Accumulated over several years? What sort of family does she come from? Surely, wealth is not bestowed in such a manner. Lin Yi was tempted to chase after her to return the card, but the luxurious vehicle had long since vanished. At that moment, he noticed something written on the back of the letter. "Brother, you need not concern yourself with repaying me. I shall request the funds from my father once more. Whether it is 5 million or even 50 million, he is bound to comply, lest I decide to leave home again." Upon reading these words, a faint smile of bittersweet amusement graced Lin Yi's lips. It seemed that 5 million was truly inconsequential to her. Having uttered this statement, he casually hailed a taxi, directing it towards his rental apartment. Before returning to school, he intended to first examine the rewards bestowed upon him by the system, and in the process, procure items from the enigmatic shop. Chapter 55, The Reward Acquired. The powerful secret staff. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Lin Yi found it eerily empty. Qin Yuxue was asleep, while he had yet to encounter his other 2 roommates, as if they were mere figments of imagination. Once inside his room, he promptly locked the door and shifted his focus to the system's backpack. To his astonishment, Nestled within the pack were two items he had never seen before, a book and a sword. With a mere thought, the two artifacts materialized in his left and right hands, respectively. The book resembled the magical tomes he had previously encountered, differing only in color, and bore the striking title, Knight's Breathing Technique, on its cover. The sword, a Western-style longsword still in its scabbard, was adorned with an array of jewels and intricate patterns, exuding an air of extravagance. Its heft suggested it weighed roughly 10 pounds. Casting a glance at the sword and then at the book, Lin Yi ultimately resolved to examine the knight's breathing technique first. Setting the sword aside, he concentrated on the book in his grasp, and pertinent information flooded into his mind. Knight's breathing technique, a specialized cultivation method for imperial knights, enhancing one's physical capabilities through breathing. Prolonged practice can enable the body to transcend human limits. At this revelation, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Although he had recently become a mage, he was merely an unseasoned one, and until he mastered noble swordsmanship, his physique was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. The mention of transcending human limits within the description piqued his curiosity. He pondered what it would mean for an individual to surpass the bounds of humanity. Could such an entity still be deemed human? Driven by this curiosity, he casually opened the knight's breathing technique. In the blink of an eye, the technique transformed into a luminous orb and penetrated his consciousness. A multitude of memories related to the knight's breathing technique materialized, depicting his evolution into a novice knight. From the day he embarked on this journey, he had diligently practiced the technique. Through relentless training, he transformed from a frail individual into a formidable warrior capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards, shattering boulders with a single punch. Once the memory assimilation concluded, Lin Yi realized that in that brief moment, his physical form had undergone yet another enhancement. He faintly sensed a subtle energy within him, akin to a nascent force. This elusive energy, though faint, seemed to harbor immense power. From the recollections he had just absorbed, he understood that this ephemeral energy was known as the Fighting Qi Seed, signifying the initiation of the knight's breathing technique. Once the Fighting Qi Seed fully blossomed, he would ascend to the rank of a true knight, destined to serve the esteemed mages. Contemplating this, he nearly burst into laughter. These knights exerted themselves so diligently merely to follow mages? Indeed, it appeared that mages were the most revered beings in any realm. In light of this revelation, it appears that this knight breathing technique is intended not for me, but for Zhou Qing. I shall find time to instruct him in due course. With systematic constraints in place, he need not worry about any potential betrayal from Zhou Qing. As I feel the resurgence of my augmented power, I cannot help but curiously access my personal information panel. Name, Lin Yi. Occupation, mage. Occupation level, apprentice mage. Base attributes, strength 17, constitution 18, spirit 10, agility 18, magic 40. At a mere glance, I am astounded by my current foundational statistics. All attributes, save for spirit, have increased by 10 points, more than doubling my previous values. The once highest attribute, spirit, has now become my Achilles heel. No wonder I feel so formidable. My primary attributes exceed those of an ordinary individual by a factor of 2. Even without the ability to wield magic, I could be likened to a diminutive superhero. As I ponder this, I approach the dressing mirror and shed my upper garments. In an instant, a figure of sheer perfection is reflected back at me. My musculature is sharply defined, contours clear, and form robust yet aesthetically pleasing, reminiscent of a masterfully sculpted work of art. It is not the bulk of muscle forged from excessive weightlifting, but rather the sleek musculature honed through years of discipline, coupled with my increasingly handsome and resolute visage. I find myself momentarily captivated by my own appearance. Indeed, I am becoming ever more impeccable. Having mused upon my reflection, I don my attire and grasp the long sword resting nearby. With a swift motion, I draw the sword from its sheath, a cold, glimmering light reflecting in my eyes. The sword measures approximately 1 meter in length, its blade slightly wider than that of a traditional longsword from the Dragon Kingdom, adorned with an elongated ridge along its center. The bright blade subtly showcases intricate magical patterns, exuding an air of elegance and mystery. Mithril Longsword, a magical weapon crafted by the Empire's alchemy master, possessing excellent magical conductivity. It can enhance spells to a certain extent and can serve as a makeshift wand in the absence of one. Even when magic is depleted, it remains a viable weapon for melee combat. Who says mages are inept in close quarters? The functionality of the Mithril Longsword is not particularly complex. It merely amplifies magical potency. Naturally, It can also serve as a close combat weapon. I find no dissatisfaction with this arrangement, effortlessly sliding it back into its sheath and securing it at my waist. Adorning myself with this sword indeed lends an air of nobility, akin to that of an elegant aristocrat. It may well serve as an ornamental piece, and in times of necessity, a magical implement. Having nodded in satisfaction, I stow the mithril longsword within my system backpack. Now, only one task remains. I open the mysterious shop, my gaze fixed upon today's special offer, the enigmatic sorceress LeBlanc's mystical staff. Having completed daily and temporary quests, I have amassed 800 magical coins. While this magical artifact requires a modest 500 coins, without a trace of hesitation, he purchased it outright. In the next moment, a slender staff, approximately 70 centimeters in length and adorned with a diamond at its apex, manifested in his hand, exuding an exquisite beauty. From the very instant it came into his possession, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming surge of magical power emanating from the staff, its potency far surpassing that of the previous magical artifacts he had encountered. Simultaneously, a new page appeared in the system's inventory, containing information about this very staff. The enigmatic sorceress LeBlanc's mystical staff, item level, intermediate magical artifact, information. The exclusive staff of the enigmatic sorceress LeBlanc, crafted by a master alchemist. Imbued with a torrent of magical energy. Effect 1. Mirage, by wielding the staff, creates a mirror image identical to the wielder, leaving it behind as the wielder enters an invisible state. Up to 8 mirror images can be created, with the invisibility lasting for 10 seconds. Each activation requires the expenditure of 5 points of magic. Effect 2. Shadow Swap, allowing the wielder to exchange positions with a mirror image. Each activation requires the expenditure of 5 points of magic. Effect 3. Mirror Traversal, enabling the wielder to traverse freely between any 2 mirrors, with a maximum distance of 500 meters between them. Each activation requires the expenditure of 10 points of magic. Gazing at the information before him, Lin Yi's eyes were filled with astonishment. Clearly, the power of this mystical staff exceeded his wildest expectations. Chapter 56, Classroom Sorcery. 3 effects, each more impressive than the last, each exuding both flair and prowess. The first effect conjures 8 reflections, while the original can cloak itself in invisibility. Who could discern the true self among them? The second effect allows for seamless exchanges with the reflections. Positioned in various locations, he can manifest anywhere. One moment, he might be atop a 100-story building, and the next, he could appear below. As for the third effect, it is even more formidable. Though referred to as a mirror effect, it need not be confined to mere glass. Any reflective surface, be it water or polished metal, can serve as the mirror. If one were to highlight a flaw, it would be that this effect has a casting range of only 500 meters and requires a cost of 10 magic points per use. With his current reservoir of magical energy, he could only afford to use it 4 times before exhausting his reserves. Otherwise, with such a skill, there would be no one in this world capable of capturing him, nor any weapon powerful enough to end his life, not even a nuclear bomb. For he could slip into a mirror an instant before detonation. Yet another potent magical artifact. It seems the repertoire of tricks available for performance has expanded. In a buoyant mood, Lin Yi promptly decided to test the effects of the enigmatic staff. With a gentle wave, a reflection identical to him emerged within the room. A second wave summoned another, then a third, fourth, until the 8th reflection stood before him. 8 identical reflections nearly filled the room, while he himself slipped into invisibility. Gazing at his completely concealed form, a glimmer of wonder sparkled in his eyes. In that moment, he once again felt the overwhelming power of magic. 10 minutes later, he waved his hand to dismiss all reflections, not out of boredom, but because the afternoon class was imminent. Oh no, he thought, I lost track of time. If I'm late to the first class, the teacher will surely remember me, and there will be no chance of skipping out later. Glancing at his watch, Lin Yi exclaimed in distress. Hastily, he rushed to school, making a beeline for the classroom. However, despite his hurried pace, he arrived 5 minutes late. Inside, his classmates and roommates were seated obediently, while a female teacher in her 30s, with ear-length hair and clad in a white butterfly-collared blouse, engaged the students from the podium. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Yi felt a wave of unease wash over him. As he awkwardly approached the classroom door, the teacher noticed his presence. Instead of waiting for him to announce himself, she spoke first. This student. Are you also a member of our class? At her inquiry, Lin Yi nodded. It has been 5 minutes since class began. Why are you only just arriving? The teacher's expression turned serious as she glanced at her sports watch. Oh, think quickly. Lin Yi struggled to conjure a plausible excuse. Just then, the teacher suddenly interjected. How is it that you cannot conjure an appropriate excuse? Hiki, it seems that you've seen right through me, dear teacher. Linya's smile was more sorrowful than a frown. Well then, I shall permit you to enter the classroom, but you must perform a talent in front of your classmates. If they deem your performance satisfactory, I shall allow you to step down. What does everyone think? As she spoke, the female teacher cast her gaze upon the students below. Immediately, the students began to cheer, particularly a group of boys, among whom Linya's roommates were the most boisterous. At this critical moment, they were the ones to strike hardest. Teacher, he can perform magic. Let him show us a trick. Yes, he is a professional magician, quite impressive. Come on. With their enthusiasm, the rest of the class joined in, eager to witness the spectacle. Upon hearing that Lin Yi could perform magic, a glimmer of curiosity flickered in the teacher's eyes. All right, since everyone is so eager, why don't you perform for us? She encouraged, prompting the class to applaud for him. In the next moment, the classroom erupted with enthusiastic applause. Lin Yi, seeing this, had no choice but to walk up to the podium, while the teacher graciously left the center stage for him. At that moment, every pair of eyes in the classroom was fixed upon Lin Yi. They were not particularly curious about what magic he would perform. They merely wished to witness a spectacle. To them, Lin Yi was just an ordinary student, likely to showcase some trivial trick commonly found online. Standing confidently at the podium, Lin Yi began. In truth, I am not a professional magician. I would consider myself merely an enthusiast. Since everyone is so supportive, I shall perform a small trick for you. This magic is called rebirth from the flames. Upon hearing this phrase, the audience's interest was piqued, and a sense of curiosity began to swell. At that moment, Lin Yi's gaze suddenly fixed upon a vase on the podium. Inside it lay a bouquet of long-dried flowers, presumably gifted to a previous teacher by some student, left to wither for an unknown duration. He casually retrieved a withered rose from the arrangement. As the crowd witnessed this, their confusion deepened regarding his intentions, until Lin Yi spoke again. Do you believe I can bring this flower back to life? At his words, the classroom fell silent for a moment before shaking their heads in disbelief. Do you believe? Teacher? He asked, and the short-haired female teacher shook her head vigorously. I do not believe. Very well, now comes the moment of witnessing a miracle. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Yi flicked his wrist, and a glimmering lighter appeared in his hand. With a click, the lid of the lighter flipped open, and a vibrant orange flame danced above it. Amidst the astonished gazes of those present, Lin Yi ignited the desiccated rose in his hand with a lighter. The completely parched petals instantly transformed into a flickering torch, the flames dancing with an exquisite, albeit tragic beauty. At that moment, the onlookers were taken aback as they beheld the flames morphing into the form of a rose. Before they could fully comprehend the spectacle, the entire blossom erupted into a blazing fireball. As the fiery orb ascended, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the classroom. In the next heartbeat, Lin Yi seized the fireball. With a breath, the flames extinguished, revealing a stunningly vibrant red rose that materialized in his hand. This unexpected scene left all the students and the teacher at the side of the podium utterly astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. In that instant, Lin Yi approached the short-haired female teacher and said, "Thank you for your hard work. This bouquet is for you. May I take my seat now?" The bewildered teacher instinctively accepted the flowers and nodded. With her permission, Lin Yi walked over to his three roommates under the watchful eyes of the entire class and took his seat. Only after he settled down did the classroom erupt into enthusiastic applause, accompanied by the murmurs of his roommates. You've outdone yourself again, but you're doomed. Just wait until this teacher calls on you. She will surely expect you to answer questions in every class. Indeed, I've heard she is particularly strict and difficult to approach. Many seniors have faltered under her scrutiny. Oh, is that so? By the way, what subject is this class? Lin Yi inquired curiously. It's foreign language class. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi smiled, although his proficiency in foreign languages was lacking. He possessed a remarkable understanding of linguistic nuances. Chapter 57. The Art of Linguistic Proficiency. Lin Yi's remarkable magic performance left his classmates in a state of mild astonishment. Even as he returned to his seat, they continued to whisper amongst themselves. Had he pursued any field other than civil engineering, he would have secured preferential selection rights for romantic partners throughout his university years. As his roommate aptly noted, he also enjoyed priority in attendance calling. Hardly had he settled into his chair when the female instructor summoned him. Today marks my first class with you all. And as I am not yet familiar with each of you, I would appreciate it if you could introduce yourselves briefly in English. Our first speaker will be the student who just performed the magic trick. As the short-haired instructor gestured for Lin Yi to stand, A faint smile of resignation appeared on his face. The next moment, he rose slowly, yet instead of speaking immediately, he directed a linguistic spell towards the teacher. Upon casting this incantation, he felt an immediate influx of several languages into his mind. This teacher is proficient in multiple languages, he mused, realizing she spoke not only English but also 4 other languages. Unlike his previous understanding of cat and dog languages, which merely allowed him to comprehend their speech, he now possessed a comprehensive grasp of these additional linguistic systems, including grammar, pronunciation, and spelling. He felt akin to a computer, capable of switching input methods at will. After a brief moment of contemplation, he transitioned his linguistic framework to English. In the next instant, under the gaze of the teacher and his classmates, he delivered a self-introduction in remarkably fluent and precise English. The pristine clarity of his pronunciation once again astonished everyone in the classroom. Even the teacher's eyes sparkled with a hint of admiration. Once Lin Yi concluded his introduction, the teacher, her curiosity piqued, remarked, "Lin Yi, I had no idea your English was so exceptional. Your pronunciation is remarkably standard. I have lived and studied in England for over 10 years, yet I feel I cannot match your proficiency. Have you had previous experience living abroad?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi shook his head. "No, I am entirely self-taught." "Self-taught? Are you implying that apart from school English classes, you have received no additional guidance?" The teacher appeared increasingly astonished. "Pretty much," Lin Yi replied, unable to reveal that he had merely replicated her linguistic abilities. "You are truly a prodigy. With such a remarkable gift for languages, why did you choose civil engineering?" "Well, I read online that civil engineering is the best choice for individuals from ordinary families seeking upward mobility, so I opted for it." Lin Yi felt somewhat bemused, recalling how he had encountered fervent praise for civil engineering on the internet, leading him to believe that studying it would ensure a stable future. However, after making his choice, he stumbled upon an alternative perspective. Pursuing civil engineering today was akin to chasing after a fleeting dream. So that is how it is. Please take a seat. Given your impressive command of English, you shall henceforth serve as the representative for our English class. Suddenly bestowed with a new title, Lin Yi felt utterly bewildered and could only sit down in resignation. After enduring the class, he thought he could finally retreat for some rest, but just then, his phone buzzed with a sudden group message. The message was from the orientation party preparation group, announcing a gathering for the final rehearsal. It was only then that he remembered he was supposed to participate in the school's orientation party. He nearly forgot. The event was scheduled for tomorrow evening. Under the circumstances, it would be prudent to attend. However, with less than 2 hours until the meeting time, he pondered how to occupy himself. While lost in thought, a familiar feminine voice rang out not far from him. "Classmate, have you heard about the Kendo Club? We have cute girls and elegant seniors. Classmate, would you like to join the Kendo Club? The president is a stunning beauty, and joining grants you access to her contact information. Consider the Kendo Club. We regularly host various activities and gatherings." Hearing these words, Lin Yi noticed that numerous clubs were recruiting along the main thoroughfare of the school. There were esports clubs, street dance clubs, anime clubs, go clubs, and badminton clubs, with the street dance and anime clubs being the most lively. At the street dance booth, 2 chiseled young men were energetically dancing, attracting a throng of eager young girls. The anime club was no less vibrant, with several lovely seniors dressed as anime characters performing energetic dances, captivating a large group of junior boys. Although the sports club had a slightly lower turnout, they had set up a solo competition right by the roadside, with seniors and juniors alike stepping forward to showcase their skills. As for the Kendo Club, it had only a handful of participants. A girl in a Kendo uniform, her hair tied in a high ponytail, was distributing flyers to passing newcomers. But few seemed willing to accept them. One boy was just about to take a flyer when his companion pulled him back. "Don't go. I've heard the Kendo Club is really intense. They train every day, and for beginners like us, it would just mean getting beaten up. But don't they have a beautiful club president?" "What beautiful president? There are hardly any girls in the Kendo Club, and I heard the president is a lesbian." "Then I'm not going." Seeing her efforts to attract new members yield no results, the ponytailed girl grew increasingly frustrated until her gaze inadvertently landed on Lin Yi. In an instant, her eyes lit up. "Oh, is that you, Junior? What a coincidence. Do you remember me from the bus the other day?" Upon hearing the girl's words, Lin Yi immediately recalled their previous encounter and her name. "You are Lu Kiki, Senior." Yes. I can't believe you remember my name. It's been a few days, and you've become quite handsome, Junior. What is the secret behind your remarkable transformation?" Senior, you flatter me. Are you recruiting? Indeed. I am the vice president of our school's Kendo club. By the way, Junior, as a freshman this year, you probably haven't joined any clubs yet. Would you consider our Kendo club? Lukiki winked playfully. I don't think that's necessary. My schedule is rather tight, and I don't plan to join any clubs. Linyi replied honestly. Balancing classes and performances at the Black Rose Bar left him little time for club activities. Junior. You must understand that university life is about enrichment. What is your major? Civil engineering. Then it's even more essential for you to engage in club activities. The number of girls in your class is likely fewer than the fingers on one hand. If you don't participate in clubs, how will you meet anyone? And without meeting anyone, how can you enjoy the sweetness of love? Here's a golden opportunity before you. Join our Kendo club. Our beautiful president stands at 175 meters. With legs to match. She adores younger men, and you fit her type perfectly. If you join our Kendo club and take the initiative, sweet romance might just unfold. Of course, if tall seniors aren't your preference, we have a charming little sophomore who's only 5 meters tall. She has a delightful appearance, a lovely voice, and enjoys wearing Lolita and Hanfu styles. Have you truly considered this? Lukiki gazed at Linyi with earnestness in her large eyes. But I genuinely have no time. Senior, Linyi said with a wry smile. Time is like water in your mind. If you squeeze a little, there will always be some. If you truly don't wish to join, at least accompany me to observe. I need to report back to our president, or she'll think I'm slacking off. Seeing Lukiki's sincere pleading, Linyi reluctantly nodded. All right, but only to take a look. Okay, let's go. I'll take you to meet the president. Who knows? After meeting her, you might be tempted to join. With that, Lukiki pulled Linyi toward the sports hall. Chapter 58. My disinterest in Kendo. Although nearly a month had passed since the commencement of the semester, Linyi had yet to step foot into the gymnasium even once. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by the sight of a standard basketball court, followed by badminton courts and other sports facilities. In the innermost region of this arena, a group clad in Kendo uniforms, wielding bamboo swords and adorned with protective gear, engaged in spirited sparring. Pairs of individuals, one attacking and the other defending, exhibited remarkable intensity. Adjacent to them stood a tall, striking girl with a high ponytail, surveying the scene while holding a bamboo sword. Occasionally, she would step forward to offer technical guidance to those in the midst of their duels. Remember, it's not just about exerting force with your arms. You must engage your entire upper body core as well. Do not let your footwork falter. Raise your hands another 5 centimeters. Unleash your spirit. If you can't even grip your sword, how do you expect to engage effectively? Pick up your sword. Her cool voice, coupled with a serious expression, instilled a sense of earnestness among the trainees wherever she went, as she personally instructed a young man on how to harness his power. Lukiki approached Linyi and brought him to her side. Esteemed President, I have brought you a remarkably promising junior who possesses a keen interest in Kendo. Though it may seem that I only managed to recruit one person this afternoon, it is not a reflection of my capabilities. Rather, I am aware that not just anyone can join our Kendo club. This one is truly a rare gem among many. Lukiki spoke without an ounce of embarrassment. Upon hearing her words, the tall, striking girl shot her a glare. You're slacking off while making excuses. After saying this, her gaze shifted to Linyi, and after a brief examination, she nodded approvingly. He appears to be in good shape, likely someone accustomed to regular exercise. He shouldn't be as weak as the previous recruits. See, I told you he was exceptional, Lukiki exclaimed. By the way, allow me to introduce him. This is Linyi, a freshman from the civil engineering department, and he is also an extraordinarily talented magician. Linyi, this is our president, Susinyu. Although she may seem cold and indifferent, in reality. Before Lukiki could finish her sentence, Susinyu struck her on the head with her bamboo sword. Ouch. That hurt, Lukiki exclaimed, scratching her head. If you keep babbling, you'll have to make up for it with extra practice tonight. Why hit me if you don't want me to speak? Lukiki retorted, showing her teeth in a playful grimace. Linyi, don't mind her. While our president does have a penchant for hitting, she actually prefers being the one to take the hits. She S.A. Ouch. Susinyu delivered another swift strike to Lukiki's head. Stop talking nonsense. As the two exchanged banter, Linyi turned his attention back to the Kendo club members diligently training nearby. The members of the Kendo club clearly exhibited signs of prior training. They possessed a fundamental grasp of techniques, yet their basic skills were notably lacking. Their hands appeared weak, their footwork lacked stability, and their movements were excessively rigid. Initially, Linyi held a modicum of curiosity towards this so-called Kendo club, but after witnessing their performance, he could not help but shake his head in disapproval. This gesture did not escape the keen eyes of Su Xinyu, who promptly inquired, "Classmate, I noticed you shaking your head. Are you perhaps uninterested in our Kendo club? Are you addressing me?" Lin Yi, momentarily distracted, turned to Su Xinyu. "Yes, I saw your head shake and noticed a look of disappointment on your face. Do you find our Kendo club uninteresting?" "Not at all. The essence of Kendo itself is quite fascinating. I merely feel that their sparring is rather too rigid and lacks the dynamism I had envisioned." Lin Yi believed his response to be quite tactful. Yet Su Xinyu frowned upon hearing it. "Kendo is inherently like this. Perhaps you have been misled by cinematic portrayals. No. Kendo is certainly not merely this. It embodies the way of decisive combat, not a performance art. The training you engage in is solely to standardize movements and enhance visual appeal, devoid of any practical application." Lin Yi replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Su Xinyu suddenly smiled, though her smile bore a hint of sarcasm. "Do you perhaps possess some understanding of Kendo?" "Understanding might be too grand a term. I would say I have a slight familiarity," Lin Yi remarked in a neutral tone. "Very well, since you claim to understand. Why not spar with one of our members? It would allow me to witness your notion of practicality, and you can also offer us guidance on our training deficiencies." Su Xinyu was evidently irked. At that moment, Lukiki tugged at Lin Yi's sleeve and whispered, "Junior, you should refrain from saying more. Our president comes from a family that runs a Kendo dojo. She has been practicing since the age of 5 and is now a professional 8th dan. You cannot possibly know more than her." After advising Lin Yi, Lukiki hastily approached Su Xinyu. "President, perhaps we should forego the sparring." Lin Yi is merely speaking off the cuff. However, her pleas fell on deaf ears. In the next moment, Su Xinyu called out to a male student engaged in practice. "Fang Zhuo, come here. This classmate wishes to experience Kendo. Please have a brief spar with him." As soon as Su Xinyu finished speaking, the young man removed his protective gear and hurried over to her side. "President, is this Junior the one who wishes to try?" His gaze shifted towards Lin Yi. "Yes, it's him. He appears to have some intriguing insights on Kendo. You two should compete. He likely has little experience with a sword, so do take care." "Sure thing." The young man readily agreed, then fetched a bamboo sword from the sidelines and tossed it to Lin Yi. "Junior, let us engage in a brief spar, rest assured. I shall not unleash my full prowess." Observing the opponent toss his sword, Lin Yi reluctantly grasped the bamboo sword and followed the young man into the arena. The members of the Kendo club, who had been training nearby, halted their practice upon witnessing the spectacle, drawn in by the unfolding drama. Under their watchful gaze, Lin Yi stood opposite the Kendo club member. "Junior, there is no need for anxiety. Losing is of no consequence, as it is merely your first experience." The young man reassured Lin Yi while assuming his stance. "Why don't you make the first move? I shall allow you a few rounds." Upon hearing his words, Lin Yi smiled gently. "No need for that. Senior, please initiate the attack as usual. I possess a modicum of skill. Then I shall not hold back." With that, the young man named Fang Zhuo swiftly charged at Lin Yi, executing a straightforward vertical strike. In response to this maneuver, most would either defend or evade. However, Lin Yi stood resolute, positioning the bamboo sword before him, his form akin to an unwavering blade. Just as the strike was about to connect, he deftly sidestepped, evading the attack while simultaneously delivering a powerful chop to Fang Zhuo's sword. With a swift flick, Fang Zhuo felt an overwhelming force travel through his weapon. His grip faltered, and the bamboo sword slipped from his hands. By the time he realized what had transpired, his sword had been sent flying by Lin Yi, who now held the tip of his bamboo sword poised against Fang Zhuo's throat. The entire exchange unfolded in mere seconds, leaving most spectators in a state of bewilderment. As they processed the scene, they saw Fang Zhuo, weaponless, with Lin Yi's bamboo sword threateningly against his neck. The Kendo club erupted in astonishment. What just happened? How did Fang Zhuo lose his sword? Indeed, I merely blinked, and he was defeated. This cannot be right. Fang Zhuo is a seasoned member. Having trained in Kendo for 3 years, how could he lose so swiftly? The shock was palpable among the club members, and even Su Xinyu, the president, was taken aback. She had been closely observing the duel, expecting Fang Zhuo, with his 3 years of training, to triumph over Lin Yi, who she believed was merely a novice. She could hardly fathom that Fang Zhuo had faltered in less than 5 seconds. At that moment, Lin Yi calmly addressed Fang Zhuo, "You have lost. Your vulnerabilities were far too numerous. However, this is not a reflection of your abilities, but rather a flaw inherent in your training. Therefore, do not feel disheartened." His words, rather than providing solace, incited Su Xinyu's ire. What did you say? Are you questioning my teaching methods? Not a question, merely an observation of fact. If the Kendo Club's teachings are limited to this, then I indeed have little interest. As Lin Yi spoke, his expression remained as tranquil as still water. Very well. Let me see if your strength can match your bravado. With that, Su Xinyu took up a bamboo sword and approached Feng Shuo. You may rest over there. We will train harder tonight. Upon hearing this, a wry smile crept onto Feng Shuo's face. Now, I shall personally compete with you and ascertain whether my teachings have been effective. With a determined glint in her eye, Su Xinyu pointed her bamboo sword at Lin Yi. Come on, make your move. All right, then I shall not hold back. No sooner had the words left his lips than Lin Yi, with an air of resignation, lunged forward with the sword in one hand, aiming at Su Xinyu. Before he could even close the distance, Su Xinyu sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from him. Instantly realizing that Lin Yi was far more formidable than she had anticipated. Unfortunately, by the time she made this realization, it was already too late. Just as she raised her bamboo sword to counter, Lin Yi struck with astonishing speed, effortlessly disarming her and bringing his sword down towards her head, leaving her no time to react. She could only feel a gust of wind rushing towards her, and instinctively, she shut her eyes. Just as she braced for impact, Lin Yi's bamboo sword halted mere centimeters from her scalp, sending her bangs fluttering in the breeze. After a prolonged moment of anticipation, she opened her eyes in haste, only to find Lin Yi gently tapping the top of her head with his bamboo sword. Thud! The force was light, disorienting but not injurious. Stunned by the unexpected blow, Su Xinyu froze in place, while the other members of the Swordsmanship Club stood as if petrified, their eyes brimming with disbelief. Chapter 59. Another Night's Squire. The rehearsal commences. None among the members of the Swordsmanship Society had anticipated that Su Xinyu would falter, let alone suffer such a crushing defeat. Under Lin Yi's prowess, she had not managed to execute a single move. Had this been a true duel, Su Xinyu would have been rendered lifeless by now. At that moment, Lin Yi's voice echoed once more. You have lost. Upon hearing those words, Su Xinyu, who had just been struck by Lin Yi's bamboo sword, awakened from her stupor, her expression mirroring the disbelief of her fellow society members. I cannot believe I lost. This is impossible. I have been practicing swordsmanship since the age of 5. How could I possibly be defeated? In that instant, she appeared as though her very faith had crumbled, her countenance a mask of confusion. It is neither a matter of talent nor diligence, but rather one of direction. The swordsmanship I have studied surpasses yours. Thus, no matter how great your talent or effort, it would yield no fruit. In an effort to spare Su Xinyu's self-esteem, Lin Yi hastily offered words of consolation. However, his statement only deepened her discomfort. You speak nonsense. Aren't all sword arts essentially the same? Where is the distinction? How could they be the same? At its core, swordsmanship is a technique. And techniques undoubtedly possess their merits and flaws. For instance, even within the realm of striking, there exist myriad variations. With that, Lin Yi's gaze sharpened once again. In the next moment, right before Su Xinyu's eyes, he cleaved the air with his bamboo sword, though it was merely a bamboo implement. It sliced through the atmosphere with a sound akin to the rush of wind, clearly demonstrating an extraordinary speed, not only striking, but thrusting, slicing, flicking, advancing, and slashing all exhibit their own unique forms. Before Su Xinyu, Lin Yi flawlessly showcased the foundational routines of noble swordsmanship. The sequence flowed like a gentle stream, both swift and composed, fierce yet resplendent. As he concluded his display, Lin Yi returned to a poised stance, his left hand resting behind him while the right held the sword across his chest, his breath unruffled. Those who bore witness, including Su Xinyu and the members of the Swordsmanship Society, were once again rendered speechless. Clearly, Lin Yi's demonstration of noble swordsmanship had left them profoundly shaken. Do you comprehend now? The same techniques yield entirely different results in different hands. While the moves remain unchanged, the force behind them varies. Therefore, my earlier remarks were not intended as an affront to your society. I merely held a degree of disdain. I hope you can understand. After speaking these words in a gentle tone, Lin Yi tossed the bamboo sword out of the arena, where it landed with uncanny precision into a sword basket over 10 meters away. With this, he prepared to depart. Yet at that moment, Su Xinyu's voice rang out from behind him. Excuse me, could you please wait a moment? Just as Lin Yi was about to inquire about her intentions, a system notification chimed in. You have profoundly impressed a knight apprentice. She wishes to follow you as your squire. Will you accept? Upon hearing the notification, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Su Xinyu approached him. Classmate Lin Yi, I must apologize for my previous offense. Your swordsmanship indeed surpasses mine, revealing to me that there are always greater heights in individuals beyond one's own realm. I wish to learn your swordsmanship, and of course, I am willing to pay for it. Learn from me. Lin Yi gazed at her in astonishment. Yes. Su Xinyu nodded resolutely. Why? I have compelling reasons to learn. She replied without elaborating further. And how much are you willing to pay? 1,000. Su Xinyu contemplated before responding. I meant 1,000 for each lesson. Calculated per hour. Agreed. I will teach you. Upon hearing the price of 1,000 per lesson, Lin Yi immediately consented. After all, he would also be instructing Zhou Qing. So teaching two students was essentially the same. He even pondered whether he should charge Zhou Qing a fee as well, considering that as a professional assassin, he presumably had considerable savings. Elated by his agreement, Su Xinyu expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Let us exchange contact information. You may decide when and where our lessons will take place. Certainly. As they spoke, they exchanged contact details. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed once more. Magical contract established. She has officially become your knight attendant. Once she becomes a formal knight, you may designate her as a guardian knight. A great magician often has a cadre of powerful followers at their side. Before attaining the status of the supreme magician, you may appoint up to 12 guardian knights. As the system's voice faded, an invisible magical array briefly illuminated Su Xinyu's forehead, much like when he had previously bound Zhou Qing. She too had now become Lin Ye's knight attendant. Witnessing this, a flicker of curiosity crossed Lin Ye's eyes. What purpose does a guardian knight serve? A guardian knight will fight for you with their life, providing various forms of support and assistance, while also activating exclusive knight skills, the system replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was initially taken aback, but then a realization dawned upon him. Indeed, the system is correct. Both Zhou Qing and Su Xinyu possess unique skills and backgrounds, one being a professional assassin, the other hailing from a family that owns a swordsmanship dojo. They undoubtedly have their own connections and networks. By binding them to me, I can leverage these relationships for my benefit. In the future, I could utilize them to amass greater wealth, perhaps even affording items beyond those steeply discounted. I nurture them, and in return, they aid me, truly a mutually beneficial arrangement. With this thought, Lin Yi felt a profound clarity. As the sole magician in this world, his future would not be confined to this school or the Black Rose Bar. He would possess a far broader horizon. In a moment of exhilaration, he exchanged greetings with Su Xinyu and Lu Kiki before departing the gymnasium under the gaze of the members of the Swordsmanship Society. At this juncture, the clock had already struck past 5, leaving less than an hour until the final rehearsal for the welcome gala. Thus, Lin Yi refrained from engaging in any other activities and proceeded directly to the assembly point for the rehearsal, the school's multifunctional performance hall. Upon his arrival at the hall, he discovered it was already teeming with people. Among them were performers like himself, as well as members of the student council and participants from the university's arts troupe. Not to mention a number of students who had come to witness the spectacle. The hall was undoubtedly bustling with no fewer than 500 to 600 individuals. Both performers and staff were diligently attending to their respective tasks. To Lin Ye's surprise, every performer present, regardless of their act, was adorned in full makeup and donned in the costumes designated for their performances, each one resplendent and striking. In stark contrast, he felt like a mere bystander. Observing their earnest preparations prompted him to glance at the group chat, where he realized he had overlooked a crucial message emphasizing that all performers were required to wear their designated costumes, and that the school would reimburse the rental costs post-performance. He had inadvertently missed this vital detail. Just as he was engulfed in embarrassment, a staff member from the arts department began calling out the names of the programs. Each time she announced a title, the corresponding performer would respond and step forward. Before long, she called out the phrase "the mage's hand." Upon hearing those words, Lin Yi hurriedly approached her. Chapter 60. Allow me to change my attire. As Lin Yi approached, the staff member from the arts department appeared momentarily taken aback. Are you the performer from the magician's hand? Indeed, I am. Lin Yi nodded in affirmation. Is this what you will wear during your performance? The staff member scrutinized his outfit from head to toe. I rushed out and forgot to change, Lin Yi admitted. Would you like to go back and change into something else? Today's rehearsal is the final one, and we need to follow the complete program to ensure everything runs smoothly. The staff member stated earnestly as he regarded Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi shook his head. No need, as the costume change is part of my act. Oh, I almost overlooked the fact that you are performing magic. Now I am rather intrigued, the staff member replied. Very well, Please proceed to the waiting area nearby. We will call you up in order. You are the 8th act, and it will be your turn after the crosstalk performance concludes. Understood. Lin Yi acknowledged before making his way to the waiting area. At that moment, other performers were also gathered in the waiting area. Upon seeing Lin Yi alone, 2 boys dressed in traditional crosstalk attire, one plump and the other slender, hurriedly approached him. Classmate, what are you performing? Singing? Why are you here all by yourself? The curious boy inquired. Certainly, the slender one chimed in supportively. No, I am not singing. I am performing magic, Lin Yi replied with a smile. Magic? Wow, brother. That requires some skill. Did you draw lots like us? If we hadn't been selected, we wouldn't have come either, the plump boy remarked. Indeed, who would disagree? The slender boy added. I feel like you two would actually be quite suited for crosstalk, Lin Yi observed seriously after sizing them up. I didn't draw lots. My roommate sold me out. Oh, I see. That sounds unfortunate, the plump boy responded. Is that fair? Are you both from Tianjin? Lin Yi inquired. How did you know? The plump boy exclaimed, astonished. Do I have an accent? Not at all. The slender boy shook his head. By the way, brother, are you nervous? This welcome gala has quite a few impressive talents. We are both rather anxious, the plump boy confessed. Not really, Lin Yi replied. You two don't seem particularly nervous either. I may appear calm, but I am nearly bursting with anxiety, the plump boy admitted. No worries, brother. None of us are professionals. Just perform well on stage. It's not the Spring Festival Gala. Why take it so seriously? Just think of the audience as pigs, the slender boy joked. Thank you both. I was a bit anxious. But I feel much better now, Lin Yi said with a smile as he looked at the two. Don't mention it. It's the least we could do. Soon, my son and I will be cheering for you from the audience. After conversing with these 2 amusing individuals, Lin Yi felt remarkably at ease. In contrast, the others present exhibited signs of anxiety. Some engaged in deep breaths while others rehearsed their final acts. As the clock struck 6, the rehearsal commenced officially, with 2 hosts ascending the stage amidst a surge of rousing music. The male host, impeccably dressed in a suit, exuded charisma and poise, while the female host, adorned in a flowing light blue gown, radiated both elegance and beauty. The former, Xi Yunxua, was the heartthrob of Jinghai University, and the latter, Xia Shiyu, was its renowned beauty. Both were esteemed figures within the institution, akin to deities in the eyes of their peers. Their entrance elicited an uproar of applause from the audience, and Xi Yunshua's face momentarily gleamed with pride upon hearing the cheers. Following this, they delivered the opening remarks akin to a formal gala. Once the opening remarks concluded, the inaugural song and dance performance commenced. The performers were students from the Jinghai University Arts Troupe, each one possessing exceptional talent. Their opening dance captivated the audience, and even Lin Yi nodded in approval. The professionalism of the performance intensified Lin Yi's sense of pressure. Indeed, remarked the comedic duo beside him, offering words of encouragement to alleviate Lin Yi's concerns. They then echoed the question previously posed by a student council member. Brother, why are you dressed so casually? Indeed, our skills may be lacking, but our appearance must be polished. If our performance lacks professionalism, at least we can dress the part. Look at us. It's evident we are comedians, and our looks further attest to our professionalism. I've never heard such a saying. No worries, I brought a change of clothes. I shall don them before my performance, Lin Yi replied, his gaze fixed on the stage, exuding calmness. The 3 continued their banter, occasionally discussing the performances on stage and the most attractive girl present. Before long, it was the comedic duo's turn. Their nerves got the best of them as they stumbled on stage, eliciting uproarious laughter from the audience. Yet, they did not disappoint their Tianjin heritage, delivering an outstanding performance that kept the laughter rolling throughout. Even Lin Yi found himself amused. These 2 just pretended to be novice performers, yet here they are? Quite the professionals, he mused. Undoubtedly, those who made the cut were not to be underestimated. As their act progressed, the comedic timing and humor flowed seamlessly, rivaling that of any theatrical performance. When they concluded their skit with a bow of gratitude, the auditorium erupted in resounding applause. Amidst the resounding applause, the 2 jesters swiftly descended from the stage and, upon returning to Lin Yi's side, offered him words of comfort once more. Brother, fret not. It was merely a performance. It matters not if it wasn't perfect. Keep your spirits high. Encouraged by their words, Lin Yi nodded appreciatively. At that moment, the host ascended the stage to announce the next act. We have just enjoyed a delightful comedic performance, and now we are about to witness an enchanting magic show. Let us extend the warmest applause to Lin Yi, a student from Class 25 of Civil Engineering, as he presents his act, The Mage's Hand. Please welcome him. As the words echoed, the audience's gaze shifted eagerly towards the edge of the stage. Under the watchful eyes of Minnie, Lin Yi, clad in ordinary casual attire, unadorned and tousled as if he had rushed over from class, made his way onto the stage. In stark contrast to the previously glamorous performers, he appeared remarkably unremarkable, save for his handsome visage and upright stature. As the chubby duo had remarked earlier, professional attire indeed lends an air of professionalism. For those who had witnessed Lin Yi's previous performance, there was a sense of familiarity, but for the unacquainted, doubts arose. Was he merely a hapless individual thrust onto the stage? At that juncture, Lin Yi, standing confidently at the center of the stage, addressed the audience with poise. I sincerely apologize, everyone. Due to my afternoon classes, I did not have the opportunity to change into my performance attire. I kindly ask for a minute to don the appropriate outfit for this act. His words elicited expressions of surprise among the crowd. What is he planning to do? Change clothes in front of us? Is he really going to change on stage? Murmured a girl, her eyes gleaming with curiosity about his physique. Just then, Lin Yi made a motion as if to remove his shirt. The audience froze at this unexpected gesture. However, he suddenly paused with a smile. I almost forgot you were watching. It's better if I cover up a bit. With that, he reached into his shirt pocket and, before the astonished crowd, produced a large piece of black cloth, holding it aloft with one hand. The audience marveled as the cloth remained suspended in the air, seemingly defying gravity. But before they could ponder this mystery, garments began to tumble forth from behind the black cloth: jackets, underlayers, shoes, and socks. In that moment, the audience's eyes widened once more. As Lin Yi tossed the socks into the air, the black cloth suddenly descended. Gasps erupted around the room, with some girls instinctively covering their eyes. Yet, when the cloth fully fell away, what lay before them was entirely different from what they had envisioned. Chapter 61. I truly am a magician. As the black curtain descended, the audience in the performance hall was already prepared for Lin Yiguang's unexpected appearance. However, to their utter astonishment, when the curtain fell, the figure that emerged was not the bare Lin Yi they had anticipated. Instead, he was clad in an elegant black gentleman's suit, adorned with a gentleman's top hat, and a bow tie elegantly tied around his neck. Complementing his attire were the glimmering gold watch peeking from his pocket and the pristine white gloves gracing his hands, exuding an air of sophistication and charm. To add to the transformation, a subtle touch of makeup graced his face. As he made his entrance in this striking ensemble, the audience erupted into gasps of amazement. Whether they were students merely there for the spectacle or fellow performers, their expressions were filled with disbelief. My heavens! Has he changed his entire outfit? One whispered, is that even possible, to change clothes in such a short span? What did I just miss? Goodness! If I could dress as swiftly, I could sleep an extra 2 minutes every morning. Face changing I've seen, but this is a first for me, another remarked. I understand the principle. It's as if he wore another layer underneath, and with a gentle tug, the outer layer falls away, revealing the attire beneath. But, are you suggesting he had another outfit on under that? It doesn't seem plausible. Wearing 2 layers in this weather would be unbearable. Not to mention the hat atop his head. I can rationalize the hat, but what baffles me is the makeup. Did he not appear more handsome? Someone else chimed in. Indeed, it's rather unscientific. For a moment, the entire gathering was abuzz with speculation about how Lin Yi had managed such a remarkable transformation in mere moments. Yet, despite their fervent discussions, no one could arrive at a definitive explanation. At that moment, Lin Yi slowly bent down to retrieve the black curtain, along with the garments he had just discarded. With a deft flick of his wrist, the black cloth shimmered, and the clothes and shoes he had shed vanished into thin air. He then tucked the cloth into his palm, and astonishingly, that sizable piece of fabric seemed to dissolve right before their eyes. This simple yet extraordinary act garnered thunderous applause from the captivated audience. Well then, my attire is changed, and now our magic can officially commence, he declared. I am certain you are all curious about how I accomplished such a rapid change. The truth is rather simple. I am not merely a magician. I am, in fact, a sorcerer. Do you believe me? Upon hearing this, the crowd shook their heads in disbelief. I anticipated your skepticism, he continued, and thus, I shall demonstrate my true prowess as a sorcerer. To prove my abilities, I will employ the essential skill of every sorcerer, the Hand of the Mage, a spell that effectively aids us in our magical endeavors. As Lin Yi spoke, he produced a white glove from his pocket. Under the curious gazes of the onlookers, he blew gently into the glove. In the next moment, The previously empty glove inexplicably inflated, gradually assuming the shape of a hand. When Linyi released it, the glove floated effortlessly before him, perfectly formed. This spectacle immediately widened the eyes of the audience. What transpired next was destined to shatter their preconceptions. The white glove, without any contact from Linyi, began to dart away. "Hey, where do you think you're going? Come back." Faint surprise etched on his face, Linyi swiftly pursued the glove. Grasping it and pulling it back with apparent effort, his expression betraying the strain. Witnessing this scene, the audience murmured amongst themselves, marveling at the impressive illusion of a struggle with an invisible hand. Indeed, the performance was remarkably convincing. This magic seemed intriguing, yet slightly lacking. Just as one young man articulated this thought, the glove suddenly soared upward, yanking Linyi off the ground for a brief 2 seconds. Though he landed back on his feet moments later, the astonished crowd was left in shock. Before they could fully comprehend the event, Linyi produced another white glove. "Oh, you refuse to return, do you? Then I shall have to retrieve you." With that, he blew into the second glove, which promptly transformed in a manner akin to the first. "Go, bring that rogue back," he commanded. As his words faded, the second glove launched itself toward the first. The two gloves engaged in an unusual duel before the second finally reclaimed the first. The two ethereal hands, donned in white gloves, floated gracefully on either side of Linyi. "Behold, the mage's hands. With these two additional hands, I can accomplish tasks that were once impossible, such as brushing my teeth while responding to my girlfriend's messages." As he spoke, a toothbrush materialized in his right hand while one of the floating mage's hands retrieved his phone from his pocket. Of course, with 2 hands free. "We can tend to other matters, like fetching a towel." No sooner had he said this than the other mage's hand produced a cloth from his opposite pocket. The remaining left hand was free to adjust his hairstyle, and as he spoke, he deftly arranged the bangs beneath his cap. Upon witnessing this scene, the audience below could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment, each of them racking their brains to fathom how Linyi accomplished such a feat. Aside from being able to reply to messages from his girlfriend while brushing his teeth, we could also enjoy snacks while engaging in a game. At that moment, Linyi abruptly set aside his toothbrush and retrieved a keyboard from behind him, with his hands deftly striking the keys. He simultaneously commanded a magical hand to tear open a bag of snacks procured from his person, feeding himself as he played. If a message from his girlfriend arrived during this process, he could promptly respond, thereby averting a potential breakup due to gaming obsession. Moreover, the magical hand possessed a myriad of remarkable functionalities. In front of the audience, Linyi skillfully maneuvered 2 magical hands to perform a series of astonishing tasks. For instance, he took remote photographs, completed 2 assignments concurrently, and even crafted a paper crane. The onlookers gasped in amazement. Having showcased the various capabilities of the magical hand, Linyi announced that he would now utilize them to accomplish one final task. Upon hearing this, the audience's interest was piqued. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the 2 magical hands soared towards the curtains at the sides of the stage and under the gaze of the entire audience. They began to draw the curtains together towards the center. As the curtains met in the middle, Linyi's voice resonated from behind them. "Ladies and gentlemen, my magic show has concluded. We shall meet again next time." As his words faded, the curtains slowly parted once more. At that moment, there was no trace of Linyi on stage, and the 2 magical hands gradually retreated behind the curtains. Observing the empty stage, the audience began to search for Linyi's whereabouts. Yet, neither on stage nor at its sides could they find him. Just as they pondered where Linyi had vanished, his voice suddenly emanated from a dark corner at the back of the auditorium. "No need to search. I am right here." At the sound of his voice, all eyes turned towards the shadowy recess at the rear of the hall. In the next instant, Linyi emerged from the corner, accompanied by a smooth-tiled wall. Chapter 62. Indeed. You can also perform magic. The reason Linyi found himself behind the performance hall was due to a spontaneous decision to activate the reflective teleportation effect of his secret technique. Initially, he merely intended to experiment while providing a small surprise for the audience present. To his astonishment, the outcome exceeded all expectations. He successfully traversed from the gleaming floor beneath his feet to the tiled wall at the far corner of the hall in an instant. Not only did he achieve the teleportation, but the performance itself was extraordinarily successful. After a moment of stunned silence from the crowd, the hall erupted into enthusiastic applause, far surpassing the reception of the previous acts. Clearly, the audience was utterly captivated by his astonishing finale. The initial rapid costume change, combined with the magical hand midway, and culminating in the stunning transformation at the end, left everyone spellbound. Consequently, the hall was alive not only with applause but also with ecstatic cheers. Wow, unbelievable. How did he just dash from the stage to that spot? What kind of principle is at play here? The curtains barely closed for a few seconds. Is he some kind of bolt? How could he cover that distance in mere seconds? Could there be some hidden mechanism on stage? Incredible! This guy's magic skills are undoubtedly of a professional caliber. Today, I couldn't decipher a single trick he performed. Could it be that he truly possesses real magic? No, it's impossible. Different fields are like mountains apart. If you're not a magician, you naturally cannot comprehend the intricacies of his performance. I would bestow upon his magic the title of MVP of the entire event. It was simply magnificent, handsome, and skilled in magic. This fellow has undoubtedly secured preferential dating privileges throughout his university years. Indeed, you are right. I almost overlooked his striking appearance. His physique is remarkable. How can one person be so exceptionally attractive and talented? It's quite enviable. In that moment, the audience was filled with admiration and awe. Lin Yi began to return to his seat, but before he could settle down, a student council staff member hurriedly approached the host and whispered a few words. Upon hearing his message, the female host, Xia Xiyu, could not help but slightly change her expression. What? Didn't they say they would make it? Are they still suffering from food poisoning? Yes. Initially they believed they would recover in time. However, it seemed to have worsened by the afternoon. And they were taken for intravenous treatment, rendering them unable to attend, possibly even missing the stage tomorrow. Given the circumstances of food poisoning, one could only be thankful that today was a rehearsal. Had it been the official performance, it would have been quite troublesome. The male host, Si Yunshua, expressed his impatience. It appears we will have to skip their segment for now and let the next act take over. However, this would result in insufficient overall duration for the gala, and as a special guest, Senior Zhou Yundi would not arrive until after 8:30. Xia Xiyu shook her head. At this point, we either need to add a temporary act or extend the previous performances, or perhaps include an additional speech from a leader. Let us abandon the notion. The school leaders, departmental heads, and student representatives have already taken the stage to deliver their speeches. It would be rather inappropriate to seek out yet another speaker, as a considerable portion of the evening has been devoted to oratory. Just at that moment, a leader from the student association interjected with a suggestion. Why don't the host engage with that magician from earlier? He proposed. Isn't that how it is done during the Spring Festival Gala? Other performances can't be extended. But magic is different. You could invite him back for an impromptu trick. His words resonated with the audience, who nodded in agreement. It was indeed an excellent idea, especially considering how captivating his previous performance had been. The audience would surely relish the opportunity for interaction, and witnessing him perform another trick would not lead to aesthetic fatigue. Indeed, I too yearned to see him perform once more, and it was likely the audience felt the same. Thus, it was decided we would invite him to return to the stage shortly for an interaction with the audience. I recalled that during the selection process, he had performed several impressive impromptu tricks. After some discussion, the group quickly reached a consensus. Subsequently, a member of the student council approached Lin Yi and explained the situation. Upon understanding the context, Lin Yi hesitated for only a moment before nodding in agreement. Seeing his assent, the female host, Xia Xiyu, gracefully took to the stage. Let us express our gratitude to Lin Yi for the marvelous magic he has presented. It is truly astonishing. Did everyone find it delightful? She inquired. The crowd enthusiastically responded in unison. Wonderful. Have you had enough? She continued. No. They chorused. Since it appears everyone wishes for more, I would like to invite Lin Yi back on stage to share 2 more small tricks. I shall also attempt to learn a thing or two from him. Please welcome him once again. In the next moment, Lin Yi, who had just exited the stage, reappeared. Upon reaching the stage, he stood beside Xia Xiyu. Hello, Lin Yi. Your earlier performance was simply extraordinary. I have always had a keen interest in magic, though I am well aware that I may not possess the ability to master it. However, I would love to participate in a magic act if there are any tricks I could join in on. Or perhaps something that the audience could partake in as well, she said, demonstrating her professionalism as a host. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yi pondered thoughtfully for a moment before nodding. In fact, I believe you possess a magical talent. If you recite the incantation I provide, you will be able to cast a spell. Really? She asked, intrigued. Absolutely. Once you learn my magic, you too can perform dazzling tricks. Allow me to teach you the incantation. As he spoke, Lin Yi leaned in and whispered a couple of words into Xia Xiyu's ear. She nodded repeatedly as she absorbed the information. All right, You have now committed the magical incantation to memory. When the time comes, simply recite it silently in your mind, and you shall be able to wield magic. Do you all believe the host has learned the magic? Lin Yu's words prompted laughter and silence from the audience, clearly expressing their skepticism. It appears that many remain skeptical of your abilities. Perhaps you should demonstrate them. With that, Lin Yu retrieved a handkerchief he had previously used for a magic trick and draped it over his right hand. You now possess magic. Simply name a fruit, and it will instantly appear in my hand. Give it a try. Is that truly possible? Even Xia Shiyu began to doubt. Of course, it is. The more you believe in your magical abilities, the higher the probability of success. Speak boldly. All right, I shall give it a go. I desire a banana. As soon as Xia Shiyu finished her sentence, Lin Yi gasped in surprise. It seems something has indeed appeared in my hand. He then reached beneath the handkerchief with his left hand. To everyone's astonishment, he pulled out a cucumber. Wait, this is incorrect. It should have been a banana. It seems you still doubt your magical prowess. Let's try again. Very well. Nodding, Xia Shiyu's gaze grew resolute. I want a banana. Once more. Lin Yi began to search beneath the handkerchief. In the next moment, to the amazement of all present, he produced a bunch of bananas. Congratulations! Your magic has succeeded. You truly conjured bananas this time. Xia Shiyu, standing before him, widened her eyes at the sight of the abundant bananas. Do you now believe in your magical abilities? At this, Xia Shiyu instinctively nodded. Moreover, the magical energy within you exceeds your imagination. Extend your right hand. Obediently, Xia Shiyu presented her fair and delicate right hand. Place it in the palm of my hand. Lin Yi extended his own right hand in response. Hesitantly, Xia Shiyu placed her hand in his palm. Now, close your eyes and envision a force flowing from your body into your palm. Once again, Xia Shiyu complied. Just as she closed her eyes, the crowd below the stage was already wide-eyed with anticipation. Suddenly, a white light materialized in the center of Xia Shiyu's palm. At first, it was no larger than a candle flame, but it gradually expanded until it resembled a basketball. This orb of light hovered above her palm, emanating a gentle white glow, with shimmering halos dancing within, truly mesmerizing. Now, please open your eyes. Hearing Lin Yi's voice, Xia Shiyu hurriedly opened her eyes. Upon doing so, she beheld the radiant light in her palm. In that moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. The orb of light unfurled like a flower bud, ultimately transforming into a white lotus composed entirely of light. At the moment the white lotus blossomed in the palm of the summer rain, the entire audience instinctively held their breath, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Chapter 63. It turns out you are the one pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. If Lin Yi's earlier act of retrieving a cucumber and a banana from under his handkerchief merely astonished the audience, the scene before them now, where a pure white lotus blossomed in Xia Shiyu's palm, left their hearts utterly engulfed in shock. Not even a gasp escaped their lips. Their eyes were fixated on the pristine lotus cradled in Xia Shiyu's hand. A myriad of complex emotions flickered across their faces. The skeptics, who had previously enjoyed dissecting Lin Yi's magic tricks after each performance, fell silent, for the spectacle before them transcended their comprehension. No amount of pondering could elucidate the marvel unfolding right in front of them. At that moment, Lin Yi's voice resonated through the quiet auditorium. Indeed, within each of us lies an immense reservoir of magical power, though most individuals go their entire lives without ever awakening it. However, both myself and this enchanting host are among the rare few who can unleash our innate magical talents. This lotus is a manifestation of her magic. All right, dear host, you may retract your magic now. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, not only did the audience regain their senses, but Xia Shiyu, too, awakened from her reverie. Oh, okay. Just as she spoke, the lotus in her hand transformed back into a glowing orb, gradually shrinking until it vanished entirely. The moment the orb disappeared, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue, lasting for over a minute before gradually subsiding. As the applause dwindled, Lin Yi released Xia Shiyu's hand and turned to face the audience, bowing graciously. Thank you. Thank you for enjoying my magic performance. By the way, would anyone like a banana? He raised the bunch of bananas he had just conjured high above his head. Upon hearing this, the audience members eagerly raised their right hands, exclaiming, Me. Give me one. I want a banana. Observing this, Lin Yi furrowed his brow. So many people desire bananas. Unfortunately, I don't have quite enough here. If only I could make them larger. Suddenly, an idea struck him. I shall inflate the bananas. Once inflated, they ought to grow in size. With that, he produced a balloon pump from behind his clothing. Holding the bananas in one hand and the pump in the other, Ah, it seems I lack sufficient hands. I suppose I must employ magic once more. In the next instant, he retrieved a white glove from his pocket. The glove promptly morphed into the shape of a hand. Hold the bananas steady. The glove obediently grasped the bananas, while Lin Yi began to aim the pump at them, inflating the fruit. Witnessing this absurd and comical scene, the audience was left feeling a perplexing mixture of amusement and bewilderment. What is he doing? Is he really inflating the bananas? Can that even work? Uncertain. Perhaps it could be. As the crowd buzzed with curiosity about what would transpire next, the banana held by the gloved hand suddenly expanded to an astonishing size. What was once merely the size of a palm transformed into a plush banana pillow as large as a cushion. The appearance of this plush banana elicited another wave of astonishment from the audience. Exclamations of disbelief filled the air. Could this be magic? No, it must be an illusion. How on earth could such a large banana materialize? It was evident that it was not a genuine banana, but rather a plush toy. Even as a toy, its size was quite extravagant. I was utterly impressed. As fellow freshmen, how could they possess such remarkable talents? At that moment, the most astonished of all was undoubtedly Xia Shiyu, who stood beside Lin Yi. While others observed from a distance, her proximity to Lin Yi was less than a meter. When Lin Yi had mentioned inflating the banana, her gaze had never strayed from it. Yet, despite her unwavering focus, she failed to comprehend how the small banana had metamorphosed into the plush banana before her. As she stood there, bewildered, Lin Yi unexpectedly gifted her the banana pillow. It seems my magic trick fell short, producing only one. Therefore, I shall present it to the host. Me? You're giving this to me? Xia Shiyu replied, her expression one of confusion. Yes, it's for you. Thank you for cooperating with my performance. Time is running short, and I must depart, lest I delay everyone from enjoying the upcoming splendid acts. Farewell, everyone. With that, Lin Yi began to exit the stage, prompting Xia Shiyu to hastily inquire, Lin Yi, may I ask you one more question? How did you manage those tricks? As her question echoed, every ear in the audience perked up, clearly intrigued by her inquiry. Of course, if it's inconvenient to disclose, you need not answer. Lin Yi smiled at her words. There is nothing inconvenient about it. In fact, I revealed it at the very beginning of my performance. I am not a magician, I am a wizard. Everything you witnessed was not mere magic, but true sorcery. Sometimes, one must trust their own eyes. With that, he donned the top hat he had just removed and swaggered off the stage. The audience, however, found his answer hard to believe. No one could accept the existence of wizards in this world. They dismissed Lin Yi's words as a light-hearted jest. As soon as Lin Yi descended from the stage, applause erupted once more. Upon returning to his seat, the comedic duo approached him immediately. You're quite the character. My friend, you've concealed your talents better than anyone. You are merely playing the role of a cunning fox, and undoubtedly, you are the undisputed star of the show today. It is indeed a must. We appear rather comical, don't we? How rare it is. Upon hearing the compliments from the two, Lin Yi maintained an air of indifference. In truth, it was nothing extraordinary, merely a display of normal performance. By the way, how many more acts are there? Perhaps 5. It should be over soon. As he spoke, Lin Yi's gaze drifted toward the watch that Song Bauer had gifted him. Resting on his wrist, unbeknownst to him, the time had already slipped past 7 o'clock. His thoughts were solely focused on completing the rehearsal promptly, for he needed to prepare for his performance later that night at the Black Rose Bar. Moreover, he had yet to have dinner, and he certainly did not wish to perform on an empty stomach. Time swiftly passed, and at 8:30, as soon as the rehearsal concluded, Lin Yi immediately made his way outside the multifunctional performance hall. He entered the unlit safety passage, casually retrieving his Roger watch and pressing the button on it. By the time he exited the safety passage, he had changed back into his usual attire. At this moment, he had but one thought: to eat. The cafeteria would likely be devoid of food at this hour, so he opted to head straight to the food street outside the school, intending to grab a quick bite. However, as he stepped out of the school, he sensed that someone was following him, not merely a figment of his imagination, but a palpable reality. Who could it be trailing me? With this question lingering in his mind, Lin Yi randomly chose a stall, ordered some food, and sat down to savor it slowly. Meanwhile, not far away, at another stall, a young woman donned in oversized sunglasses and fashionable attire was enjoying skewers with a slightly plump girl accompanying her. As they indulged in their meal, their glances frequently darted towards Lin Yu's direction. Chapter 64. Night Market Sister, is it truly necessary for us to follow him personally? Is he really that significant? At a small table beside a barbecue stall, a slightly plump girl sipped her drink while gnawing on honey-glazed chicken wings. all the while engaging in conversation with a woman wearing sunglasses seated beside her. The two were indeed the same individuals from the Black Rose Bar the previous night. Of course, it's important. Today, that rascal Jason came to me again with his demands. He even threatened that if I don't acquiesce to his terms, he would quit performing and inform his fans that he is suffering from depression. His arrogance stems from the belief that his position in the magic mirror is irreplaceable. I must find someone to take his place. Drink less. Look at how much weight you've gained, the woman in sunglasses remarked disdainfully at the slightly plump girl. I am not an artist. I don't need to manage my figure. I'll eat as I please. What is the point of living if I have to consume nothing but water and leafy greens like you do every day? Sister, just try a bite of their honey-glazed wings. They are truly delicious. A single bite won't make you gain weight. As she spoke, the girl extended the remaining honey-glazed wing in her hand towards the woman in sunglasses. I want to eat that. It's too greasy. Yet, despite her words, the woman's eyes were irresistibly drawn to the chicken wing. Oh, it's fine to occasionally indulge in something rich. It can trick your body into boosting metabolism. If you starve for too long, your metabolism will slow down and you'll hit a plateau. Is that so? The woman in sunglasses replied, somewhat skeptical. Absolutely. The slightly plump girl nodded vigorously. Then I'll have a bite. In the next moment, the woman picked up the skewer with the chicken wing and began to devour it hungrily. Indeed, their honey-glazed wings are delightful. Let us order 4 more. All right, sister. You must also try this icy jelly. It's delicious, and being cold, it has no calories. Your digestive system will expend energy to process it, so in reality, consuming a bowl will leave you with a deficit of several hundred calories. That makes sense. Boss. Let us have a few more skewers of pork belly to replenish some quality fats. 2 servings of steamed oysters. 1 portion of sizzling beef to supplement protein. Sister. Wrap this in lettuce. It's a great way to add vitamins and dietary fiber, and it helps with digestion. Having eaten my fill, although it's not the cleanest outside, it is certainly delicious. Wiping her mouth with a napkin, Linyi stood up and departed from the stall. At that moment, he inexplicably felt the sensation of being followed and watched had vanished. What is going on? Why did they stop following halfway? He shrugged it off, pondering that as an ordinary student, he could hardly fathom what made him worthy of surveillance. Glancing at his watch, he noted that it was already 9:30. With an hour and a half remaining until the Black Rose Bar opened. Since it only took him half an hour to reach the bar by taxi, he realized he had an hour to spare. Since the commencement of the academic term, it seems that I have scarcely taken the time to leisurely stroll around the vicinity of the university, perhaps to saunter and digest a bit. With that thought, Linyi began to meander aimlessly around the area surrounding his institution, Jinghai University of Technology, which is nestled within the University District of Jinghai City. This area is home to several universities and numerous residential complexes. At this moment, the vibrant nightlife was just beginning to unfold, resulting in a bustling atmosphere teeming with people. Along the streets, in addition to numerous stalls selling an array of late-night snacks, there were also many vendors offering various trinkets, flowers, fruits, children's toys, clothing, footwear, and small adornments. Everything one could possibly imagine was available for purchase, considering that he might need a plethora of props for his upcoming magic performance. Linyi seized the opportunity to acquire anything he deemed useful. After all, the storage capacity of his system backpack was ample, alleviating any concerns about it becoming overstuffed. Whenever his arms became laden with items, he would discreetly find an unmonitored corner to stow them away in his system backpack. Thus, as he ambled and purchased, he unwittingly arrived at a stall selling books. Similar to most street vendors, the books here were sold by weight, predominantly consisting of pirated editions and unsold titles from bookstores. Numerous college students, much like Lin Yi, were gathered around the bookstall, sifting through the offerings. To Lin Yi's surprise, he discovered that among these books were several volumes on the art of magic. Not only were there works by renowned domestic magicians, but also tomes authored by esteemed figures from the international magic community. Upon encountering these books, Lin Yi felt a surge of interest. Although he could flawlessly replicate various illusions through magic, he found that certain techniques employed in modern magic could provide valuable insights. More importantly, he required magic to conceal his own powers. Thus, mastering a multitude of magical techniques would be exceedingly beneficial. Without a moment's hesitation, he procured the volumes on magic. Just as he was about to check out, the vendor unexpectedly addressed him. "Young man, it seems you have a keen interest in magic," the vendor remarked. Nodding in affirmation, Lin Yi replied, "Indeed." The vendor continued, I happen to have 2 rare editions that you would surely find intriguing. Oh, you have rare editions? Lin Ye's curiosity piqued at the vendor's words. Certainly. I possess quite a collection of remarkable books. Please wait a moment while I retrieve them for you. With that, the vendor turned and approached a large box, rummaging through its contents before emerging with 5 aged volumes. The pages were yellowed, the printing rudimentary, and the covers somewhat tattered, reminiscent of relics from the previous century. Returning to Lin Ye, the vendor laid the 5 books before him, revealing their titles: Divine Illusions, The Goose Fantasy Compendium, The Goose Fantasy Sequel, The Goose Fantasy Supplement, An Illustrated World of Magic. Gazing upon the titles of these tomes, a flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Ye's eyes. Having been a devoted enthusiast of magic in the past, he was certainly familiar with the illustrious names of these books. Unlike the contemporary works he had perused earlier, these were ancient texts on magic from the Dragon Kingdom. In ancient China, magic was also known by another name, illusionism, with records dating back to the Western Zhou period. During that era, illusionism was nearly synonymous with divinity, featuring renowned feats such as the transformation of fish into dragons and the art of shrinking distances. He never anticipated that he would encounter such extraordinary folk literature at a mere street stall. My friend, it appears you possess a fondness for magic as well. And seeing our fortuitous connection, I shall let you have these cherished volumes at a modest price. What do you think? The stall owner remarked with a smile. Having noticed Lin Ye's keen interest in the books before him. Truly intrigued, Lin Ye nodded in agreement. I will take all 5. Please name your price. You're a straightforward fellow, so I shall not overcharge you. These 5 are rare, unique editions that I acquired at great expense. Let us settle on 1,000 yuan. The proprietor replied. 1,000? Very well, I might as well gift you those earlier volumes, the owner added hastily, sensing Lin Ye's hesitation. All right then, Lin Ye responded, promptly scanning the payment code, successfully securing the 5 volumes of ancient folk magic from the Dragon Kingdom. No sooner had he departed than the owner retrieved another identical set of 5 books from the wooden crate, placing them beneath a multitude of other texts. Patiently awaiting the next fortunate soul, having procured his books, Lin Ye was about to examine one to discover the nature of ancient illusionism when a cacophony of gasps and shouts erupted from the front of the night market. Following the direction of the commotion, he discerned flickering flames emanating from a nearby residential building, clearly indicating that a fire had broken out within. Chapter 65, The Ascension of the Fire Dragon. The residential area adjacent to the night market is quite antiquated, with shops on the ground floor and residences above, creating a rather intricate situation. This locale, home to several universities, attracts numerous individuals engaged in commerce, alongside the bustling office workers returning home and the idle university students. Consequently, the streets of the night market are teeming with people and vehicles. As flames erupted in the direction of the residential area, a sizable crowd began to converge towards the scene. When Lin Ye arrived, the first sight that met his gaze was a room engulfed in flames. Situated less than 30 meters away on the 4th floor of a 6-story building, the fire raged ferociously, with visible flames leaping out of the windows and threatening to spread to neighboring units. Given the current state of the blaze and the building's overall structure, it seemed likely that within 10 minutes, the entire edifice would be ablaze. As Lin Ye observed, a group of elderly individuals nearby began to speculate. How on earth did a fire break out here? One wondered. Who knows? But it's hardly surprising that this particular household caught fire. Their place is cluttered with discarded cardboard and plastic bottles, completely overflowing with trash. Could it be that old woman, Granny Wu, who collects junk? Another suggested. Indeed, it is her. Her home is filled with her collected refuse. She has even filled the stairwell. The community has approached her multiple times, warning her that her hoarding could lead to a fire, but she simply refused to listen. And now, it has indeed caught fire. No wonder the flames are so fierce. Her accumulation of items was a disaster waiting to happen. Now, not only has her collection of rubbish been incinerated, but her home is also consumed by flames. Frankly, she deserves it. Despite receiving a pension and monthly financial support from her children, she insists on scavenging with those who can barely afford a meal. A harsh lesson, indeed. While she may have learned a lesson, the other residents of the building are now suffering, having invested their entire lives in their homes. Emergency services had already been contacted, and firefighters were on their way. As the elderly gossip continued, an unexpected crackling erupted from the burning house, followed by what resembled fireworks bursting from the window. These fiery projectiles ignited clothes. A young boy stood on the windowsill of his home, weeping inconsolably, while towering flames danced nearby. His presence instantly captured the attention of everyone present. "Look, there's another child," someone exclaimed. "Isn't everyone in this building already evacuated? How could one child be left behind?" Indeed. Where were the adults of this household? How could they abandon a child? "Quick, does anyone have their contact information? We need to call them back." "I know this family. They're a young couple working menial jobs. The father delivers takeout, while the mother works at a convenience store. They often leave their child home alone," came the response, highlighting a grave negligence. "What can we do? The fire truck can't arrive immediately, and the child's parents are absent. The windows are secured with bars. If we delay any longer, the child may perish in the flames. It's truly heartbreaking. Everyone, stop standing around. Let us help out, assist in clearing the traffic," urged another. "Yes, let us all pitch and clear the way. Move those obstructing vehicles and shift the stalls. Lives are at stake." As the urgency of the situation escalated, the crowd sprang into action. Some directed the throngs of people, while others managed the traffic. Every vehicle and stall blocking the road was swiftly moved aside, showcasing an unprecedented unity among these previously unacquainted individuals. Despite their diligent efforts, the complexity of the night market's layout proved challenging, compounded by the aged infrastructure of the neighborhood. It would take at least another 10 to 20 minutes to fully clear the area, with the fire intensifying every moment. None could predict what might transpire in the next 20 minutes. Amidst the collective efforts of the crowd, Lin Yi quietly summoned his invisible servant from an unnoticed corner. Under his command, the ethereal being ascended and soon hovered before the burning building. Without hesitation, Lin Yi channeled his control over fire through the servant. In the next instant, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded. The fierce flames, as if drawn by an invisible force, began to surge from within the building to the outside. The flames coalesced, like fledglings returning to their nest, ultimately gathering before the invisible servant to form a colossal fireball. This orb of fire, exceeding 3 meters in diameter, resembled a radiant sun from a distance. Such a spectacle was impossible to overlook. Nearly everyone in the night market witnessed this astonishing sight. Regardless of their previous activities, whether aiding in rescue efforts or merely spectating, each person seemed momentarily paralyzed, their eyes fixated on the ever-growing fireball, which absorbed flames from its surroundings. Before anyone could react, the flames from the previous fire points were entirely engulfed by the fireball. The diameter of the fireball expanded once more, increasing from 3 meters to 5. This 5-meter-wide fireball hung in the sky, illuminating nearly half the block. As the flames were completely absorbed, the once burning residential building ceased to emit firelight and thick smoke. The previously uncontrollable blaze was suddenly quelled. However, at this moment, the attention of the crowd had shifted entirely from the scene of the fire to the colossal fireball above. Suddenly, the fireball began to morph, transforming from a spherical shape into an elongated form, and then gradually evolving into a magnificent fire dragon, measuring over 10 meters in length, with distinct scales glistening in the light. The moment the fire dragon emerged, gasps of astonishment erupted from the assembled onlookers. In the next instant, the immense fire dragon soared into the sky, ascending to an unknown height before dissipating into thin air. The awe-inspiring spectacle would remain etched in the memories of those present for a lifetime. Undoubtedly, this scene would dominate the trending topics the following day, becoming yet another enigma for the new Dragon Nation, leaving countless experts scratching their heads. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, the mastermind behind the event, slipped into the crowd after witnessing the extinguishment of the fire. As everyone's gaze turned skyward in an attempt to locate the recently vanished fire dragon, his figure gradually faded into the vibrant night market. Chapter 66. Illusion, Night Demon Bar. After departing from the night market, Lin Yi settled into a taxi. Once he conveyed his destination to the driver, he reclined quietly in the back seat. The incident of extinguishing the fire was already behind him. Not only had he saved the day, but he had also come to a profound realization. The seemingly inconspicuous first-tier spell of fire control appeared to be far more beneficial than he had initially perceived. In fact, it had sparked new inspirations for magic within him. Glancing at the time and feeling somewhat bored, Lin Yi casually produced a magic book he had purchased from a street vendor. Upon retrieving it, he discovered it was one of the so-called rare ancient texts, the compilation of Goose Illusions. Merely reading the title piqued his curiosity about its contents. This tome was a compilation of extraordinary illusions, meticulously gathered by illusionists of the Qing dynasty, documenting a plethora of folk tricks. As he opened the book, its contents did not disappoint his expectations. The material contained within could only be described with two words: profound and wondrous. From the seemingly simple techniques of planting melons to yield melons and the beauty raising her eyebrows, to the more intricate arts of wall penetration, decapitation, and celestial bindings, almost every technique one could imagine was cataloged within its pages. Furthermore, all illusions were meticulously categorized into distinct schools: the hand techniques, silk techniques, color play, transport techniques, medicinal techniques, and the most extraordinary, the symbol techniques. Some illusions Lin Yi could comprehend and even surmise how they were executed. However, others eluded his understanding entirely, such as the first listed illusion, planting melons to yield melons. According to the text, this illusion could be performed with merely a handful of watermelon seeds, producing watermelons on the spot. There was also a similarly themed illusion called planting pears, which required only a simple yoke to grow a pear tree laden with fruit from the ground. These illusions seemed utterly incomprehensible from a scientific perspective, akin to how ordinary people might perceive his own magic. In addition, the book chronicled the four ancient pinnacle illusions: the fish and dragon spread, the phoenix holding a book, the yellow dragon transformation, and the divine turtle backs the mountain. Each of these illusions was more fantastical than the last, venturing beyond the realm of reality. Either the chronicler exaggerated the effects of these illusions due to limited experience, or they employed large-scale hypnotism. Otherwise, such phenomena could not be rationally explained. Regrettably, the book offered only ambiguous descriptions of the principles behind these illusions, lacking any clear instructions on their execution. Nevertheless, it mattered little. As long as he understood the visual effects of these illusions, he could devise methods to recreate them through magic. Should anyone ever question him in the future, he could attribute his feats to the legacy of these ancient masters. While contemplating, he diligently perused the pages. Although he did not master any astonishing illusions, he did acquire some basic techniques. By the time he had perused the book, the taxi arrived at his destination, the Black Rose Bar. At this moment, with approximately 15 minutes remaining until the bar officially opens at 11 o'clock, the entrance remains closed. What piques his curiosity is that, typically at this hour, even if the bar has yet to open, there would be a considerable number of patrons waiting outside. However, today, the exterior of the bar seems notably quieter than the previous day. Upon entering and encountering Hu Dai, he can no longer suppress his inquiry. "Sister, why do I sense so few people outside the bar today? Is there some special circumstance?" Hu Dai, who was sipping her drink at the bar, first gently places her glass down and then replies with a calm smile. "Did you not notice on your way here? A new bar has opened at the corner across the street, and today they are offering a 50% discount on drinks, along with a professional performance team. Many people have chosen to go there today." "I see. Aren't you concerned about losing business to them?" Lin Yi asks, puzzled. "What is there to worry about? Do you have any idea how many bars there are on this street? And how many of them close within 2 months of opening? While we may lose some old customers, new ones will inevitably come to fill their places." After speaking, Hu Dai casually picks up a cigarette from the table. But just as she is about to light it, she suddenly puts it back down. "Never mind, I won't smoke. You probably don't like the smell of cigarettes anyway." As the two engage in casual conversation, the bar's waitress, Yo-Yo, rushes over to Hu Dai with a look of urgency. "Sister, it seems like the bar across the street is hosting another event, and they've drawn away our customers. If this continues, we will have an empty night. Should we go take a look?" Upon hearing Waio's words, Hu Dai raises an eyebrow. It appears our new competitor is rather unscrupulous. They seem unaware of the rules on this bar street. In that case, I shall pay them a visit. With that, Hu Dai, dressed in a moon-white cheongsam, strides towards the entrance of the bar. Just before stepping out, she glances back at Lin Yi. "Aren't you coming to see the commotion?" After pondering for a moment, Lin Yi nods in agreement. Shortly thereafter, he follows Hu Dai to the entrance of another bar, less than 50 meters from the Black Rose Bar. This establishment, named Night Demon, boasts a larger area and far superior exterior decor compared to the Black Rose Bar. Benefiting from its corner location, it features a spacious area in front, transformed into a small plaza adorned with artistic sculptures, a color-changing music fountain, and an open stage area. At this moment, a rock band passionately performs on stage. Additionally, a striking array of attractive male and female waitstaff line up at the entrance. A throng of passers-by and individuals preparing to embark on their nightlife pause here, captivated by the lively scene. Beside the stage, the exuberant MC passionately introduced the various opening activities and recharge promotions of the Night Demon Bar, engaging with the audience in lively interaction. Simply participating in a casual game of rock, paper, scissors with him could yield an array of delightful prizes. Yet, curiously, none of those who approached him thus far had managed to triumph. The more he remained undefeated, the more challengers emerged, undeterred by the odds. Following a loss by a young girl, the MC, with an air of confidence and a charmingly roguish demeanor, proclaimed, "I am the master of rock, paper, scissors. No one can best me in this game." He graciously acknowledged the brave young lady, presenting her with an 80 off drink voucher as a token of gratitude. With this voucher, she could enjoy an additional 50 discount on top of the already reduced price. Upon hearing this, the previously defeated girl beamed with joy and made her way into the bar. As she approached the entrance, a tall and handsome waiter extended a welcoming hand towards her. Such generous perks and treatment instantly stirred the curiosity of the other patrons present. "Is there anyone else willing to challenge me? Should you win, I will cover all your expenses tonight at the Night Demon Bar. Win twice, and I shall gift you the latest model of the Fruit 16 smartphone. If you can defeat me 5 times in succession, this exquisite Demi SU7 Ultra awaits you." His declaration was met with enthusiasm as a stunningly attractive woman unveiled a red cloth, revealing a brand new Demi SU7 Ultra, a car that had recently gained immense popularity. With the MC's fervent exhortations and the allure of the luxurious automobile, the atmosphere surged with excitement, igniting a fervor among the crowd. Observing this, Linyi realized that the business of other bars on this street would likely plummet tonight. Even the Black Rose Bar would not escape the repercussions, inevitably impacting his earnings. Contemplating this, he turned to Hudai beside him and said, "Sister, I recall your phone ISNT, the latest model. Would you like me to help you in one?" Upon uttering these words, not only did Hudai's gaze shift towards him, but the attention of those around them also turned in his direction. Chapter 67. Mentalism and Rock, Paper, Scissors. Up until now, no fewer than dozens of individuals had engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors with the MC, yet none had ever emerged victorious. It was as if he possessed an uncanny ability to predict what his opponents would choose next. Consequently, most participants merely approached him in hopes of winning some consolation prize, such as drinks, never truly believing they could defeat him. Thus, when Linyi uttered his thoughts, the group of young men and women beside him immediately turned their gazes in his direction. Among them, a flamboyantly dressed young man with dyed yellow hair, adorned with makeup, could not help but chuckle. "You're not actually thinking you can win against him, are you? If so, you're being rather naive." Another, with silver-tinted hair, chimed in. "Did you see anyone win just now? Absolutely not. And let me tell you, this individual is no ordinary person. He was the top marketer at the Black Gold Bar, which Night Demon Bar paid handsomely to acquire. I recall visiting the Black Gold Bar and playing with him once," added a red-haired youth, who had his arm around a girl. "I remember that winning a round exempted you from the table fee, but if you lost, you had to drink a bottle of beer. That night, I overindulged and ended up in the hospital. I didn't set foot in a bar for an entire month afterward. You should really reconsider." After they spoke, Cutie also voiced her thoughts. "I know this person. He is quite famous in our circle. I never expected him to be poached by Night Demon Bar. The owner of this establishment is quite capable. Is that so? ISNT rock, paper, scissors, a game of chance. How does he achieve a 100% success rate?" Linyi inquired. His curiosity piqued as he observed the charismatic figure on stage. "I'm not quite sure," Cutie replied, shaking her head. At that moment, a voice from the side interjected, a woman's voice. "It's magic. He employs a touch of magical technique." Upon hearing this, Linyi turned to see a stunning tattooed beauty dressed in a midriff-bearing outfit. "Magic? What does that have to do with rock, paper, scissors?" he asked, intrigued. The tattooed beauty smiled. "Of course, there is a connection. Have you not noticed that he always engages in conversation with his opponent before making a choice? His gaze remains fixated on them. This is essentially a form of mentalism, also known as rock, paper, scissors magic, which combines psychology and game theory. The essence of pure mental rock, paper, scissors magic lies in suggesting to the audience the choice they have previously made, while controlling the pace so rapidly that the opponent has no time to think. By conversing with others, he distracts them, compelling them to instinctively follow their subconscious when making their choice. Of course, achieving a 100% success rate like his requires extensive practice. If you wish to defeat him, first, ignore his chatter. Second, refrain from looking into his eyes. Ideally, you should close your eyes when choosing, as this will slightly increase your chances of winning. Upon hearing the tattooed beauty's explanation, Linyi experienced a moment of epiphany. So that's how it is. Who would have thought there was such depth to the game of rock, paper, scissors? Thus, he is utterly unafraid of defeat. After all, Do you believe that the Night Demon Bar engages in charity, offering such an abundance of prizes? Spare yourself the delusion. Look, yet another has succumbed. No sooner had the tattooed beauty uttered her words than a participant lost to the charming rogue on stage. One after another, individuals failed, continually stepping forth. Each convinced that fortune might favor them just once, yet the ultimate outcome was invariably a loss to the debonair figure on stage. At that moment, Lin Yi spoke once more. While they may falter, I am not necessarily destined for defeat. Rock, paper, scissors is ultimately a game of chance and fortune, as it happens. Has often smiled upon me. Very well, it appears you remain skeptical, the tattooed beauty replied, shaking her head in resignation. My friend, should you emerge victorious, I shall cover your expenses for the evening. The earlier speaker, the blonde youth, chimed in jest. Indeed, if you triumph, I shall gladly share my contact information with you. A girl accompanying the blonde threw a flirtatious glance at Lin Yi. That won't be necessary. With this statement, Lin Yi turned to Hu Dai beside him. Sister, I suddenly feel you might be in need of a vehicle. Allow me to win that car back for you. With that, he strode purposefully toward the stage. Much to Hu Dai's astonishment. At that moment, a customer had just lost to the charming rogue. Is there anyone else? I ask again, is there anyone with a dream? Step forward quickly. Opportunities are fleeting, and we are about to transition to the next segment. No sooner had he uttered these words than Lin Yi, having maneuvered to the front of the crowd, raised his right hand. I would like to give it a try. Upon hearing this, the charming rogue's attention shifted to him. Ah, does this customer wish to test his luck? If so, please join us on stage. As Lin Yi ascended the stage, he scrutinized the scene with earnestness. To his surprise, the rogue turned out to be quite the handsome fellow. I considered myself rather dashing, yet in comparison to this gentleman, I find myself somewhat lacking. I even feel a twinge of insecurity. Do you all agree that this gentleman is striking? At the rogue's words, numerous female patrons in the audience erupted in cheers. Such a handsome fellow. Are you single? If so, should you manage to best me today, I shall provide you with the contact information of the most beautiful girl in our Night Demon Bar. And if you lose, fret not. I shall still have a small gift for you afterwards. So, are you prepared? Upon hearing the rogue's declaration, Lin Yi nodded calmly. Very well, let us commence. Rock, paper, scissors. Before the gathered audience, the charming rogue and Lin Yi faced each other, both making their moves simultaneously. After revealing their choices, the rogue, without even glancing at the outcome, declared with confidence, regrettably, my friend, you have lost. Here is an 80 discount voucher for our bar. Please take it. It is valid for the entire evening. However, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere, noticing the enigmatic smile lingering on Lin Yi's face. Subconsciously lowering his head to take a glance, he was immediately taken aback. To his astonishment, while he had chosen scissors, Lin Yi had boldly selected rock. Consequently, it was not he who emerged victorious, but rather Lin Yi. The dapper young man, unable to fathom the reason for his defeat, wore an expression of disbelief. At that moment, Lin Yi's voice resonated once more. I apologize, but it appears I am the winner. It seems this discount voucher will be of no use to me. Correct? Upon hearing these words, the young man, regaining his composure, nodded slightly before forcing a smile, saying, I never expected such good fortune for the handsome gentleman. Let us congratulate him. For tonight, all expenses at the Night Demon Bar will be on me. Instantly, the atmosphere erupted with cheers, as if the victory belonged to them all. Let the next challenger come forth. However, just as the young man finished his proclamation, Lin Yi interjected, please hold on. Did you not say that after winning, one could continue to challenge? I am quite eager to claim that mobile phone. I feel lucky today. Shall we compete once more? Upon hearing this, the young man's expression shifted to one of unease, while the onlookers, reveling in the spectacle, eagerly urged, once more. Once more. Perhaps spurred by the crowd's enthusiasm, or perhaps confident in his own skills, the young man ultimately agreed. Very well, let us compete again. However, be advised that if you lose the second round, the reward from the first will be nullified. If you accept these terms, we shall proceed. He believed this would deter Lin Yi, yet Lin Yi remained unfazed. Very well, let us begin. This time, I shall not go easy on you. Rock, paper, scissors. At the moment the word paper escaped his lips, both the young man and Lin Yi revealed their choices. All eyes in the room were fixated upon them. In the next instant, the crowd erupted once more into jubilant cheers, for Lin Yi had triumphed yet again. The young man had chosen rock while Lin Yi had opted for paper. At that moment, the young man was drenched in sweat. Chapter 68, Yelena. The stakes rise at this moment. The charming rogue was in a state of panic. He had never anticipated that his infallible method of winning at rock, paper, scissors would fail him not once, but twice. Just as the tattooed beauty had remarked. He had devoted extensive practice to ensure 100% success in his predictions, immersing himself in a wealth of psychological knowledge and game theory. He had even diligently studied Darren Brown's model of rock, paper, scissors. In the previous rounds, his seemingly innocuous words were, in fact, a constant psychological manipulation aimed at Lin Yi, coupled with subtle gestures meant to influence the outcome. How could this be? Why did his tactics succeed with others, but falter against this individual? It was perplexing. This person appeared utterly unaffected. Could it be sheer luck on Lin Yi's part? As these thoughts crossed his mind, he glanced at Lin Yi. The latter maintained an enigmatic smile, the thrill of consecutive victories seemingly failing to surprise him, as though he had anticipated his triumph all along. In truth, Lin Yi had not engaged in any mental deliberation during the game. He understood that any contemplation would lead him into the opponent's trap. His victories were purely the result of the fortuitous enhancement from the fairy silver coin and the gamble of destiny cards. As long as he desired to win, any choice he made would lead to victory. It seems my luck is quite favorable, or perhaps you allowed me to win. If that is the case, it is unnecessary. Such gestures would mislead the onlookers into thinking I am an insider arranged by your bar. Upon uttering this, Lin Yi abruptly turned towards the crowd below. Please do not misconstrue this. I am certainly not an insider set up by the Night Demon Bar. I have no connections with them, so rest assured. Indeed, he is clearly not associated with the Night Demon Bar. He is the magician from the Black Rose Bar. A female patron exclaimed excitedly from the throng. I thought he looked familiar. He is the magician from the Black Rose Bar. Another chimed in. It was evident that many in attendance were frequent patrons of the Black Rose Bar, and they had recognized Lin Yi's identity. While the crowd buzzed with conversation, Lin Yi once again fixed his gaze on the charming rogue. See, I have clarified my position to the audience. Let us continue. However, his clarification did little to alleviate the rogue's distress. Rather, it intensified his pressure. Having reached this juncture, he had no option but to press on, steeling himself for the challenge ahead. Unsurprisingly, he lost the third round, followed by the fourth. Having lost 4 consecutive rounds, the charming rogue's earlier bravado had evaporated. Despite the temperate weather, he was drenched in sweat, his demeanor no longer exuding the confidence he once possessed. He could foresee the impending outcome of the 5th round. Should Lin Yi emerge victorious in this round, he would claim the illustrious SU-7 Ultra, the centerpiece of the evening's grand opening event, as the festivities had only just begun. If Lin Yi were to drive away with it now, the rogue would find himself in dire straits. It is akin to having a pot of old hen soup, only for someone to come and take the entire hen away at the very onset. Should he declare a withdrawal at this moment, it would reflect poorly on him, as if he could not bear the loss, and the reputation of the Night Demon Bar would suffer irreparably. Just when he found himself at a loss, a crisp, chilling voice echoed from the side of the stage. Xiaodi, this guest still wishes to compete with you. Why are you in a daze? Those unaware might think our Night Demon Bar cannot afford to lose. Upon hearing this cool voice, the dashing rogue quickly turned his gaze towards the entrance of the bar. There stood a striking woman in a sleek black suit, her fashionably sharp appearance complemented by long, straight black hair cascading to her shoulders. The moment she arrived, all the staff at the Night Demon Bar turned their attention toward her, and Lin Yi was no exception. Although he was still unaware of her identity, the demeanor of the bar staff suggested she was likely the proprietor. At that moment, the enigmatic woman, presumed to be the owner, gracefully made her way toward the stage. As she ascended, Lin Yi was astounded to realize that this captivating figure was impressively tall, standing at over 1.8 meters himself. He noted that she did not appear diminutive in the slightest, particularly since she wore no heels, only a pair of flat, open-sided sandals. This indicated she must also be at least 1.8 meters tall. Her striking makeup combined with her towering stature exuded an undeniable aura of authority. Upon her arrival on stage, the rogue MC immediately adopted an air of deference, seemingly relieved. It was then that the alluring woman turned to him and declared, "You may step down. Allow me to engage this young gentleman for the final round." Upon hearing this, the rogue looked as if he had been granted a reprieve, nodding eagerly before hastily retreating from the stage. With the rogue gone, only Lin Yi and the captivating woman remained on stage. To Lin Yi's surprise, she extended her right hand toward him. "Greetings, Night Demon Magician. I am Yelena, the owner of the Night Demon Bar. Our names are rather similar, aren't they?" "Ah, you know me?" Lin Yi responded, taken aback at her recognition of his stage name. "Indeed. I was present at the Black Rose Bar when you performed your magic the other night. You were simply too engrossed in your act for me to introduce myself. I still find your performance utterly enchanting. I never anticipated we would meet in such a setting today. I see. The Night Demon Magician has triumphed 4 times consecutively. Allow me to challenge you for the 5th. Though I suspect you will undoubtedly win, I am eager to try. Please, go ahead. My request is quite simple. Let us compete once more, but with a twist. Naturally, I shall enhance the stakes. Upon uttering these words, Yelena produced a set of car keys from her pocket. In full view of the gathered crowd, she gently pressed a button on the keys. The next moment, the headlights of a striking red Panamera parked nearby flickered to life. This Panamera was a recent acquisition of mine, costing a staggering $16 million. Should you emerge victorious in the upcoming wager, this Panamera shall be yours. Even in the event of your defeat, the impressive SU-7 Ultra will still be yours to keep. However, you must transition from the Black Rose Bar to our Night Demon Bar. Whatever some butterfly has offered you, I shall triple it. The instant the Panamera's headlights illuminated the surroundings, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. No one had anticipated Yelena would stake such a lavish bet. After all, that was a vehicle worth over $2 million. Lin Yi himself appeared somewhat surprised. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. No problem, though I fear miss. You may have second thoughts. What I have to regret. I am far more concerned that Mr. Hu may find it difficult to part with such a talent. Yelena provocatively remarked, casting a glance toward Butterfly amidst the audience. Now, let us commence. Rock, paper, scissors. With that proclamation, both participants made their moves simultaneously. As expected, Yelena was bested by Lin Yi, signifying that the SU-7 Ultra now belonged to him. Yet, Yelena seemed utterly unfazed by the outcome, her expression betraying no sign of emotion. Let us embark on a new wager, she announced. For this round, I shall summon our chief magician from the Night Demon Bar to compete with you. Jason, it's your turn to shine. As Yelena's words hung in the air, a beam of light illuminated the entrance of the Night Demon Bar, drawing the attention of the audience. Under the scrutiny of many eyes, a black top hat lay quietly. In the next instant, a length of rope unfurled from the hat, slithering upward like a serpent, ascending to a height of several meters before vanishing into a cloud hovering above the Night Demon Bar. Just then, a figure suddenly descended along the rope from the mist. Upon landing, a dashing young man clad in a sleek black magician's outfit made a striking entrance, eliciting gasps of awe from the audience. Lin Yi, having witnessed the spectacle from the stage, wore a knowing smile. A celestial rope trick? How intriguing. Chapter 69, The Magician Jason. The gambling begins. Lin Yi had not anticipated witnessing the ancient illusion known as divine rope recorded in ancient texts in this venue. Although he was unaware of how this marvelous trick was executed in antiquity, he was certain that the magician before him was employing modern technological devices, such as cranes and hoists, likely installed on the rooftop of the Night Demon Bar. While he pondered the underlying principles of the divine rope trick, the dashing magician suddenly turned around, producing a standing microphone, bringing it to his lips, while his empty left hand was raised high above his head. The sound system erupted with the iconic theme of 007, and simultaneously, the blowers installed on either side of the bar's entrance roared to life. The magician's black suit billowed dramatically in the airflow, and with a swift snap of his raised left hand, a burst of ethereal blue flames erupted from his fingertips. Ladies and gentlemen, he exclaimed, spinning around with arms wide open. As the flames transformed into a shower of golden glitter cascading over the crowd, his suit flared open. In an instant, a plethora of playing cards erupted from his suit lining, morphing into fluttering butterflies. When the butterflies soared into the air, they suddenly burst forth, ultimately transforming into a cascade of colorful ribbons. Welcome to the Night Demon Bar. I am the chief magician of the Night Demon Bar, Jason. I shall now commence your evening of entertainment. Let us revel together. With this captivating introduction and his impassioned tone, the audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers. At that moment, he bent down to retrieve a top hat from the ground. However, instead of placing it upon his head, he reached inside. In full view of everyone, he pulled out a large handful of red envelopes, and, amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, he flung the envelopes into the air with great vigor. After scattering one handful, he reached for a second and then a third, as his hat seemed to serve as a bottomless pit, continually producing red envelopes. Lin Yi, standing on the stage, also caught one of the envelopes. When he opened it, he was astonished to find a 100 yuan note inside. Although he could not ascertain whether all the envelopes contained similar currency, the magician had certainly dispensed several hundred envelopes, A considerable expenditure indeed. It seemed that the Night Demon Bar had truly invested heavily in this grand opening event. Such a spectacle was undeniably popular. As he surveyed the crowd, he noticed that everyone's attention had been captivated by the magician following his stunning performance, leaving him almost forgotten on the stage. Once Jason concluded his distribution of envelopes, he graciously approached the stage where Yelena stood. As soon as Jason took the stage, Yelena proactively introduced him, saying, "Allow me to present to you a distinguished professional magician, Jason, whom I have hired at great expense. I believe many of you have already recognized him. Indeed, he is the renowned male sorcerer Jason, boasting 1 million followers and serving as the chief magician of Mirror Space." Upon hearing Yelena's words, the audience members suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. So it's him. No wonder this magician looks somewhat familiar. He is the internet sensation embroiled in disputes with his company. Isn't he? I've come across his videos. I recall one where he seemingly made the Oriental Pearl Tower disappear. That must have been edited, but he is undeniably skilled. He has even interacted with Lu Qian, who admitted he could not decipher Jason's magic. Not only Lu Qian, but many prominent influencers and celebrities have collaborated with him. It's no wonder the earlier magic was so spectacular. He truly is a professional magician. It seems that Night Demon Bar has invested significantly to hire him. It must have cost quite a bit. Moreover, he is quite handsome, which explains why that female executive from Mirror would be inclined to engage in impropriety with him. Perhaps having overheard the patrons' discussions, a glimmer of pride flickered in Jason's eyes. At this moment, Yelena spoke again. "And this gentleman is Yelen, the chief magician of the Black Rose Bar, who, I am sure, many of you are acquainted with." Upon hearing Yelena's introduction, Jason, who stood opposite Lin Yi, promptly extended his right hand towards him. "Hello, I am Jason. I look forward to your guidance." A gentle smile adorned Jason's face as he spoke. "Lin Yi, the honor is mine," Lin Yi replied politely. After they released their hands, Yelena moved to the front of the stage and took the microphone from the MC. "Next, I will entrust our chief magician, Mr. Jason, to engage in a wager with Mr. Lin Yi on my behalf. The terms of the wager will be negotiated by the two of them. Mr. Jason, do you have any proposals in mind?" Upon hearing Yelena's question, Jason pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Ms. Yi, your question has truly struck a chord with me. As a magician, coming up with the terms for a wager is not something I can conjure up on the spot. However, since both Mr. Lin Yi and I are magicians, I believe there is nothing more fitting than a magical duel. Of course, this is merely my humble opinion. After all, today I am the host and Mr. Lin Yi is the guest. If Mr. Lin Yi finds this unsuitable, I am more than willing to consider alternatives. What do you think, Mr. Lin Yi?" While appearing to respect Lin Yi's opinion, he was subtly advancing his own agenda. As Jason gazed at Lin Yi with a beaming smile, Lin Yi suddenly returned the smile. "I think that sounds splendid. As a newcomer, it is truly an honor to have the opportunity to engage with an esteemed veteran like you. Mr. Yilin, you flatter me. The term senior is somewhat misplaced. Knowledge knows no hierarchy. Those who excel are our teachers. I am but a figure adorned with hollow accolades, unworthy of such an esteemed title. How then do you propose we compare?" Lin Yi, eschewing further pretense, spoke plainly. "Allow me to ponder this." Jason feigned contemplation. "Let us dispense with the complexities. Each shall perform a magic trick, while the other must unveil the illusion and elucidate the principles behind it for the audience. Should one fail to discern the other's technique, it shall be deemed a loss. What do you think?" Upon hearing Jason's suggestion, Lin Yi nodded without hesitation. "Absolutely. I find this method particularly delightful." "Very well. You may now prepare. We shall commence in 10 minutes. Just as Jason finished speaking, Lin Yi shook his head. "There is no need. We can begin immediately." Jason was momentarily taken aback. "Do you not need to fetch your props?" "They are with me." Lin Yi smiled gently. "I see. It appears Mr. Yilin is well prepared for today. I eagerly anticipate your captivating performance." "So do I." As the two conversed, smiles adorned their faces. Yet the spectators sensed an undercurrent of tension in the air, brimming with anticipation for the impending contest. One was a renowned magician of long-standing fame, while the other was a promising newcomer. The former held a distinct advantage, leading the majority of the audience to favor Jason. Only a few, having witnessed Lin Yi's magic before, leaned towards him, though they remained a minority. Among the crowd, however, Hu Dai stood unwaveringly by Lin Yi's side. It seems that the celebrated magician may falter this evening. With that, her gaze shifted towards the stage where Yelena stood, and coincidentally, Yelena's eyes met hers. The tension between them was no less palpable than that between Lin Yi and Jason. Chapter 70. the reappearance of the celestial rope at this moment. All the patrons present were captivated by the high-stakes wager between Lin Yi and Jason. Even the rock band that had been performing on stage willingly vacated the spotlight for the two. Amidst this charged atmosphere, Jason was the first to speak. As our esteemed guest, please, you go ahead. No, I insist, you go first, Lin Yi replied with humility. Then I shall take the liberty to initiate, Jason said, shedding his previous courtesy as the smile on his face vanished. In the next instant, he stepped confidently to the front of the stage. Dear friends and esteemed guests, since the Magician Knight has shown such graciousness, allow me to present my humble attempt first. I wonder if you all remember the manner of my entrance? In foreign lands, it is referred to as the Celestial Rope, while in our Dragon Kingdom, it is known as the Heavenly Rope. This technique has been documented since the Tang Dynasty, and even appears in the Strange Tales from a Chinese studio, where a remarkable individual utilized this extraordinary skill to ascend to the heavens and steal celestial peaches. My curiosity about this ancient illusion led me to scour historical texts, and through diligent research, I have successfully unraveled this long-lost art. Allow me to demonstrate it once more. His words ignited a wave of curiosity among the audience. They had already been intrigued by the sudden appearance of the rope during Jason's initial entrance, and now, with the promise of a repeat performance, their anticipation reached a fever pitch. Lin Yi was no exception. Did Jason truly not fear exposure in such a public demonstration? Or was the principle behind the heavenly rope more complex than he had initially surmised? Just as doubt began to creep into his mind, Jason snapped his fingers. With the crack of his fingers, the previously halted music resumed, filling the air with an exhilarating melody. Amidst the vibrant tunes, he removed his top hat and placed it on the ground. After securing the hat, he produced a vertical flute from within his attire and began to play before the audience. As the melodious notes filled the venue, a thick hemp rope, about the diameter of a thumb, began to rise slowly from within the hat. This astonishing spectacle left the audience wide-eyed with amazement. With each note played, the length of the rope emerging from the hat increased, climbing higher as if it were a bamboo shoot sprouting after rain. Before long, it had ascended to a staggering height of 20 to 30 meters, surpassing even the overall elevation of the Night Demon Bar. Coupled with the brilliant lights above, the spectators craned their necks, unable to discern where the rope ultimately led. The once coiled rope, after reaching a certain altitude, suddenly stretched taut. This singular feat was enough to leave the attendees in awe, prompting an animated discussion among them. How on earth is this possible? How did that coil of rope ascend on its own? I cannot comprehend it. It is utterly baffling. Is there anyone who can shed light on this? I have long been acquainted with this magic trick, yet the underlying principles elude me. I previously searched the internet for answers, but to no avail. The speculations of netizens lack any substantial foundation. This magic truly possesses an intriguing essence, befitting a conjurer of the magical mirror. A tickling sensation ignites within my mind, as if I am on the verge of enlightenment. Indeed, this is a legacy from our ancestors, undeniably wondrous. The magician across from me appears to be in a predicament. It seems that unraveling this illusion poses a considerable challenge. At that moment, Jason abruptly ceased his performance. Then, before the gaze of all present, he approached the vertically suspended rope, grasped it firmly, and tugged downwards, yet the rope remained utterly immovable. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall meet again shortly. With those words, Jason seized the rope and began to ascend. As his body dangled entirely from the rope, a collective gasp escaped the audience, their disbelief palpable. Even Lin Yi's countenance betrayed a flicker of contemplation. How could he possibly achieve this? Struggling to comprehend, he retrieved the diminutive doll that represented Brian from his pocket. As all eyes were fixated on Jason, he whispered to Brian, "Brian, follow him discreetly and be cautious not to be detected." No sooner had he uttered these words than Brian transformed into a tiny fly, buzzing up towards Jason. Meanwhile, Jason continued his ascent, climbing higher and higher. Before long, he vanished from sight, not due to the altitude he attained, but rather because the lights atop the Night Demon Bar were so blinding, and the absence of nearby high-rise illumination cast a shadow beneath them. Furthermore, a dense cloud of smoke lingered at the top of the rope, obscuring the view of the onlookers. 2 minutes after Jason had completely disappeared, the once upright rope suddenly plummeted from the sky, as if stripped of its support. As for Jason, he was nowhere to be found. This spectacle left the audience in a state of astonishment, exclaiming their disbelief. Goodness, he has vanished. Where could he possibly have gone? Is it truly this miraculous? Did he simply take flight? The enigma deepened, leaving them increasingly perplexed. This magic is utterly remarkable. If I fail to decipher the principles behind it, I fear I may struggle to find rest tonight, while the crowd searched this way and that. Attempting to uncover Jason's whereabouts, the grand door of the Night Demon Bar swung open. A beam of light illuminated the entrance, and in the next moment, Jason's familiar voice resonated from the doorway. "Ladies and gentlemen, we meet again." Upon hearing the sound, the crowd hurriedly turned their gaze towards the entrance. There stood Jason, who had just ascended into the sky and vanished, now beaming with a smile. In an instant, the air was filled with enthusiastic applause and cheers. The expressions on everyone's faces were marked by shock and disbelief. They could not fathom how Jason had managed to disappear and then re-emerge from the Night Demon Bar. In response to the crowd's acclaim, Jason, standing at the bar's entrance with open arms, wore a look of smug satisfaction. He did not forget to cast a glance towards Lin Yi on the stage. However, at that moment, Lin Yi completely ignored him. "How about it, Brian? Did you see how he ascended and vanished?" After quietly posing this question, Brian, who had been buzzing around like a fly near his ear, relayed to him what he had just witnessed. Listening intently to Brian's account, Lin Yi nodded repeatedly, his face revealing a look of sudden understanding. "So that's how it is, I see now." It appears he did not unravel the celestial rope, but instead devised an alternative method to replicate its effect. In a certain light, he is rather clever. It is unlikely that others would grasp how he accomplished this, but unfortunately for him, he has encountered me. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. At that moment, the self-satisfied Jason began to stroll towards him. "Mr. Yi, I wonder if you have discerned my method?" he inquired. "It's all right if you haven't tea, for it took me quite some time to unravel this ancient trick. In retrospect, I consider myself fortunate. The wisdom of our ancestors is truly formidable." Just as he finished speaking, Lin Yi chuckled. "I believe I may have grasped it." Jason was taken aback by Lin Yi's response. "You claim you understand?" "Yes, I have a general understanding." "Impossible. You cannot possibly comprehend." Jason's sudden rise in volume immediately drew the attention of the entire crowd. Chapter 71. The principle of the divine rope unveiled just a moment ago. The audience was still enraptured by the astonishment the divine rope had elicited. In the next instant, with a resounding shout from Jason, their attention was instantaneously diverted. At that moment, Lin Yi abruptly approached the MC. "May I borrow the microphone?" Upon hearing Lin Yi's request, the MC instinctively handed it over. At this juncture, the spectators were undoubtedly filled with curiosity regarding the principle behind Jason the magician's divine rope. How did he manage to ascend the rope only to vanish and reappear instantaneously inside the Night Demon Bar? As soon as Lin Yi's words fell, the audience nodded in agreement. "Indeed, how did he accomplish that? I've racked my brain and still can't fathom it. Please enlighten us." "Everyone, do not be hasty. Allow me to explain in detail," Lin Yi replied, as he approached Jason, scrutinizing him from head to toe. At that moment, Jason feigned composure, forcing a smile onto his face. "Magician Jason, may I inspect the rope you just used? I suspect the issue may lie with it." Hearing this, Jason, who had previously displayed a hint of anxiety, subtly exhaled in relief, and his smile became more genuine. "Of course, feel free to examine it." "Very well," Lin Yi responded, moving towards the pile of ropes strewn across the stage. In front of the audience, he bent down to pick up a rope, tugging and pulling at it with an air of utmost seriousness. Observing his demeanor, Jason's smile blossomed further, and he addressed the spectators below, stating, "My rope is entirely devoid of any issues. Should anyone doubt this, please feel free to come forward and inspect it. There are no mechanisms within, merely an ordinary rope." With that, he turned his gaze towards Lin Yi, who was still examining the rope. "So, what do you think, Night Demon Magician? Is my rope free of issues?" "Indeed. It is just an ordinary rope," Lin Yi affirmed, shaking his head, yet a glimmer of confusion flickered in his eyes. "It seems I was mistaken. The mechanism is not with the rope." "Of course it is not with the rope, if it were that simple." "This art of illusion would not have been lost to time," Jason replied with a composed smile, a trace of triumph evident on his face. Yet, Lin Yi's next utterance caused beads of sweat to form on Jason's forehead. "If the rope is free of issues, might the mechanism be concealed upon your person? I hypothesize that above, in a location invisible to us, there exists a small winch, connected to an exceedingly thin, nearly imperceptible thread, the lower end of which is attached to something akin to a fishhook. Perhaps you affixed the fishhook to the top of the rope earlier. When you sound the flute, your assistant will remotely activate the winch to hoist the hemp rope upwards. This is also why you must amplify the sound system during your magic performance. The winch emits a subtle noise while in operation. As for your reason for playing the flute, It is to draw the audience's attention entirely towards you. Upon Lin Yu articulating these words with conviction, the attendees instantly displayed expressions of enlightenment. However, a portion of the crowd still wore puzzled looks, while a trace of barely perceptible anxiety flickered across Jason's face. Don't speak nonsense. How can you be certain I used silk thread? If you have the ability, produce the thread you claim I used. Of course, you wouldn't leave the silk thread behind. You must have removed it while climbing. Lin Yu chuckled and shook his head. You can assert anything now. The crux is that you must provide evidence. Although Jason appeared somewhat uneasy, he managed to maintain a semblance of composure. At that moment, an audience member spoke up. Then how did he vanish after going up there? Another added, indeed. Even if he could send the rope up, how did he manage to disappear in such a brief span of time, only to emerge from the bar's entrance? In response to the crowd's inquiries, Lin Yu refrained from further elaboration. Instead, he retrieved a slender rope from his pocket and stretched it taut between his hands, with one end elevated above the other. After completing this task, he removed his watch and placed it on the rope. As he released his grip, the watch effortlessly slid from the higher point to the lower one with remarkable speed. Though he uttered not a word throughout, the audience, witnessing this demonstration, experienced yet another moment of revelation. Oh, so that is how it works. This is simply the principle of a cableway. They mused. I wondered how he vanished so suddenly. If that's the case, it makes sense. As long as a steel cable is suspended, he could swiftly glide to the rooftop of the bar after ascending, then enter through the rooftop door, finally taking an elevator that had been prearranged to the first floor. I knew he must have been running fast, they concluded. I can imagine he must be sweating profusely now. This explanation led them to suddenly perceive the mystical cable as rather ordinary. But hold on, in ancient times, there were no electric machines, nor any means to construct a cableway at such heights. How did the ancients accomplish this? The crowd engaged in a lively exchange of thoughts. While on stage, Jason was unable to maintain his facade of calmness, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to stand his ground. After all that, where is your evidence? Where is it? These are merely your conjectures. Upon hearing Jason's retort, Lin Yu abruptly turned to face him, his piercing gaze causing Jason to feel a twinge of unease. The evidence lies on the rooftop of the bar. Certainly, you would not permit me to ascend and observe. However, I possess my own methods. In the next moment, Lin Yu unexpectedly raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. At the instant the snap resonated, the sign atop the Night Demon Bar and the large lights on the rooftop extinguished simultaneously, plunging the entire establishment into darkness. This sudden turn of events instantly thrust everyone present into a state of panic, with exclamations of shock echoing throughout the bar. What has happened? Why have the lights gone out? Is the bar experiencing a power outage? Surely not. The lights beside us remain illuminated. It feels as though someone has pulled the main circuit breaker. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, a smile crept onto Lin Yu's face. In his mind, he silently commended, "Well done, Blake." Meanwhile, within the bar, Blake, disguised as an ordinary patron, seized the opportunity presented by the darkness to voraciously indulge in the snacks and fruit platters of unsuspecting customers. Just as the patrons were bewildered by the abrupt blackout, a beam of light suddenly illuminated the sky. At the moment the light flickered to life, the previously disoriented crowd instinctively looked up in its direction. Beneath the pitch-black sky, aided by this beam, some individuals quickly discerned something in the nocturnal veil. Look, there seems to be a rope in the sky. Indeed. It appeared that one end of the rope extended toward the rooftop of the bar. It seemed the magician's earlier claims were veritable. His celestial cord was indeed reliant on this cable suspended above the bar. Oh, no wonder the lights above the bar shone so brightly. As long as the light source is sufficiently radiant, the area above it becomes difficult to discern. I understand now. I truly comprehend. At this moment, the audience collectively grasped the essence of the so-called celestial cord. Meanwhile, Jason, standing on stage, was thoroughly flustered. At that instant, Lin Yu, wielding a flashlight, extinguished its beam and simultaneously instructed Blake to restore the bar's main power supply. In an instant, the lights of the Night Demon Bar flickered back to life, illuminating the small square in front of the bar once more. I trust the astute among you have grasped the situation. What I wish to convey is that this is not a celestial cord at all. It is merely an imitation crafted through modern technology. The true celestial cord does not resemble this. Lin Yu's statement rekindled the curiosity of those who had just felt they had unraveled the mystery of the celestial cord. Chapter 72. I can also the ancient illusion known as the immortal rope may have faded into obscurity. Yet it continues to manifest in numerous cinematic works across the Dragon Kingdom. Even certain tourist attractions have taken to showcasing related performances. And one can readily find magical prompts for sale on popular platforms. However, when it comes to elucidating its underlying principles, the average individual finds themselves at a loss. Lin Yu's recent decryption led the audience to believe they had grasped the secrets of the immortal rope. Yet, his subsequent statement prompted a realization that the phenomenon might not be as straightforward as it appeared. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly reached into his pocket and withdrew a copy of the compilation of Goose Illusions, which he had purchased from a street vendor. By a fortunate coincidence, I too harbor a keen interest in the ancient illusions and colorful tricks of our Dragon Kingdom. This very book conveniently contains an account of the remarkably enchanting immortal rope. It is evident that this magician, Jason, has not genuinely comprehended the essence of this ancient trick. He has merely replicated its effects. Nevertheless, even such mimicry is a rare feat, as most would struggle to conceive of his method. However, to claim this is the true immortal rope is something I cannot accept. In my view, the genuine immortal rope should not rely on such gaudy contraptions, and in ancient times, there were surely no electric devices or remote controls. Lin Yu's assertion immediately garnered unanimous agreement from the audience. I knew it. The authentic immortal rope could not possibly be like this. There were no electric mechanisms in ancient times. So what were the principles behind the ancient immortal rope? Could it be that there were indeed immortals? At this juncture, Jason, whose ruse had been unveiled, seethed with indignation. The notion of the immortal rope is merely a product of exaggerated claims by ancient people. A group of uneducated rural folk often likes to associate the incomprehensible with divine beings. Even if there were no electric devices in ancient times, they must have employed other clever means. My immortal rope and theirs are simply different tools. You've said so much. Can you enlighten us on what the ancient immortal rope truly entails? Undeterred by Jason's skepticism, Lin Yu maintained his composure. Do not rush, Master Jason. I have yet to finish my discourse. After acquiring this book, I conducted meticulous research, and I must admit that through my studies, I have indeed unraveled the secrets of the immortal rope. Humph. Anyone can boast. I have perused countless tomes without gaining such insight. You claim to have deciphered it from just this one book? Jason retorted, his face a mask of disbelief. Magic often relies on a flash of inspiration. And perhaps I was fortunate enough to receive a spark at that precise moment. Of course, I understand that my words may not inspire belief. So I shall boldly demonstrate it for you all. What do you think? As Lin Yu confidently addressed the audience, excitement erupted in the room. The expressions on their faces radiated anticipation and thrill. Wow, he is going to perform the immortal rope. Is it truly exhilarating? Could he genuinely possess the legendary divine rope? Observing his unwavering confidence, it seems he must indeed wield some authentic skill. This is intriguing. I am eager to discern the remarkable qualities of his divine rope. Very well. The upcoming spectacle promises to be captivating. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Lin Yu suddenly stooped to retrieve the hat that Jason had carelessly placed on the ground. Esteemed magician Jason, may I borrow your hat? Upon hearing this, although Jason was initially reluctant, he ultimately acquiesced with a nod. Rest assured, I shall return it to you shortly. With that, Lin Yu seized Jason's hat and tossed it high into the air. As the hat ascended, the audience's eyes instinctively followed its trajectory upwards towards the sky. Just as the hat began its descent, a slender, fair hand swiftly grasped it. When the crowd glanced down to follow the hand, a chorus of gasps erupted throughout the venue. To their astonishment, Lin Yu, who had moments ago donned ordinary attire, was now resplendently clad in his specialized performance ensemble. Dapper tailcoat, gentleman's hat, ebony cape, black bow tie, monocle, and coupled with his handsome visage, he instantly eclipsed the meticulously groomed Jason standing beside him. My goodness, how did he change his outfit so swiftly? Just a moment ago, I glanced up at that hat, and now he has completely transformed. What manner of sorcery is this? Incredible! This seamless costume change surpasses the earlier divine rope in astonishment. He is strikingly handsome. I've only just noticed how dashing he truly is. Indeed, he was markedly more charming than Jason, especially after donning this attire. Remarkable. At this moment, Lin Yu appeared as a consummate magician. It was evident that all present were utterly captivated by Lin Yu's instantaneous transformation. Even Jason, who stood beside him, was taken aback. Just then, Lin Yu returned the hat to the bewildered Jason. Thank you. After smiling and uttering these words, Lin Yu gently removed his gentleman's hat and, mimicking Jason's earlier gesture, placed it in the center of the stage. The audience, witnessing this scene, immediately heightened their focus, their attention riveted on the hat. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall now present to you the true essence of the divine rope, showcasing the ancient and colorful tricks passed down from our ancestors. Please, sharpen your gaze and do not blink. With those words, Lin Yi stepped aside, and with a swift motion, a beautifully ornate and enigmatic wand appeared in his hand. Holding the wand, he resembled an elegant gentleman. In the next moment, he suddenly pointed forcefully at the hat with his wand, while exclaiming, "Rise." At the sound of his command, a rope suddenly sprang forth from within the hat that lay upon the ground. Unlike Jason's previous leisurely ascent, the rope surged upwards with remarkable speed, as if an invisible force were tugging at it. In mere moments, it ascended to a height exceeding 20 meters. One end tethered to the heavens and the other to Lin Yi's hat on stage, standing perfectly straight. The entire spectacle transpired in just a second or two. And before the audience could fully comprehend the phenomenon, the rope appeared as if it were anchored in the night sky. This extraordinary sight left everyone present wide-eyed, exclaiming in astonishment. However, the marvel did not conclude there. Once the rope was fully taut, Lin Yi approached it with a deliberate pace. Ancient texts recount tales of extraordinary individuals who utilize such divine ropes to ascend to celestial realms and pilfer heavenly peaches. Today, I shall emulate those ancient figures and procure some celestial fruits for my esteemed patrons. With that declaration, he grasped the rope with both hands and gave it a robust tug. When the rope exhibited no tremor, he began his ascent. In contrast to Jason, who employed both hands and feet, Lin Yi required no assistance from his legs. He ascended solely through the strength of his arms, effortlessly alternating his grip. His speed was unmatched, and his movements were imbued with elegance. Before long, he reached the pinnacle of the rope. Yet, to the astonishment of the crowd, the rope continued to extend upward. 20 meters, 40 meters, 60 meters. As the rope stretched further, Lin Yi climbed higher. Clad in black and with the moon obscured by clouds, his figure became increasingly indistinct as he ascended, until he was entirely obscured from the view of those below. At that moment, the audience's astonishment reached an unparalleled height. Suddenly, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. Something began to descend from the sky. Drip, drip, drip. What began as a few scattered droplets soon escalated into a downpour. Yet, it quickly dawned on someone that this was no ordinary rain. Goodness, this isn't rain, it's wine. Upon uttering this revelation, others commenced tasting the liquid that fell upon them, and a robust aroma of alcohol enveloped them. The realization that the falling substance was indeed wine left the crowd in utter disbelief. Chapter 73, The True Celestial Trick. A gentle drizzle of wine fell from the heavens, and all eyes were fixed skyward, desperately searching for Lin Yi's whereabouts. Yet, in that vast expanse, Lin Yi's figure was nowhere to be seen, only a straight rope, ascending towards the sky, remained visible. Good heavens, he truly ascended into the heavens. Could it be that he, like the magician from earlier, had arranged a rope in the sky? Unthinkable. The previous magician was summoned by the night demon Bar, and all the mechanisms were meticulously prepared in advance. The latter magician had only taken the stage on short notice, so how could he have set anything up beforehand? Indeed, the night demon magician was affiliated with the Black Rose Bar. Had he performed this act at the Black Rose, it would have been comprehensible, but clearly, he had made no prior arrangements. Could it be that he orchestrated a helicopter in the sky? Was it a helicopter that hoisted him aloft? That seemed even more improbable. The commotion of a helicopter would surely be audible. Just moments ago, the rope had soared upwards with a swiftness that suggested something was pulling it. And what of the wine? Did he somehow bring several bottles with him? The aroma resembled whiskey, with a hint of brandy, quite pure indeed. As the crowd speculated on how Lin Yi managed to ascend and reach such heights, a gasp emerged from the crowd. Look, something appears to be falling from the sky. Everyone quickly tilted their heads skyward, and indeed, they witnessed an array of objects cascading down. The frequency and quantity of the falling items were remarkable. When these objects finally reached the ground, they were astonished to discover that what had fallen from the sky was an abundance of candy. So much candy and chocolate. Upon realizing the nature of the descent, the crowd was both astonished and intrigued, eagerly gathering the candy strewn across the ground. The candy rain lasted a full half-minute, blanketing the ground with a shallow layer of sweets, all of which were swiftly collected by the patrons present. At that moment, the sky began to shower yet another surprise. This time, it was a deluge of flower petals. A gentle breeze scattered the petals everywhere, creating an enchanting scene under the night sky. It elicited cheers of joy from countless onlookers, some of whom whipped out their phones to capture the moment in photos and videos. Standing at the edge of the stage, Yelena's eyes sparkled with amazement. It seemed I had underestimated this young magician. After a moment of reflection, her gaze shifted to the side, landing on Jason. Jason, as a professional magician, can you discern how he executed this celestial trick? Jason, lost in thought while gazing at the sky, suddenly heard her inquiry, and his expression shifted to one of unease. Well, he must have set up some mechanisms in advance, or perhaps he, like me, arranged something in the sky, perhaps a drone of some sort. Please hold on, Yelena. I shall investigate and find out. Upon uttering these words, Jason stepped into the center of the stage. Under the watchful gaze of the audience, he grasped the rope and began to sway it from side to side. However, before he could sway it for long, the rope seemed to lose its tension and plummeted from the sky. Along with the rope, a figure descended. As the spectators witnessed this figure falling from above, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Someone is falling. Move aside. This is it. The magician who just performed is falling. Hearing the cries of alarm, Jason hastily stepped aside. Just as he reached the edge of the stage, a heavy object crashed onto the floor. Bang. To be precise, it was not merely a heavy object, but a man clad in a black suit. At that moment, the man in the black suit lay face down on the ground, motionless. This horrifying sight immediately caused many in the audience to turn pale with fear. Jason, too, was ashen-faced, his legs trembling, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. On one hand, he felt a surge of dread, realizing that had he been a moment slower, he would have been struck. On the other hand, he was terrified, as though he had caused a death. Just then, the crowd began to stir, inciting a commotion. A calamity has occurred. The magician who just ascended has fallen to his death. Falling from such a height must have killed him. It's all that man named Jason's fault. He was performing beautifully, and Jason went and shook his rope, undoubtedly ruining the act and leading to the fatal fall. This must be considered intentional murder. Hearing these accusations, Jason nearly collapsed to the ground. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from the outer edge of the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I wonder if my recent performance of the celestial rope could be deemed successful or thrilling enough. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned towards the source of the voice. To their astonishment, a smiling Lin Yi stood less than 20 meters away. As he approached the stage, the onlookers instinctively parted to create a path for him. In no time, he was back on stage. The first thing he did upon ascending the stage was to pick up the hat he had previously placed on the ground, dusting it off before placing it back on his head. Once he had adjusted his hat, he walked over to Jason, who appeared as if he had just finished a marathon. Jason the magician, I see you are in quite a predicament. You didn't think that the one who fell from the sky was me, did you? By the way, I apologize if I startled anyone present. With that, Lin Yi tipped his hat and bowed to the audience. This was merely an illusion, not a real person. In front of everyone, he turned over the individual who had just fallen to the ground. Upon turning the page, the crowd was astonished to discover that he was, in fact, a mere plastic mannequin, clad in garments identical to those worn by Lin Yi. As this revelation dawned upon them, a collective sigh of relief swept through the audience, followed by a spontaneous and resounding applause. In an instant, the venue erupted with thunderous clapping, and the gazes directed at Lin Yi were infused with admiration. Clearly, Lin Yi's performance of the celestial trick had utterly captivated them. To their eyes, Lin Yi's rendition eclipsed that of Jason by countless measures. His portrayal of the celestial trick was the authentic embodiment of its essence. The applause resounded for over a minute, and as it gradually subsided, Lin Yi spoke once more. By the way, during my ascent to the heavens, I made a brief visit to the celestial palace. In addition to pilfering some exquisite celestial wine and candies, I also managed to acquire a few celestial fruits for everyone to savor. Upon hearing this, the audience was immediately engulfed by curiosity, for Lin Yi's hands were conspicuously empty, giving no indication of possessing any celestial fruits. A female patron, positioned near Lin Yi, eagerly inquired, "Where are the celestial fruits? Where have you concealed them?" The crowd echoed her question, their eyes brimming with intrigue. In response to their inquisitive stares, Lin Yi broke into a smile. In the next moment, he approached Jason once more. "Jason, esteemed magician, may I borrow your hat again?" In a daze, Jason lacked the energy to protest, letting out a deep sigh before removing the top hat from his head. "Take it. Thank you." With the hat in hand, Lin Yi returned to the front of the stage, flipping the hat upside down in his left hand while retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket with his right. During this process, he showcased the interior of the hat to the audience, assuring them that he had not placed any items inside beforehand. Once the demonstration was complete, he covered the hat with the handkerchief. Now, it was time to witness a miracle. As Lin Yi's words trailed off, he swiftly yanked the handkerchief away. In the next heartbeat, a plethora of fruits materialized within the hat. Oranges, apples, bananas, grapes, kiwis, peaches, and plums, an abundance of delights. The hat had transformed into a veritable cornucopia. In an instant, the venue was once again filled with gasps of astonishment and jubilant cheers. Chapter 74. Ancient Colorful Magic. The dragon appears on paper in front of a captivated audience. Lin Yu effortlessly conjured a fruit basket. Although the effect lacked the breathtaking allure of a divine trick, it nonetheless left the spectators in awe. After all, he performed this feat right before their eyes. Undeniably a close-up magic act. Even Jason, who had been lost in thought, exhibited a look of sheer astonishment upon witnessing Lin Yu's skill. If he were to prepare for such a trick, he could manage it as well, but that would necessitate specialized props and meticulous coordination. He could never achieve the same nonchalance with which Lin Yu executed his magic. He could hardly fathom how Lin Yu accomplished such a feat just then. Yelena interjected, "Jason. Magician, what is the principle behind this trick?" "Oh, well, I believe the mechanism must be within that handkerchief." "Yes, definitely on the handkerchief," Jason replied, forcing an answer after a prolonged contemplation. "I see. Then surely, this is a trick that you, Jason, could perform as well?" "Absolutely," Jason answered without a moment's hesitation. Having just been overshadowed by Lin Yu's earlier display, he felt the pressing need to demonstrate his own worth. Otherwise, he feared Yelena would choose Lin Yu, leaving him behind. He was determined not to forfeit this lucrative position. After addressing her question, he once again cast a glance at Lin Yu. At this moment, he could no longer maintain his initial composure. His eyes were brimming with envy and animosity. In his view, the more radiant Lin Yu appeared, the more it underscored his own inadequacy. He had once been the star of the stage, but now all the limelight had been seized by Lin Yu. Every action Lin Yu took seemed a slap in his face. If not for the law against murder, he would have been overcome with the desire to stab Lin Yu. At that moment, Lin Yu began tossing the fruits from his hat into the audience. Once every piece of fruit had been thrown, he returned to Jason's side. Hat in hand. "Thank you for your hat, Jason," Lin Yu said as he handed it back. Standing beside him, Yelena asked, "Why did you use his hat? Don't you have one of your own?" Upon hearing this, Jason himself felt a twinge of curiosity. Of course, it's because Jason's hat possesses immense magical power. Lin Yu replied half-jokingly. "Is that truly the case?" Yelena asked, her face a picture of bewilderment. "Well, do you wish to hear the truth?" "Yes." "Then lean in closer. I shall whisper it to you." Upon hearing this, Yelena leaned in toward Lin Yu. He lowered his voice and confided, "The truth is, peaches and kiwis have fuzz, and it's difficult to clean them off the hat. I'm afraid of the irritation they might cause if I wear it. So I borrowed his instead." At this revelation, Yelena paused in surprise before bursting into laughter, her amusement causing her to double over in mirth. Not far behind, Jason observed Elena laughing with such joy that his expression grew increasingly perplexed. It was only after he placed his hat back atop his head that he felt an unexpected itch. At that moment, he realized the cause, but unfortunately, it was too late. In a fit of anger, he removed his hat and approached Lin Yu. "Ah, so you dare to play tricks on me. Although my magic has been unveiled by you, your performance is yet to unfold. If I expose your magic, then we shall be at an impasse." Enraged, Jason resorted to underhanded tactics. Elena, overhearing, spoke sternly, "Enough, Jason the magician. As per our agreement, the wager has been lost. I, Elena, am able to accept defeat. This car now belongs to you, Knight Lin." With that, she produced the key to the Panamera, preparing to hand it to Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu did not extend his hand to receive it. "I find Jason the magician's reasoning quite valid. The prior performance does not count as my magic. I merely replicated Jason's trick. I am willing to perform another. Moreover, since I interrupted your bar's opening performance, I indeed owe a gesture of compensation." With those words, Lin Yu strode confidently to the center of the stage and took the microphone from the MC. "Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests. Regardless of which bar you initially intended to visit tonight, you deserve an exquisite evening. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Knight Lin, the chief magician of the Black Rose Bar. I shall now present a magic act on the stage of the Night Demon Bar. Should you find my performance captivating, I will be performing later at the Black Rose Bar. You are all cordially invited to attend. Of course, as the Black Rose Bar is an all-female establishment, the gentlemen present may enjoy the performances prepared for you at the Night Demon Bar. I assure you, Ms. Elena has organized a most sincere and spectacular show." With a bow, Lin Yu concluded his address, prompting applause and cheers from the audience once more. Among the crowd, Butterfly's lips curled into a perfect smile. Elena on stage gazed at Lin Yu with newfound admiration, while Jason seethed with resentment. As the applause subsided, Lin Yi continued. In truth, the tricks and illusions bequeathed by our ancestors extend far beyond the earlier performance of Jason, the magician's celestial rope. There exist many more wondrous illusions and feats. Perhaps due to my own limitations, I have only managed to replicate a fraction of them. Today, I dare to present to you one of the ancient colorful tricks, the dragon appearing on paper. With this announcement, the audience's interest was immediately piqued. As the name suggests, a dragon appearing on paper refers to conjuring a dragon upon a blank sheet of paper. However, I am not adept at painting and require the assistance of a skilled artist. I wonder if anyone present would be willing to come forward to create the artwork. With this thought, Lin Yi's gaze swept across the audience. Just then, a hand was raised from the crowd. Let me do it. I am a tattoo artist. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yi realized the speaker was the same enchanting tattoo artist from earlier. A tattoo artist, undoubtedly skilled in drawing, this charming lady will suffice. Please, come up to the stage, Lin Yi invited. Without hesitation, the tattooed beauty ascended the platform. Meanwhile, Yelena proactively inquired, do you need paper and a pen? No need. I have some with me, Lin Yi replied, retrieving a sheet of paper and a pen from his pocket. It seems you have everything in that pocket. Is it customary for magicians to be so well prepared? Yelena chuckled. Indeed, if a magician were to be hit by a car, one might expect it to result in an entire department store. With that, Lin Yi handed the paper and pen to the tattoo artist. After doing so, he turned his attention back to the audience. Now, I would like to invite a member of the audience to specify an animal for this talented lady to illustrate. Let's begin with this lovely lady here. Pointing to a girl who stood less than 2 meters from the stage, Lin Yi noticed her expression of surprise. Me? I would like her to draw a cat. Very well, no problem at all. Lin Yi nodded and glanced at the tattoo artist. I entrust this to you. A small task, she replied, and with that, she began to swiftly sketch on the white paper. In less than a minute, she had outlined a small cat with minimal yet effective lines, clearly showcasing her artistic prowess. The skill of this artist was unexpectedly impressive. If this is the case, my chances of success with this magic trick have just increased. With the drawing complete, now, everyone, please watch closely as I demonstrate how I will bring this little cat to life. As he spoke, Lin Yi took the drawing from the tattoo artist and, in full view of the audience, dramatically produced a lighter and set the paper ablaze. This sudden turn of events left the audience utterly bewildered. Chapter 75, Transformation into a Dragon. As the freshly drawn picture was ignited by Lin Yi's lighter, no one could fathom his intentions, nor could they discern the connection between his actions and the dragon depicted on the paper. Just as the artwork was on the verge of being consumed by flames, a miraculous scene unfolded. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, the blazing fire suddenly began to twist and contort, gradually morphing into the shape of a small cat. This fiery feline, no larger than a palm, was astonishingly lifelike, mirroring the image sketched on the paper. Once the fiery cat took form, it gently leaped into Lin Yi's hand. The spectacle left the onlookers utterly speechless, their astonishment palpable. The tattooed beauty closest to him wore an expression of utter disbelief, as if she could scarcely comprehend the reality before her. At that moment, Lin Yi addressed the flame-wreathed cat. Sit. To the amazement of everyone present, the fiery cat obediently complied, settling down. Then, as if in a playful manner, it lay down once more. The flames in his palm seemed devoid of heat. This enchanting display prompted spontaneous applause from the audience. In the next instant, Lin Yi brought his hands together, causing the fiery cat to vanish in an instant. When he separated his hands again, delicate flames took the form of butterflies, fluttering from his palms and dissipating into wisps of smoke. After the last of the fiery butterflies disappeared, Lin Yi turned his attention back to the tattooed beauty, sensing her potential to become a sorceress. However, this was merely an appetizer. Now, let us elevate the challenge, he announced. What other creatures would you like to see? As he spoke, the enthusiastic crowd erupted with various animal names: lion, tiger, python, shark, dragon. It seemed their preferences were quite diverse. Let us settle this, he continued. I notice a snake tattooed on your arm, madam. Did you create that yourself? Lin Yi inquired, his curiosity piqued by the thorn-entwined serpent adorning her arm. Indeed, I did. The tattooed beauty affirmed with a nod. Your skill is remarkable. In that case, let us draw a snake on paper, Lin Yi proposed. Absolutely, she replied, her enthusiasm evident. In the blink of an eye, she grasped a pen and deftly sketched a vividly detailed snake on the blank sheet. Once she finished, she handed the paper to Lin Yi. Having witnessed the previous spectacle, the audience had already begun to surmise his next move. As anticipated, Lin Yi retrieved his lighter once more and, before all eyes, set the white paper ablaze. Soon, the A4 sheet was engulfed in roaring flames. When the paper had burned halfway, he suddenly tossed it high into the air, and the crowd's gaze followed the trajectory of the flaming sheet. At that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The blazing flames abruptly transformed into a 1-meter-long serpent of fire. Once the fiery serpent took shape, it immediately coiled around Lin Yi's arm. Strangely, the flames seemed to emit no heat at all against his skin. This astonishing spectacle left the onlookers agape, their eyes filled with disbelief. Jason, who had been closely observing Lin Yi, was equally astonished and perplexed, seemingly pondering how Lin Yi achieved such a feat moments ago. He thought he had heard someone mention a dragon, considering the intricacies of drawing a dragon and the preciousness of everyone's time. He decided not to trouble the beautiful lady to illustrate one this time. It is said that a snake can grow into a python into a boa into a flood dragon, and a flood dragon into a true dragon. Fortunately, there was a large serpent present. Lin Yi resolved to assist it in its transformation. As soon as Lin Yi's words faded, before the crowd could comprehend, he blew gently at the fiery serpent in his grasp. In the next moment, the serpent expanded and altered its form slightly. He then exhaled a second breath towards it. The serpent shifted once more, sprouting a singular horn atop its head. With a third breath, the horn fell away, and the creature underwent further transformation. For legs and eagle-like talons emerged from its abdomen, a mane sprouted from its back, and a pair of forked antlers appeared on its head. With its majestic appearance, it was undeniably a fire dragon. As the fire dragon manifested, the audience could no longer contain their emotions. Wow, a dragon. It's a dragon. Incredible. Absolutely astounding. This is beyond impressive. Their astonishment echoed throughout the space. What sorcery is this? How did he conjure a dragon so effortlessly? This is true magic. No, it's not mere magic. It is the ancient illusionary art passed down from our ancestors, a traditional spectacle. This magician is indeed a true professional. In that moment, exclamations of amazement filled the air, as if only such utterances could encapsulate their current sentiments. Meanwhile, Jason also felt the urge to exclaim in amazement but restrained himself. How was this possible? Why could he not discern the method? Could it truly be an ancient illusionary art learned from ancient texts? No, that can't be. Such knowledge should have been lost to time. Damn it, how could he have deciphered it? At that moment, he felt a mixture of jealousy and helplessness. Although the final act had yet to unfold, he recognized that he had already lost. Not only could he not unravel the secrets of Lin Yi's performance, but he also could not articulate even a single principle behind it, rendering him no different from the audience captivated by the spectacle. Just then, after maneuvering the fire dragon around the stage, Lin Yi suddenly opened his mouth. In the next heartbeat, amidst the gasps of the crowd, the fire dragon dove into his mouth. Once the fire dragon had completely burrowed in, he exhaled a plume of azure smoke from his mouth. After this feat, he slowly removed his hat and bowed to the audience present. Thank you all. My dragon on paper has concluded its performance, and I am grateful for your attendance. I would also like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to this lovely lady for her assistance. I hope everyone enjoys a delightful evening. As his words faded, the venue erupted once more into fervent applause, the ovation resounding endlessly, inciting a twinge of jealousy in Jason. Amidst the thunderous applause, Lin Yi turned and approached Jason. Jason the magician, my performance has reached its end. Might you now unveil the secrets behind this illusion? As the crowd observed Lin Yi speaking with Jason, they instinctively ceased their applause, directing their gazes toward Jason. Under the weight of their scrutiny, Jason's expression shifted dramatically. Stammering without uttering a single word, beads of sweat dotted his forehead. Witnessing his struggle, the audience quickly discerned that Jason was utterly at a loss for words, and a chorus of boos erupted in response. This left Jason feeling as though he had been dealt a series of stinging blows. Just as the atmosphere turned palpably awkward, Yelena stepped forward. Clapping her hands, she proclaimed, "Splendid. Truly splendid. The performances of both magicians have opened my eyes. It seems I have lost this wager. I shall honor our prior agreement and present my card to Master Yilin. Furthermore, to express my gratitude for Master Yilin's extraordinary performance tonight, I shall bestow upon him a permanent black gold card for the Night Demon Bar. And I have decided to offer an additional 30 discount on top of the original offer tonight." After delivering this statement, Yelena clapped her hands. "I wish everyone present a joyful evening. Let the music play and the dance continue." No sooner had she finished clapping than the band, which had just exited, returned to the stage, accompanied by a group of young girls resembling a girl band, stepping out with spirited strides from the Night Demon Bar. In an instant, the atmosphere was reignited. Seizing the moment while all eyes were on the girl band's performance, Jason slipped away from the stage. As Yelena descended from the stage, she prepared to hand the car keys to Lin Yi, only to be taken aback when he declined her offer. "I'm sorry, Ms. Yi. I do not possess a driver's license." Upon hearing this, Yelena burst into laughter. Chapter 76, 2 million in hand, restoration technique indeed. Lin Yi did not possess a driver's license, as he had only turned 18 in August and had not found the time to acquire one. Although Yelena had gifted him a car, it was of little use to him. Thus, he quickly devised a compromise. "How about you just give me the money instead? The car is not particularly useful to me, but cash is far more practical." Upon hearing his proposition, Yelena pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well. I shall convert the total price of the car into cash for you. However, I have one condition. You must perform at our Night Demon Bar once a week. Of course, you will not perform for free. The performance fee is set at 5,000 per night, with additional bonuses. What do you think?" As Lin Yi hesitated, a voice from the side interrupted. "I think it's a splendid idea." It was Hu Dai, who had somehow appeared behind him. "She is willing to pay you. Why not accept?" "I've already agreed on your behalf," Hu Dai said, stepping forward to Yelena. Despite Hu Dai being shorter than Yelena, her presence was undeniably formidable. The two women faced each other, locking gazes. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Lin Yi quickly interjected, "Since my boss has already agreed, I must graciously comply." "Excellent. I did not expect Boss Hu to be so generous." "I must thank you," Yelena replied with a broad smile. "No need for thanks. Your salary is indeed higher than mine," Hu Dai responded with a cheerful grin. "Xiao Yi, please provide your bank account number to General Yi. She will transfer the money to your account." Lin Yi nodded earnestly and promptly shared his bank details with Yelena. After receiving the account number, Yelena immediately dialed the number. "I will send you a card number. Please transfer 220,000 to this account shortly." After concluding the call, she hung up without delay. Within less than 2 minutes, Lin Yi felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Upon checking, he saw a notification for a transfer. His heart raced at the sight of the long string of zeros. Although Song Bauer had previously gifted him 5 million, that money was in her account. This 220,000 was undeniably in his own bank account, and the sensation was entirely different. How effortless it could be to acquire money. At that moment, he felt a wave of inexplicable emotion. "Yet, I am certain I can earn even more in the future." After calming his excitement, he turned his gaze towards the stage beside the exhibition booth. "General Yi, is the reward for the rock-paper-scissors game still valid? I no longer need the car. But could I perhaps receive a mobile phone instead?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yelena nodded. "Of course, just go and collect it yourself." "Thank you very much," Lin Yi replied gratefully. After speaking, Lin Yi strode directly to the exhibition stand and picked up a brand new, unopened Fruit 16. In front of Yelena, Lin Yi presented this Fruit 16 to Hu Dai. "Sister, this is for you, as I promised." Hu Dai's face lit up with genuine joy upon receiving the phone. "Thank you, brother." While speaking, she did not forget to cast a provocative glance at Yelena. "And thank you, Mr. Yi. Your generosity today is truly remarkable. May wealth flow abundantly to you." "Xiao Yi, let us head back. We must perform well for Mr. Yi in the future, especially since he has bestowed upon us such a grand gift today." As she spoke, Hu Dai linked her arm with Lin Yi's and walked towards the Black Rose Bar. Watching their retreating figures, Yelena felt her teeth gnash in frustration. "Humph. I will eventually win him over. I, Yelena, have never failed to obtain what I desire, as I possess both strength and cunning. Xiao Yu, please help me look into information on that Yulen." "Certainly, Mr. Yi." Perhaps it was due to Lin Yi's impressive display at the Night Demon Bar earlier. Or perhaps it was his words on stage, but the previously quiet Black Rose Bar was now bustling with activity, with the number of patrons far exceeding the usual. When Lin Yi and Hu Dai returned to the bar, they were taken aback by the scene before them. Where did all these people come from? Yo-Yo. What is going on? Yo-Yo, balancing 4 large mugs of beer in her hands, immediately wore a helpless smile. "I don't know, sister." A huge wave of people just surged in all at once. "I can't chat now. I'm swamped." After answering, Yo-Yo hastily made her way to a booth. It wasn't just her. The other servers in the bar were equally busy, darting about like spinning tops. "It seems your earlier performance attracted quite a crowd. Most of these people must have come for you." After glancing at the patrons, Hu Dai turned to Lin Yi. "That seems likely. Since that is the case, I can't let them down. I'll head to the back to prepare." "Go ahead," You must be tired after that. Let us keep your performance brief tonight. You can finish your shift by 1:30. Thank you, sister. I'll head there now. With that, Lin Yi quickly made his way to the back of the bar. As everyone in the bar was occupied, he found himself alone in the workspace. Upon entering, he didn't immediately begin his preparations. Instead, he casually opened the system interface. He sensed a surge in his magical power, and if all went as expected, it was now past midnight. The time displayed on his watch confirmed this. With the clock striking midnight, the daily sign-in rewards, the mysterious shop, and the daily tasks should have all refreshed. Upon locating the daily check-in interface, Lin Yi casually tapped on the 5th gift box above. The once constantly flickering box dimmed, transforming into a white light that seamlessly entered the system's inventory. A chime echoed. Check-in successful. Today's reward has been issued to the system's inventory. Please collect it, host. Upon finding the location of the gift, Lin Yi concentrated, and the box materialized in his hand. Before he could even touch it, the box converted into a white light, ultimately coalescing into a tome. As anticipated, today's reward was yet another spell. However, when he beheld the cover of the book, a glimmer of curiosity flickered in his eyes. Repair spell? What manner of magic is this? Just as his intrigue peaked, a detailed description manifested in his mind. Repair spell, Tier 0, non-attribute spell. It employs magical energy to physically mend damaged objects. The magical consumption varies based on the size and intricacy of the item being repaired, and it is capable of advancement. So, this was the nature of the spell, another incantation devoid of combat prowess, its effect seemingly not very dazzling. Yet, what did physical repair entail? Could it restore anything that was physically damaged? He was eager to discover the true prowess of this spell. With a sense of wonder, he opened the book. In an instant, the entire volume transformed into a radiant orb and entered his consciousness. Simultaneously, a torrent of memories related to the repair spell flooded his mind. In this recollection, he envisioned himself as a master of the repair spell. With a mere flick of his wand, any broken item would be restored to its former glory. Weapons, armor, clothing, furniture, even those severely damaged could be mended. Remarkably, even human wounds, lacerations, and severed limbs could be healed. The sole prerequisite was that no part could be missing. For instance, if one aimed to repair a broken object, the severed or damaged portion must be nearby. Otherwise, restoration was impossible. After all, it could not conjure matter from thin air. For example, it could not reconstitute a halved watermelon into a whole one. Nor could it transform a torn banknote into 2 intact notes. Were it possible, with merely this repair spell, Lin Yi could effortlessly ascend to the status of the world's richest individual, spending his days tearing and mending currency at home. Additionally, this spell bore a slight flaw. The more intricate the item, the longer the repair would take. For instance, human anatomy, which is quite complex, would require considerable time and a significant amount of magical energy to restore. Nonetheless, Lin Yi felt a tinge of delight upon comprehending the capabilities and functions of the repair spell. To test the effectiveness of this incantation, he casually seized a sheet of tissue paper and tore it to shreds. Then, he cast the repair spell upon it. In the next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded before our eyes, as the shredded pieces of tissue paper, under the influence of an extraordinary force, swiftly converged and ultimately adhered together, transforming into a pristine sheet of paper, with even the creases smoothed away. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with wonder. This spell seemed perfectly suited for the art of illusion. Chapter 77. The Flight Cloak revisited. The restoration spell was feeble, lacking even the slightest combat capability, yet, paradoxically, it possessed the remarkable ability to return a completely damaged object to its original state. Lin Yi found it hard to believe that such a spell was merely a rank 0 incantation. After the initial surprise, his attention shifted to the mysterious shop. Unsurprisingly, the shop had updated with merely 3 items today, 2 at regular prices and 1 on sale. Magical Pet, Green Dragon, upon use. This item summons an adult green dragon to serve as your magical companion. As a magical dragon, the green dragon possesses an extraordinary aptitude for magic, being a natural sorcerer. It serves as an excellent combat aid as well as a splendid mount. Price, 9 million magical gold coins. It was evident that this first item was beyond Lin Yi's means, while riding a dragon was undeniably impressive, affording it was another matter entirely. However, the second item at regular price piqued his interest. Magical item, Enhanced Flight Cloak. Crafted by an alchemy master, this high-tier magical artifact is an upgraded version of the Flight Cloak. Enchanted with a 3rd-tier spell, Flight, along with a 2nd-tier spell, Invisibility, 3rd-tier spell, damage immunity, and a first-tier spell transformation. Price: 20,000 magical gold coins. Upon first glance, he mistook this item for the flight cloak previously available in the mysterious shop. However, after reading the description, he realized it was not the same cloak that had been priced at 1,000 gold coins, but rather its upgraded variant. Not only did it boast significantly enhanced features, but its price had also escalated 20-fold. When converted to real-world currency, this magical artifact was valued at a staggering 2 million. Despite this, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming desire for the item. Setting aside all else, the mere ability to fly justified the price. Most individuals would undoubtedly prefer to invest 2 million in the ability to soar through the skies rather than on a luxury sports car. Lin Yi was no exception. Moreover, the cloak offered additional capabilities, such as invisibility, which was arguably even more valuable than flight itself. Having recently won 2 million from Yulina, acquiring this item seemed preordained. At that moment, Lin Yi made his decision. Yet, it was clear that the time was not yet ripe, for there was still a third item to consider. Discounted item, Skill Scroll, Theft. Crafted by a Grand Sorcerer, this magical scroll contains a sealed 8th-tier spell, Theft. Upon using this scroll, one can steal a single ability from a chosen target, but it may only be used 3 times. Price: 500 magical gold coins. Upon seeing this item, Lin Yi's brow furrowed in disappointment. Previous discounted items had been potent magical artifacts, but this time, it was merely a scroll with limited usage. Although the scroll contained an impressive 8th-tier spell, it seemed rather ineffectual, at least within the confines of the real world. In a realm populated by ordinary individuals, what could he possibly steal? The ability to excel in advanced mathematics? Indeed. One might ponder the prospect of acquiring the mathematical prowess of a higher mathematics instructor should one fail to pass future examinations. Such a notion, however, feels somewhat unjust, as 500 magical coins equate to a staggering sum of $50,000 merely for such a skill. Nonetheless, I shall resort to pilfering knowledge from the subject in which I falter. On another note, it appears that I have finally come across 2 items within my financial reach. After a moment of reflection, Lin Yi closed the mysterious shop and shifted his gaze toward the daily tasks. The daily tasks were equally extraordinary. As an apprentice mage, apart from mastering formidable spells, you are required to possess profound knowledge and exceptional artistic talents. Please learn and initially grasp an art form within a single day. Completion reward: 300 magical coins, special skill, noble etiquette. Upon reading the task details, a flicker of confusion crossed Lin Yi's eyes. Must a mage truly delve into the realm of art? Learning an art form within a day seems an insurmountable challenge, especially considering my utter lack of artistic inclination. As he lamented, his singing was off-key, his drawing lacked any semblance of aesthetic appreciation, and he had never even brushed against other artistic disciplines. This was partly due to his financial constraints, and partly due to his distinct lack of talent. Much like the majority of ordinary individuals who could only watch their classmates and friends showcase their skills at various gatherings. Just as he began to feel overwhelmed, a thought struck him regarding the recently acquired theft scroll. Perhaps there was a glimmer of hope after all. Tomorrow evening marked the school's welcome gala, where numerous professional performers would be present. Simply pilfering a skill from one of them would suffice. Truly, the heavens do not forsake us. With this realization, he felt a wave of calm wash over him. He casually closed the system interface, approached a nearby mirror to adjust his attire, and then made his way toward the workshop exit. As he pushed open the workshop door, the pulsating rhythm of music filled his ears, accompanied by the stirring shouts of the MC. Now, let us welcome the mage from another world, the chief magician of the Black Rose Bar, Lin Yi. Upon hearing this announcement, Lin Yi understood that it was his moment to shine. In the next instant, he strode confidently toward the stage. The moment he stepped onto the platform, the bar erupted in cheers and applause, the faces of the audience alight with excitement and fervor. Following tradition, Lin Yi performed a courteous hat tip to all the spectators. Good evening, beautiful ladies and gentlemen. I am deeply grateful for your enthusiastic support. In return, I shall present to you the most captivating performance in my utmost sincerity. Having just performed 2 grand spells outside, my magical energy has been somewhat depleted. Thus, I will now showcase some simpler yet equally enchanting tricks. His words were not mere fabrications. They were indeed the truth. The recent series of magical incantations had drained a considerable amount of his magical energy, and he had yet to recuperate significantly. The first illusion I shall perform today is titled Mending the Broken Mirror. At this juncture, I would like to inquire if anyone here understands the meaning of this phrase. As soon as Lin Yi uttered these words, a young lady promptly raised her hand. I know. Mending the broken mirror refers to a couple reuniting after a separation. The young woman was indeed correct. That is one interpretation of the phrase. However, it merely conveys a metaphorical essence. In reality, when a mirror shatters, it cannot be restored to its original state. Even if one attempts to piece together the fragments, it will never regain its former appearance. This holds true not only for mirrors, but for all objects. I wonder if you all agree with my assertion. The audience nodded in agreement. Yet, at that moment, Lin Yi abruptly shifted his tone. But I am different. I am a magician endowed with the power of magic. I possess the ability to restore those shattered items through enchantment. Please do not misconstrue my words. If your relationship with your partner has faltered, I possess no means to mend that. His statement elicited a hearty round of laughter from the assembled crowd. All right, let us return to the matter at hand. I now require the presence of several items from you all to serve as props for my illusion. The only stipulation is that these items must be intact yet capable of being destroyed. Anything will suffice. No sooner had he finished speaking than the audience eagerly began to present their belongings, and soon, Lin Yi's vicinity was overflowing with various items. Chapter 78. The Broken Mirror Repaired. A marvelous restoration technique confronted with an assortment of items strewn across the table. Lin Yi meticulously selected 5 objects: a small cosmetic mirror, a notebook, an apple, a folding umbrella, and a piece of clothing. After extracting these 5 items, he returned the remainder to the onlookers present. At this moment, curiosity enveloped the crowd as they pondered Lin Yi's intentions. Amidst their inquisitive gazes, Lin Yi raised the small mirror and proclaimed, I must forewarn you that I may resort to violent destruction of these items. If any of you feel sentimental, now is the time to voice your concerns. His gaze shifted towards those who had provided the props, yet none expressed regret. Excellent. It appears I have garnered considerable trust. In that case, let our performance commence. As his words faded, he revealed his trusty companion, a large handkerchief tucked away in his pocket. With the handkerchief, he covered the area before him and, with a swift tug, conjured a small round table from thin air. After materializing the table, he produced a hammer from behind his back. Wrapping the small cosmetic mirror in the handkerchief, he placed it upon the table and, before anyone could react, he struck it with a mighty blow. Instantly, the sound of shattering echoed from within the handkerchief. When he unveiled the contents, the once intact cosmetic mirror, along with its plastic base, lay in ruins, reduced to countless shards. The audience initially believed the spectacle concluded, yet Lin Yi, upon glancing at the remnants, displayed a look of dissatisfaction. Not shattered enough. It requires another strike. With that, he carefully rewrapped the mirror and delivered another powerful blow. Upon unveiling it once more, the small mirror had nearly disintegrated into powdery fragments. Observing the pitiful state of her mirror, its owner could not help but feel a pang of regret. In her concern, she inquired, Master Lin Yi, are you certain you can restore it to its original form? Her question elicited intrigued expressions from the other patrons in the bar. Of course. Otherwise, I would not dare to smash it so recklessly. If this mirror holds special significance for you, I could never compensate for it. He continued, well, it seems sufficiently shattered now. It is time to witness a miracle. However, as the owner of this mirror, I will need a touch of your power. So please come up to the stage. Upon hearing Lin Yi's invitation, the girl who had provided the mirror hurriedly ascended the stage. Lin Yi casually draped the handkerchief over the mirror once more. Now follow my lead. When I count to 3, you shall blow gently towards the position of the mirror. Okay, the girl replied, her voice tinged with nervousness. 1, 2, 3. Upon uttering the final number, she silently cast a restoration spell towards the mirror concealed beneath the handkerchief, simultaneously blowing softly in its direction. After completing the incantation, she turned her gaze towards Lin Yi. As night fell, the magician inquired, are we ready? Indeed. You may now unveil your mirror to see if it has been restored. Lin Yi nodded in affirmation. At his words, the girl eagerly lifted the cloth. The moment the cloth was removed, a pristine little makeup mirror lay quietly upon it. Witnessing this scene, the girl could not restrain her gasp of astonishment. Oh, it truly has been repaired. How remarkable. Lift it to verify it still reflects your visage. Otherwise, one might accuse me of a switch, Lin Yi remarked. Upon hearing this, the girl hastily picked up the mirror, scrutinizing it earnestly. Before long, she nodded. It is indeed mine. My stickers are still affixed to it. As she uttered these words, the onlookers cast incredulous glances at one another. Is it truly so wondrous? I distinctly saw him shatter that mirror to smithereens. I witnessed it as well. It was utterly destroyed, yet it has returned to its former glory. Goodness. I have come daily these past few days, and the magic of the Nightfall Magician never ceases to astonish me. Today is no exception. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed such an event to be real. In that moment, praises erupted from the crowd. At this juncture, Lin Yi picked up another item, the second notebook. As he grasped the notebook, his gaze turned towards its provider. Might I inquire, does this notebook contain any significant records? Hearing his question, the girl who had provided the notebook smiled gently. Oh, it is nothing of great importance. Merely some daily musings regarding my ex-girlfriend. We have amicably parted ways now, and I thought this item might no longer serve a purpose. You need not worry should it become damaged. I see. Thus, it appears this is not an ordinary notebook, as it holds memories. Regrettably, I cannot mend sentiments. Lin Yi replied. Such an item is rather unique and may require a special method of destruction. Perhaps you should destroy it yourself. I shall prepare some materials. Please wait a moment. With that, Lin Yi proceeded toward the restroom. Upon his return, he held a basin filled with water. Setting the basin upon the table, he addressed the girl. You shall personally tear apart your memories and cast them into this basin. Let the water cleanse all remnants, granting you a fresh start. Very well. I shall, she nodded, taking the notebook to the basin. Taking a deep breath, she began to tear the pages from the notebook one by one, casting each into the water. Before long, the entire notebook lay in tatters within the basin, and she did not relent, tearing the remnants into even smaller pieces. As she tore, tears streamed down her face, revealing that her heart was far from the calm facade she portrayed. Only when she had torn the entire notebook into shreds and soaked it into a pulpy mass did her overwhelming emotions finally subside. After wiping away her tears, a smile returned to her face. Thank you, Nightfall Magician. I suddenly feel so much better. You feel better, but my task has become rather daunting. It's nearly turned into pulp, Lin Yi remarked, gazing at the remnants of the notebook that were almost fully disintegrated in the basin. Well, it doesn't really matter. Even if it can't be restored, I've already let it go, the girl smiled. Indeed, this does seem quite challenging. The other patrons chimed in as they observed the notebook's near-pulp state. Perhaps we should just give up. It's akin to a factory reset. A factory reset couldn't be this disastrous, could it? If it can be restored, I would gladly drink 2 cups upside down today. Although I have great faith in the Nightfall Magician's abilities, this truly seems quite difficult. This might be harder than repairing an aircraft carrier. Though it is challenging, I shall give it a try. If I succeed in the restoration, I would appreciate a round of applause from everyone. With that statement, Lin Yi once again produced the cloth, placing it over the basin. All right, as per usual, you are its owner. I will count to 3. And you will blow a breath towards it. Understood? The girl who provided the notebook nodded. 1, 2, 3. As Lin Yi's words faded, the girl blew a breath towards the basin, and Lin Yi discreetly activated the restoration spell. You may open it and take a look now. At the sound of Lin Yi's words, the girl hesitantly extended her hand. In the next moment, she unveiled the cloth covering the basin before the eyes of all present. At the instant the cloth was lifted, gasps of astonishment filled the bar. There, nestled in the basin, lay a perfectly intact notebook. To be precise, it was not entirely unscathed, as it remained submerged in water. While the crowd remained in stunned silence, a hand swiftly retrieved it from the basin. And the owner of that hand was none other than Lin Yi. Chapter 79, Restoration when the notebook emerged unscathed from the basin. The expressions of those in the bar shifted dramatically, filled with disbelief and astonishment. The girl, the owner of the notebook, looked equally stunned as she gazed at the item in Lin Yi's hands. At that moment, Lin Yi broke the silence with a smile. If you truly wish to forget a memory, you should not bury it, but confront it. Years from now, when you casually stumble upon this notebook and merely smile at its contents, that will be the moment you have genuinely let go. You have torn apart only a notebook. You cannot erase the memories of the past. Take it back. As he spoke, Lin Yi returned the notebook to the girl. She examined it carefully before nodding and solemnly placing it back into her bag. In an instant, the bar erupted in resounding applause. The audience once again astonished by the miracle they had just witnessed. The words incredible seemed to have lost their meaning. As the applause gradually subsided, Lin Yi raised his hands, signaling to the audience. All right, we shall now elevate the difficulty. Please keep your eyes wide open. With that, he slowly picked up an apple from the table. As you can see, I hold a perfectly ordinary apple, correct? The crowd nodded in agreement. To prevent any suspicion of a switch, I will mark it. With that, Lin Yi produced a marker from seemingly nowhere and inscribed the number 8 upon the apple. After completing his task, he retrieved a fruit knife from his sleeve and, before the eyes of all present, sliced the apple into 8 pieces. Just when the audience assumed the trick had concluded, he unexpectedly took a piece from the apple and, in full view, placed it in his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. Quite delightful and sweet. Let us have another piece. He then took a second slice, followed by a third, fourth, fifth, and so on, until only a small fragment remained on the table. At this sight, the audience widened their eyes in disbelief. Wait, how did you eat all of that? Indeed. There's just a tiny piece left. It's hard to believe it can be restored. That seems impossible. The rest is in his stomach. How can it be recreated? If he manages to pull this off, I'll drink 4 cups upside down. Did you even drink earlier? And yet you're saying this now. If he succeeds this time, I'll drink upside down as well. It appeared that skepticism lingered among the crowd. However, Lin Yi, brimming with confidence, declared, "But magic exists to create miracles. So, are you all ready to witness another wonder?" Upon Lin Yi's utterance, the attendees immediately heightened their focus, their gazes fixed upon him, brimming with anticipation. At that moment, Lin Yi unexpectedly tossed the final piece of apple into his mouth. After a couple of chews, he exhibited a distinct swallowing motion in his throat. The crowd was left utterly bewildered. Before they could comprehend the situation, Lin Yi suddenly produced the previously used handkerchief to cover his mouth and mimicked the act of gagging. When he turned back around, he revealed the handkerchief, unfolding it to disclose an intact apple nestled within. Astonishingly, a number 8 was inscribed on the apple with a marker, facing the crowd. As Lin Yi raised the numbered apple triumphantly above his head, the bar erupted in astonishment once more. Good heavens! He truly restored it. How is this possible? Such absurdity in this world. Is this science? Is it rational? No. How could something that was shredded and swallowed be restored? What else might he be capable of restoring? Surely, he must have switched the apples. The prior apple was clearly obliterated. If this is indeed true, he could single-handedly run a fruit shop, slicing one half and retaining the other, never running out of stock. At this moment, the crowd was enveloped in sheer astonishment. It seems my magic is rather formidable, Lin Yi thought as he casually retrieved the fruit knife and began peeling the apple in his hand. With his meticulous technique, the apple skin was flawlessly peeled away, forming a continuous strip. Holding the apple skin in his left hand and the peeled apple in his right, he called out, "Does anyone wish to have an apple?" No sooner had he spoken than numerous hands shot up in response. After scanning the eager faces, Lin Yi pointed casually at a girl with short hair. "You there? Get ready. I'm about to toss the apple to you." Upon hearing this, the girl nodded eagerly. The next moment, Lin Yi hurled an object in her direction, prompting the crowd's eyes to instinctively follow its trajectory. However, upon catching the object, the girl was astonished to find that it was not an apple at all, but rather a pear. Staring at the pear in her hand, she was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's voice resonated once more from the stage. "My apologies. I threw the wrong one. This is the one meant for you." Upon hearing this, the crowd redirected their gaze towards Lin Yi, and in an instant, they beheld the flawless apple in his right hand, the skin having miraculously regrown, and the number 8 completely intact. Without further ado, Lin Yi tossed the apple towards the girl. After instinctively reaching out to catch the apple, the short-haired girl immediately began to scrutinize it. Upon her inspection, she discovered that the apple remained unchanged, not a single mark of peeling or even a cut was present. Faced with such an astonishing outcome, she couldn't help but express her amazement. Like her, the audience was utterly captivated by Lin Yi's extraordinary performance. After a moment of astonishment, they erupted into enthusiastic chants. "Once more. Once more. We want to see more. Don't stop." In response to their fervent calls, Lin Yi did not hesitate. He turned and stepped back to the center of the stage. At that moment, only 2 props remained, a folding umbrella and an article of clothing. Much like the previous 3 items, these final props were subjected to various acts of destruction before Lin Yi miraculously restored them to their original form. Throughout the entire process, the audience's gasps and cheers never ceased. As he returned the last piece of clothing to its rightful owner, he bowed to the audience below. "Thank you, beautiful ladies. And thank you all for appreciating my magic. This concludes tonight's performance. I hope you all have a delightful evening. We shall meet again tomorrow night, when I shall present an even more spectacular show." With that, he prepared to exit the stage, while the crowd displayed expressions of lingering desire for more. Just then, an unexpected commotion erupted from the direction of the bar's entrance, accompanied by shouts, curses, and cries of distress. Upon hearing this uproar, The crowd instinctively turned their gaze towards the bar's entrance. In an instant, they beheld a group of 7 or 8 drunken men embroiled in a confrontation with several bar staff. This sudden turn of events immediately captured the attention of everyone present, including Lin Yi. Chapter 80. You have been given a chance, yet you prove inept. Isn't this a bar? Why are we not allowed to enter? A group of men, appearing to be in their 20s or 30s, dressed in suits and reeking of alcohol, clamored outside the entrance. A bar is supposed to be a place for drinking, right? Do you think we lack funds? Let me assure you, I have more than enough money. Hurry up and let me in. At the entrance of the Black Rose Bar, a gentle waitress was attempting to explain the situation to them. I apologize, gentlemen, but our establishment is exclusively open to female patrons. Only admitting women? What a farce. You must think I am broke, don't you? Allow me to enlighten you. I possess ample wealth. As he spoke, the leader of the group, clad in a gray suit, unfastened his jacket and produced a thick wad of cash. See this? Let me in at once. I wish to indulge in some drinks. After his proclamation, his companions chimed in with mischievous grins. A bar exclusively for women, you say? How splendid. All women, let us in. Do you have any female companions available? Quickly summon a couple. Isn't that how you profit? Laughter erupted from the group following his words. After their boisterous laughter, they attempted to force their way inside. The female waitstaff were powerless to stop them, and the women present scattered aside, fearing they might be inadvertently harmed. Just as they were about to breach the bar, a figure stood resolutely in their path. Gentlemen, I advise you to leave at once. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to expel you. Upon hearing this voice, the men, who had been recklessly advancing, paused and looked up. In an instant, they beheld a tall figure clad in a black gentleman's suit, Lin Yi, standing no more than a meter in front of them. Upon seeing Lin Yi, they appeared momentarily stunned. Isn't that a man? How can he enter if this is a bar for women? One questioned. Perhaps it is because he is handsome. Or maybe he merely looks like a man. He could be a gay. They laughed heartily again. At this moment, Lin Yi smiled, shaking his head slowly. He then removed his top hat and monocle, handing them to a nearby female patron. Would you be so kind as to hold these for me? Thank you. Seeing his gesture, the intoxicated men began to size him up. What is this? You, a pretty boy, wish to challenge us? You have quite the audacity. Trying to show off in front of these women. With those spindly arms and legs, you think you can match us? Come, let us see what you've got. One particularly tall and burly man removed his suit jacket, revealing a muscular physique. As he executed a bicep curl, his biceps immediately surged into a prominent peak. Come on. Pretty boy, let us see if your thighs are as thick as my arms. Lin Yi replied with a cold smirk. Just as he was about to impart an unforgettable lesson to the other party, a delicate hand rested upon his shoulder. Xiao Yi, do not act impulsively. I will handle this. Turning his head, Lin Yi discovered Hu Dai, adorned in a graceful qipao, standing beside him, subtly positioning herself as a shield. At that moment, Hu Dai's enchanting face was clouded with frost, her gaze icy as she addressed the unruly group. Do you even comprehend where you are? How dare you cause a disturbance here? Upon hearing her words, the drunken men merely scoffed. What is this place? It's just a bar. Bars are meant for drinking. We are not breaking any laws by being here. This lady is quite beautiful. How about sharing a drink later? As he spoke, a burly, muscular man reached out toward Hu Dai, attempting to pull her into his embrace. However, before his hand could grasp her, a slender, fair hand seized his wrist. The moment the towering man attempted to react, he felt a powerful force emanating from his wrist. At that instant, he believed his wrist might shatter, and the intense pain caused him to scream in agony. Just as he let out a couple of cries, another hand clamped around his neck, lifting him off the ground with an uncontrollable force. Cough, cough. Struggling for breath, he finally discerned the visage of the hand's owner. You seem to enjoy working out, yet it appears your muscles have taken residence in your brain. Dressed in a gentleman's suit, Lin Yi, appearing slender, had his right hand firmly around the burly man's neck, hoisting him effortlessly overhead. The man, weighing at least 200 pounds, felt weightless in Lin Yi's grasp. Witnessing this spectacle, the expressions of all present reflected sheer astonishment. Both the female patrons in the bar and the burly man's companions were utterly bewildered, unable to fathom how someone so slight could possess such strength. Even Hu Dai, standing beside Lin Yi, was taken aback. At that moment, the man being lifted turned a deep shade of red, his mouth rendered speechless. Observing his state, Lin Yi gradually released his grip, allowing him to descend to the ground. The moment he was freed, the man collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air, occasionally erupting into violent coughs. Once he regained his composure, perhaps feeling humiliated, he bellowed to his companions, "Damn it, beat this pretty boy to a pulp. I'll take responsibility for any trouble that arises." As soon as he uttered those words, his companions immediately lunged at Lin Yi, who, undaunted, transformed into a dapper enforcer. Engaging against 7 adversaries, he swiftly dispatched them with a flurry of punches and kicks, bringing them all to the ground in under a minute. After subduing the group, he approached the towering man who now sat on the ground, his face a canvas of sheer terror. Crouching before him, Lin Yi gently patted the man's shoulder and remarked, "I extended you an opportunity, yet you proved ineffectual. Not only are you lacking, but so are your companions. I shall grant you another chance. If you can crawl out of the bar, I will spare you. Otherwise, I shall leave you resembling a pig's head. Can you manage that?" At that moment, as the man hesitated, Lin Yi's crow figurine glimmered ominously. In the next instant, the man was horrified to witness dark smoke emanating from Lin Yi's form, transforming his visage into that of a demon, with blood-red eyes and razor-sharp teeth. Utterly terrified, the man scrambled away without a word, while his companions, equally frightened, obediently crawled out of the Black Rose Bar. Once outside, they fled in haste, disappearing from sight in no time. The female patrons inside the bar were left in a state of bewilderment, astonished that Lin Yi single-handedly dispatched the drunken ruffians and sent them fleeing with but a word. Amidst the confusion, many of the women gazed at Lin Yi with starry eyes, utterly captivated by his suave appearance while fighting in a suit. At that moment, Lin Yi rose from the ground, adjusted his attire, and approached the girl who had held his hat and glasses for him. She, like most others present, looked at him with a smitten expression. "Thank you," he said, taking the hat and glasses from her hands and placing them back on. After donning the hat, he turned to the nearby Hu Dai and said, "It's getting late. I shall take my leave. If those men return to cause trouble, do call me." Upon hearing this, Hu Dai snapped back to reality, suddenly feeling an unprecedented sense of security emanating from the boy she had regarded as a younger brother. "Rest assured, they won't dare return. Be safe, and text me when you get home." "Understood, sister," Lin Yi replied before departing the Black Rose Bar with a graceful stride, his silhouette soon vanishing into the night. Meanwhile, not far down an adjacent alley, a girl clad in a cyberpunk style, wielding a butterfly knife, stood poised with a group of sharply dressed women, confronting the drunken men who had just caused a ruckus in the Black Rose Bar. The elder sister declared that they should be left with half a life, before stripping them bare and casting them into the streets. No sooner had she uttered these words than the group of girls surged forward, and soon the alley echoed with anguished cries. When Lin Yi returned home by taxi, the clock had already struck 2:30 in the morning. Most of his roommates had succumbed to slumber, save for Qin Yuxiwei, who was still broadcasting live. Lin Yi felt a wave of warmth wash over him as he noticed a late-night snack and a bowl of silver ear milk pumpkin soup hanging from his doorknob. Judging by the packaging, it seemed that Qin Yuxiwei had prepared it herself. Overcome with gratitude upon seeing these gestures, he mused that perhaps he should bring her a token of appreciation tomorrow. It would seem rather ungracious otherwise. With that thought, he carried the late-night meal and dessert into his room. After a quick shower, he utilized a cleaning spell to tidy his clothes, and after savoring his meal, he opened the mysterious shop. He had already tested it in the taxi, discovering that the system could directly deduct funds from his bank card. This meant he need not make a special trip to the bank for cash, allowing him to directly exchange for magical coins. The thought of the flying cloak within the mysterious shop ignited a fire within his heart. "System, top up my account," he commanded eagerly. Chapter 81. The powerful flying cloak. After recharging 1 million, Lin Yi directly acquired 21,000 magical coins. This marked the highest amount of magical coins he had ever possessed since obtaining the system. Yet, before he could even warm them with his grasp, he hastily spent them on items from the mysterious shop. As the magical coins vanished, 2 items materialized before him, a red cloak and a parchment scroll. The red cloak was an upgraded version of the flying cloak, and Lin Yi felt an unprecedented surge of potent magic emanating from it. The parchment scroll was a skill scroll for steel. The total expenditure for these 2 items amounted to 2,500 magical coins. Although substantial, he felt no regret. He first stowed away the scroll and gazed fervently at the red cloak before him, approximately 1.5 meters in length when draped over his shoulders. Its hem would nearly touch his shoes. The exterior of the cloak was etched with intricate magical runes, subtly pulsating with arcane energy. As he scrutinized the cloak, an astonishing event unfolded. The red cloak, previously lying still, suddenly lifted into the air as if endowed with life. When Lin Yi reached out to grasp it, it floated aside, evading him repeatedly. What is going on? Does this cloak possess its own consciousness? Lin Yi mused, determined to capture it. I refuse to believe I cannot seize you. Resolutely, he invoked the mage's hand, and two invisible hands reached for the cloak. However, its agility surpassed his expectations. Even with his magical manipulation, he was unable to ensnare it. It darted around the small room like an elusive eel. What a bizarre cloak. Fine, you have compelled me. With that, a staff materialized in his hand. Without any visible motion, a mirror image of Lin Yi appeared beside him, followed by a second, a third. In no time, four duplicates of Lin Yi filled the room. Together, the five Lin Yis coordinated their efforts to chase the cloak. As the cloak retreated to a corner, yet another Lin Yi emerged. Got you, one exclaimed as he seized the cloak. Despite its vigorous struggles, it could not escape the grasp of Lin Yi. Be still. If you continue to squirm, I shall tear you apart. Perhaps frightened by his words, the cloak ceased its writhing. Observing this, Lin Yi relaxed his grip. Yet, in the next instant, the cloak slipped from his fingers. Just as he anticipated another round of hide-and-seek, it unexpectedly fastened itself around Lin Yi's shoulders. Once secured, it adjusted its length to suit his height. Why the sudden compliance? Was it merely playing a prank? As he regarded the cloak now adorning him, curiosity danced across Lin Yi's face. In order to ascertain the nature of this cloak, he casually opened the illustrated guide contained within his backpack and located the page corresponding to the flying cloak. Soon, pertinent information unfurled before him. Upgraded flying cloak. Item level. Advanced magical artifact. Information. A masterpiece crafted by the alchemy master Renata Grask. This artifact harmonizes various forms of magic, possessing formidable powers while gradually developing a semblance of consciousness. Effect 1. Flight. When casting the flight spell, every 2 points of mana sustain it for 1 minute. Effect 2. Invisibility. When casting the invisibility spell, every 2 points of mana sustain it for 1 minute. Effect 3. Damage immunity. Requires no active release. It can withstand magical and physical attacks of up to level 3. Effect 4. Shapeshifting. Can alter its form according to the user's needs without consuming magic. Effect 5. Self-cleaning and self-repair. With 5 remarkable effects, 2 active and 3 passive, it was undeniably powerful. While the last 2 effects were of lesser significance, the first 3 were exceedingly useful. The capabilities of flight and invisibility were indisputable, and the ability to resist damage was equally practical. Although he was uncertain of the strength of third-level magical attacks, they certainly surpassed that of ordinary firearms. This implied that as long as he shielded himself with the cloak, he could completely withstand gunfire. Excellent. The expenditure of 20,000 gold coins was justified. Now it was time to test its specific capabilities. As he spoke, he made his way to the balcony. Perhaps due to the fact that this residence was specifically intended for rental, the master bedroom lacked a sealed balcony. Standing before the railing, Lin Yi could feel the refreshing breeze from the lake. After taking a deep breath, he climbed onto the railing and without a moment's hesitation, leaped down. Fortunately, it was the early hours of the morning and the streets were deserted. Had it been at any other time, he might have been mistaken for someone contemplating a leap from despair. Upon his descent, he plummeted rapidly. Just as he was about to crash to the ground from a height of 30 meters, an invisible buoyancy surged forth. In that moment, he felt as light as a feather, not only halting his fall but also lifting him slowly upwards. The crimson cloak billowed behind him, rustling in the night wind. As he ascended to approximately 200 meters above ground, the landscape within a 10-kilometer radius unfolded beneath him. He floated serenely in the air, entirely disregarding the gravitational pull of Blue Star and his own weight. This sensation was utterly distinct from the simulated flight of a mage's hand. His body felt completely unrestrained, allowing him to execute any movement he desired, akin to a fish gliding through water. Was this the essence of flight? It was truly marvelous. With the addition of a red pair of shorts, he could easily masquerade as a superhero. He had indeed learned to fly. Yet he pondered how swift his flight could be. Upon contemplating this, his figure immediately sprang into motion. Initially, he moved at a leisurely pace. But as he grew accustomed to flying, his speed increased exponentially. In a short span, he soared to his school, circling it gracefully. Although he did not precisely measure his current velocity, he surmised it must exceed 120 yards. After testing his speed, he endeavored to assess his altitude. However, this endeavor was cut short. As the higher he ascended, the more intolerable the frigid temperatures became. Thus, Upon reaching an altitude of approximately 1 to 2,000 meters, he retraced his path. Moments later, he alighted lightly on the balcony outside his room. As he landed, the flight cloak unfurled behind him and gracefully settled onto a nearby clothes rack. Witnessing this spectacle, his satisfaction with the cloak deepened. No longer would he need to hail a taxi at night. He could simply fly home. After uttering this thought, he glanced at the time. It was already past 3 o'clock, and bedtime had arrived. Tomorrow, he was to attend the welcome party, and he also needed to complete his daily tasks. Blake, Brian, good night. Do not wonder about tonight. Otherwise, the beef will be halved tomorrow. After advising the escapading Blake and Brian, Linyu promptly shed his clothes and climbed into bed. As he nestled in, the room's lights extinguished themselves, the balcony curtains drew shut, and the door locked automatically. Before long, the sound of even breathing filled the room. Chapter 82. The welcome party begins. The night swiftly passed, and by the time Linyu awoke the following morning, it was already 7 o'clock. Despite having only enjoyed 4 hours of slumber, he felt no trace of fatigue, remaining as energetic as ever. After rising, he promptly made his way to school, where he immersed himself in a lengthy day of study, not concluding his classes until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Typically, he would return to his dormitory or rented apartment to rest, but today marked the occasion of the school's welcome party. Thus, after his classes, he hurried to the cafeteria, where he consumed a meal on-site and packed another for later, before leisurely making his way towards the school's athletic field. As a grand annual event at Jinghai University of Technology, the welcome party boasted considerable scale and significance. Only the athletic field could accommodate the thousands of faculty and students from the university. Upon Linyu's arrival at the venue, the expansive field had been transformed into a vibrant concert setting. A massive stage had been erected in the center, flanked by 3 colossal screens. Every detail was meticulously arranged as if for a professional concert. Goodness, the university certainly spares no expense, Linyu mused, estimating that the venue's decoration alone must have cost over 100,000. As he made his way towards the performers' assembly area, Linyu needed to confirm the final performance schedule and other details with the event staff. Concurrently, waves of students from Jinghai University arrived from all directions. As time passed, the crowd at the athletic field grew increasingly dense, and the atmosphere became ever more vibrant. Time truly flies. I remember last year we were the newcomers, and now we are welcoming this year's fresh faces, one student remarked. Indeed, this year's welcome party is quite impressive. With this stage and setup, one might mistake it for a celebrity concert, another responded. Yet, if the school has such funds, one wonders why they don't upgrade our living conditions. A third chimed in. I'm curious about the quality of this year's performances. Will they surpass last year's? Last year was nothing short of spectacular. Several upperclassmen who performed were finalists from the national singing competition, and they were phenomenal, another recalled. The highlight last year was undoubtedly the performance by our university's modeling team. It was simply captivating, someone interjected. No, the strongest was the ballet performance from the dance academy. It was breathtaking, another disagreed. I assure you, this year's lineup is even more exhilarating. I watched their rehearsals, and several acts are exceptionally impressive, particularly the magic performance. It's truly astounding. Magic? Who is performing? Have they invited outside talent? No. It's a freshman from our university. A freshman? The magic performance by a student was so remarkable that I initially thought a professional magician had been invited by the school. Truly, I just not. Though he is a freshman, his magic was nothing short of extraordinary. Whenever one finds themselves at the athletic field, the conversation invariably revolves around the upcoming orientation gala. It was precisely at this moment that the program list for the orientation gala was officially announced. Upon viewing the program, a lively discussion ensued among the attendees regarding which performance would shine brightest and become the most popular that evening. As the clock struck 5, just an hour before the event commenced, one of the hosts, Xia Shiyu, took to the stage with a microphone in hand. Dear students, esteemed school leaders, and honored guests, the 2025 Orientation Gala of Jinghai University of Science and Technology will commence in 1 hour. Before the festivities begin, everyone is invited to engage in discussions related to the gala through their mobile devices by simply posting relevant updates or videos with the designated hashtags. Attendees can enter our raffle. Additionally, viewers are encouraged to follow the official Douyin account of Jinghai University as the entire event will be live-streamed. By clicking on the profile picture to enter the official streaming room, participants can join in the interactive experience, where an array of exquisite prizes awaits. Moreover, I would like to tease an exciting addition to tonight's program. A mysterious guest will make a surprise appearance. No sooner had Xiaoxiu finished her announcement than a drone soared above the audience. The visuals from the gala were simultaneously broadcasted to the official live stream of Jinghai University. Students in attendance eagerly pulled out their phones to enter the streaming room. And before long, the online viewer count exceeded 5,000. Among them were not only students from Jinghai University, but also those from neighboring institutions and some curious Douyin users who stumbled upon the stream. However, most merely glanced before departing, as the gala had yet to officially begin. As time progressed, more and more students gathered on the playground, quickly filling the entire athletic field. Students did not require seats and instead sat directly on the ground, clustering together in small groups. At precisely 6 o'clock, the lights on either side of the stage illuminated, followed by the grand screen at the back of the stage, which slowly revealed the words Jinghai University Orientation Gala. The sound system on either side of the stage erupted with rousing music. Upon hearing the music and witnessing the stage transformation, students who had been engrossed in their phones immediately redirected their attention to the stage. In the next moment, a male and female host gracefully made their way from the sides of the stage to the center. Upon their arrival, they delivered an impassioned opening address, which consisted of familiar sentiments. Following this was the customary segment of speeches from school leaders. This portion of the event failed to capture the students' enthusiasm, as they were eager to delve into the main event. After a prolonged wait, the speeches concluded, and the gala officially commenced. All the performances and proceedings mirrored those from the previous rehearsal. The sole distinction lay in the enhanced stage effects, which elevated the already commendable acts to a new echelon of grandeur. Each time a performance concluded, the students in attendance erupted in waves of applause and fervent cheers, contributing ample emotional value to the occasion. The most enthusiastic applause was reserved for the third act, a captivating dance by a girl group. The spirited young women, clad in alluring outfits, executed a dynamic and exhilarating routine that ignited the atmosphere. Both male and female attendees were utterly entranced. Meanwhile, the online viewership in the official live stream of Jinghai University surged, swiftly surpassing 8,000 viewers. The incoming audience expressed their satisfaction with the gala through a flurry of comments, checking in from Jinghai University, Inching University here, Jinghai Medical University reporting. I'm Guo Haichuan from Longhua University. I genuinely enjoy this. Alumni from the class of 2012 checking in, wishing my alma mater continued success. Lu Zixuan, stop watching. Why is it that while we are both hosting welcome parties, our school's event feels akin to an underground idol meet and greet? I refuse to accept this. Indeed, Jinghai Science University's welcome gala was exceptionally well executed, with captivating key performances. The allure of the performances was secondary to the beauty of the performers. I particularly admired the second girl from the left. Only children make choices. I want them all. The vibrancy of the college students was palpable. Their dancing was infused with energy. Having graduated merely 2 years ago, I felt like a mere worm in a sewer. Is this truly a campus welcome party? It was splendid, with each act shining in its own right. The previous handsome singer outperformed many celebrity concerts. As time progressed, each performance followed in succession, garnering widespread acclaim. The seventh act, a comedic skit, was no exception, leaving both the faculty and students in fits of laughter, along with the online audience. Following the conclusion of the skit, the host returned to the stage. We have just enjoyed a delightful comedic performance, and now we are about to embark on a magical journey. Let us extend the warmest applause to Lin Yi from Class 25 of Civil Engineering, who will enchant us with a magic act, The Mage's Hand. Please welcome. As the host concluded these words, many students and online viewers expressed their interest. Magic? I hope it's not just card tricks again. What is so captivating about magic? I still prefer watching the upperclassmen dance. Just then, all the lights surrounding the stage dimmed, leaving a single beam illuminating the center. The background music shifted to the theme of Pain's 6 Paths from Naruto. As the background music resonated, all eyes instinctively turned towards the stage, or more precisely, upwards towards its heights. In the dim glow of the stage lights, a figure floated serenely above the platform, obscured from view, save for the cloak that trembled behind him. The atmosphere was charged with an overwhelming sense of pressure, perfectly complementing the music. Chapter 83, a dazzling entrance at the moment the background music commenced. The bustling athletic field fell into an immediate hush. Suddenly, a voice pierced the silence. Wow, there is someone in the sky. Look, someone is flying up there. At the sound of this exclamation, numerous students instinctively looked up towards the stage, and in that fleeting instant, they beheld a figure hovering above the stage. The atmosphere erupted in excitement. Incredible! There really is someone flying up there. What on earth is this? Is it a trick? Surely it cannot be a person. How could a human ascend so high? Perhaps it's a kite or a drone. Could it possibly be that magician? As more and more eyes turned towards the sky, the figure began to descend gracefully, eventually landing within the illuminated area of the stage. When the spotlight fell upon him, the audience gasped in astonishment to discover that it was indeed a person, clad in an elegant black gentleman-esque suit. He wore a flowing black cape and a top hat, his gloved hands spread wide, exuding an aura of mystery and nobility. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, he landed lightly on the ground, and as he touched down, the cape that had floated behind him cascaded down naturally. At that moment, he stood serenely beneath the spotlight, becoming the focal point of all attention. His mere entrance captivated countless onlookers, and the official live stream of Jinghai University was soon flooded with enthusiastic comments. What an incredibly stylish entrance. I can't imagine the number of girls who would want to exchange contact information if I pulled off something like this at the welcome party. TSK. No man could possibly resist such an entrance. I was terrified, thinking it was that man arriving. I half expected him to ask, "How many flights of stairs can a bag of rice carry?" Truly spectacular. There must be wires involved in this act. I find myself unexpectedly eager for this magic show. As the audience continued to be mesmerized by Lin Yi's entrance, he approached the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Lin Yi. When reality begins to deceive, the laws of physics shall falter. Allow me to correct a small error made by the host. I am not a magician, I am a sorcerer. Now, let us embrace the moment of magic together." With that proclamation, Lin Yi dramatically pulled a lighter from his pocket. Click. At the moment the lighter ignited, he tossed it onto the stage. Boom. Instantly, flames erupted, engulfing the stage in a fierce blaze. To the astonished eyes of the audience, the flames coalesced into a grand and mysterious magical hexagram, with Lin Yi standing at its center. As the hexagram took form, it floated above the stage, illuminating the entire area and casting an enchanting glow around Lin Yi. At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly snapped his fingers, and the fiery six-pointed star instantly transformed into countless sparks that darted into his cloak. Once the cloak absorbed all the flames, its color shifted from black to a vibrant crimson. This enchanting spectacle elicited a chorus of gasps from the numerous students present. The audience in the live streaming room also became agitated. 666. This act is simply extraordinary. This magician possesses remarkable talent. Is this not a performance that ought to grace a university welcome party? My goodness, how I wish it were me. Magnificent, truly magnificent. As the crowd continued to marvel, Lin Yi's voice resonated from the stage. Is it that my applause lacks brilliance, unworthy of your commendation? Upon hearing these words, the audience snapped back to reality and erupted into enthusiastic applause. Once the clapping subsided, Lin Yi spoke once more. The prelude has concluded. The main act is about to commence. During the ensuing moments, I implore you not to blink, for in the instant you do, a wondrous transformation may occur. While speaking, he produced a pair of white gloves from his pocket and threw them high into the air before everyone. Before the gloves could descend, they mysteriously floated before Lin Yi, resembling two hands. These are magical hands, known as the mage's hands, my finest companions, capable of performing any feat, such as executing magic tricks on my behalf. As his words faded, Lin Yi suddenly wrapped his cloak around himself, concealing not only his body but also his visage. When the cloak returned to its original position, the audience was left in astonishment. Lin Yi had vanished. Only the floating gloves and the peculiar cloak remained on stage, as if an invisible entity were wearing them. Witnessing this, every student in attendance gasped in disbelief. What is the principle behind this? Where has he gone? Goodness, he truly has disappeared, leaving only a pair of hands. Magic. It must be magic. Nonsense, it's likely just a clever illusion. Incredible, absolutely incredible. Has he discovered optical invisibility? Just when the crowd believed this segment to be sufficiently captivating, the gloves remaining on stage seized the cloak behind them. With a gentle shake, the cloak transformed into a large tablecloth. As the tablecloth was draped over the stage and pulled taut, a grand table materialized out of thin air. Following the emergence of the table, the gloves covered it with the tablecloth once more, and upon pulling, the previously empty table was adorned with an array of items, including various ingredients, pots, bowls, and a small gas stove. As the audience processed this astonishing scene, Their bewilderment lingered until the gloves grasped a knife from the table and began to chop the vegetables, at which point they finally comprehended the unfolding spectacle. Perhaps feeling overwhelmed by the tasks at hand, the magician's hands effortlessly grasped another pair of gloves resting on the table and tossed them gently into the air. In an instant, those previously empty gloves sprang to life, mirroring their own movements. Thus, the stage was graced with two pairs of hands, one diligently chopping vegetables, while the other ignited the gas stove and placed a frying pan upon it. The two pairs coordinated seamlessly, preparing a dish and a soup before the astonished eyes of the entire school community. This absurd spectacle left everyone utterly speechless, as they had never imagined that magic could manifest in such a manner. Yet, the wonder did not cease there. After the meal was prepared, the magician's hands seized the cloak that had just transformed into a tablecloth and soared towards the back of the stage. With a graceful motion, they elevated the tablecloth to approximately 2 meters high before simultaneously releasing it. In the next heartbeat, a large door materialized out of thin air on stage. Before the audience could gather their thoughts, a loud knock resonated from the door. With a click, one of the magician's hands turned the doorknob, swinging the door open to reveal the enchanting Lin Yi standing just beyond. As Lin Yi made his entrance, the audience erupted into fervent applause once more, their faces alight with excitement and disbelief. They could scarcely comprehend the events that had just unfolded, the mystery of the four hands, the origin of the door, how Lin Yi had vanished, and how he now emerged from behind it. These questions swirled incessantly in their minds, yet remained unanswered. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, observing the entire performance from outside the door, appeared quite pleased with the stagecraft. After smiling and uttering this thought, he gradually made his way toward the table. Upon reaching the front of the table, he mimicked the action of pulling a chair from beneath it. Once the chair was drawn out, he sat down upon it. Remarkably, despite the absence of any visible support beneath him, he remained seated with perfect poise, as though a chair truly existed. Had this occurred earlier, the audience would undoubtedly have scrutinized the phenomenon, eager to uncover his secret. However, at that moment, they were still reeling from Lin Yi's astonishing display, leaving no room for further contemplation. Chapter 84. Do you believe in light? Before all the teachers and students present, as well as the viewers in the live stream, Lin Yi began to sample the dish prepared by the mage. After taking a bite, he furrowed his brow. While onlookers assumed he was merely performing, the reality was that the food was genuinely unpalatable. Swiftly, he rose to his feet, retrieving his fallen cloak from the ground. He draped the cloak over the table once more, and with a gentle tug, the dishes prepared by the mage vanished into thin air. In their place appeared a splendid array of dishes, including a succulent steak, a roasted chicken, and even a bottle of fine red wine. After conjuring these delicacies, Lin Yi did not rush to partake. He leisurely snapped his fingers, and the gloves on the table transformed back into the mage's hands. One pair of hands began to slice the steak while another poured the red wine, allowing him to remain entirely hands-free. As he savored the steak and relished the wine, a look of enjoyment graced Lin Yi's face. Perhaps feeling that it was still insufficient, he retrieved a violin from beneath the cloak. After signaling to the mage's hands, they took the violin and floated to one side. In the next moment, however, the music produced was not the melodious tunes one would expect, but rather a cacophony of discordant noise. Upon hearing this dissonance, Lin Yi sprang to his feet, brandishing a pair of chopsticks and pointing forcefully at the mage's hands. In an instant, the hands transformed back into gloves, causing the violin to tumble to the ground. Meanwhile, the other pair of hands, which had been pouring wine, accidentally spilled the red wine. Infuriated, Lin Yi pointed once more with his chopsticks. With a swift motion, this pair of mage's hands also vanished, and the wine bottle teetered precariously on the brink of falling. With a mere flick of his chopsticks, Lin Yi guided the bottle back to the table. Perhaps having lost interest in the meal, Lin Yi slowly stood, retrieving the tablecloth to cover the table once again. With a tug, the table and all its contents disappeared entirely. In an instant, only Lin Yi and the solitary grand door remained on the stage. He then gently shook the tablecloth, which transformed back into a cloak that he tied around his back. Throughout this performance, he had uttered not a single word, nor had there been any explosive stage effects. Yet, this seemingly mundane display, akin to a theatrical production, left the audience profoundly shaken. Shock reverberated through the crowd. Rather than merely showcasing a magic trick, Lin Yi had depicted the everyday life of a wizard, embodying the image most held of what a mage should be. Just as the audience was rendered speechless by Lin Yi's remarkable display, his voice resonated once more upon the stage. Thank you all for witnessing my magical performance. The time is drawing near, and I must take my leave. Until we meet again. After acknowledging the crowd with a graceful bow, Lin Yi strode toward the grand door standing upon the stage. Gently twisting the doorknob, he turned once more to wave at the crowd before resolutely stepping through the entrance. With a resounding bang, the door closed, and Lin Yi's figure vanished without a trace. Faced with this situation, the audience began to search for Lin Yi. But neither to the left nor the right of the stage could they catch a glimpse of him. At that moment, the host, Xia Shiyu, ascended the stage with a beaming smile. Thank you, Magician Lin Yi. Oh no, the sorcerer, for the splendid magical performance he has bestowed upon us. You must all be quite curious about where Magician Lin Yi has disappeared to. Where could he be now? Let us embark on a search together. Magician Lin Yi. Please greet everyone. As Xia Shiyu's words faded, a picture suddenly appeared on the large screen at the center of the stage. In the image, Lin Yi, clad in casual attire, stood behind a group of students, waving cheerfully at the camera. Upon seeing this scene, the teachers and students instinctively turned to look behind them. There, in the rear, stood a familiar figure, all smiles. It was none other than Lin Yi himself. Not only had he taken his place, but he had also changed his outfit, with the sole exception of the cloak draped over his shoulders. The moment his presence was recognized, the venue erupted in astonishment. At this juncture, Xia Shiyu's voice resonated once more. Did everyone find Magician Lin Yi's previous performance exciting? Absolutely. The crowd chorused in unison. Did you have your fill of magic? Not yet. If not, shall we invite Magician Lin Yi to perform another trick for us? Yes. Let us welcome Magician Lin Yi back to the stage. Upon Xia Shiyu's invitation, the audience turned their eager gazes toward Lin Yi. Just as they anticipated he would weave through the crowd towards the stage, he began to levitate gently, soaring to a height of over 10 meters above the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone gasped in awe. In the next moment, Lin Yi, suspended in midair, shot toward the stage, landing gracefully beside Xia Shiyu. At that instant, not only the audience present, but even the viewers in the online broadcast were struck by sheer astonishment. As was Xia Shiyu, who wore an expression of utter disbelief. Despite having rehearsed with Lin Yi before, he had not displayed such prowess during their practice. Host, we may commence now, Lin Yi stated, breaking the spell of surprise that had enveloped Xia Shiyu. Then, as if echoing their earlier rehearsal, the two performers dazzled the audience with a spectacular light and shadow magic display. When Xia Shiyu's palm blossomed with a pristine white lotus, the audience erupted in exclamations of wonder. As the white light lotus reached its zenith, it began to wither, petals cascading to the ground like sparks of fire. Only when the entire blossom had completely faded did the brilliance gradually dim. Observing this scene, the audience once again erupted into applause, unable to contain their admiration. Just when they thought it was all over, Lin Yi suddenly seized the microphone and uttered, "Could the lighting technician please dim the lights? Thank you." No sooner had he finished speaking than the stage lights and the large screen plunged into darkness. As I have previously stated, each of us harbors an immense magical power within. In this pitch-black environment, Lin Yi's voice resonated once more throughout the venue. Do you believe in light? Each heart contains a beam of light, a light imbued with vast magical energy. Now, I require all of you to lend me your light. I urge all students and teachers to turn on your flashlights. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, although the crowd was uncertain of his intentions, they complied without hesitation. Soon, the dimly lit athletic field sparkled with scattered glimmers of light. As long as you believe in light, miracles shall unfold. As long as you believe in light, I shall possess boundless magical power. Listen to the sound of light blossoming. As he spoke, a small glimmer appeared in the center of the dark stage. Initially, the light was no larger than a candle flame, but it gradually expanded. When it reached the size of a basketball, Lin Yi's figure was illuminated by it. Then, before the eyes of the audience, he lifted the basketball-sized source of light above his head. In the next moment, amidst countless gazes, a multitude of tiny lights converged into the source above Lin Yi, growing ever larger. It transformed from the size of a basketball to that of a basin, then to that of a grinding disc, ultimately blossoming into a colossal white sphere of light, over a meter in diameter. The brilliance emanating from it illuminated the entire athletic field. In that instant, Lin Yi became the sun. Chapter 85, the finale on the expansive athletic field. Over 10,000 students and faculty from Jinghai University of Technology raised their mobile phones high, illuminating the darkness with their flashlights, transforming the field into a sea of stars. Before them, on the stage, Lin Yi raised his hands, from his palms emanating a colossal orb of light that radiated with the brilliance of the sun. This intense luminescence illuminated not only the stage but the entire athletic field, overshadowing the glow from the multitude of phones. In that moment, a phrase echoed in the minds of the crowd: "A grain of rice dares not compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon." Such a breathtaking scene rendered the audience in both the venue and the official live stream of Jinghai University momentarily speechless. The barrage of comments in the live stream thinned out at that instant. Suddenly, Lin Ye's voice resonated from within the dazzling light. "The original light is with you. We shall meet again." As his words faded, the enormous orb in his hands began to swell rapidly, resembling a flashbang explosion. An intense white light surged across the venue, forcing the audience to shut their eyes. When they reopened them, the brilliant orb had vanished, along with Lin Ye's presence. The vast stage was left with only the host, Xia Shiyu, who appeared bewildered, searching for Lin Ye's silhouette, but no trace of him remained. Realizing he had departed, an excited Xia Shiyu quickly grasped the microphone. Thank you, Master Lin Yi, for the spectacular magic performance. Let us express our gratitude with the warmest applause." As her words resonated, the audience, both present and online, awakened from their reverie. In an instant, the athletic field erupted with cheers akin to roaring waves and thunderous applause. Excitement and exhilaration were etched on every face, and the atmosphere reached a new crescendo. The same was true in the official live stream of Jinghai University, although they could not applaud in person. They expressed their emotions in their unique way. Incredible, absolutely astounding. I can't think of any other words to describe it. That was blinding. Was that a flashbang he threw? I seriously suspect he is a magician. Perhaps all those tricks are merely a guise for his true identity. Is there anyone knowledgeable in magic who can explain how that last trick was accomplished? I was in awe during the entire performance. Shouldn't this be the kind of act featured at a school welcome party? It could easily grace the Spring Festival Gala. A sudden urge has surged within me. I want to learn magic. If I could master it to his level, I can only imagine how popular I would be at school. But learning magic would be futile. For what he performed was not mere magic, but true sorcery. It is not possible. I must seek out my magician friend to inquire how these illusions are accomplished. I declare that this magic act is the MVP of tonight's gala, and by a staggering margin. As the audience has expressed, Lin Ye's performance was extraordinarily dazzling. While the preceding acts were commendable, they pale in comparison to his artistry. It is a consensus that not only will the prior performances be difficult to surpass, but the subsequent acts will also fail to match his brilliance. Indeed, this holds true, although the following performances each possessed their unique charm and high quality. The audience sensed a certain deficiency. If one were to articulate this shortcoming, it would likely be the lack of sophistication. The other acts could only be categorized as amateurish, whereas Lin Ye's magic had undoubtedly reached a professional level. Nevertheless, the atmosphere of the gala and the enthusiasm of the audience remained exceptionally vibrant. Unbeknownst to all, the evening was drawing to a close. Just as everyone presumed the event was concluding, the two hosts ascended the stage together. At this point, all performances for tonight's gala have been completed, and I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the performers and staff. Your efforts are truly appreciated. After delivering this message, Xia Shiyu abruptly shifted the conversation. Yun Sha, may I pose a question to you? Do you play the piano? I know a little, but I am not proficient. Are you aware that Jinghai University of Science and Technology once produced an internationally renowned pianist? Of course, I am aware. This senior is my idol. Not only is he your idol, but he is also ours, and I believe the students present have already deduced whom we are referring to. Indeed, he is the internationally acclaimed pianist and celebrated alumnus of Jinghai University, Senior Zhou Yundi. Upon the host's utterance of these words, the students in attendance immediately stirred with excitement. Could it be that Senior Zhou Yundi is coming to our school? Goodness. No wonder the host mentioned at the outset that tonight's gala would feature surprises. I had thought the only surprise was the earlier magic performance. But there is yet another revelation. How remarkable it is that Jinghai University has managed to invite an international superstar to perform. If not for Senior Yundi being our alumnus, imagine how much the school would have to spend to bring him here. I love Jinghai University. I would return to Jinghai University in my next life. Just as the faculty and students in the athletic field were brimming with excitement, Xia Shiyu's voice resonated once more. Coincidentally, Senior Zhou Yundi is scheduled to perform at our Jinghai Performing Arts Center tomorrow. Upon learning that our school was hosting a welcome gala today, he made a special trip to join us. Therefore, let us extend the warmest applause as we invite Senior Zhou Yundi to the stage for a piano solo performance. As soon as the words fell, the athletic field erupted once more into a fervent applause. Even Lin Yi, seated in the performers section, joined in the clapping. As a student of Jinghai University of Technology, he had long heard of the illustrious Zhou Yundi and was aware that their university had produced an international luminary. However, he had not anticipated that the renowned figure would personally grace the welcome evening with a performance. At that moment, several staff members brought forth a seemingly expensive piano and placed it in the center of the stage. Once the piano was positioned, a young man in a sleek black suit, handsome and exuding an air of sophistication, slowly ascended the stage from the side. The moment he stepped into the spotlight, applause erupted once again, accompanied by waves of cheers. The students present were aflame with excitement. After all, this was an international superstar whom they would typically have to pay to see. It was none other than the eminent pianist and musical prodigy, Zhou Yundi. Hailing from Jinghai University of Technology. Upon taking the stage, Zhou Yundi naturally engaged in some interaction with the faculty and students present. After the exchange, he gracefully approached the piano, and soon the air was filled with a cascade of enchanting melodies. A distinguished pianist indeed, even Lin Yi, an amateur, was captivated by the brilliance of his playing. As he listened, a thought suddenly occurred to him. Indeed, the piano is a form of art. And here stood a top-tier pianist. Why not utilize a scroll of theft to acquire his piano skills? This would not only enable him to complete the system task, but also grant him mastery over a remarkable ability. With this revelation, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. Chapter 86. Theft and Noble Etiquette. Previously, Lin Yi found himself troubled, pondering where to acquire a skill in the arts. He even contemplated approaching his roommate for guitar lessons, but ultimately dismissed the idea, realizing that even a musical prodigy could not master such an instrument in mere hours. Beyond this, he considered painting, pottery, sculpture, and singing. Yet none seemed particularly suitable. He had even resolved to utilize a theft scroll to abscond with a relevant skill from one of the instructors present to fulfill a system task. In retrospect, it appeared that stealing from Zhou Yundi was the most prudent choice, for among the gathered multitude, none possessed artistic prowess that could rival his. Having made his decision, Lin Yi swiftly took advantage of the fact that all attention was fixed upon Zhou Yundi, discreetly producing the theft scroll. Upon its use, he felt a new spell manifest within his consciousness, the 8th-tier spell of theft. Unlike ordinary magical skills, this particular ability could only be employed once. Thereafter, its use would require the scroll again, though a single occurrence would suffice. Fixating his gaze on Zhou Yundi, who was currently performing on the piano, Lin Yu silently activated the theft skill. In the next moment, he sensed his consciousness transported to a unique space resembling a library, filled with floating tomes. Grasping one at random, he discovered it bore the inscription, Golf. Recognizing the significance of these words, Lin Yu promptly realized he had entered Zhou Yundi's memory space, with these books representing the skills he had mastered. To his surprise, Zhou Yundi possessed a considerable array of abilities: skiing, fishing, driving, cooking, diving, badminton, motorcycle repair, wine tasting, BDSM, rope art. Wait, BDSM, rope art. He hadn't anticipated such eclectic pursuits. With that thought, Lin Yi hastily cast aside the book, fearing the disastrous consequences of inadvertently acquiring such a skill. After a brief search, he soon discovered the largest and thickest tome, its dimensions far surpassing those of the others, emblazoned with the words, Piano Technique. Intrigued, he opened the book. The first page revealed an image of a young boy seated attentively at a piano, undoubtedly depicting Zhou Yundi's formative memories of piano instruction. The subsequent pages followed suit, all pertaining to the art of piano playing. This is the one. After a cursory examination, Lin Yi placed his palm against the book's surface and closed his eyes. In an instant, a radiant white light emanated from the tome. As the memories within surged toward his palm, ultimately flooding into his mind and transforming into his own recollections. In this altered narrative, the child who had diligently practiced the piano day after day, year after year, was no longer Zhou Yundi, but rather himself. It is he who participates in various piano performances. It is he who has garnered an array of piano-related accolades on the international stage. In a mere few seconds, Lin Yi surreptitiously appropriated all of Zhou Yundi's 30 years of piano study and performance memories, transforming them into his own. In the blink of an eye, he metamorphosed from a musical novice into a prodigious talent, a master of the piano. Once he had absorbed and digested these memories, Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes. His consciousness returned to his own body. Zhou Yundi remained engrossed in his performance on stage, while Lin Yi was no longer the outsider he once was. From the melodies, he discerned nuances previously inaudible to him. He even felt an inexplicable confidence, believing that if he were to take the stage, he could perform as splendidly as Zhou Yundi. Beyond the changes in memory, his hands had become more agile than before, endowed with an unfamiliar muscle memory. As he contemplated this series of transformations, a faint expression of awe crossed his face. Truly, the eighth tier spell was formidable. It enabled him to master what others labored for decades to acquire, akin to pilfering another's life. However, despite this realization, he felt no pangs of guilt, for Zhou Yundi's innate talent and skill remained intact. He had merely replicated a portion of it. At that moment, the system notification chimed. Ding! Daily task completed. The host has successfully acquired an artistic skill. Relevant rewards have been dispensed, including knowledge of noble etiquette. Shall the host accept immediately? Upon hearing this notification, Lin Yi felt a surge of joy and promptly chose to accept. In the following moment, a torrent of memories flooded his mind. Within this segment of memory, he became a young nobleman hailing from a distinguished aristocratic lineage, trained in various noble etiquettes from a tender age. These rituals not only governed his daily conduct, but also imposed strict standards upon his appearance, demeanor, gaze, and even the subtleties of his smile. Through years of rigorous training, he gradually evolved into an elegant and refined nobleman, maintaining composure and grace in every circumstance and before any individual. In any endeavor, even in combat, an extraordinary aura emanated from him. Elegance had become ingrained in his very being, permeating his existence. Once Lin Yi absorbed these memories, a peculiar expression settled upon his face. Is this it? I had anticipated some extraordinary ability, yet it is merely the etiquette of the aristocracy. What use is this to me? It offers me no assistance whatsoever. No sooner had he uttered this thought than he sensed that his posture was somewhat improper, prompting him to adjust himself. Once he corrected his posture, he felt that his bow tie was askew. Then he perceived that the folding of the handkerchief in his pocket was amiss. When he realized that he was no longer the same as before, he could not help but emit a soft sigh. It appears that he has developed a touch of obsession, causing quite a commotion. Unbeknownst to him, although his appearance and physique have not undergone significant changes, the overall impression he emanates is altogether different. Previously, he resembled an inexperienced university student, yet now, as he sits there, he exudes an inexplicable elegance, akin to that of a distinguished noble. He radiates an ineffable aura of sophistication. This refined demeanor, coupled with his already commendable looks, has elevated his overall attractiveness to unprecedented heights. Initially, Lin Yi was oblivious to this transformation, but soon enough, he became aware, as he noticed a few girls seated not far from him frequently glancing in his direction. These were the same girls who had previously performed a girl group dance. Not only were they stealing glances, but even other male performers were doing the same. Several girls even boldly approached him to request his contact information, much to the envy of the other men present. At that moment, the host, Xia Shiyu, approached him with her phone in hand. Lin Yi, may I have your contact information? I have a dear friend whose birthday is approaching, and I wish to surprise her. If possible, I would love to invite you to perform at the event. Taken aback by Xia Shiyu's request, Lin Yi nodded in response. Amidst the envious gazes of those around them, the two exchanged contact details. Just after they finished, Xia Shiyu casually remarked, Lin Yi, has anyone ever told you that you were quite handsome? Before Lin Yi could fully process her words, Xia Shiyu turned and walked away, leaving him momentarily stunned. Once he regained his composure, he hurriedly opened the front-facing camera on his phone to catch a glimpse of himself. To his surprise, he did appear significantly more attractive. Thus, it seemed that the essence of that recent skill was to enhance his hidden attributes of beauty and charm. However, it must be said that being excessively handsome may not be entirely advantageous. As he pondered this, yet more girls approached him, seeking his contact information. Chapter 87: The conclusion of the evening gala and dinner. As the evening gala drew to a close, no fewer than 20 young women approached Lin Yi to request his contact information. The sight incited a wave of envy among the group of boys nearby. Their teeth clenched in frustration. Why are all these girls seeking his contact details? Why not mine? Lamented a boy with a sunny disposition, cradling a guitar in his arms. Whoever claimed that girls are only attracted to musically inclined boys clearly underestimated the allure of magic. Had I known, I would have taken up magic myself. Indeed, I feel the same pang of jealousy, echoed another boy, recently off the stage after his own singing performance, casting a forlorn glance at Lin Yi. Yet, one must admit that this fellow possessed a striking handsomeness. Combined with his recent display of magic, he was undeniably charming. It was entirely reasonable for girls to seek his contact information. There was an ineffable quality about him. and truth be told, if I were a girl, I too would wish to engage him in conversation. As a boy, I find myself yearning for the same. Goodness, with such an impressive physique coupled with his magical prowess, he is simply unbeatable. I must return home and start learning magic so that I can perform next time as well. Do you really think so? First, you would need to possess his exceptional physique, and secondly, you would need his remarkable skills. While the boys expressed their envy towards Lin Yi, the gala officially came to an end, although the event had concluded. The uniquely entertaining welcome gala would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark in the memories of many students at Jinghai University of Technology. The ramifications of this gala were far from over. Instantly upon the end of the event, the official Jinghai University social media accounts released information and video clips related to the gala. Numerous students also shared their own recordings from the event. Among the most frequently featured was Lin Yi's magic performance, alongside Zhou Yundi's piano recital. The former captivated viewers with his astonishing magical feats, while the latter drew attention due to his notoriety. The instant these videos were published, they generated considerable buzz, particularly Lin Yi's magic performance. Anyone who witnessed it found it utterly incredible. Consequently, Lin Yi garnered a surge of fame and attention, catching the eye of several MCN companies. However, Lin Yi remained largely indifferent to this newfound recognition, as he had little time to concern himself with such matters. By the time the gala concluded, it was already past 8 o'clock. Just as he was about to depart the venue, he heard someone calling out from behind him. "Lin Yi, please wait a moment." Upon recognizing the familiar voice, he turned to see Xia Shiyu waving at him in casual attire. "Lin Yi, thank you for your hard work tonight. To express our gratitude to all the performers, the Student Council has arranged a dinner for everyone, as a small token of appreciation." "Dinner? Indeed, we shall not venture far. Nor shall we impose upon your time excessively. Merely a humble meal at the hotel adjacent to the school, a gathering anticipated by all." Upon hearing Xia Shiyu's words, Lin Yi promptly raised his wrist to check the time, eventually nodding in agreement. It was still not yet 8:30, leaving 2.5 hours until 11. Furthermore, if all others were to attend and he remained behind, it would appear rather pretentious. Most importantly, he was genuinely feeling a bit hungry. Ever since he had mastered the Night S breathing technique, his appetite had grown considerably. Hunger would strike every 2 to 3 hours, with a portion of the energy derived from food absorbed by his body and the remainder claimed by the energy seed. "Wonderful. Please wait a moment while I inform the others," Lin Yi responded, and a smile instantly illuminated Xia Shiyu's face. She then turned to notify the other cast members. After a span of 20 minutes, over 100 performers had gathered, and under the guidance of Xia Shiyu and Si Yunxua, they swiftly made their way to the hotel beside the school. Upon arriving, Lin Yi's gaze flickered with surprise. He had anticipated a modest establishment, only to discover that they had arrived at the renowned Jinghai Intercontinental Hotel, a top-tier venue in terms of both scale and prestige. His astonishment was shared by the others accompanying him, all of whom displayed expressions of disbelief. At this moment, Si Yunxua, the host of the soiree and the instigator of the gathering, approached the hotel manager. After a brief exchange, he returned to the group. "Dear classmates, it appears that the hotel we initially booked could not accommodate our numbers, which is why I brought you here. There is no need for concern. This hotel is owned by an aunt of mine, and I have already spoken to her. Feel free to indulge in both food and drink." Although his delivery was remarkably casual, the pride in his eyes was unmistakable, as if he feared others might not recognize his connection to the hotel's proprietor. However, for a university student, this was indeed a point of pride. After showcasing this connection, Si Yunxua led the group into the hotel, ultimately arriving at the dining area on the 3rd floor. Once seated, everyone took their places, and it was no surprise that Lin Yi, the MVP of the welcome gala, found himself at the main table. Alongside him were the 2 hosts, the comedic duo, and another male and 2 female companions. If Lin Yi recalled correctly, the male was the one who had sung on the playground, while the 2 females were also singers, one possessing a mature allure and the other a quintessentially sweet demeanor. Although Si Yunxua occupied the head seat, nearly all eyes gravitated towards Lin Yi as they settled in. Inescapably, after adopting the refined etiquette of nobility, Lin Yi's casual demeanor at the table resembled that of an aristocrat attending a lavish gala, making it difficult for anyone to overlook him. Though clad in a suit as well, Si Yunxua appeared akin to a child who had surreptitiously donned an adult's attire in comparison. This feeling of being overshadowed was exceedingly irksome to him. To alleviate the awkwardness at the table and reclaim the initiative, Si Yunxua promptly spoke up. "Let us not be so solemn. Everyone has worked hard this evening. I have already ordered the dishes in advance, and they will be arriving shortly. Since we have a little time before the food is served, why not indulge in a brief game? As soon as he uttered these words, the others at the table nodded in agreement. At that moment, Xia Shiyu suddenly turned her gaze towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi, what do you think? I think it is a splendid idea. Passing the time in such a manner is quite agreeable, he replied. Though his attention was not on the table's occupants but rather fixated on something intriguing in the distance. Just shy of 20 meters away, a girl clad in a flowing white gown sat gracefully before a crystal piano, absorbed in her exquisite performance. The melody she played was enchanting, clearly indicative of her considerable skill. Noticing Lin Yi's unwavering gaze, the others at the table instinctively followed his line of sight. Lin Yi, are you particularly fond of the piano? Xia Shiyu inquired. Lin Yi shook his head in response. I wouldn't say I am particularly interested. I merely find her playing quite commendable. Have you ever studied the piano? Upon hearing this question, Lin Yi initially intended to shake his head, but reconsidered and nodded instead. After all, he could not deny having had some lessons. Unexpectedly, you have studied the piano. Impressive, my friend, exclaimed the brother seated beside him, who was also a performer. It is no surprise, given your demeanor, that you have been cultivated in the arts. Having taken piano lessons seems perfectly natural. The other three began to engage Lin Yi in a discussion about the piano. Meanwhile, Si Yunchua, once again feeling overlooked, wore an expression of discomfort. His hands clenched into fists beneath the table. In the next moment, perhaps struck by an idea, a smile unexpectedly crept across his face. He then rose and approached the girl at the piano. After reaching her side, he whispered something, prompting her to cease her performance. Subsequently, she turned her gaze towards Lin Yi. Nodding, she suddenly stood and walked toward him. Sir, may I invite you to join me in a duet? At her words, the table fell silent, and Lin Yi's expression reflected a hint of astonishment. However, upon catching sight of Si Yunchua smiling at him from a distance, he began to comprehend the situation. How juvenile. With a quiet chuckle within, he slowly rose to his feet. As a gentleman of impeccable refinement, he could not refuse the invitation of a beautiful lady. There was another reason as well. Upon emulating the piano artistry of Zhou Yundi, he inadvertently absorbed the haughty demeanor characteristic of a top-tier pianist. In the following moment, he, alongside the girl clad in white, gracefully approached the exquisite crystal piano. The bewildered onlookers present turned their gazes toward him, intrigued by the unfolding scene. P.S. In the coming days, certain matters may arise. I shall store a chapter for later, and once resolved, I will resume with 4 updates. Chapter 88. Indeed, just a moment ago, everyone was seated, engaged in lively conversation and sharing sentiments. In the next instant, they beheld Lin Yi striding towards the crystal piano. Naturally, they recognized him, their curiosity piqued by his intentions. Oh, is that not Lin Yi? What on earth is he up to? He wouldn't be playing the piano, would he? Why would he suddenly rush over to play? Everything was going so well. It seemed that the young woman at the piano had indeed invited him over. TSK, handsome men always attract the ladies wherever they go. Surely, she approached him because of his striking looks, inviting him to join her in a duet. When will it ever be my turn for such an opportunity? Little did they expect Lin Yi to possess the skill of playing the piano. What is so remarkable about that? The piano isn't an extraordinary talent. I took lessons in a training class when I was a child. I just wonder how proficient he is. He has probably just of average ability. Who could possibly be handsome, charismatic, talented in magic, and also an exceptional pianist? That would be exceedingly unfair. I hope he plays mediocrely. If he is also brilliant at the piano, I might truly question my own existence in this world. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to Lin Yi. At that moment, Si Yunchua returned to his seat. What did you say to that girl? As soon as he sat down, Xia Shiyu furrowed her brows, clearly having seen through Si Yunchua's intentions. Nothing much. I merely mentioned that I have a friend who is quite skilled at the piano and would like to perform a piece with her. I just wanted to provide Lin Yi an opportunity to showcase his talent, Si Yunchua replied with a smile. Childish. After lightly uttering these words, Xia Shiyu turned her gaze away from him, redirecting her attention, like most others present, towards Lin Yi. Meanwhile, the girl in the white dress invited Lin Yi to take a seat on the piano bench, one in a black suit and the other in a flowing white gown. Both exuding exceptional beauty and charisma, they appeared as a pair of celestial beings seated at the piano. This captivating scene quickly attracted the attention of other guests in the hall. However, the two seated at the piano bench were oblivious to their surroundings. their focus entirely on the sheet music before them. "Sir, may I inquire which piece you wish to play?" the girl in the white dress asked. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi pointed to a page, saying, "Let us perform farewell letter. I shall play the high notes while you take the low." "Very well. Let us begin," she replied. As they spoke, both gently placed their hands on the keys, their right hands almost touching. After sharing a brief glance, they simultaneously pressed down on the piano keys. Lin Yi almost instantly entered a state of immersion, transforming into a virtuoso pianist despite having never touched a piano before. His fingers danced across the keys with the grace of a butterfly flitting from flower to flower, while his demeanor radiated poise and confidence. In an instant, the restaurant was filled with a cascade of melodious and exquisite harmonies, more moving than the earlier solo performance by the girl. The patrons were enraptured, momentarily halting their meals to fully absorb the enchanting notes. Though it was their first collaboration, Lin Yi's leadership allowed the girl to quickly adapt to his rhythm. As she played, her gaze unwittingly drifted to Lin Yi, her eyes shimmering with admiration. As a graduate of a prestigious music conservatory's piano department, she had believed her skills were commendable. Yet, while performing alongside Lin Yi, she was astonished to realize she was in the presence of a true professional. His technical prowess and rhythmic control far surpassed her own, and under his guidance, she felt her own abilities elevating, coupled with Lin Yi's elegant composure. She was reminded of her experience at the renowned pianist Zhou Yundi's solo concert. She was almost certain that this young man she had casually invited was of the same caliber as Zhou Yundi. If one were to consider his striking appearance and poise, he could be likened to a pious version of Zhou Yundi. Who was he, she pondered, filled with both admiration and curiosity. Meanwhile, the emotions of the restaurant patrons were stirred. The poignant nature of the piece, combined with Lin Yi's brilliant interpretation, moved some to tears. Memories of lost loved ones, forgotten romances, and fleeting youth surfaced in their minds. At that moment, the music resonated with their emotions. Among those present, the most astonished were the companions who had accompanied Lin Yi. Their eyes were wide with disbelief. They had never anticipated that Lin Yi's piano playing would be so exceptional. Initially, they had assumed he was merely an amateur, but it was evident that he was performing at a professional level. They couldn't help but think of the sudden and brilliant appearance of senior Zhou Yundi at the welcome party. Among them, Si Yunchua's expressions were particularly noteworthy, one moment bewildered, the next incredulous, then exasperated, followed by a surge of jealousy. His initial intent was clear, to embarrass Lin Yi and leave him in a compromising situation. However, he never expected that instead of humiliating Lin Yi, he would end up stealing the spotlight entirely. Si Yunchua had anticipated showcasing his own prowess at the Jinghai Intercontinental Hotel. But now all attention had shifted to Lin Yi. At that moment, the melody abruptly ceased. As the last note faded, the restaurant erupted in a fervent applause. Both the students from Jinghai University of Technology and the other patrons rose spontaneously. The previously silent crowd began to engage in animated discussions. "It was simply extraordinary, truly remarkable," exclaimed one. "The performance was exquisite. I was moved to tears," another remarked. "Who would have thought that dining could be accompanied by such enchanting piano music? I have visited here several times before, yet I never noticed how delightful it could be. Perhaps it is the young man who performed later. His skill is undeniably exceptional. It felt akin to being at a live concert. Is he a newcomer hired by this hotel? Not only does he play the piano beautifully, but he is also quite handsome. Though, I must say, the pieces he selected were rather melancholic. What do you know? This is art." In that moment, the patrons were effusive in their praise, and those who accompanied Lin Yi joined in the chatter. "I never anticipated that Lin Yi, not only a master of magic, would also excel at the piano. Indeed, he is astonishing. One cannot fathom the years of practice behind such prowess. Our school truly harbors hidden talents. Could it be that we are on the brink of producing a second international piano virtuoso? Handsome, skilled in magic, and a piano maestro, what a remarkable combination. I must acquire his contact information. Who knows if he may become a star in the future? You've reminded me. But let us not approach just yet. He's engrossed in conversation with that young lady. It seems she has already fallen for Lin Yi, her gaze betraying her admiration. In that instant, Lin Yi's image ascended yet again in their hearts. Chapter 89. Little brother, we meet again. As the patrons in the restaurant were enraptured by Lin Yi's remarkable piano skills. The young woman in the white dress, who had performed alongside him, expressed her admiration. "Excuse me, sir, which music institution did you graduate from? Was it the Eastman School of Music, the Manhattan School of Music, or perhaps the Juilliard School?" Upon hearing her question, Lin Yi gently shook his head. "None of those." Then, Could it be that you are an alumnus of one of the top music academies in our country? Not at all. I am a graduate of Jinghai University of Science and Technology. Jinghai University of Science and Technology? That explains it. The renowned pianist Zhou Yundi is also from that institution. So, you must be from the music department? No, I majored in civil engineering. At the mention of civil engineering, disbelief flickered in the young woman's eyes. Civil engineering? How can your piano skills be so exceptional? Were you perhaps a disciple of some great master? Well, it might be attributed to my natural talent. Lin Yu replied casually after a moment of contemplation. Her response rendered her momentarily speechless, but she soon regained her composure. Indeed. Music places far greater emphasis on innate talent than anything else. No amount of effort from an ordinary person can surpass that of true geniuses. I feel honored to encounter such a prodigy today. With that, she took out her phone. My name is Zhu Kursen, a graduate of the piano department of Jinghai Conservatory. Class of 2024. May I have your contact information? If possible, I would love to consult you about piano in the future. Of course, that would be no problem. Let us consider it a mutual exploration rather than a consultation. Lin Yu retrieved his phone, shared his name, and they exchanged contact details. My classmates are waiting for me over there, so I must take my leave. All right. After bidding farewell to Zhu Kursen, Lin Yu walked towards Xia Shiyu and the others. His demeanor remained calm and composed, as if he had merely engaged in a trivial matter. It seemed he paid little attention to the accolades from those around him, embodying the essence of remaining unperturbed in the face of praise or criticism. Before long, he returned to his seat, and the glances from his table mates had changed significantly. Noticing their gaze, Lin Yu softly remarked, "Why is everyone looking at me? The dishes have been served. Let us prepare to eat." At his words, the other 7 at the table nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Yu had subtly assumed a position of leadership, as if he were the host of the gathering. However, just as they were about to dig in, 2 figures suddenly approached their table, a woman and a man. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, elegant and graceful, while the man was clad in a suit, sporting a hotel name tag on his chest. As the 2 individuals walked, the hotel staff they passed by greeted them warmly. The woman in the lead merely nodded slightly, her gaze fixed on Lin Yu's table. Since Lin Yu was seated with his back to her, he was oblivious to her presence. However, the moment Si Yunxuan noticed the woman, a look of delight immediately spread across his face. In the next instant, he quickly rose and, with a broad smile, approached her. "Aunt Shin, what a surprise. I truly appreciate your assistance in arranging the seating." Upon recognizing Si Yunxuan, the woman responded with a polite smile. "Ah, it's you, Xiao Shua. No need for such formality. Your mother and I have been friends for many years. It's only natural for me to lend a hand. Are those your classmates over there?" "Yes, Aunt Shin, they are all my classmates. Our school is hosting a welcome party tonight, and as the host, I thought to bring them here for a meal afterward." As he spoke, Si Yunxua hurriedly guided the woman to their table, drawing the attention of others present. At that moment, Si Yunxua spoke again. "Everyone, please pause for a moment. Allow me to introduce our esteemed guest, the chairwoman of the Jinghai Intercontinental Hotel, the largest shareholder of Yiyun Group, and a dear friend of my mother, Miss Shun." Upon hearing this, the students from Jinghai University displayed expressions of astonishment. Yiyun Group? Isn't that the same company to which I submitted my resume yesterday? Yiyun Group is a leading enterprise in Jinghai City. She's their chairwoman? She looks so young. I know her. She's incredibly inspiring, having built her business from the ground up. There was even a feature on her in a women's empowerment column. Wow, I knew Si Yunxua came from a good family, but I didn't expect him to know such an impressive figure. It's no wonder he carries himself with such confidence. He truly has the credentials to do so. Ah, people are indeed different. Lacking Lin Yu's talent and Si Yunxua's family background, we can only serve as mere backdrops. Perhaps sensing the murmurs around him, Si Yunshua's expression grew even more triumphant. He also took the opportunity to flatter the woman. "Aunt Shun, these are all my friends." Yet, before he could finish, the woman he referred to as Aunt Shin interrupted him. "Is the handsome young man who just played the piano also your classmate?" At this question, Si Yunshua's expression shifted slightly, but he still nodded. "Yes, Aunt Shin, the one who played the piano is also my classmate." With that, he walked over to Lin Yi and patted him on the shoulder. "Lin Yi, do say hello to Ms. Shun." However, before Lin Yi could stand, the woman, beaming with a smile, approached him directly. "My dear younger brother, I never anticipated that we would meet again so soon. Nor did I expect you to possess such remarkable piano skills." Upon hearing her words, Lin Yi could not help but smile and turn to look at her. At that moment, he recognized her. She was the middle-aged woman who celebrated her birthday at the Black Rose Bar last time. He still remembered her name, Shen Kuling. I did not foresee encountering Sister Ling here, nor did I realize that you were the proprietor of this establishment. Had I known, I would have come here for a complimentary meal long ago. Upon hearing this, the woman laughed heartily. Not only would I not charge you for a single meal, but you are welcome to come every day without cost. Last time, when you advised me against investing in that project, I heeded your counsel and abstained. The very next day, that project collapsed. Had you not warned me in advance, I would have conservatively estimated a loss of several hundred million. A few meals pale in comparison to that. Moreover, it is not just me. Your predictions for my other sisters have also proven to be astute. They are all eager to express their gratitude to you. The exchange between the two left the onlookers bewildered, especially Si Yunchua, who appeared utterly perplexed. He had never anticipated that Lin Yi was acquainted with this aunt of his, and seemingly quite well at that. In truth, it is not entirely my merit. I merely offered a suggestion. The real execution lies with you. If you had not heeded my advice, I would have been powerless. Lin Yi replied with a smile. Nevertheless, we must still extend our thanks to you. Upon finishing this sentence, Shen Kuling turned to the hotel executive who had accompanied her. Please inform all departments that from now on, whenever this esteemed guest visits the hotel, any expenses incurred shall be charged to my account. And he must be treated according to the standards reserved for our elite clients. Understood? Yes, Miss Shen, I comprehend. After instructing the hotel executive, Shen Kuling turned back to Lin Yi with a smile. My dear younger brother, I have an important meeting upstairs today, so I cannot chat with you for long. Let us exchange contact information, as I would like to seek your opinion on a few matters later. Certainly, that is no problem. As they spoke, the two exchanged their contact details. Before departing, Shen Kuling remembered to greet the students from Jinghai University present in the room. Dear students, enjoy your meal and drinks. All your expenses today are on me. With that said, she nodded at Lin Yi and swiftly exited the restaurant, completely ignoring Si Yunchua. Once she left, all eyes in the room instinctively turned toward Lin Yi. Chapter 90. What is it that he cannot do? Throughout the entirety of the gathering, the people present in the restaurant remained perplexed regarding the nature of the relationship between Lin Yi and Shen Kuling. However, one thing was certain. Shen Kuling's connection with Lin Yi was undoubtedly more profound than that with Si Yunchua. This was evident from her demeanor towards the two. She treated Si Yunchua merely as an ordinary junior, whereas she displayed an extraordinary warmth and affection towards Lin Yi, even bestowing upon him a permanent dining voucher. Her decision to cover the bills for everyone present was undoubtedly influenced by her regard for Lin Yi. Such indications clearly illustrated that their relationship was far from ordinary, which prompted the collective gaze of the onlookers to turn towards Lin Yi. In their eyes, there was astonishment, bewilderment, and, most prominently, curiosity. At that moment, a brother from the Crosstalk group, seated beside Lin Yi, could no longer contain himself and posed the question that lingered in the air. Lin Yi, what exactly is your relationship with Miss Shen? Why does she care for you so much? In that instant, he became the voice of all present. Upon hearing the inquiry, Lin Yi responded without hesitation. There is nothing particularly special about our relationship. We merely crossed paths by chance. By chance. It was evident that Lin Yi's response failed to convince the audience. Indeed, he did not elaborate further. At this juncture, Xia Shiyu could not restrain her curiosity any longer. What was it that you advised her on, which helped her avert losses amounting to several hundred million? Do you possess skills in risk assessment as well? Besides your piano magic, do you also understand investments? Xia Shiyu's words instantly widened the eyes of everyone present. Heavens! Could it possibly be true? Lin Yi, must you be so perfect? Is this not the quintessential attribute of a protagonist from a novel? Someone like him attends our school. Am I worthy? You are overthinking it. I hardly know anything about investments. Lin Yi chuckled at the flattery directed towards him. I merely possess a slight understanding of divination. I happened to perform a reading for them, merely a fortunate coincidence. His words immediately elicited a collective sigh of relief from those present. So that's how it is. I genuinely thought you were a financial genius. However, divination is impressive in its own right, if even such a prominent figure finds your readings accurate. You must have some merit. Since we are all classmates, why not help me with a reading as well? Xia Shiyu suddenly suggested. The classmates seated nearby exchanged glances. Their interest piqued. Only Si Yunchua, who had been overshadowed twice, wore an expression of dissatisfaction and disdain. Divination? Isn't that just a form of deception? Those who believe in it are simply deluding themselves. Si Yunchua, do you have some sort of issue? This is the first time I've noticed your childishness. Xia Shiyu retorted sharply. Childish. Where am I being childish? It's the gullible who would believe in such nonsense. If he truly possesses the ability to divine, then let him predict whether that man over there will succeed in his proposal today. Si Yunhua wore a mischievous expression, embodying the essence of a trickster. Upon hearing his words, the crowd immediately followed his gaze. Indeed, in the center of the restaurant's small stage, a young man dressed in a sharp suit was meticulously preparing, holding not only a bouquet of flowers, but also a small ring box. Judging by the decor, it was evident that he had invested considerable effort and resources into this proposal. Witnessing this scene, the individuals at the table began to murmur among themselves. Needless to say, I believe it will undoubtedly succeed. Indeed, the man is handsome and has clearly put in a great deal of thought. Few women would reject such a proposal. Your opinions are irrelevant. Let Lin Yi calculate their fate and see if they will truly succeed. With that, Si Yunhua fixed his gaze upon Lin Yi. Hearing this, Lin Yi pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. As soon as he spoke, a silver coin appeared in his right hand. He placed it on the tip of his thumb and flicked it gently, sending it soaring over a meter high, ultimately landing precisely in his palm. After inspecting both sides of the coin, Lin Yi confidently declared, "This proposal is destined to fail. It cannot succeed." "Are you so certain?" Si Yunhua inquired. His brow furrowed in confusion. "Absolutely, 100% certain. If this proposal succeeds, I shall drink all the wine on the table." "All right, let us wager. If he succeeds, you drink. If he fails, I shall drink." "In that case, you are bound to lose today," Lin Yi replied with a smile. "Huh, do not be overly confident." At that moment, as the two were engaged in their wager, a fashionably dressed young woman entered the restaurant. Upon her arrival, the young man holding the flowers quickly approached her, preparing to take her hand. However, before he could touch her, she spoke bluntly. "Zhuwei, I know you intend to propose today, and I know you love me dearly, but I cannot accept your proposal. My ex-boyfriend reached out to me today. He told me he still loves me, and that he is willing to reconcile at any moment. I'm sorry, but I cannot forget him. You deserve someone better." With that, she turned on her heel and walked away, leaving the young man in a state of desolation. Such an outcome left the onlookers, including Xia Shiyu, wide-eyed in astonishment. My goodness, it can unfold like this? What is this? It turns out he was merely a backup. I disagree. I find the girl quite forthright. Rejecting now is far better than cheating after marriage. Indeed, this man has narrowly escaped a misfortune. Who knows how many green hats he would have had to wear post-marriage. The saying holds true. A proposal is a trumpet of victory, not a signal to charge forth. This fellow, while unfortunate, has also encountered a stroke of luck. Lin Yi truly had foreseen correctly. It seems he genuinely possesses a talent for divination. What is there that he cannot do? At this moment, everyone was utterly convinced by Lin Yi. Even Si Yunhua wore a ghostly expression. Soon, he resorted to his usual trickery once again. This doesn't count. This doesn't count. It doesn't prove that you can predict fortunes. I simply do not believe it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi shook his head. Fine, whatever you say is true. I need to eat, so you can entertain yourself. Feeling disregarded, Si Yunhua grew even more furious. After a lengthy contemplation, he suddenly spoke up. Dare you challenge me to a drinking contest? Hearing Si Yunhua's words, Lin Yi sighed in resignation and slowly set down his chopsticks. He understood that until he dealt with this clown, his meal would be far from peaceful. All right, let us settle this quickly. No cups. We'll drink straight from the bottles. This one is yours, and this one is mine. As he spoke, Lin Yi grabbed 2 bottles of white liquor from the table, unwrapped one, and placed it before Si Yunhua while keeping the other for himself. Without further ado, he twisted open the cap of his bottle and, before anyone could react, he poured the liquor into his mouth in a swift motion. In less than half a minute, he consumed the entire 500 milliliters of white liquor as if it were mere mineral water. After finishing, he returned the bottle to the table and turned his gaze towards Si Yunhua. I'm done. Your turn now. Drink up, and you'll behave afterward. Seeing Lin Yi down an entire bottle in one go left Si Yunhua astounded, but for the sake of his pride, he could not hold back. He twisted the cap off his bottle and mimicked Lin Yi, chugging down the entire contents. However, within 3 seconds of finishing, he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. In stark contrast, Lin Yi appeared unfazed. It seems you cannot outrank me after all. With that, he resumed his meal. The others at the table hurriedly gathered to lift the inebriated Si Yunhua. After they managed to get him up, Xia Shiyu quickly turned to Lin Yi to apologize. I'm sorry, Lin Yi, my cousin is rather childish. Please don't take him seriously. Are you all right? I'm fine. A bottle of white liquor is nothing to me. As for him, I suggest you take him to the hospital for a stomach wash quickly, lest he suffers from alcohol poisoning. Thank you for the reminder. Grateful. Xia Shiyu exchanged a glance with Lin Yi and enlisted 2 boys to carry Si Yunshua out. As soon as he left, the table fell silent. The others looked at Lin Yi with admiration while he continued to focus on his meal. After eating to about 80% fullness, he exited the hotel, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the Black Rose Bar. However, upon his arrival at the bar, he discovered a large crowd gathered outside, seemingly engrossed in observing something, occasionally pointing and whispering towards the interior of the establishment. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Yi could not help but feel a sense of foreboding. As he navigated through the crowd and reached the entrance of the bar, the disarray within became apparent, prompting him to furrow his brow. The expansive bar was in utter chaos. Tables and chairs were strewn haphazardly, shattered glass littered the floor, and large patches of water stains marred the surface. The walls bore the marks of paint splatters. Concurrently, he spotted Hu Dai, clad in an elegant black gown, calmly seated on a sofa at the entrance, smoking a cigarette. Without hesitation, he approached her with swift strides. "Sister, what on earth happened here?" At the sound of Lin Ye's voice, Hu Dai, who had been engrossed in her cigarette, slowly lifted her head, a subtle smile gracing her meticulously made-up face. "You've arrived. It seems today will be a futile trip for you." The bar encountered a minor issue. "But fret not. These items hold little value. I will arrange for renovations tomorrow, and we shall resume operations shortly. You should take a few days to rest." "Sister, my inquiry pertains to who is responsible for this. You need not concern yourself. I shall handle it. Just a bunch of petty miscreants emboldened by my absence, thinking me an easy target. They shall face repercussions." With that, Hu Dai extinguished her cigarette under her high heel and then patted Lin Ye's shoulder. "Go home and rest well. The bar will undoubtedly be unable to accommodate guests tonight. I, too, could use a day off." Her demeanor betrayed no hint of displeasure. It seemed to her that this was merely a trivial matter. Yet, Lin Yi could still sense the suppressed fury simmering beneath her composed exterior. Noticing this, he smiled. "Sister, do you trust me?" Hu Dai glanced at him with curiosity upon hearing his words. "Give me half an hour, and I shall ensure that the Black Rose Bar opens promptly at 11 o'clock. As he uttered this, an inexplicable confidence radiated from him. "By the way, you might consider having guests wait outside the bar. I am about to present them with a truly grand spectacle. P.S. I will store an additional chapter. Although it comprises 3 chapters, it contains the substance of 4. I must prepare for significant moments in my life." Chapter 91, Cloning Technique. Fire magic. Although the source of Lin Ye's confidence remained a mystery, Butterfly felt a strange sense of reassurance upon seeing the smile on his face. "Very well. I shall entrust this to you, my esteemed sorcerer. By the way, is there anything you require of me?" "Sister, you need not concern yourself with anything. Merely wait outside and tend to the patrons. I shall handle the rest," Lin Yi replied slowly. "All right then. I shall await your miraculous creation," Butterfly said, giving Lin Ye's shoulder a gentle pat before making her way towards the bar's entrance. Once outside, she quickly took charge, rallying the bar staff to manage the situation. "Dear patrons, a minor incident has occurred at the Black Rose Bar today. However, in light of your enthusiastic presence, we shall continue our operations as usual. Furthermore, our esteemed magician, Mr. Yilin, has prepared a grand magic performance for you all. We warmly invite you to witness it." Upon hearing her words, the crowd that had gathered outside instantly became intrigued, their expressions filled with curiosity as they turned their gazes towards the Black Rose Bar. At that moment, a marvelous sight unfolded. An enormous white cloth descended from above, enveloping the entire bar like a cinema screen. The unexpected spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Even Butterfly was taken aback. "My goodness, what is happening? Why has the entire bar been shrouded? Indeed, are they planning renovations? Given the state of destruction inside, it seems improbable that a construction crew could fix it in such a short time. Who could have caused such chaos? The damages must amount to hundreds of thousands. Perhaps it was those drunken fools from yesterday, seeking revenge after their scuffle. I thought we wouldn't be able to enjoy the bar today. But with the current situation, can they really continue to operate? It seems unlikely. What piques my curiosity is the nature of this grand magic. Could the cloth before us be part of tonight's performance?" In that moment, curiosity filled the hearts of the crowd. Just then, a brilliant light erupted from behind the previously dark white cloth, resembling a sun rising within the bar. Suddenly, an elegant melody wafted through the air, and a large shadowy figure was cast upon the massive white fabric. The next instant, Lin Ye's voice emerged from behind the cloth. Dear patrons, lovely ladies, welcome to the Black Rose Bar. I am the chief magician, Yi Lin. Tonight, I shall present a grand magic show from behind this curtain. But before the performance begins, I have a question for you. Do you believe in magic? Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, the patrons gathered at the bar's entrance erupted in laughter. How could that be? I only tell our children tales of magic when I wish to amuse them. Magic exists solely within the realms of fairy tales. In contrast to the fantastical, I prefer to place my faith in science. Oh, it seems that none of them believe in the existence of magic in this world. Yet, it is understandable. For in our realm of sorcery, there are numerous regulations, the foremost being the prohibition against revealing magic in front of muggles. Lin Ye's voice echoed once more from behind the curtain, prompting another round of hearty laughter from the crowd. However, I am different. I am a wandering magician, unbound by the constraints of the Magician's Association, thus I can wield magic at my whim. Since it appears that my audience is skeptical of my claims, I shall provide proof. No sooner had the words left my lips than the sound of Lin Ye's footsteps resonated from behind the curtain. As the footsteps grew louder, the enormous shadow above the curtain diminished, soon shrinking to a size resembling that of an ordinary human, indicating that Lin Ye was approaching. As all eyes remained fixed on Lin Ye's shadow, suddenly, another figure emerged from behind it. The two silhouettes were indistinguishable, mirroring each other in height, build, and attire, leaving the onlookers momentarily speechless. Before they could fully comprehend the spectacle, another Lin Ye stepped forth from behind the first, then a third, fourth, fifth, and sixth in the blink of an eye. 8 identical Lin Yes stood in perfect alignment behind the curtain. Such a miraculous scene elicited gasps of astonishment from the bar patrons. How could this be? How did he transform from 1 into 8? The most puzzling aspect was that all 8 were identical. Surely, such duplication could not occur so swiftly. Might he have enlisted 7 individuals of similar stature, clad in identical garments, who had been concealed behind him, emerging one by one? This seemed plausible. After all, he could not genuinely possess the art of duplication. Just as some patrons believed they had unraveled the mystery of the illusion, Lin Ye's voice resonated once more from behind the curtain. I am certain that some audience members surmise I have gathered several individuals of comparable height and weight to don identical attire and stand behind the curtain. I wish to clarify that they are not companions I have assembled. They are indeed myself. No sooner had he spoken than the 8 Lin Yes executed the same movement in unison. Regardless of what one did, the other 7 mirrored the action precisely. Their postures and even the amplitude of their movements identical. The 8 figures appeared as one. This spectacle undoubtedly shattered the audience's earlier conjectures, providing evidence that the figures behind the curtain were not 8 distinct individuals. Even octuplets born of the same parents could not achieve such synchronized motion. For a moment, the patrons outside the bar could not help but express their astonishment. Just then, the figures behind the curtain, Lin Ye and his companions, abruptly ceased their movements. The art of duplication had been fully displayed, and next, I shall unveil to you my formidable mastery of fire magic. As a powerful sorcerer, I wield the forces of the elements, with fire magic being my most proficient domain. However, due to the destructive nature of fire, I kindly advise everyone to maintain a safe distance, lest they suffer unintended harm. No sooner had I finished speaking than the 8 Lin Yu figures behind the curtain began to dissipate one by one, leaving only the central figure. Before the multitude, this solitary Lin Yu suddenly lifted his feet off the ground, gradually ascending to a height of 2 meters above the floor. As he floated in midair, Lin Yu slowly spread his arms, drawing a circle in the air with his left hand upwards and his right hand downwards. Before the audience could comprehend the significance of his gesture, a resonant incantation akin to a chant emanated from behind the curtain. O fervent fire spirit, lend me your strength. O raging element, heed my command. Ignis coronatus flammarum imperium. As the incantation concluded, a surging blaze erupted behind Lin Yi, the intensity of the flames visible even through the white curtain. Ultimately, these raging flames coalesced into a magnificent fiery hexagram, which floated majestically behind him, illuminating his figure while simultaneously leaving every onlooker in awe. Chapter 92. A marvelous display of flame magic at this moment. The exterior of the Black Rose Bar was enveloped in an eerie silence, with every gaze fixated upon the curtain at the entrance. More specifically, their eyes were drawn to Lin Yi, who resided behind the veil. Undoubtedly, the flame magic he was about to showcase was far more spectacular and awe-inspiring than the previous illusionary spell, even from behind the curtain. The mere presence of the curtain added an air of mystery to the unfolding spectacle. As the crowd expressed their astonishment, Lin Yi, suspended in midair, executed an unusual gesture. Flame spirit, heed my command. Take on your form. As the words left his lips, the hexagram of flames behind him began to shimmer, and forth emerged a magnificent phoenix. Entirely composed of fire, soaring from the star's center. The fiery phoenix danced gracefully around Lin Yi, embodying life and vivacity. After a mesmerizing flight, the phoenix transformed into a fire tiger, and shortly thereafter morphed into a colossal flame serpent. Following a series of transformations through various creatures, a resounding dragon's roar suddenly echoed from within the bar. To the astonishment of onlookers, the flame serpent ascended into the air, transforming into a magnificent fire dragon. The dragon's immense form was intricately detailed, captivating every observer. Initially, it circled Lin Yi before soaring into the bar, yet its shadow lingered on the curtain, growing larger with distance. The spectators outside gazed in wonder, akin to watching a shadow play, their eyes sparkling with awe. Just then, the dragon's roar reverberated again, and under the watchful gazes of the crowd, the fire dragon charged towards the curtain. Despite the knowledge that this was all an illusion, a wave of tension rippled through the crowd as they witnessed the dragon barreling towards them. They feared that the fiery beast might breach the curtain and come crashing into their midst. Their apprehensions materialized as the fire dragon, seemingly out of control, collided with the curtain. Gasps erupted from the crowd at that moment. However, the fire dragon did not penetrate the curtain. Instead, upon impact, its form dissipated into a cascade of flames. Seeing this, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Yet, the next occurrence sent their hearts racing once more. The fire dragon, now a mere blaze, ignited the curtain in an instant. Initially, only the center was ablaze, but within half a minute, the flame spread, engulfing the entire curtain, even consuming it from behind. Ultimately, the once grand curtain transformed into a towering wall of fire. Witnessing this spectacle, the patrons at the bar's entrance recoiled in fear, anxious that the flames might reach them. Some had already retrieved their phones, prepared to dial emergency services. At that moment, Lin Yi's voice resonated once more from behind the curtain. Incendium aeternum. Return. As the final syllable echoed, the roaring flames upon the curtain extinguished, dissolving into nothingness. The sudden scene left the crowd utterly bewildered. The fierce flames that had roared moments before extinguished into nothingness in the blink of an eye, a phenomenon that transcended mere magic. Yet, this was not the end. Soon, an observant individual noticed something amiss. "Oh my, look at that fabric." At this exclamation, the attention of the crowd shifted towards the drapery at the entrance. A mere glance revealed their astonishment, for the once white cloth had transformed into a fiery red, as if it were ablaze. A gentle night breeze stirred, causing the fabric to flutter, reminiscent of a blazing inferno. The audience, still reeling from the prior spectacle, found themselves momentarily speechless. After what felt like an eternity, someone timidly clapped, prompting the hundreds gathered to join in a thunderous applause that echoed resoundingly through the air. As the clamor gradually subsided, they could not help but express their admiration. Incredible. Truly remarkable. Could this possibly be magic? Indeed, it must be magic. I am convinced now. There must be real magicians in this world. But wait, this defies logic. How could such a large white fabric change to red in an instant? Until now, none of the tricks performed seemed explicable through modern science. The inability to comprehend merely reflects a lack of exposure. I believe he must have soaked that cloth in some chemical solution beforehand, enabling the flames to consume it so rapidly. Moreover, the fabric itself is fire-resistant, which is why it posed no issue under the fiery blaze. A mysterious chemical reaction must have occurred, altering the color of the cloth. It has to be so, asserted one customer with unwavering conviction. In truth, most of the so-called magicians of the medieval era were adept chemists, manipulating the gap in knowledge to craft their magical personas. Oh, is that so? Pray tell, what chemical substances did he employ? Inquired another curious patron nearby. Well, I'm not certain. Chemistry is not my forte, came the hesitant reply. Then why pretend to know? Even if he did employ chemical means, it is still quite impressive. Surely, one cannot expect him to perform actual magic. Indeed, there is no such thing as magic in this world. Experiencing such a thrilling performance, I felt a twinge of guilt for not spending. Once they opened their doors, I must indulge in a drink or two. Speaking of which, will they truly be open for business tonight? As the crowd pondered, a tall, elegantly dressed woman stood at the back. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed toward the entrance of the Black Rose Bar. I never imagined the Black Rose Bar could pull off such a spectacle. I had thought they would be unable to operate for some time. Nightfall truly is a remarkable talent. Upon concluding her statement, the leggy beauty turned her gaze towards her assistant. Do you have any idea who orchestrated tonight's events? The assistant replied, not entirely sure, but I suspect it may have been those ruffians from Mang Village. I heard that last night. Butterfly dealt with a few troublemakers at their bar, and those individuals seemed to be from Mang Village. Only they would possess the audacity to cause a ruckus on Butterfly's turf. The assistant's response elicited a hint of amusement on the leggy beauty's face. Now, this is intriguing. Although they are merely a band of insignificant thugs without any notable backing, they act with reckless abandon. Even someone as formidable as Butterfly might find herself in a bit of a quandary. By the way, arrange for a batch of drinks to be sent over to the Black Rose Bar. Consider it a favor for Butterfly. We are the dragons crossing the river. While she is the local serpent, it's prudent to curry favor when necessary. Understood, Mr. Yi. With that, the assistant turned and departed, leaving the leggy beauty standing alone at the rear of the crowd, her cool gaze fixed intently on the backdrop. I am eager to see what surprises you have in store for me next. No sooner had she uttered those words than Lin Ye's voice resonated from behind the curtain at the entrance of the Black Rose Bar. Now, does everyone believe I am a magician? As soon as he finished speaking, the patrons at the bar erupted in cheers. We believe. You are indeed a magician. Oh, do you truly believe I am a magician? I sense a hint of skepticism among you. It seems my magic lacks sufficient flair. Would you like to witness even more spectacular magic? Yes. The hundreds of patrons at the entrance chorused in unison. Excellent. Then please, keep your eyes wide open. Do not blink, do not breathe, wonders are about to unfold. With that, Lin Yi behind the curtain made a gesture of taking a bow. All right, ladies and gentlemen. It's showtime. As he uttered the final syllable, the red curtain at the entrance of the bar suddenly soared into the air, revealing the previously concealed Black Rose Bar once more to the astonished crowd. Chapter 93. This is truly magic from the moment the white cloth appeared until it transformed into a red fabric and soared away. Approximately half an hour had passed. During this brief interlude, the attention of every individual present was entirely captivated by Lin Ye's magical performance. They had even forgotten the chaos that had befallen the Black Rose Bar, only recalling it when the red cloth vanished from sight. However, when they finally beheld the state of the Black Rose Bar once more, their eyes widened in disbelief. The interior, which had been ravaged and resembled a mere ruin, now appeared remarkably orderly. The chairs and tables, once askew, had returned to their original positions, and the shards of glass and spilled drinks had completely vanished. Even the scattered debris on the floor had disappeared, leaving the ground spotless, as if meticulously wiped inch by inch. The walls, previously marred by paint splatters and remnants of uneaten food, were now devoid of any trace of the earlier chaos. While the bar was not entirely transformed, it at least had reverted to a condition reminiscent of its pre-ruined state. Aside from the bar counter, where most of the bottles had been reduced to mere emptiness, the scene of destruction seemed as though it had never transpired. Observing this astonishing transformation, not only the patrons who had been waiting at the bar's entrance, but also Hu Dai and the bar's staff wore expressions of sheer incredulity. As the crowd stood in shock, the performance area at the center of the bar suddenly illuminated with bright lights, with a beam of light shining down. All eyes were irresistibly drawn to the spectacle. Under the glow, a striking young man clad in a black suit, with an upright posture and an aura of elegance, was seated at a grand piano, his long, fair hands poised over the keys. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Lin Yi himself. In that moment, he transcended the role of magician, embodying the essence of a concert pianist. As the onlookers recognized him, those standing at the entrance couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't that the magician over there?" Indeed, it was he. Wasn't he just behind the curtain? How did he suddenly end up there? This was no cause for bewilderment. What truly confounded them was how the bar, which had been so thoroughly vandalized, had been restored to its current state. Could it truly be magic? I understand now. The bar's destruction was a part of his performance tonight. The final act he presented was the restoration of the ruined bar to its original condition. So that's how it is. I was wondering how the bar could possibly operate in such a state. It turns out it was all part of his magic show. What constitutes a grand illusion? This is what it means to perform a grand illusion. Goodness, how was this accomplished? Could there really be a team of over a dozen people hidden within the bar, working swiftly to restore it while he performed? It must be so. Renowned magicians always have a vast team behind them to provide support. I see he is no different. Boss Hu, you have deceived us so thoroughly. We thought your bar had truly been destroyed. Upon hearing the words of a nearby patron, Hu Dai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded. Isn't it all about surprising everyone? So what do you think of today's opening performance? Was it splendid? Indeed, it was truly marvelous. That's wonderful to hear. A faint smile graced Hu Dai's lips as she turned her gaze towards Lin Yi inside the bar. Others might presume that the earlier spectacle was merely a segment of a grand magic act orchestrated by a professional team. However, she was acutely aware that no such team had been hired. Throughout the performance, Lin Yi had been the sole performer. It seems my brother harbors many secrets. Yet, who among us is devoid of a few mysteries? Lost in her musings, a sudden melody emanated from within the bar. Lin Yi, who had been seated motionless at the piano, now let his fingers glide rapidly across the keys, under the watchful eyes of hundreds of patrons at the bar's entrance. His slender, pale hand struck the keys with remarkable speed, producing a series of enchanting notes. The spotlight sliced through the air, illuminating the piano keys, while his dexterous fingers danced as gracefully as a ballet dancer upon snow, each movement light, yet powerful. The melodious strains seemed to come alive, pulsating through the atmosphere, captivating the hearts of every audience member present. In an ephemeral moment, they felt transported to a concert hall, each person lost in the realm of music. In parallel, Lin Yi too succumbed to a state of rapture. As the tempo swelled, the piano bench shifted slightly backward, yet his body appeared buoyed by the notes, the tails of his tailcoat maintaining a perfect drape. He exuded an indescribable elegance and composure, a quality as enchanting as his music. Time seemed to blur as Lin Yi suddenly accelerated the rhythm, his right hand becoming a hammer striking the lower register while his left caressed the higher notes, his hands a blur of motion. Moments later, the music came to an abrupt halt. As the final echoes dissipated into the spacious bar, his fingers lingered on the keys in a poised arc. The sudden silence enveloped both the interior and exterior of the bar. After a span of 10 seconds, the first applause erupted from outside. In the wake of this applause, all patrons instinctively joined in, the clapping growing louder and more fervent. Their expressions were animated, each gaze fixated on Lin Yi. At that moment, having just concluded his performance and regained his breath, Lin Yi slowly rose and offered a slight bow towards the entrance. Once he completed the bow, he gazed directly at the audience outside until the applause began to wane, then spoke softly, "Welcome to the Black Rose Bar. Please, dear guests, step inside. For more performances await." With that, he gestured invitingly towards the crowd. Witnessing the scene, the crowd that had previously lingered at the entrance instantly surged into the bar. In less than 2 minutes, the interior was bustling with patrons, creating an atmosphere of vibrant excitement. The negative repercussions from the bar's earlier vandalism had not only failed to hinder its regular operations but had, in fact, propelled its popularity to unprecedented heights. This remarkable transformation was largely attributed to Lin Yi's recent magical performance and piano recital. Even as customers entered, they continued to discuss the enchanting display. Today was indeed filled with delightful surprises. I had not anticipated that the magician would not only excel in his craft but also showcase such extraordinary piano skills. The piece he played seemed to be Liszt's La Campanella, a notably challenging composition that I had attempted during my piano studies, yet could never master. Although I am not well versed in the nuances of piano music, I could discern that his performance was truly captivating, surpassing even the concerts I had previously attended. He is undoubtedly a hidden gem. I suddenly realized that my disdain for men was not absolute. I merely detest those of inferior quality. Men like him are truly my type. I used to think I was destined to prefer women, yet seeing him made me acknowledge the allure of engaging with a man. What is this? I even find myself contemplating having children with him. Such a man deserves to be the father of my offspring. Enough of this. I must acquire his contact information. A mere 100 yuan for magic and a handsome pianist is an exceptional value. I shall share this with my friends so they may know of the refined life I lead daily. As the patrons admired Lin Yi, expressing their sentiments, Yelena, seated in a corner booth, gazed at him with increasing fervor. I had underestimated him. I must ensure he comes to me. Meanwhile, in another booth, the ever-sunglass-clad Ya Shuiying grasped her assistant's hand tightly, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Yi. Tomorrow, I shall dismiss Jason. Compared to him, Jason is merely a pile of muck. Xiaoman, we must return to Jinghai University tomorrow for a personal meeting. Regardless of his demands, we must secure him. Sister, be gentle. You're hurting my hand, exclaimed the beleaguered assistant beside Yu Shuiying. By the way, what if he asks you to be his girlfriend? After all, you are quite stunning. If that were the condition, it might be worth considering. Upon hearing this, the assistant's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister, are you serious? What's the harm? Don't you think having a young, handsome, and talented boyfriend would be exhilarating? Moreover, just by observing his physique, one can tell he maintains a rigorous fitness regime, ensuring he possesses remarkable stamina. And look at that high nose bridge, which suggests. Before she could finish her thought, Yao Shuiying shot her a fierce glare. Do not divert the topic. We cannot afford a repeat of the previous incident. I instructed you to investigate his whereabouts. Have you done so? Indeed, I have discovered his location. Came the prompt reply. Excellent. We must apprehend him tomorrow, declared Yao Shuiying with unwavering determination. Meanwhile, within the bustling confines of the Black Rose Bar, a shifty individual with a buzz cut observed the surroundings before hastily departing. Shortly thereafter, he found himself before a van. As the door swung open, a bruised man with a bandaged head emerged from within. Brother Hong, that bar has resumed operations and is particularly lively at the moment, announced the buzz-cut man. Upon hearing this, the bandaged man furrowed his brow. What is going on? Did I not instruct you to demolish that bar? Have you failed to follow my orders? Not at all, Brother Hong. We executed your commands meticulously. We shattered everything inside and even doused it with paint and refuse. The buzz-cut man spoke with evident panic. I even took photographs, but when I went back to check, it seemed to have returned to normal. Returned to normal? How is that possible? The bandaged man inquired with a scrutinizing gaze. It seems their magician performed some tricks, the buzz-cut man stammered. Before he could finish, the bandaged man seized his ear. Are you mocking me? Tricks? Why not claim he possesses magic? Enough. It appears even the simplest tasks are beyond your capability, compelling me to intervene personally. It is not prudent to act while the bar is crowded. We shall wait until they close. That man from yesterday, along with that foul woman, shall learn precisely how formidable our village can be. Brothers, arm yourselves. We will raise both the patrons and the establishment. I refuse to believe he can once again use magic to restore what we destroy, the bandaged man proclaimed. As his words resonated, over a dozen thugs concealed within a large van brandished their clubs and knives. Additionally, 2 more vintage vans lurked in the shadows behind them. Chapter 94. The Gift from Yelena. Within the confines of the Black Rose Bar, Lin Ye's piano performance set the atmosphere ablaze with fervor. After a brief respite backstage, he prepared to grace the stage once more. However, at that moment, a voice from outside the lounge interrupted his thoughts. Xiaoya, are you inside? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu promptly replied, Yes, sister, please come in. Just as he finished speaking, Hu Dai pushed open the door to the lounge. Today, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Without your efforts, the bar would have had to close for at least half a month, and many of our loyal patrons would have strayed. As she spoke, Hu Dai placed a thermos on the table before Lin Yi. Upon seeing the thermos, a flicker of curiosity crossed Lin Yi's gaze. This is goji leaf and pig liver soup. I went out this afternoon to buy fresh pig liver and simmered it all night. As she continued, Hu Dai opened the thermos, retrieved a small bowl, and poured the steaming soup into it. The surface of the broth was adorned with a few goji leaves, releasing a rich aroma that wafted through the lounge. This soup was taught to me by my mother. My father works the night shift as a driver and often stays up late. My mother would always prepare this soup for him. You also stay up late every day, so drinking this will be beneficial for your health. I recall there should be a spoon around here somewhere. Found it. She casually retrieved a metal spoon from a nearby cabinet, wiped it with a paper towel, and placed it in the bowl. Give it a try. Hu Dai gently nudged the bowl towards Lin Yi. Observing the pig liver soup before him and the figure of Hu Dai leaning against the table's edge, Lin Yi nodded slowly. Then I shall sample your culinary skills, sister. With that, he carefully lifted the spoon, scooped a small spoonful of soup, blew on it gently, and then tasted it. It's delicious, very fresh and sweet. Lin Ye's simple compliment instantly illuminated Hu Dai's face with a radiant smile. As long as it tastes good, that's all that matters. I was worried I hadn't prepared it well. Your task for today is to finish every drop of soup in this bowl. I will return later to check on you, she said with a playful smile before rising gracefully to leave the lounge. As she departed, Lin Yi hastily called out, Sister, aren't you curious about how I performed that magic trick just now? Upon hearing this, Hu Dai turned back with a smile. I am curious, but I shall not pry. Everyone has their own little secrets. Besides, don't magicians have a code? Such matters should not be disclosed lightly. All right, sister, I have some matters to attend to. Remember to finish the soup. With that, Hu Dai exited the lounge with an elegant stride. As she turned to close the lounge door, a cool girl clad in leather, skillfully twirling a butterfly knife, approached from the side. The smile on Hu Dai's face vanished in an instant. Have you determined who is responsible? Yes, sister. It was the people from Mang Village, the cool girl whispered. Mang Village? Are those individuals from Mang Village? Hu Dai inquired, her brow furrowing. Yes, sister. One of them is the son of the village chief, named Huang Jihong. Very well, as long as we ascertain the facts. It has been far too long since I have made an appearance in the world. They must have forgotten what I, Hu Dai, was once known for. As she spoke, Hu Dai absent-mindedly patted down her attire, only to realize after a moment that she was wearing a dress. Observing this, the cool and stylish girl quickly produced a pack of cigarettes and respectfully offered Hu Dai one. After taking a deep drag, Hu Dai's gaze became somewhat dreamy. Find Huang Jihong and sever one of his hands. Anyone who causes trouble at the bar today shall have both hands removed. Understood, sister, the cool girl nodded. By the way, sister, it seems Huang Jihong is currently on Bar Street, accompanied by a group, seemingly intending to confront you. Confront me? How delightful. Since they wish to play, let us indulge them. Go gather more people. Today, we shall teach them a severe lesson. Certainly, sister. It has been a while since I last engaged in a scuffle, the cool girl exclaimed with excitement. As they conversed, they entered the bar. The cool girl turned to exit, while Hu Dai, with a radiant smile, made her way toward a booth. Meanwhile, Lin Yi emerged from the lounge and entertained the crowd with a series of impromptu magic tricks. Even these spontaneous performances elicited gasps of amazement from the patrons. After perusing several magic books he had acquired from street vendors, his repertoire had expanded significantly. While an ordinary person might require extensive study and practice to master these tricks, he effortlessly replicated them, often surpassing the originals. Other magicians might rely on intricate techniques, but he required none, for he possessed genuine magic. As he performed, Yelena arranged for an ample supply of drinks to be delivered for the enjoyment of the audience. This gesture not only secured Hu Dai's gratitude, but also served as a free advertisement for her bar, enhancing the lively atmosphere. At that moment, having just completed a trick, Lin Yi was approached by Yelena, who held a glass in her hand. Great magician, we meet again. Upon hearing her, Lin Yi smiled politely. I never expected the esteemed Yi from Night Demon Bar to grace the Black Rose Bar with her presence. It is indeed an honor, and I am grateful for the generous supply of drinks you have brought. No need for formality. We are neighbors, and mutual assistance is only natural. And if you wish to express your gratitude, it cannot be merely verbal, she said, extending a glass toward him. Join me for a drink. Do not tell me you do not partake in alcohol. Her cool, clear eyes sparkled with amusement as they locked onto Lin Yi. He merely glanced at the glass she offered before reaching out to accept it. Given the grand gift you bestowed upon me last night, one drink is hardly sufficient. I could easily indulge in 10. Oh, are you really sure you can drink 10 glasses? Yelena asked with a hint of playful sarcasm. It seemed that my appearance indeed made it easy for others to underestimate me. Lin Yi smiled faintly. So, are you truly capable of downing 10 glasses? Well, it should not be a problem, Lin Yi replied, piquing Yelena's interest. In that case, come over here, and let us indulge in a few drinks together. It won't be in vain. After we finish, I shall present you with a small gift. It would be my honor. As they spoke, Lin Yi followed Yelena to the booth she had reserved. The spacious booth, apart from her, housed only two men who appeared to be bodyguards standing nearby. Please, sit. Yelena gestured invitingly. Lin Yi promptly took a seat opposite her. For the drinks, Yelena instructed the bodyguard beside her. Without hesitation, the bodyguard lifted a bottle and filled 2 glasses. Once filled, Yelena pushed one glass toward Lin Yi. Drink. Without further ado. Lin Yi raised the glass and drained it in one go. Yelena was equally undeterred. Refill. Drink again. Thus, the two engaged in a spirited exchange, each consuming no less than 5 glasses of alcohol in quick succession. Yelena's once fair complexion gradually flushed, while Lin Yi remained unaffected. Perhaps it would be wise to stop. Miss Yi, I fear you might become inebriated. Inebriated? I, Yelena, have been drinking since I was 8. Over the years, I have never feared anyone at a drinking table. If you wish to see me drunk, you must bring forth some real skill. With that, Yelena decided to open several bottles herself, pouring more than 20 glasses in one go. Come, it has been ages since anyone has truly accompanied me for a drink. Let us enjoy ourselves today. As she spoke, Yelena removed her white suit jacket, revealing a black sleeveless top that accentuated her toned arms. Seeing this, Lin Yi had no choice but to join her in the revelry. By the time they reached the 10th glass, Yelena's gaze had become somewhat hazy, clearly showing the signs of intoxication. to prevent her from consuming any more. Lin Yi gathered all the glasses before him in one motion and, one after another, drank the remaining contents as if they were water. Once finished, he turned his attention to Yelena. "Miss Yi, I have cleared the table. We need not continue this contest." You finished all the drinks so quickly?" Yelena asked, bewildered by the emptiness of the glasses before her. "Indeed, Miss Yi," Lin Yi nodded. "You are still the stronger drinker. I shall challenge you again next time." Yelena chuckled. "By the way, I mentioned a small gift for you earlier. Are you not curious about what it is?" "To be honest, I'm a bit curious." "Then come closer. I shall present that small gift to you now." With a sense of intrigue, Lin Yi slowly rose to his feet. At that moment, Yelena suddenly rose to her feet and, seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, planted a swift kiss upon his cheek. Following this audacious act, she burst into hearty laughter. The young lad was indeed easily deceived, and it served as a lesson for him to be more cautious in the future, particularly with women of my ilk. With that, she declared her enjoyment of the day before adding, "In a few days, I shall host a gathering where I shall require someone particularly adept at handling liquor to shield me from excessive drinking. I wonder if you will be available then. Perhaps we shall discuss it when the time comes." Having spoken, Yelena picked up her garment and, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, strode toward the entrance of the bar. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, the recipient of her kiss, let out a resigned sigh. Just then, he felt a surge of magical energy within him. Sensing this increase, he instinctively glanced at the watch on his wrist, noting that it was neither too early nor too late, precisely midnight. Chapter 95, Germination. A new spell. The preparations for the opening magic act and piano performance had already consumed a considerable amount of time. And coupled with the subsequent magic displays and accompanying Yelena in her revelry, the clock swiftly struck midnight. For the ordinary individual, midnight merely heralds the dawn of a new day. However, for Lin Yi, it signified the refreshing of the system interface. With a flicker of anticipation, Lin Yi rose and made his way to the backstage lounge. After savoring a couple of sips of the goji leaf and pig liver soup brought by Butterfly, he activated the system interface, visible only to him. As anticipated, the daily sign-in, routine tasks, and mysterious shop had all reset. Following his customary practice, he first accessed the daily sign-in interface and clicked on the rewards for the 6th day, which prompted a notification sound. Ding! Sign-in successful. Today's sign-in reward has been dispatched to the system backpack. The system backpack now contained an additional item resembling a gift package. With a mere thought, this package materialized in his hand and subsequently transformed into a beam of white light. As the light dissipated, a tome of magic appeared in his grasp. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the bold inscription on the cover, Germination. A flicker of curiosity crossed Lin Yi's face at the sight of this title. What manner of spell was this? Just as these thoughts traversed his mind, pertinent information about the spell materialized within his consciousness. Germination, level 0 druid spell. Consumes a certain amount of magical energy to rapidly sprout a seed or accelerate the growth of a plant, with a maximum casting distance of 10 meters. Upon receiving this revelation, an expression of understanding washed over Lin Yi's countenance. So it is a druidic spell, capable of hastening the birth of seeds and plants, indeed. A commendable ability. Without further hesitation, he opted to learn the spell. In an instant, the book transformed into a luminous orb that penetrated his mind. A plethora of memories began to surface, revealing a past where he existed as a druid dwelling within the heart of a forest. The druids belonged to a nature-centric order. Distinct from traditional mages, they are allies of nature and companions of beasts, excelling predominantly in nature-based magic. In the memories, he gently tapped a tiny seed with his finger, causing it to swiftly take root and sprout, soon evolving into a young sapling. He then touched a flower on the brink of withering, and it immediately perked up, blooming anew. Wherever he roamed, the earth rejuvenated, lush greenery flourished, and vibrant blossoms adorned the landscape. As the memories fully integrated into his consciousness, Lin Yi felt a profound mastery over the germination spell. Eagerly, he sought a seed or a sapling to test his newfound abilities. After a prolonged search through the lounge, he discovered no seeds or plants. He recalled purchasing some seed grains while buying supplies for Brian. A moment of inspiration struck Lin Yi, prompting him to swiftly access his system backpack. After a brief search, he retrieved a pouch of seeds specifically designed for parrots. These seeds comprised a mixture of various grains, including millet, sorghum, barnyard millet, rice, hemp seeds, sunflower seeds, and several other crop seeds. He casually selected a single seed, confirming it was uncooked. and placed it in the palm of his hand, subsequently performing a germination spell. In an instant, a unique energy surged into the seed before him. As the energy penetrated the seed's shell, a miraculous scene unfolded. The seed rapidly cracked open, giving rise to a sprout. Remarkably, in the absence of soil and moisture, the sprout flourished, soon transforming into a mature plant measuring approximately 20 to 30 centimeters. The plant continued to grow, ultimately becoming a rice paddy. Witnessing this rice plant thrive in his palm, Lin Yi was utterly astonished. How extraordinary it was that a seed could be expedited into a mature plant in less than 10 seconds. If this ability were applied to cultivate crops, famine would surely become a relic of the past. With that thought, he cast another germination spell upon the rice plant. The previously halted growth resumed. The plant reached greater heights and began to produce plump rice grains. In a matter of moments, the plant began to yellow and wither. In less than a minute, this rice plant had completed its life cycle. Observing this phenomenon, Lin Yi mused, "It seems that rapid growth carries both advantages and disadvantages. While it flourishes quickly, it also depletes its inherent vitality. In the future, I could cultivate fruits for personal enjoyment." This technique would undoubtedly prove effective for performing magic tricks. Content with his findings, Lin Yi shifted his focus to the mysterious shop. Upon glimpsing the day's enigmatic offerings, he couldn't help but express a hint of surprise. For items again today. It appears these wares are restocked irregularly. The first item caught his eye, the life chest of the Ice Lich, a legendary magical artifact. In pursuit of eternal life, a legendary archmage transformed into a lich and concealed his soul within this chest. Utilizing this chest grants one access to the entire legacy of the legendary archmage. Price, 30 million magic gold coins. Without a second thought, Lin Yi dismissed the first item, moving on to the second. Phase Shoes, an advanced magical tool crafted by Imperial alchemists. This powerful artifact contains phase magic, allowing the wearer to phase shift, disregarding all terrains and obstacles. Price, 50,000 magic gold coins. The attributes of the second item were indeed impressive. The ability to ignore terrain and barriers would render Lin Yi nearly unconfined in this world, allowing him to perform escape tricks effortlessly. However, its exorbitant price was a significant drawback. 50,000 magic gold coins equated to 5 million in currency, an amount that an ordinary individual could scarcely hope to earn in a lifetime. Pass. Next, without any lingering attachment, Lin Yi's gaze shifted to the third item. This one was a special offer. Daily special item, the Cursed Flute of Peter the Bard, a mid-level magical artifact, slightly damaged. Originally belonging to the bard Peter, who, after being slain, succumbed to the embrace of the Black